$5 a month Nanode server to run my PeerTube instance. And although this is probably the bare minimum that you could run this instance in, it's actually working okay for the handful of people that pop in every once in a while to watch a video. So I think once this video comes out, we're going to be taxing this little server a little bit more, perhaps. Hey everybody, it's Lon Seidman. I wanted to talk today about a YouTube alternative that not...
What would happen if Twitter, Facebook...
So I can see the video here available. It's in the middle of the transcoding process. And they do have some neat ideas for transcoding in the near future as well.
To grapple with the politics here, because everybody has to admit that this genuinely is new. This is a historic, sweeping peace plan. We are in phase 1 of it right now, as was discussed on last Wednesday's show. Just while the details were coming down, we talked about how phase 1 of a very, very fragile peace deal that could be littered with tripwires and all of that. But if it lasts 3 months, if it lasts 6 months, if it lasts a year, what we've just entered is a new chapter in the Middle East, because right now, these negotiations have brought together a coalition, and that coalition, including Donald Trump, who's the head of this peace board, by the way, is now responsible for trying to hold this peace together, and the war is over. I have to tell you, just before we went live tonight, I finished watching the new October 7th documentary about the Nova Music Festival on Paramount. And it just underscores the depth of the security failures that day, before, during, and after. And there was a lot of suspicion around Netanyahu's long-term objectives and intent on prolonging the conflict. And I won't weigh in on one direction or the other, except to say that many people believed he was, in some ways, afraid of what peacetime could bring, a reckoning politically for himself, perhaps. Because, again, when you revisit October 7th, now that the hostages are returned, bodies, living hostages, that conversation about those failures, of course, there's all of Netanyahu's own problems with corruption scandals and all of that are going to bubble to the surface. But the security failure, I think, is now going to creep back into the discourse in a way that is absolutely critical, stunning, and essential for the future of the country as well, to dig into what exactly went wrong on that day. And Netanyahu is now going to have even more questions to answer. He's been answering these questions for 2 years, but now that the war is over and it feels like the dust has settled and a new chapter has been opened, those questions are really going to mount for Netanyahu. Just a shocking documentary too. I don't necessarily recommend watching it, because the raw footage that's spliced together between Hamas body cameras and Nova Music Festival goers on their iPhones puts it all into such stark relief. All right, let's move on to Marjorie Taylor Greene, who went on Tim Dillon's podcast over the weekend for, honestly, a fantastic episode. Riveting content, I have to say. Shout out to you, Tim Dillon, for this conversation with Marjorie Taylor Greene. Megan's conversation with Marjorie Taylor Greene, I think that was a month or 2 ago, was also just incredible insight into someone who I think is truly one of the few normies. And that sounds funny here in DC to call Marjorie Taylor Greene somebody who was elected with this baggage of former conspiracies, all of that type of thing, to call her a normie. But if you spend time with normal people outside of DC, Marjorie Taylor Greene is a suburban, small business, Facebook mom. And everyone in this country right now has lost trust in the government. And so a lot of these conspiracies, we all know that, if you look across the board at institutional trust, have become more and more attractive as people have gotten more and more skeptical. It's not to say any individual conspiracy theory is correct. And Marjorie Taylor Greene has made interesting sort of, I don't want to call them apologies, but more explanations for why she said what she said in the past. And now people are acting as though it's some major surprise that Marjorie Taylor Greene, amidst this government shutdown, is saying, hey, the administration seems to be going in a direction that those average rally goers, she spoke in great detail about how the administration should be focused on the people that she knows very well. She's basically one of them, who waited in the freezing rain, in the scorching heat, in lines outside Trump rallies for the better part of the last 10 years, who don't get special dispensation, who aren't Javier Milei, who's getting the better of this soybean deal at the moment because of the bailout. And they aren't, she made this point as well, Mark Zuckerberg, for example, who worked very, very hard against Donald Trump for a long time, decided to start saying nice things about Donald Trump and seems to be reaping rewards in the form of favorable government treatment. And she says, she's been making this argument about healthcare. I'm going to roll the clip first, but I think it's really interesting. And I think it tells us something about not just politics, but media. So let's go ahead and roll S1, Marjorie Taylor Greene on Tim Dillon.
As a conservative and as a business owner in the construction industry and as a realist, I can say we have to do something about labor, and that needs to be a smarter plan than just rounding up every single person and deporting them just like that.
Right.
So, and I'm going to get pushback on that, but it's, I'm just living in reality from here on out.
Yeah.
And if anybody's mad at me for saying the truth, then I'm sorry.
Marjorie Taylor Greene, ladies and gentlemen, our next president. Sorry, JD Vance. Well, I mean, there's people are saying it. I go to dinner parties.
Yeah, I heard you.
Well, by the way,
I heard you on Joe Rogan.
Okay, so what she's talking about there has gone super viral with people who are allied with President Trump right now, wanting Republicans to hold the line on the government shutdown, looking at it and saying, this is a betrayal of your party and your team. And Marjorie Taylor Greene very clearly comes out during that interview and says, I no longer want to wear the jersey of the Republican team. Now, she is an elected Republican, so obviously there's some reason for consternation if you're a partisan. If you're a partisan Republican who sees the Republican Party as the premier vehicle for your preferred policies, to look at that and say, hey, Marjorie, maybe another time. As a journalist, of course, that is not how I look at it, and certainly not how I see a politician's job. So I probably have a different perspective than some Trump allies who maybe wish that she saved this until after they got Dems to cave on the question of health subsidies for non-citizens, which absolutely is on the table. There's some nuance, but that absolutely is on the table. My prediction is that Dems will cave on that. They will come to the table, and then they'll try to act like the adults in the room who always said we only want citizens to benefit from healthcare subsidies. So Republicans now come to the table with us on, guess what? Premiums exploding as Biden-era 2021 tax credits expand. I just said extended expand. Neither is true. The word I was looking for was expire. Expire at the end of the year. And that's what Marjorie Taylor Greene has been breaking with the party over. It started with Israel. It is now these tax credits, and that is opening, these healthcare credits, and that has opened up a new universe for Marjorie Taylor Greene to step into and basically break with the party, talk a little bit more freely about, for example, immigration. That clip is Trump allies posting it all over and say, now Marjorie Taylor Greene is worried about cheap labor. Now that wage costs are rising, Marjorie Taylor Greene wants the cheap labor back. And that's not necessarily true. What she was saying in that clip is that she supports deportations. She supports a hawkish immigration policy, but she feels as though the administration needs an off-ramp. And I think it's actually pretty fair to look back on the first, 10 months of the Trump administration, second Trump administration, and say these are gargantuan policy tasks in front of the administration. But whether it's DOGE or some of these immigration raids, for example, that have pissed me off when I see U.S. citizens being detained, no matter if I like their politics or not, it pisses me off to see, because right now, Keir Starmer is implementing digital ID in the United Kingdom partially because he is exploiting his citizens' legitimate concerns about illegal immigration in the country. Well, guess what? He's saying, here you go. We're implementing digital IDs so that we can crack down on illegal immigration. Massive Palantir contract that is being the second Trump administration with DHS, it may specifically be with ICE, to sweep up all kinds of surveillance data. Palantir doesn't collect the data. Palantir organizes the data, collates the data essentially for the government. But if you think US citizens are not being caught up in that dragnet, I have news for you. So if you are a podcaster or a journalist, you are much more free to say these things than if you are a literal partisan like Marjorie Taylor Greene. But this is where before we bring Spencer in, I just wanted to mention, it's very, very interesting. Marjorie Taylor Greene is breaking with her party right now because I was reading Amusing Ourselves to Death by Neil Postman over the weekend, and he really laments Reagan at the time in the mid-'80s, that Ronald Reagan is a television president. And he talks about how William Howard Taft would never be able to get elected in the age of television. He was simply too fat. And that's again, it's a lamentation. It's sort of nostalgic for a time before television. The argument fundamentally, he's explicitly building on Marshall McLuhan. We talk about that a lot on the show, the medium being the message, but he's saying the substance of politics is being lost in the distraction of performance and the distraction of aesthetics. And imagine where this is about to go. When we hit sort of peak smartphone politics, where now the most important or the most prolific form of communication is smartphone videos, vertical smartphone videos. And those vertical smartphone videos feel very intimate. And the incentive for politicians is to look, they're not all going to be, but to look much more authentic. It's not enough for Chuck Schumer to talk into an iPhone camera and read off of a script. This is how the medium is changing the message. Chuck Schumer thinks, oh, the medium's changing the message. I need to talk on Instagram without much production. No, it doesn't matter that you're just talking on Instagram without much production. Your message itself has to change, and your message has to sound a lot more intimate and authentic. And what that's going to mean is the parties, at least on the surface, are going to look like they're losing control. Will they devise new ways to seize that control back? Perhaps. But Marjorie Taylor Greene is a really, really, I think, good, if you see it in a bad sense, canary in a coal mine. I don't know that it'll necessarily be worse than the status quo at all. It's a good canary in the coal mine for the parties about their loss of control. This is not going to last much longer for them. And if anything, Republicans should be taking this as a gift and a way to sort of, from a partisan perspective, work with the new medium and learn lessons of the new medium. We'll see. We'll see. All right, before we bring Spencer Klavan in, the great Spencer Klavan, the legendary Spencer Klavan, let me tell you about a warehouse. Things are very, very heavy right now. Politics is divisive. The news can be depressing. And it often feels like we, just as a society, have more pulling us apart than bringing us together. But here's something simple that unites us. Shopping small. Everybody loves to shop small. When you choose to buy from a small business, you're not just getting a product, you're helping someone's dream grow, and you're investing in values we all share: honesty, craftsmanship, and community. Everybody believes in those three values. That's what a warehouse is all about. They've teamed up with nearly 100 small business makers around the US to bring you handmade goods filled with heart and creativity, uniting people of all backgrounds in this singular mission. It's a beautiful website. Guys, head on over there. So let's choose connection over division and show small businesses the support they deserve. Shop.com and use 50% off your first order. That's a warehouseshop.com code party. Legendary the Claremont Review of Books is the world, a wonderful book, and he is what had Scott so far, Spencer? 1, 2, 3.
You've been for a while, Emily. I mean, I had to keep myself entertained. Yeah, and I was getting increasingly hot under the collar because I was hearing you talk about the great Spencer Klavan, the legendary, the mythical, and I think there's been a terrible mistake because I'm just the standard issue Spencer Klavan. I don't know if you ordered the legendary one online on Amazon, but this is This is yeah, exactly. You're getting the Timu version.
I mean, I'm
I'm
trying to
Timu,
figure out my
but I ordered.
mic right
I
this
very much
second.
did
I don't
not
know
order
what the hell
Timu
is going
version,
on
so
with it
here
at
I
the
am.
moment.
Yeah, I'm afraid this is what
It
happens
seems
when
to
you
be
drink
muted,
and
but I
shop
can't
online.
get at it in the
I never make those
via
mistakes, Spencer.
the
Actually,
sound
but
settings.
you know, this
Um,
bigger conversation about how
anyway,
things have changed since
I do have something
2024,
to
so like the
tell,
last
some
year, since
news. I've been
2024. Zoran
about this
Mamdani, for
new
example,
social
posted, I think it
networking
was in
garbage
2020, wearing
that
a
progressives are
glove,
using
like
right
a
now.
medical
These
glove, because it
Fediverse
was COVID era,
social
flipping
media
off a statue
networks.
of Christopher Columbus back
I
in the day, and now we have the Vice
they're
President
basically
of the
like a
United States
one-stop
posting
shop for your
F9 here
social media,
in
but
response to Elizabeth Warren,
it's all
who reacted
progressives.
to
It's
the
all
hostage
progressives.
release
It's
in a way that
scary,
J.D.
to
Vance
say the
found
least.
objectionable. He quote
You know,
tweets
I
that
signed
and
up for
says,
one,
"The
and
president
you know how
told
you
me
choose
he did
all
this
of
on
your different
Indigenous Peoples
hobbies
Day
or the stuff
in
you're
honor
interested
of
in.
you."
I put in
Spencer,
everything like
how's
I
that for a
normally
vibe
would,
shift? I mean,
and then
this
my
is
feed pops
not
up, and it's
2020, right?
nothing
Like
but
this
progressive
is
posts.
new, and I think that
I mean,
period
like I
you were
signed up for
writing about very
MAGA,
eloquently at the
and
time
literally
of,
every
and
single
we were all
thing
talking about it
posted in
constantly,
there
of these heightened
was
tensions
just
that felt like they felt linear. It felt like we were at the beginning of something, and certainly not at the end of
this is
something.
insane
It turns
because
out maybe we were in the middle, or maybe
they're
we were
open
at the
source,
end.
and some
Now
of
that
them
we're
are
looking at the
invite
vice
only.
president
Some of them are closed, where you can't
trolling
even get into
Elizabeth
them
Warren,
anymore.
a well-deserved troll over
Um,
her claim to indigenous personhood
and this
on
is
Columbus
all
Day.
has been happening
Yeah,
under
this
the
is Vance
surface for
2028
years
is
now.
what this is.
Like
This
that
isn't 2024.
mastodon, that is an
looking
example of
ahead
one.
to the next presidency. But I
But
think
there
this
are
thing you
a
ended
ton
your
of
monologue
other
by
ones,
talking
and they're
about is
really
actually
popular in
the
Europe. There's
real
one called
vibe shift, and that is
PeerTube,
the transition from
where it's like a
pre-digital to
YouTube alternative
post-digital media.
for, and basically what it
that
is
sense of
these
authenticity, whether
people
it's
are upset
genuinely
that they
authentic
don't
or
have
just the
total
ability to
control
convey that.
over the
That's
internet
what
anymore.
Donald Trump is actually a master
So
at,
they
even though
they
he's,
pretty much more or less
And what's
they've
happening now is that now that the
bailed
video has been ingested.
on normal social media, which I'm sure we all will do what
Hey
they've
everybody,
done
it's
in
Lon
the
Seidman.
end.
I wanted to talk today
Because
about a
I don't
YouTube
like
alternative
people
that not many people are
my
talking
data,
about. It's
but
not a platform, but rather
right
an
now,
open source
this is a progressive thing,
application called
and
PeerTube.
it's scary. It's
and
scary.
what this is something that you can install on a server, like a little cloud server
Now,
somewhere.
I didn't know
and
about
you
this till
get
today either.
essentially your own version of YouTube where you can upload videos, get comments on those videos, play them back the same way. You have like and dislike buttons, pretty much the full experience, but you're not running this on somebody else's platform. You own it yourself. Or maybe you can get a group of creators together and own it together. And it's just something that I don't think a lot of people have focused on, and I wanted to bring some attention to this because I think there's a lot of potential here. Actually, the internet is evolving, and how I think many people are starting to realize that central ownership of platforms may not be such a great thing. So let's dive into this. We're going to first look at what it's like as a viewer to use PeerTube, and then we'll look at some of the behind-the-scenes stuff to see how you administer it. Let's get to it. All right, so here is my experimental PeerTube instance. This is my channel page on my PeerTube server. And the reason why I set this up the other day is because YouTube now has a feature for paying members of the channel for me to release a video early after I upload it and schedule it for publication. So typically what I do is I have my videos go up at 6:45 p.m. Eastern time. I get ahead of schedule and have a bunch of content already done. So once I schedule the video, it will let all the members see it before it gets published.
Okay.
And then, of course, once it is published, everyone else can see it. And that's a great feature, except the fact that about half my supporters support me on Patreon or support me directly through my lon.tv/support link. And so I wanted to provide a mechanism in which I could get early release videos out to everyone else. So what I do now is I upload the video to my PeerTube instance and then send the link out via email to those of you who support the channel to be able to watch things early. So what's the viewership experience on this like? Well, it's very similar to YouTube, at least insofar as how its web interface works. So for example, if I go over here to this video, you will see that I'm about halfway through watching it. And if I click on it here, it basically starts right from where I last left off. And like YouTube, it chunks up the video and only sends out small portions of it at a time. So if I fast forward here a little bit, you'll see that it rebuffers up, but it's not transferring the entire video all at once. And additionally, to save on bandwidth, what PeerTube also will do is have people who are watching the video at the same time send chunks of the video to each other. So for example, this is something that I did a few weeks ago as I was playing around with it. I had a bunch of people log into the server at the same time. And as you can see, it says 4 peers there, which means that the 4 people watching the video live were all sending chunks of video to each other, which takes load off the server. So they have some efficiency kind of built into this to make it cost a little bit less to host. Although the cost for bandwidth is not as bad as you might think. And I'll talk more about that when I get into the hosting portion of the video here. Now, what you'll also notice down here is that they did not get rid of the dislike button. I'm glad that's still there. You've got the like button here.
I don't
There's no
understand
monetization on these videos,
all
obviously.
these
There's no
open
ads that
source
can get placed
underground
on top of them, at least not yet. But if they click on the support button here, they can get taken
Fediverse,
to my
whatever the hell it's
support
called.
page.
It's sketch, man, and this stuff
Hello
is
there,
just
fellow
coming
YouTubers
out.
who are
you
curious
know,
about PeerTube.
like,
I want
I
to show you
didn't know
today
about-
a really simple way to set up your YouTube channel so that it synchronizes over to your PeerTube. There's tons of reasons
all
to
of
do
a sudden-
this. I have created another video which
Dude,
I'll
these
link in the
people are
description
card-carrying
on why I think
commies
this is
too,
a great
man.
idea. And this tool makes
Every one
it
of
easier
every one of
than
them
ever
I've
to
seen,
do. And it's
nary a
built
conservative,
right into PeerTube.
nary
so let's
a
get started.
conservative.
So the first thing that we're going to want to do is make sure that this feature is enabled on our PeerTube instance. If you're the administrator, you'll need to do this. If you're not, you'll need to ask your administrator to do this. Hit basic.
There
in
we
the
go.
settings section.
There we
Scroll
go.
down and enable allow import with
There we
HTTP
go.
URL and also allow channel synchronization. Scroll down to the bottom and hit update. This is a feature
There we
that,
go.
typically
Oh,
will
okay. There we
require
go. Finally
restarting
got it.
your
Son of a
PeerTube
bitch,
instance.
man.
So if you're over on FidiHost,
I
you'll
hate
just wanna
technical
hit the
difficulties.
restart,
I hate
in your
it.
FidiHost control panel. Or
But yeah, you know,
whatever
like I
that
was
is on
saying,
your own
what I was
hosting
trying to
provider.
say is that
Now
while I was
we'll-
having these difficulties is that, you know, there's this entire underground movement right now going on with social networking. And it's a good idea, not going to lie, but it's open source social media, my dudes. This is open source Twitter, if you will, to open source YouTube called like PeerTube, open source RSS feeds, but they're hosted. They call them pods. They're open source. You know, like you would call X a pod, but it's an international pod. You know, everybody belongs to it. Everybody's allowed to join. Well, these pods are like, you know, Discord servers. They're like hosted Discord servers. And, you know, some of them are small and, you know, tight-knit groups of friends, like, you know, 5-6 friends. Some of them are 500 people. Some of them are thousands. It's huge in Europe, apparently, because if you look these things up, they'll give you a list or give you a map layout. The ones in Europe are enormous. Thousands and thousands of people in each of them. And you know, when I started looking at this, like my heart sank, because I've wondered where did the leftist nutcases go when Twitter went down, when the fall of the leftist Twitter. Well, they slinked off to the Fediverse, as I said, and now like it is smart because it doesn't, you know, they're not owned by companies, they're open source. They're maintained by private citizens, like everything else that's open source. The only thing is, and you know, when I joined one of them, and of course, it's you know, off rip, it says, you know, it's got all the old content guardrails that Twitter used to have. You know, no racism, like no hate, like these were in the rules for all these. And I was thinking to myself, like, I thought we were past this shit. I thought we were past the censoring, you know, and no, we're not. They've just moved shop over to these slick underground resources, which like Mastodon is the one that everybody knows of. Now, I'd heard of that, but I didn't realize, well, you know, how big it had gotten or how popular they were. I just assumed that it kind of was like Blue Sky sort of and just was kind of fading off, but it's not, man. It's not. These things are getting bigger. They have one for YouTube now.
Channels,
this PeerTube
I've
one.
created a channel here, Consultatron Video, which I'm going to synchronize the YouTube channel to. Hit synchronizations, and then hit add synchronization.
See,
Now we need to
they're
get the
literally
URL of the
migrating
channel
all their
from
shit over
YouTube.
to
So
these
let's jump
as
over
we
to
speak, basically. This is a
Consultatron
month-old video.
YouTube channel.
Everything about this stuff has taken place in the last year.
So you can get to the channel by
so this
clicking
is
on the username here.
this is the real deal. You know what I mean? Like, I can't believe that
Right.
that no other
View the
conservatives are
channel.
speaking on
Go over
this.
here, hit copy.
Because
Open
if
up
there's
YouTube,
another space where
hit
speech is
paste,
happening, political
and
speech,
then in
we
the,
have to be
video
there.
channel section, we're
We
gonna
have
choose
to
our
be there because
channel
these
that we
motherfuckers, we
set
know,
up to put
you
this
know what
video
they will
in.
do.
And then we
You
can
know,
choose if we want
these
to
silos
get
that they
all the
create.
videos up
They
to this
cannot
date
be
and
allowed to
then
have
watch
these.
for future video changes,
Because they're
or just
psychos.
watch for future video changes from
Leaving Twitter for here's another one.
That's enough, Elon. You did it. You finally crossed the line. Okay, so you've decided to leave the dirty bird. This time, you're gonna do it. No,
This
really.
shit's sketch, my
so how do you
dudes.
do it? How do you ride the Mastodon? The first thing you're gonna need to do is find yourself an instance, the home of your Mastodon account. A lot of people find this confusing because we've spent so much of our lives with centralized social media where there's one company.
I mean, this stuff
with
is
one
the
domain,
future.
and this is where you go to get your Facebook or your Twitter or your YouTube.
And all these
But a
pods,
Mastodon
they use
account
the same
works
protocols
more
so
like
that
an
they can
email
talk
address.
to each other.
Lots of places can host your email address while still letting you communicate with people who have an email address somewhere else. Your Mastodon account could be this guy at mastodon.social or this gal at mast.to. Your account for this network can be registered on
get
one
all
of
my chats
thousands of
pulled up
different
real quick.
servers.
Hang on.
So the best place to start, if this is your first foray into this, is to sign up
Man,
for an
I'm-
account on the default server. If you
I-
download
I'm
the
kinda
default
sketched out by
Mastodon
all
app or
this,
go
if
to the
I'm being,
Mastodon website,
totally
they'll
honest.
point you to it. It's a large server run by the folks who make the Mastodon software. It's the Gmail of the Mastodon world. At this time, it's mastodon.social. But as that one fills up, they might start to recommend another. So just go with the
See?
recommendation. Now, you can create an instance yourself. It's kind of like getting yourself a professional email address and all that. But it's not a good idea to do right up front. If you find yourself really enjoying Mastodon, you'll be able to migrate your followers over to your new account when the day comes. So for now, don't worry about it. Just
Dude,
go with
they're
the
already
someone
planning
else's
for this.
problem server before paying and setting up your own. So you go through that, you log in, and crickets. This is the biggest challenge of Mastodon. Where are my people? Where's my algorithm? Engagement algorithms normally help people transition
doesn't
into a new
feed you
social
either.
media site.
It's only what
people
you
will
follow.
sign up for TikTok, and even though they don't know anyone, within minutes, the algorithm is shoveling content into their feed and building a new experience tailored to you. There's many people on Mastodon and Threads, which is on the same protocol, but when people are used to an algorithmic buffet of content, a low algorithm system like Mastodon appears empty. A lot of people just don't know what to do. The analogy that I like to use is the music enthusiast. Imagine you're someone who listens to music, which is almost anyone. So great. This is a relatable analogy. These days, most people I know head to Spotify for their music. Spotify helps you build a library. It will play a song from your favorite artist automatically, play another
Here it
song
is.
from the artist, other
Sketch.
songs from bands that the artist played in, other songs from bands in the scene that the artist was in. Over time, after you've liked a bunch of songs, it will play a whole range of things related to the songs that you told it to play. This is the recommendation algorithm. It is keeping you engaged, listening, and subscribed to Spotify. Now, there's another way to do music. There are people I know who dive through old boxes of records and read music blogs and forums to find side projects. They tune into radio streams from around the world. They ask for recommendations from people. They go along to shows and they see who's opening for a band that they like. Now, pretty much everyone likes music, but these people are the ones who, love music, like it's an identity. If you know one of these people, it's fascinating. The music they're listening to is still mostly on Spotify, but somehow they absolutely crush the algorithm. Mastodon is a social media network that requires this more
Look at this
intentional
fucking
approach.
douchebag's
It's a place where you
glasses.
actively
What
take
the
charge of
fuck are
finding
those?
people and curating what you
Good
want to
Lord,
consume.
man.
Contrary to popular belief,
Dude,
there is an algorithm.
get
It's just
some
a very light
fashion
touch of
sense.
an algorithm. It shows you what you have told
Or
Mastodon
at least
that
lose
you'd
that
like to
one.
see in chronological
Fuck.
order. And it's kind of funny that this confuses people so much, given that this is actually just how everything worked about 15 years ago. Social media didn't used to feed you irritating hyper-online weirdos who you argue with because you yourself are
True.
a hyper-online weirdo. This trade-off is, for many, the whole point. Traditional social media sites have normalized addictive, unhealthy levels of engagement. We spend too much time on them. They make us unhappy and annoyed. Mastodon is, to some degree, for people that would rather spend less time on social media. And when they're there, spend it in a more intentional way. If it was like Twitter, it'd be better at feeding you engaging content. But given what we now know makes engaging content,
I kind of like that aspect of Twitter. Not gonna lie.
Mastodon is being very cautious in adding recommendations and engagement algorithms. It wants to be better for its users than Twitter. So, how do you find people?
I would imagine
the first stop
this stuff
are the
will
places
catch up
where Mastodon
soon.
has done some work on recommendations. First thing is the Explore tab. Obviously, that will possibly pique your interest with certain things. This is fed by people on your home server, so if you're on a big server like the default one, there will be a decent stream of stuff. But it's not tuned to your interests. You might be a cat person, but all you're seeing is these dogs. The general approach is to follow lots of stuff and then trim it down. When you see anything that you remotely like, follow it. Then if it's annoying you in your timeline, you can unfollow it later. In the music analogy,
there is
you're in the
something going
situation
on
where
with
you're trying to
this.
get as
I
many
just-
boxes of records as
Like
possible
when I
around
joined
you
it,
to
I
start
thought to
sifting
myself,
through.
like
Want a bit
I just
more
went through the
algorithmic
feed
help?
for a
What if you want
second.
your phone to find a friend?
And,
Well, new features are here.
Oh wow.
One
Oh shit. Check this out. Fucking Gavin
Hello, Nick.
McGinnis
How are
and
you?
Nick Fuentes.
Good,
Oh
good.
wow. I'm digging the entrance there, guys. That was a killer entrance.
So, I have so much to talk to
Dude.
you about. We have limited time.
Fuck my life, man.
I
That
guess
went
we should
hard as
get the
shit,
Jews
dude.
out of the way, because I agree with you on pretty much
Ooh,
everything.
I'm digging
But
this.
I'm a Jewophile,
Yeah.
Zionist. Love them.
You love them, eh?
Is that like churn
You love
in
them,
your
do
gut
you?
when I say that?
No,
I
not really.
love.
Okay, that's
That was creepy.
Who was that guy? Cody Derbyshire? I haven't checked in on Chestnut Couch Face. What the fuck's his name?
I don't know.
He's a groiper. He tried to get on this
man,
network.
This shit is fucking funny. I
Cody
like Gavin
Chestnut?
McGinnis. He's a good dude.
Chestnut?
At least in my opinion, anyhow. My
What's his-
estimation.
Oh, Pine Sap. Is that who you're
No,
talking
not
about?
that. No, no.
Mindset.
This is
That's a cool
long,
name.
long ago.
Okay.
He had his own show, and I think it was with you. I think you guys had a falling out. Oh, fuck, what's that? I'm starting out a show with a guy.
James Alsop?
No, it's a really weird name,
Oh.
like Crispy Chester.
They like
Buttons.
totally rehearsed
I
that,
don't know
that
any-
entrance. Like that's a fact that they rehearsed
Look that up, Sean. I don't know what to look up, but anyway, I would say like I'm a Zionist and stuff, and I could see him go because I was on his show a couple of times. I guess just to sort of start at the end, and then we'll go do all the fun stuff later. Let's get some thumbnails.
Gavin and Nick Fuentes.
The biggest thing I want you guys to know is that the Jews are not a monolith. And we've had this argument before.
Yeah.
And you go, yeah, well, I feel like there's a kinship
They're
there.
not.
And there
There's
absolutely
something
is not.
there, but they're
Like, my family is kind of Catholic, Irish, Scottish, and they fucking hate the English. And the fact that I was born in England was just like, it was like I was gay
wow.
or retarded. Like, they still love me, but there's this horrible thing that happened.
Oh, McInnes. I didn't know his name was
And
McInnes.
there's no reverence. There's no like. Well, if it came down to it, like for example, when the Scots, when the English were playing soccer against Spain, if you're in Wales, all the Scots are cheering every time Spain gets a goal. The Welsh are kind of freaked out by that.
Of course.
Sort of split on the English thing, but like they want England to
That's
suffer.
how.
And that's how Orthodox and Hasidic and even secular Jewish conservatives feel about these ADL, SPLC Jews.
Right. Well, yeah, I talked about that on my show the other night. ADL just got kicked out of the FBI, and who was celebrating it was the ZOA. It was Mort Klein, it was Ben Shapiro, it was Joel Pollack at Breitbart, and you're right, they've all been anti-ADL ever since 2015, because that's when Jonathan Greenblatt took over, and he's a Democrat partisan. But I would say that what is the cause of the conflict? It is an internal battle. It's an intra-Jewish conflict. And what I mean by that is
That most
They're debating
certainly.
about
I
ultimately
dated
what
a
is best for
Jewish
the
chick when I
Jews.
was
The left-wing
19
Jews believe in liberal
and learned a hell of a
universalism.
lot
That's the best
from
for the
that
Jews.
from that
And these more the Israeli
from that
right,
experience.
the
Not
American
gonna lie,
right,
I
and
learned a
Jewry,
lot.
They think that Israel needs to be as strong as possible and as identitarian as possible. That's a last refuge.
Hi, this is Anthony Cumia.
Hello, I'm Gavin McInnes.
Oh, come on, guys. Come on now. I fucking pay for this shit. Are you really
They hate the concept
doing me
of
like
Israel,
that?
even the ones that are there. Separately, Israelis are not a fan of Netanyahu at all.
Well, why do they keep electing him? He's the longest
It's like Justin Trudeau. It's a parliamentary system, and once you get your foot in the door, you can sort of expand forever. Like Justin Trudeau did 3,000 terms.
But maybe they don't like him, and he's certainly less popular now, but they support everything he's doing. It's like 80% approval for the war in Iran.
I didn't know this was going to get so heated so fast. I disagree again.
That's just the facts.
No, you say they support what he's doing.
Oh, yeah.
These Israelis that I know are furious about October 7th. They agree with you, I assume.
Yeah.
I assume that you believe, and as I do, that they let it go on too long.
Well, I think they just let it happen, period.
Right. I don't know the percentage. Probably almost half of Israelis agree with that, and they're fucking mad because they were killed.
Right, yeah.
They had to fight their own, with their own guns, protecting their own homes.
Right.
Which they did a great job at, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah, they're good at that. Well, they all have military service, but there was the leader of the opposition did an op-ed in the New York Times, Benny Gantz, in the Israeli government. And, France and the UK, they're all recognizing Palestine. And the leader of the opposition in the Knesset came out and said, if you think you're against Netanyahu by being against these policies, he said, you're wrong. He said, you're against all of us. He said, because everyone in the government and most of the people, we support what Netanyahu's doing. So in other words, he said, don't get it twisted. Don't think that you're just opposing him. He said, this is the bipartisan security consensus of Israel after October 7th. And that consensus is that it's unacceptable to have Hamas and Gaza in close proximity to Israel because of what is possible, what they demonstrated.
Okay, so when I think of Netanyahu, I think of a warmonger who wants to pick a fight with Egypt, who wants to pick a fight with Lebanon, who would love to provoke Iran to the point where China and Russia get involved, and we have a global World War III. Jews don't want that.
I don't think they want World War III, but I do think they want to destroy Iran.
They want power.
They want regime change in Iran.
I want regime change in Iran.
I don't.
You like these Muslims taking over ruining that country?
It's not that I like them, it's that they are necessary to check Israel.
I gotta turn off this AC because it picks up.
I hear that, but why do they have to be our enemy too to check Israel? Why can't we be friends with Israel and their nemesis?
I don't think you hate Muslims
would be
enough.
the
That's
happy
my problem
medium.
with you. I hate Muslims. Hey.
No, not really. We love everybody, but no, they're really pissing me off though lately.
Who are them?
Yeah, like
Manchester.
The stabbing. Not more like Hassan Piker and like Zohran Mamdani.
These are your bedfellows. That's also on my notes.
I know it's a third world.
These are your
These fucking
bedfellows.
communists and Muslims. They're all anti-Israel.
And the Columbia students encampment.
Yeah, UCLA, yeah.
Those are your brothers.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. it's unfortunate.
I mean, I have strange bedfellows too, I guess. But okay, we're all over the map here because we're biting off more than we can chew. But I don't think. I just want you to be aware of how many Jews do not support Netanyahu's policies, and that includes Israel. That includes American Jews.
Yeah, there's a lot.
My
It's the
family's
same
been
thing with
terrorized by my
with
neighbors who are
Trump.
disproportionately Jewish, but they're secular Jews.
There's a lot of
they're atheist Jews.
there's a lot
They
of
are
juice in the
Marxists. They're
country that
Bolsheviks.
don't.
I think one big
they're
difference
not
between you and
with
I is
the
when you
Trump
think of
agenda.
Holodomor, you think of Jews. When I think of Holodomor, I think of atheists. And once you're an atheist and a communist,
Holodomor.
you're not part of a religion.
Right.
You're everything wrong with humanity. And that's who I want to focus the beef on. Because all these great Jews get caught up in the anti-Semitism.
Like who?
Ezra Levant, Ron Coleman, John Gross, Stephen Miller. Wait, why'd you go like that for Ezra?
Well, he has been blocked on Twitter. That's first. So I don't like
The
that.
dude's a scumbag.
And,
The dude's a
well, here's
fucking
the thing.
scumbag.
To me, I just feel
Ezra
like
Klein.
the people
Fuck
you're
that
talking
guy.
about, fundamentally, they care more about Jews than they care about America.
I passionately disagree.
Yeah.
I think that they're like nut jobs about anti.
I'm kind of with, it's a very nuanced view, or it's a very nuanced situation, but I have to lean with Nick on this one, to be honest. Like I said, I dated a Jewish girl. It was my first girlfriend. And that experience, that it certainly, I mean, I didn't think much of it at the time, but looking back, it is, like, I'm glad that I experienced it, because it kind of, I got to see it from the inside out. And there is an in-group, out-group thing with Jews. And they do this, it makes them feel special that they're persecuted. It makes them, like, they complain about the persecution. And the ones that aren't even religious, they will claim a Jew till they're to the death, and they don't even believe in God. And I'll tell you what that is. That's because it's a club. It's a special little club that they all belong to, and they think they're better than us. I remember her throwing around words like goyim and shit, calling me and it didn't occur to me what was going on. But Nick is kind of right on this stuff, man. They do not consider themselves really Americans, so to speak. They go to separate schools, separate everything, man. They may as well be segregated.
No, they
and they have the money to back it up.
Has done for Christians in Iraq, way more than you and I.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but
he was there in northern Iraq.
I don't get why we should be so concerned
get refuge.
I just question
about
what's really the end game there.
Christians in Iraq.
Look at someone like Ezra Levant. He doesn't strike me as like a Canadian patriot.
Like, they're not taking over those countries anytime soon. They're not changing anytime
You need to hang out with more Jays, dude. He's obsessed with the attack on these Christian churches all over Canada.
Yeah,
look what he did for Tommy Robinson.
I doubt it.
Well, and Tommy Robinson
sounds like
is the
some
closest ally. He's a eternal defender of Israel, waving Israel.
Yeah, but that's not his priority. That's just
if they're on your team, it's because they are getting something out of it, not because they want to see you prosper.
And it was just this. What about ism?
You're a means to an end. I realized that real quick.
Like, you have to know the thing they're saying to be able to refute it. And I'm not an expert on the history of Jews in Israel, but I just see what happens to my friends on the right, and they get caught in this. It's like a black thing where, I can't be a lawyer because the whites have systemic racism.
Right.
It becomes a crutch. And even even the synagogue attack, they're blaming on the Jews. Even Charlie Kirk, that was a lavalier that blew up. Where do you stand?
That shit is ridiculous.
I thought that was ridiculous. I think it was a left-wing nut
A
job.
lot of that shit is ridiculous.
I mean, it's Occam's razor with that until I get more information.
Exactly.
No doubt.
Where do you? I feel like
no,
you
he's
sort
right.
of
The
switched
Occam's
recently
razor
to
thing is the way to go.
Yeah, people have been saying that, but that's only because I said that Israel didn't kill Charlie Kirk. But I only believe that because I think that Charlie Kirk was pro.
Well, and that gives Nick a little bit of credibility too. He calls him as he sees him, and even when everybody else is dogpiling one group, he's calling him like he sees him. Like, whoa, wait a second, guys. If there was any evidence for this, even the slightest amount, I mean, even if it was a slight amount of legit evidence, he'd be all over it. But this lends credibility to the kid. He's not knee-jerking his way through life.
So that's you loving Jews in this day and age.
Yeah, literally, yeah. That's
really?
The switch up.
That's all it's based on?
Yes.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, isn't that crazy?
That's crazy because just sort of feeling like we all have our own personal AIs.
Well, the thing is, he's attracted to
Nick's coming
people
around, he's kind of supporting
to his
No, I just said that they didn't
movement that
is insane.
only. I mean,
that
they just hate Jews.
About how if Israel had its
They're
way,
not
it would
concerned
just
with
take
balls
over
and strikes.
Lebanon and Egypt and Jordan, and I'm like, good.
Why is that good?
I see Israel as Doge, and I see Islam as corruption and wasting money, and I want to get in there and clean it up.
I don't know if I want the Jews to be the tool that we would use to do that, though. That's kind of a little bit sketch, you know what I mean?
They want to have hegemony over that entire region, and that's a very critical region because as India and China rise, they're going to be doing all this trade with Europe, and all that trade is going to go right through the Middle East, the naval land routes. And if Israel's collecting a toll on all that, like with IMEC, which is the India-Middle East corridor, Belt and Road, they're going to become very rich.
He's absolutely
and
right.
I think that Israel, we have to consider, is sort of like a rival great power because they do whatever they want. They don't answer to us. They infiltrate our system, like our American billionaires, our American congressmen seem to answer to Israel, and it terrifies me.
I was watching a Bill Buckley interview earlier, and he was discussing this, where what a president of the United States, the character or the attributes that man should carry, and one was that person should not give if they think they need to do something to protect Americans, that they shouldn't give a shit whether or not the UN says, "Ooh, that's bad," or "Ooh," or this is great. you know, regardless of what the international community says, do what's best for us. That's exactly how Israel is. And including us, they don't give a shit what we have to say. And we're footing the bill. That's the problem.
They'll
there.
have so much power by themselves and then have so much power over us. Right now, they're pretty weak.
Exactly.
They have to deal with Iran. They have to deal with Turkey. They have to deal with
they have to deal with us.
teaming up against them. But if Iran's out of the picture, then they dominate the whole region there.
And then what do they do with this power? They attack America and take over America?
Not that they attack us or take over,
but they can
I think
undermine
that we're
us.
in the competition with them, and then
dude, they could undermine the hell out of
us. I think we're in a
us.
position now where we could still, for example, kick all the dual citizens out, register the Israel lobby, you know, this sort of
Absolutely.
thing. I think that once Israel has all this power, is there going to be a pager attack in America? You know, is there going to be an intel operation?
Man.
There's Muslim attacks in America. There's the West
I
Side
hear
Highway.
that.
There's 9/11. There's
hey, get them all out as far as I'm concerned.
I mean, you look
Get
at
them
all
all
the top
out.
mass killings in America, and it's black, it's mentally ill at the top, but third is Islam. So we're already being not decimated. We're already being systematically attacked by Muslims.
But we have freedom to act against Muslims. When Muslims bomb us, we bomb them right back. We bombed Somalia 80 times this year.
Exactly.
We bombed Yemen more times in a month than Biden did in a year. We bombed Pakistan.
They have no
Iraq,
power.
we bombed Syria. But Israel, they blow up our ship, and we don't do anything.
The USS Liberty?
That's just one example.
I think that was a friendly fire.
Oh, come on, dude. Yeah, I was just going to say, bro, are we really believing
what makes you think it wasn't?
coincidences now?
Because they were flying a giant American flag. They radioed
It's not
in.
giant when you're in a fighter jet.
All the people on the boat said it was unmistakable. They knew what they were doing. They came in and shot the light.
The people on the boat are mad because all their friends
And
died.
they got shot.
We're not allowed to use the people on the boat.
Yeah.
That's like when people go, "What if your daughter was raped?" And you're like, "Well, I wouldn't be rational at that point." But it looked like an Egyptian boat. I don't understand why you'd want to provoke an attack when you're in a 6-day war with all these other countries. Why you'd want to get America?
Well, see, that's the
against
thing.
you too.
That's the
they
thing.
approached the
It's
USS
like,
Liberty.
why did this happen? You know, I mean, he's onto something with that thread. Why did this happen? You know, we're supposed to be allies and stuff, and it doesn't make sense. So and I know the Occam's razor thing, but to think that a highly trained jet pilot with millions of dollars in training is just, it's just shooting the wrong ships. Are you joking me? He's flying like a $20 million jet, and they're gonna put somebody in the cockpit that can't fucking tell friend from foe? Come on now, come on. Like, really, dude?
And got shot at, so they couldn't verify. So the only really proof we have is the little flag, which from a fighter jet is not easily identified.
We also have the eyewitness testimony.
Well, why would
I
they
agree,
shoot
maybe
first
it's
and
biased,
ask
but they do all
questions
claim
after?
To this day, that it was a deliberate attack. They said that they radioed in, they waved the flag, and the purpose, why would they do it? It was to conceal their troop movements, because when they were doing the 6-day war, they didn't want their operations to be foiled.
What was America even doing there? They said they weren't going to be there. They denied their existence there.
We were spying on them.
Okay, so we have no evidence. I'm saying we. They have no evidence that the.
Careful. Yeah.
We have no evidence that the boat was even going to be there. What are you doing? So that we're not going to be there. A boat approaches. They get attacked. They fly over. It looks exactly like an Egyptian boat. And yeah, friendly fire kills 30 people. They killed 12 Israeli soldiers in that war by accident. They're regularly killing their own hostages.
Well, that's
by
the
accident.
doctrine. That's what military doctrine is, to kill their own hostages.
Right, but killing their own people, killing people that they weren't meant, killing the hostages when they weren't prepared to kill the hostages. Too early, I guess, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But friendly fire is part of war. Vietnam, we lost tens of thousands of troops, and it was very unfortunate. I don't think it's a good example of Israel attacking us. I think there's more evidence that it was friendly fire.
Well, and we could say, for the sake of this argument, you say it's friendly fire, I say it's not. The brother. Well, but here's the point: is it's about what they're capable of. It's this idea that if they carried out, like they did in Hezbollah in Lebanon, a decapitation strike on Hezbollah, if they did something like that in America, if they have regional hegemony in the Middle East, if they have all this influence in America, could they get away with something like that? That's what I'm worried about, because they do have an interest in our defense technology and our supply chains. And you got to wonder, how did the bombs end up in the pagers? It's shell corporations, it's supply chains, that's the sort of thing. And you look at these tech companies like Palantir. Palantir's run by Alex Karp. He's the CEO, and this is the company that's getting all the data, putting it together. You don't think they're putting a back door in there for Israel? And that's just like one example, but they got a lot of companies where, 15 years ago, Netanyahu sent
That's kind of the
8200, which is their
issue,
intelligence
man.
guys, to
These
Silicon
sons
Valley.
of bitches, they have their fucking fingers in everybody's pie, man. That's the thing, is they have their fingers in everybody's pie. They've got money, and these people aren't stupid. They're clever. They know how to administer huge organizations. They know how to infiltrate huge organizations. You know what I mean? Like, these people have the know-how, and what they don't have is the human capital. There's only a couple million of them, you know, and allowing them to get behind all of these huge entities that make one person's reach and ability to influence that of, you know, it basically allows them to commandeer, you know, other people, you know, or other companies around the world, like this guy that's taking control of TikTok. You know, however that guy thinks, he now has the ability to influence. I mean, and I don't necessarily say, I don't think it's such a bad, I'd rather them have it than the Chinese, but, you know, what they lack is a population, a huge population in the world. They're making up for that by putting their people in the high places, and they're working from the top down. I mean, we have them beat in numbers,
Get involved in these businesses for that purpose. And so that in this world of spying, espionage, intelligence, and especially autonomous systems and drones, you wonder, do we get to a point where Israel flips a switch and the iPhones explode, or, you know, and that's like a cartoon.
Can't we focus on what if Saudi Arabia gets money? What if Iran gets power? Like, we're already there with Muslims. And look at what these fucking sheiks do when they get their billions. They drive cars on two wheels. They face fuck our women. They're barber pirates all over again. They just bring them over with money. And, you know, they steal our comedians.
yeah, you see that?
They steal our,
like
that is weird.
This fear of what if Israel gets so much power. Islam's got it. Islam's in our government right now. Ilhan Omar.
But she's a congresswoman. I mean, that's not the same thing. Mike Waltz was a national security advisor. He's working for Netanyahu. That's way worse, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Rubio getting money from Larry Ellison, Secretary of State.
I'd like to see a study on who has
no
more
matter
power
what,
in
it's
America, the
sketch,
Muslim
my
Brotherhood
dudes.
or
It's
Israel.
you know, it's
That's
sketch.
Jewish propaganda. The Muslim Brotherhood. He
That's
sounds
why
like Laura Loomer.
Charlie
The
Kirk
Muslim
getting
Brotherhood
killed
running
really
everything?
fucking bothers
No,
me.
not running everything, but a major threat.
Not more than the Jews run Hollywood, finance, media, government. But what do Muslims run?
Ops against us.
Yeah, I mean, they
propaganda.
I
Look at what has happened. Like, anti-Semitism in the past year, 6 months, doesn't feel organic to me. It feels funded by Muslim Brotherhood. It's like, you've always been pretty consistent.
I don't think
Jake
so.
Shields, whom I adore.
I don't know
It
about
doesn't
all
feel
that.
organic with him. He recites all these details like someone is getting in there, and I can name other people where they're getting funding to go against Israel, to go against the Jews, and I would say it's pretty mainstream right now to be anti-Semitic. It's like Free
It is,
Palestine.
and I don't
You can
like
wave
that.
flag.
I
Like, in
really,
Britain,
I don't
Britain's
like
a weird
this,
example
the
because they've
whole
already taken
anti-Semitic
over that
people.
country.
Everybody is kind of jumping on that same bandwagon, like where even Nick is like, "What in the hell?" You know, like there's no evidence for that, and you know, it almost seems to me like, you know, people are have been kind of trained to jump to that conclusion because of guys like Nick. You know, that were banging this drum, thinking they were just out in the wilderness, nobody's listening to them. And the next thing you know, they have a huge following, and then it starts catching on. And people are can't see the forest because of the trees being in the way. You know, all they can see is, conspiracies and shit. And, that sucks. That's, to me, that's not that's a stupid population. If they're knee jerking their way through things.
But there's a Muslim demonstration. You walk by with a yarmulke or a dog, and you're told you're disrupting it, you're disturbing the peace, even though you're on your way home.
But what did they do in response here? In America, you have Trump seizing the endowments or the loans and grants for Harvard, Brown, UPenn. They're forcing it to dozen schools in Northwestern, in Illinois, in Evanston. You have to take like a re-education course on Israel just to get into school.
Great point. But I was talking to Toby Young, Lord Young in Britain there. He wrote How to Lose Friends and Alienate People. Great guy. He runs this thing called the Free Speech Union.
Nick doesn't even realize what Trump is doing. I mean, when he's attacking the schools are the nest. It's their nesting ground. It's the indoctrination ground. They've got all of their moles in all these positions of power. What that Claudine Gay was just the rarity. That she wasn't. They're all, all the people that run these schools are total leftists, psychopath leftists. They won't enforce laws. They won't, they won't enforce societal norms, and they're creating generations that want to destroy America. And what Trump's doing when he goes after these endowments is he's saying, look, get these people the fuck out of your organization, or I'm gonna bring it crashing down on your fucking heads. You know, I mean, when Trump was out of office, he realized where all this shit was coming from. It's coming from the academia. They are the ones that are propagating this evil ideology, that are propagating this America hatred.
You show up in Britain and you get stopped at the border for a tweet, whatever. And he was, oh, my mind just blanked. What were we talking about?
The Israel to get into Colombia.
Oh, yeah.
All that.
And he was like, sometimes institutions get to this point where you have to go against your libertarian values and go, I can't believe I'm doing this, but the government has to fix this problem because there's no way these institutions will fix themselves. And I feel that way about Harvard and Columbia. I never want the government involved in schools, but these fucking schools, like, it wasn't, people were not in trouble for saying from the river to the sea. They were fucking terrorizing Jewish students. They had to lock themselves in rooms. They were banging on doors. So I think the government has gone into these Ivy League schools and said, this looks real bad on paper, but you guys are so far fucking gone. There's a new professor at Harvard called, like, you could look this up, Sean, called like Vagina de Penis.
Oh, I saw that, the drag queen.
Yeah. So that's how far gone they are. I mean, this is almost like calling in the National Guard.
But look at what they did at Harvard. They kicked out Claudine Gay, and that was after Bill Ackman intervened, because Bill Ackman's an alumnus of Harvard, and he leveraged the alumni network to withhold donations until it strangled the board. They kicked this broad out. Then they brought in a Jewish doctor to be the new president of Harvard. And what the Trump administration is imposing on Harvard, it's not just anti-protest, anti-Palestinian. What they're also doing is changing the Middle East studies curriculum. So it's pro-Israel in their school of foreign policy or political science. So it's like, and by the way, that's 5 out of 8 Ivy League schools now have Jewish presidents.
Yes, but they're correcting this crazy current that's been going on for decades.
But 5 out of 8? Jews are 2% of the population. What is that?
Yeah, but these schools are anti-Jewish schools. And that's where...
Dude, 25% of Columbia is Jewish. Like, the student body
these Jews, like, I can tell you, I got friends going to St. Andrews in Scotland, which is basically Harvard. It's Ivy League Europe. And he goes in there as a Jew. He comes out there as a pro-Palestine, river to the sea guy. Like, the Jew, there was tons of Jews in those encampments in Columbia. They go to school to learn to hate. And this is what I wanted to get you to. Jews are
There we go.
exceptional.
I didn't
ones.
realize
When they do
that
bad, they
there
do
was that
exceptional
hum
bad.
in
When
my
they do exceptional
microphone
good. When
till
they do
just
good, my
now.
daughter was born at Beth Israel. You know, Israel invents a pill that you swallow, and it gives you like a reverse colonoscopy.
Sorry about that.
And you film everything going down. They're overrepresented in the Fields medals. They're overrepresented in Nobel Peace Prizes. Yes, they're overrepresented in media and banking. As are the Irish, by the way. You've seen those memes
Yeah,
of the Irish
the
guy?
Hibernian.
yeah. So when I see these, I think Jews are really just whites who don't drink. If I didn't drink, I'd be president of the United States right now.
I agree, yeah.
They're like-
Well, you're Canadian. So.
I would change that law.
They're
I'd be that
Canadian.
powerful, like Bloomberg giving himself an extra term.
He's
They're
born
like the
in
Amish.
England?
Like they're just
That's
us
weird.
at our purest in many ways.
I don't disagree. They are gifted. And I agree with you that a lot of anti-Semites are reluctant to even give them their due, because they are brilliant. And that's how, that
They
is
are
part of why
brilliant.
they're so powerful. Because when
Fucking
you look
Einstein.
at, for example, the quotas against Jews in the universities in the first
Almost
half of the 20th
all the
century,
philosophers
they were breaking
of the
through that
modern
stuff just
era
because
were
they were
Jewish.
remarkable.
The Germans.
But here's my issue with them, because, Bishop Williamson said the same thing. He's that
I actually stole that from him.
Yeah, I recognize it. I knew you did. I'm calling you out.
But he was quoting a video of me.
Yeah, there you go.
So I didn't really steal it.
Yeah. But he said that, and I agree with that. But my problem is not that you got bad apples, because every group has bad apples. My problem is that systematically their identity, which is racial and ethnic, is based on this fear of persecution.
It is.
They're 2,000 years in the
Absolutely, it's
diaspora,
racial and
no
ethnic.
home to call their own. They're segregated, they're persecuted.
Oh,
We can
good
debate about
evening
why
there,
that is,
Mr.
whether it's
Crane.
justified or
Sorry
not.
about that.
Some
I
people
had
say,
my
well,
Chat's pulled
they're
up.
foreign, they're alien, they have whatever.
Yet.
But that is their experience, and I think they have this reflexive paranoia. They're afraid of outsiders, they're distrusting of outsiders, they're insular, they're tribalistic.
And I meant to get on a little
And I think they
sooner
justify that
than
on the basis
usual,
that if we
but,
don't act this way, everyone's going to rise up and kill us.
I
Another
ran
Hitler will
across
rise
that-
up,
this
another Philip
Federer
II,
shit.
another Nicholas II. Someone's going to rise up and
I'll
take
get
us
to
out.
that as soon
So
as the
that's why they have
interview's
this
over, of
group
course.
mentality. It's like a fortress. It's like a siege mentality. And I think that that's not a bad instinct, but it's bad when they have power over America.
Well, I would argue that I can't
Hell
deny
yeah.
that. And when I went on my, as you called it, my all expenses paid trip
Of course
to
you
Israel,
can't deny
I
that.
kept screaming that even that, like part of why they hate Trump is his blonde hair.
Yeah.
They have this trouble with the Aryan, and I think it's PTSD.
I'm pretty
from
sure
their
that has
grandparents
something
talking
to do
about
with
the
it
Holocaust.
too.
So like anytime
They really
a white,
don't
whether it's
like
you or me, and
that
they
a
don't care
blonde
I'm on
man
their
is
side, by the way.
representing them
Anytime there's a white who
on
is
the world
charming
stage.
and has everyone's ear, we have to denigrate him because he's going to get us.
Right.
Yes.
And that is something
Yes.
that both sides, both Orthodox, Republican Jews,
disgusting.
and secular, even atheist Jews, you're right. They all have that characteristic. But that doesn't negate the civil war.
Right.
Because the Orthodox Jews are saying to the secular Jews, what the fuck are you doing? Like, you're ruining everything and you're going to get us killed. And they are getting them killed.
Yep.
As I keep saying, wear a yarmulke in northern Paris right now. Like, all the Jews that live in Northern Europe are getting terrorized on a daily basis. That's the first people. Manchester,
Which
they're
kinda
attacking.
sucks.
So
I'd rather
I
the-
think
the
that Orthodox
Muslims
Jews are
be
saying to
getting
secular Jews,
terrorized
you're
over
my worst enemy. Like, with
them.
friends like you, who needs enemies? They could have the same motives, but the secular atheist Jews are retarded. And more proof that they're white, they self-sabotage. I think they're aware they're ruining everything. And they're ethno-masochists. Like, all this porn shit and you don't need to get married and the world's overpopulated. The secular Jews are suffering from that. They're not having kids. Orthodox Jews' birth rate is great.
Bullshit.
So my
Yeah,
sort of
they're
thing
doing
with
fine.
race, my goal with my job and everything is, first of all, to make more American families of any race, but and fathers to stay there, more Westerners, but also to kill this ethno-masochism. And I think one of the reasons that secular Jews
This
I don't know, are so
self-hatred.
wanton with their
It's
destruction
awful.
is they have that white thing, which is self-destruction. And I think it's also a real reason for this anti-Semitism because it's a fun target. Like, if my kids fart on my wife, they're in big trouble. If they fart on me, it's funny. I'll be like, oh shit, that reeked, because I'm the top, you know? And it seems that way with criticizing whites, like you can fart on them. And that is why these college students, they don't give a fuck about the Christians in the Congo. They don't give a fuck about brown on brown violence, but they see a white person, an Israeli, and a brown person, a Palestinian, even though these Palestinians would happily kill them.
Right.
And have done,
Which
like
is
that,
which is
Italian
insane.
guy who went there with the
That's
fucking
truly racist.
Arabic writing on his bicep, and they couldn't wait to kill him. Queers for Palestine. They just choose
disgusting.
the brown side because of ethnomasochism. And I've heard people blame the Jews on that. But it goes way before World War II, this I fucked up, I'm sorry shit. It's genetic.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of truth to that because, these Jews, what they've effectively embraced is liberal universalism, which is this colorblind, we're all going to be communists, we're
Awful.
all individuals, whatever. And I think you're right that I'm right wing. And the right wing Jews believe that the solution to the Jewish problem, because the Jewish problem is these people are persecuted, they're unassimilable, they won't integrate. The right wing Jews, the Zionists,
won't.
believe the solution
It's not
is we
that
need
they
our own
can't,
country.
they
We need our own
won't.
territory with the military. It's got to have a Jewish identity because as long as we don't have
really,
a home,
nobody
we'll be at the mercy
cares
of everyone else.
that
The left-wing Jews say
nobody
that's why we need to
cares.
make the world
Jewish
universalist,
people
because
look
if the
like
world is
all of us.
tolerant
We
and
don't. Nobody really
multicultural,
cares.
Then we'll be tolerated.
If whether or not somebody's Jewish, it's the fact that they self-separate. They think they're better than everybody else. That's the issue. I mean, and I saw it so clearly. Normally I wouldn't speak on it like this, but because I dated that chick, and that's exactly how I was treated by her family, by her. Like I said this the other day in a stream. She was a half Jewish, and I brought up having kids and whether or not they would be raised, as Jewish. And she's like, yeah, absolutely. And I know that, it goes down through the maternal line, but I thought to myself, like, how can that be? They would be a quarter Jewish, and you're telling me that you would raise them as Jewish. Like, what the fuck? That doesn't make any sense to me. Like, they're a quarter, yet you're going to hold, or you're going to force that? Like, and women in America, she could have done that. She could have just taken my kid and done that. Of course, after I found this stuff out, I, beat it.
Everywhere.
But
Well, you're describing the liberal globalist ethos.
and her parents,
of which
her mom,
billions of whites
like
have
was
signed up
betting.
for it.
It was-
And
ugh.
pre-Jew signed up for it.
Yeah.
Like, I always bring
It
up
was
slavery.
gross.
We were, way before the Jews took over the media, we were going to northern Africa and saying to the Berber pirates, stop doing this. We were going to Africa.
Yeah.
We abolished slavery.
That's what the
We went to
shores of
Africa.
Tripoli and
we
the-
said,
and
stop
the
doing
Marine
this.
Corps
We said to
him is.
Dahomies, literally Dahomies.
They went
stop
over there
doing
and
this.
fucked
I think
Libya
Britain
up.
paid off its debt, ending slavery, like 7 years ago. That wasn't the Jews. That was this, like, oh, woe is me. I have to, this altruism. That is a good thing in a Siberian winter in Norway in like 2000 BC. But now it's used against us, and it becomes lemmings going over the cliff. And that's what I want to prevent. And I think the anti-Semitism Israeli thing, it becomes a
point.
scapegoat, it becomes a crutch, and we don't identify our problem, which is we are okay with our own destruction.
Well, here's my point: is I'm saying
True.
that debate runs through the Jewish community too. Is what I'm saying.
That's what I'm screaming.
Yeah, and I
Don't
agree
steal
with
my
you.
shit.
But here's the thing: I'm not stealing it totally. The right wing Jews, it's particularism. The right wing Jews, they're not in favor of nationalism for all nations. You do your thing, we'll do our thing. By its very nature, if you're a nationalist, it's exclusionary. We want our nation to be strong. We want our people to be strong. So you sort of have this idea that like, well, we're all for the West. We're all for nationalism. We're all for these things, but they want these things for themselves.
Who's they? This is every Jew I talk to, because I talk to a lot of Jews about this debate, and they're like, ask him what a Jew is.
To a degree.
Who's they?
When it comes down to the
Matrilineal
showdown,
by Jewish descent.
my dudes, they are not going to be. They're not going to be on our side. They're going to be on their side.
The seculars.
Their
seculars. They see the Orthodox and the Hasids as a cult. Like, and they go, "You're bad for our name. You're fucking weird with your payas and your stupid hat."
And that's terrible.
And they married a black chick.
Yeah. Well, they hate the left-wing Jews because they think the left-wing Jews are undermining Israel. When they say they hate the ADL, they don't say Jews shouldn't control speech in America. They say it's backfiring. What you're doing is causing more anti-Semitism. You're allying with people like Ilhan Omar who are progressive and hate Israel. So it comes from a place of Jewish self-interest.
That's a weird
people
thing
that are psychopaths.
Like in journalism, we were taught to never say Nick Fuentes thinks he's getting it up on someone. You have to say it appears as though Nick Fuentes thinks that he's getting it up. Like you're imbuing this motive on people.
That's what they say. Ben Shapiro, Joel Pollack, the Mort Klein. That's what they all say about these left-wing Jewish groups.
So Ben Shapiro says, my only problem with the ADL is they're making Jews look bad.
Basically, yes. Yeah, trust me, that is what they say. Joel Pollack, who's the editor at Breitbart, this is the quote I know off the top of my head. He said that the problem with the ADL is they're not doing a good enough job of isolating the real anti-Semites. And they're painting everybody as anti-Semitic, and so they're watering down anti-Semitism. So it's a Jewish interest that's served there.
Well, the ADL's job is to find hate.
To smear anybody that disagrees with them.
Now, you're making that
That's
into
what that is.
Your only problem with them is that they don't do enough for Jews.
They think anti-Semitism should be censored. They just think the ADL is doing a bad job of it.
Yeah, you think Joel Pollack thinks that I shouldn't be able to say from the river to the sea?
He thinks that, maybe not you because you're pro-Israel, but he thinks people like me, he loves you. He thinks people like me should be isolated, ostracized, kicked out.
So for you to say from the river to the sea on Twitter, Joel Pollack would want to be banned.
Not specifically that, but me being someone that says Jews shouldn't have power in America. He would say, you got to go. You got to be censored, isolated. You got to go. And by the way, Elon did ban that from the river to the sea. And I didn't see any right-wing Jews stand up and say, don't ban that. We need free speech.
Oh, I bet Ron Coleman would be totally against that.
Ron Coleman, he don't like me.
Yeah, well, they're once burnt, twice shy when it comes to the far right. And they don't want to debate you. Mm-hmm. They see you as a lost cause.
Oh, well.
And I totally disagree. I think because I've been on both sides.
That's ridiculous.
My political
we're supposed
awakening is very recent.
to have an affinity with these people.
I was kind of free Palestine for a while.
They see us as a lost cause, or we're supposed to
irredeemable values of Islam and what they've done to Europe and what they've done to everywhere but America, really. And I go, that's my priority. Jews are cool. Besides the bad ones.
Yeah.
And to say Jews shouldn't have power, like, what defines a Jew? You have some atheist Jew married to a black woman who's doing a great, like say Alex Jones. We found out that his mother was Jewish and he's married to this black chick who doesn't give a fuck about Jews. Should he not have InfoWars?
If he identifies
Alex
as
Jones
Jewish
is married to a
and
black
is loyal to Jewish identity, then I don't think he should have power in America. I think America's Christian.
Should he have InfoWars?
I don't know. I mean, that's an interesting question.
The fact that his mother was Jewish, that
not
makes
at scale.
him
I don't think they
Jewish.
should be able to be multi-billionaires. I don't think Larry Ellison should have as much power as he has. He's clearly loyal to Israel. And he's an atheist.
I mean, outside of the concept, it's just an implausible. It's sort of like when Richard Spencer told me that all blacks have to leave America and we have to make America all white. I'm like, that's the implausibility of that makes it retarded.
I don't think it's implausible. I think that we need to make it clear. Well, you make that face, but look, you yourself admitted. I mean, look at these attitudes towards Jews, how quickly they're changing.
Come on, man.
And I think if there was...
So we just ship them back to Africa?
It is crazy how quickly the script has flipped
a
with
recognition that the double standard they have.
I mean, and it seems inorganic, to be honest
all
with you.
All non-Jews are expected that we're all Americans.
That's what I don't like it because it just
we're not going to
seems
be
not
preferential
real.
towards each other. But Jews, they get to look out for themselves. And they get to do this bullshit where Larry Ellison is going to buy TikTok on behalf of Netanyahu to suppress criticism of Israel.
I don't like that.
Like, that's blatant influence peddling.
But they don't have their own interests. As I said, like they push, they're pro-Palestine. They hate Israel.
But Bill Ackman, Sheldon Adelson, Miriam Adelson, Larry Ellison, all these guys are pro-Israel. They're not, you're talking about some shithead leftists that are 20 years old. We're talking about billionaires.
I'm talking about walk through CNN and talk to every liberal media.
As their benefactor, we protect them until they don't need our help anymore. They see what America did, and they're like, we need to do that. Maya Goldman, and all her what is his name? Something Herzog or Herschel or what, the guy who wrote about it, he started the Zionist movement. They see how good America was doing, and they're thinking, yeah, we need to do that. And I'm pretty sure their whole plan is to build an America in the Middle East, more or less, piggybacking off of us and getting us to, as their muscle, more or less. And when they don't need us anymore, they're not going to be nice.
Every anchorman, every
They're
journalist.
pro-Israel. What happened at CBS when Ta-Nehisi Coates went on CBS spewing pro-Palestine sentiment? The host, who was a Jew, viciously attacked him. The host's boss apologized for the outburst. That person's boss stood by the host because that person was Jewish. Who owns CBS? It's Sherry Redstone, who's a Jew. She backed the host. And now CBS is bought by David Ellison, who's Jewish, son of Larry Ellison, and they paid Bari Weiss $100 million to be the editor-in-chief there. She's an Israeli spy.
An Israeli spy?
Yes. She studied under Yoram Hazony at the Shalem Center in Israel, and then they set her up to work for Bret Stephens at Wall Street Journal. He got to start at Jerusalem Post. And they trained her up in writing op-eds so she could be a dutiful propagandist for Israel.
I mean, I talk to New Yorkers, I talk to Jews in media, and I'm alarmed at how much disdain they have for Israel, for Orthodox Jews. Yeah, I guess CBS, yes, is predominantly pro-Israel, but it's not the vibe I get from these liberal Jews. They're as Ezra Levant says, they're Bolsheviks, and they don't care about anything but winning and power. And if that means fucking over Jews, by all means, let's do it. Exactly like Nancy Pelosi, who is happy to have California burned to the ground as long as she has her gated community and her own money and her own mansions. Yeah. That's what elite whites do. They are ethnomasochists.
Yeah, we're the unwashed masses.
For you to see
plebs.
These powerful Jews as elite whites.
The stupid plebs in their minds.
They're not white. They don't see themselves as white, and they're not white.
They're wrong. Everyone's white.
Everyone
they are, dude.
Here's a way to see whiteness for fun. Who do you not want moving in next door?
I mean, the way I look at it, like my ex-girlfriend, her dad was Italian. There's all kinds of that in the Jewish, in every Jew out there. Most of them aren't pure. Most of them aren't pure, or Sephardic. They're not. They have a lot of European DNA. They do. Most of it. Like my ex, honestly, she probably had a very minuscule amount. I doubt she was even half Jewish. Her mom was probably some sort of a miscegenation of two different things. And then my kid would have, if I had had a kid with her, it would have been a quarter that I knew of. And, to my mind, that's white, and it's whether or not somebody married into a Jewish family in the past. A lot of these Jewish people that seem, they're Europeans. They are Europeans. One of their ancestors just married into a Jewish sect or a Jewish family or Jewish tribe. That's all it is.
So like Denzel Washington moves next door. Nobody, maybe you might have a problem with it, but most white people are like, cool. I got a good one next door. I wonder if we could become friends. So this whole complaining about racism in America, no one has a problem with Mexicans. No one has a problem with Jews, really. No one has a problem with elite blacks. Like upper middle class and up blacks. So the only people that can really complain about racism are ghetto blacks. And they mostly deserve prejudice. It's more like post-judice at this point because we've seen the behavior. So the fact that we talk about racism constantly in this country when we're talking about half of the 14% and everyone else is basically treated as white.
Well, what I would say about the blacks in the neighborhood is, because I was thinking about that exact example the other day, because I wouldn't feel bad if one black family was in the neighborhood and they're well-meaning and they're nice and they're civil. But it's really a question of the composition, because it's sort of an interesting question. How many black families on your block and neighborhood are you comfortable with? Because if you're the only white family on the block, and let's say they're all civil and polite, but you're the only white family, you're probably going to feel uncomfortable. You're going to feel like an alien, a minority.
Well, I definitely get that living in a Jewish neighborhood. I'm definitely not wanted as the minority. But sometimes hypotheticals break apart. Like the idea that you're on a street and there's 50 Denzel Washingtons around you. It's just not going to happen.
It's happening in Houston, Texas, with all these Indians.
Denzel Washington,
not Denzel's, but like Indians that are civil and polite and high earning. There's a lot of subdivisions that are all Indian with two white families, and people go, I don't know if I have a problem with one Indian family in my neighborhood, but the whole neighborhood goes Indian.
That's kind of what happened to Astoria, Queens. It just became completely Indian. Yeah,
my neighborhood growing up had two Indian
that Charlie Kirk thing
one across
where
the
they
street
said,
and one down
what
the
if
street.
America had all the same values,
Great people,
Christian and everything, but they were all Pajeets. And it's like, you can't do that. Like your hypothetical is too obtuse for me to think about it.
But that's where it's going.
Yeah. Yeah, but
And the Indian
the other
kids that
problem with
lived in
that
my
hypothetical is
neighborhood were in gifted
it's going
too.
there, but it's
we
not
were all
going
in
there in the
gifted
sense that they're
together.
not Christian, they're not fans of the West, they're not assimilating, they're not learning English, they're not even liking America. When the World Cup is on, the Albanians have the Albanian flag on their car. They have no interest in assimilating. The whole idea of Henry Ford. Did you ever hear about the melting pot thing? He made one. You go up a ladder, down a ladder, you're in a pot that's as big as this room. And then you pledge allegiance to the flag, you sing the national anthem. Then you go up another ladder and you keep the flag you were given. And it's obviously symbolic. You don't literally melt. And that notion, like I went to Ellis Island recently and they kept it as is. And the last thing you see when you walk out is this massive painting banner that just says, "Be loyal." They don't do that anymore.
Right.
In fact, I would argue often when immigrants come here and they want to assimilate, they become anti-American because that seems to be the norm.
Right.
So they are assimilating in a bizarre sense.
Right. I would say that, you know, when I talk about that example, like let's say they had values that we were okay with, it's just meant to kind of suss out the fact that on some level race does matter. Because even all things being equal, I still wouldn't feel comfortable being a minority in America as a white person.
I know what you mean. Yeah. I mean, we have different backgrounds. I
don't want
immigrated
my
to
kids
Canada
growing
the
up in
70s,
a
and I
country
was
where
with
they're
a
a
big
minority.
wave of Pajeets. And
Right, yeah.
they were, because
I really
Canada is
don't.
considered Britain, and Britain, all the colonies would come in. Jamaicans, they played cricket, they drank Guinness, they loved soccer. So they assimilated
Man.
quite easily, as did I.
The Commonwealth
And,
thing is a good idea,
it was a
but
different type of immigration because
that
they were
was screwing
pro-Western.
them in the end.
And so back then, I don't know, you didn't really see color. I know that sounds naive, but as the numbers went up, it didn't seem so bad. And now there's no, it just seems like apples and oranges now. Like they don't want to assimilate these
It was
people.
easier
They totally
not to
outnumber
see
the place.
color
And
because
so you can't even discuss.
You're
the
not being
concept of them
outnumbered
being
and shit.
Western
You
and
know,
Christian,
there's
because
they're
that
not
hasn't happened.
Right.
We used to open the gates, close them, and let everyone get on the same page. Open the gates, close them. Great system.
Yes,
And then
yes.
we broke the hinges off the gates.
Exactly.
And so now immigration
Yes.
is just, it's
Well put.
fruitless to do analogies anymore because we see what's happening and it's fuck you.
Right, right.
And that's something we should focus on. Not the Jews. I'm fucking sick of talking about Jews. I remember Cernovich said that once. He goes, "I'm happy to talk about the Jews."
Right.
in
Hit
Israel,
something
like,
else
once a
up.
month. But I need a
Set
fucking
another
break. Like, hanging
topic.
out with Jake Shields, I had to lie down after.
Yeah.
Because it was this. Then we drove to the city. It was all Jews. Then we went to 9/11, the memorial.
Those
that
are
was all
nice.
Jews.
That's
Jews
nice
did that.
furniture they have
And then
there.
it was like I had to go get a beer at that point. It was just fucking. It gets tedious, and I think that's sort of the other thing I was saying too. Is this crutch becomes like the left has, I call them Nazi glasses, where everything is about fucking
Nazi glasses.
white supremacy.
Nazis.
And the right does that with the Jays.
Yeah, I think there's some that do that, but at the
It's
same
kind
time,
of stupid.
they are kind of
to
all
see
over the
things
place.
that
You know, like look at the Trump administration. There's obviously things they're not doing, or they're not like directly involved. Let's say, like enforcement of illegal immigration. Stephen Miller's running it, but it's not a Jewish issue. You got the corporate tax cut. You got the
But wouldn't you do?
tariffs.
Who was the Siorkas or whatever his name was?
Mayorkas?
Mayorkas. So you would blame him for open
scumbag.
borders and say he's a Jew, but then you would sort of close your eyes when it comes to Stephen Miller fixing the problem.
Well, my point when I say
That
that
guy
is you
wasn't
wouldn't
a
say that
Jew.
that's like having to do with the Jews as an organized force. Like the theme of that is not Jews. But I'm saying that
No.
the
So
theme
it's
of,
Jewish when Mayorkas does it, but it's not Jewish when Miller
No,
does
I'm not
it.
talking about Mayorkas. What I'm talking about is which issues have to do with Jews and Israel and which ones don't. Immigration enforcement doesn't really have to do with Jews and Israel. Tariffs doesn't really have to do with Jews and Israel. The corporate tax cut doesn't. What does have to do with Jews and Israel is deporting anti-Semites that we got a list from Canary Mission. We're told who to deport. That happened in the State Department. What does have to do with them is bombing Iran because they instigated that war. They launched
Yeah,
the
if we start a full-on war with Iran, I'm on your side.
Mm-hmm.
That I want that. But most Jews don't
Absolutely.
want that. Like you keep saying, Israel's
I
going to get
mean,
us into a
Foucault
global
wasn't
war.
a moron.
If that
He
happens,
was right.
you were right.
There is this
saying they're trying to get us
innate,
into
there
a
is
war
this
with
will
Iran.
to power.
What-
We have
what
to
did
be
I say?
aware of that.
global
We have
war.
to be aware of
Well, that
it
is a global war.
and
Not really.
If China and Russia
plan
gets involved,
for
But,
it.
but
you
Russia
know.
won't upset Israel.
Keep
and
it in
China won't get
mind.
involved directly. They won't intervene to save Iran. And so it would just be a regime
No,
change
of
war.
course
It
they
would be a
wouldn't.
tall order, but I don't believe I would necessarily turn into World War III. Realistically, we're already in World War III. That's not
Yeah,
here or
they
there.
do.
But they are the ones egging us
tinfoil
on.
hat
They want us
people,
to
they
pursue
do love
regime
it.
change in Iran. They sabotage the deal. That has to do with Jews and their interests, Israel and its
and they
interests.
find an
We
affinity
also
with
have
each other, the
the education
tinfoil
policy,
people.
holding the money against the Ivy League universities hostage to put in place these pro-Israel, pro-Jewish policies. Larry Ellison taking over TikTok. He's basically doing that at the behest of
Why in
Netanyahu.
the
So it's
hell?
like, not everything has to do with them, but there's a lot of things that
This
do have
is
to do with
thing
them. And I will talk about those things wherever they are. I'm not going to say, well, I'll only talk about it once a month. It's like, if they're flagging people for criticizing Israel and kicking them out of the country, that's kind of a problem.
Yeah, but every sane, rational Jew would agree with you on that.
I don't think they would. I think that people like Shapiro and many conservative Jews, they love to see these pro-Palestine people getting kicked out. They say they're terrorists. The Heritage Foundation came up with that policy.
I like seeing them getting kicked out too, God damn it.
Call a Jew.
Which one?
Hell
Can't
yeah,
tell
I
you.
like
They
seeing
don't be
it.
anonymous. But
These people are
so
scum.
your
I don't
contention
want
is
them
that
around.
a lot of Jews are happy with people being deported for anti-Semitic beliefs. Okay, I'll ask if we can say who he is. This guy represents all Jews, by the way.
Hello?
Hey, can I say who you are?
Of course.
This is Ron Coleman on the line. Nick is under the impression that most Jews are cool with people being deported for having anti-Semitic beliefs.
That's funny. I think the vast majority of people being reported or
People being
or people who,
students
people who
on
are
visas.
here on a visa.
Students on visas, like at Columbia.
I think most Jews are cool with that. Yeah.
That's funny.
All right. Thanks
Why
for
wouldn't
calling.
they be cool? I mean, if they're Americans, like they say, why wouldn't they be cool with that?
Well, yeah, I think I misunderstood the question.
You know,
I thought you were saying
if Trump has to use that as an excuse to get out, deport away. You know, I want these people out. I don't really do it. Get them out. Get them the hell out. They're not contributing. They're down. These people are not our. You know, and then they come over here. They take advantage and they every chance they can get. Man, we
American
No,
citizens
no,
being
the
deported.
policy they're at the State Department they're running.
Yeah, well,
Rome
I'm kinda
made
okay with
this
that, too.
mistake.
Okay, so
Like
That's
you're here
what
on a
destroyed
visa
them.
and you hate America. I
Not
don't even
getting
think
these-
Chinese
the
people
scum out.
should go to our schools.
I agree with that. Yeah.
Like they're learning how to attack us. All these sheiks who come here from Muslim countries, they're happy to pay 150 grand a year, the foreign fee. But then Osama bin Laden went to Ivy League schools. I don't like that.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Okay, good. So yeah,
didn't know he was
that's not really
college
free
educated.
speech.
Well, here's why it is, though, because it's part of clearly a concerted campaign to suppress that kind of sentiment on campus. If the Department of Education comes in and says, we're going to bankrupt you and we're going to cancel all your visas and we're going to deport students, unless you implement.
I don't think it has anything to do with quelling speech. I think it's okay. We have this group of. How can we get them without the whole country being in an uproar? How can we do this by the book, so to speak? And you know, it's like, what do they say? With cops, you know, they want to pull you over, so they look over your car, one license plate light out. Woo, 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 and they pull you. That's what it is. I'm fine with that, man.
Anti-protest
I'm fine
rules,
with
unless
that.
you change your curriculum on Israel, etc. This is like a chilling effect on speech.
We're looping
If
around.
they were
I mean,
citizens,
you know how I feel about that.
nothing would
It sounds
happen.
terrible.
It's only
but,
because they're
under the
foreigners.
circumstances, these schools are fucking insane. So it's drastic measures.
Why not just arrest the people that are doing the bad things? instead of,
Foreigners with
like, destroying
anti-American
Because you came here on an
ideology.
invitation. Like you came here with the backstage pass to meet Motley Crue, and you're wearing a shirt that says Motley Crue suck. You're not. Your backstage pass is revoked.
Yeah, but they're not
in
saying
your
America
pocket,
sucks. They're
and you're waiting to
protesting
get up
Israel,
close.
and they're getting bounced for that. And you're saying, well, we need to do that because it's.
Good.
I'm saying, like, if someone beats up a Jewish student, arrest that person. If they're on a
If
visa, support
Israel
that person, but to go in and say,
if
we're gonna
all this stuff
literally
wasn't
just break
happening
apart
with
free
Israel
speech on
right
this
now,
issue.
they would be protesting
You're
America.
Right. And this would be you'd be much more right 20 years ago. But under the circumstances, like it's a fucking they teach anti-Semitism and this comes from Marxists being
No, they
hating
teach
the success of white
anti-Americanism.
people. ultimately.
That's what they
Like,
teach.
How do you blame Jews on Netflix sexualizing children? That's Barack Obama. He's a
Barack Obama's
Marxist.
doing that?
Yeah.
I think it's just the
He's in
left.
charge of Netflix, curating the talent pickers. What is that? The Jews too?
Wait, is he? I don't know. What is? I know he has a contract with Netflix.
all the
but is he
money
running
that-
the show
that's
there?
Same way
pouring out
Jay-Z
of our
runs
co-
the
we're
Super
like a
Bowl. Jay-Z
sieve.
decides who gets to play in the Super
You
Bowl.
know,
He doesn't literally run the halftime show, but he
and
chooses.
our money's
and
just
Barack Obama's people choose that.
being
and he's
drained
a Marxist.
out.
And when I think of the corruption of education, I mean, it probably is a Jew who's running the unions there. Although I
It's
think
not.
one of them
It's
is-
not
there's two
to our
unions, one of them's
benefit.
black.
It doesn't
But
behoove
that's
us
Marxism.
to do that. To
And
allow
Marxism
these
is
people
about
to do
destroying
this.
the West.
Well, and I think that a lot of Jews become communists because they they are like subversive. I think they're
This is a fundamental disagreement you and I have. I believe that if you embrace Marxism, you become an atheist, you're no longer a Jew. You believe Jew is an ethnicity that's in your bones and you can never leave it, and they never want to leave it.
Yeah, well, it's an ethnicity, so yeah, it's genetic. It's matrilineal.
So George Soros is a Jew.
Yes, all day, yes.
Okay, that's the fundamental
Hell yeah, he
disagreement.
is.
Because his father was an atheist. He was raised
Are
on
you
atheism.
kidding?
He speaks that stupid globalist language that they invented. What the fuck is it called?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Esperanto.
Yeah.
He's fluent.
Mhm.
So I just see him as a Marxist saboteur with tons of money.
But even religious Jews, they will look at secular Jews as like they're wayward,
This is
prodigal
the
people.
core of our disagreement.
Exactly.
I totally
They're
fundamentally.
still in
Everything else,
this
I'm
group.
like, I see what he's saying.
Even
Maybe I
the
got-"
religious
but that
ones
is like a thump.
don't
That's a wall
see
between us.
secular Jews.
I don't think they think that. I know
as
that. Here, I'll
goyim.
call another Jew. Like Jews fucking hate George Soros and feel no
Okay,
kinship
dude.
with him whatsoever.
We get it. You like Jews.
Can you go tell them to hold
we
on?
get
a sec?
it.
That's my son. He's
We
very
get
excited.
it, man. You don't have to call up
I thought I was
another.
watching you live.
No, it's not live. Shalom.
Oh, no way. Hey, shalom.
These are some of the Jews who own me. So I'm here with Fuentes, and we really came down to like you could
Real
invite them in,
funny.
Sean. They just can't be on
So
camera.
clever.
We came down to our fundamental disagreement, and I've had this fight with him before. He believes that like even rabbis, Republican Jews, Orthodox Jews, they still feel an affiliation and a bond with someone like George Soros because he's an ethnic Jew and they're of the same cloth, in a sense.
He's not 100% wrong about that, but it's.
Okay, I'm not calling you guys anymore. This is not working out for me.
Dude.
No, but I'm saying, like, he's not 100% wrong,
Homeboys
but at the same time, like, they'd be happy to see him in
Stood
jail.
up.
Or worse. I mean, they're not going to like save him from going to jail. They don't like him. They don't like what he does. They think he's an evil man, and they would want him to be taken down.
So you're saying it more like a rich, educated black guy who's a judge seeing some like black monster kill a baby, and you're like, there's a kinship there, but fuck you.
No, I think that that it's more like
If it came down to it, Jews are going to pick Jews over anybody else, even if they don't agree on everything. There's still that affinity, and it's kind of like us as Americans. I'm still gonna, most likely I'm gonna pick a leftist over some jihadist from the Middle East. And there's that in group there. Now in America, they're not in my in group. They're fighting the leftists, but outside of America, they're not. There's, and the Jews, it's similar. They're all oriented in the same direction. None of them want to see the Jews wiped out. So they're going to side with each
father
other.
turning in his son, who he knows committed a crime or something, but not even like that. But I think that would be even closer. I think it's.
So Soros is your son in that analogy.
The prodigal son.
Yeah, the prodigal son.
I'm 200 years old, and so.
Yeah, well, if there's one thing I've learned in this debate, it's not to call Jews.
Look, I mean.
I thought you hated George Soros. That's why I called you.
We do not like. No, we hate George Soros. I hate George. I am not one of them who feels any.
I know that traditionally, historically, it was matrilineal, but honestly, I think
book them or take them away, boys.
there's so few of them in the world now that
1,000%. I mean, I
they'll
would side
take.
with.
You're a Jew either way.
George Soros. I mean,
now
I just
today. But
by
by their ancient law, it's matrilineal.
I can't speak for everyone. Everybody's an individual, but I think a lot of people would feel the same way as me. But I'm saying those who would say that there is some affinity would say, yes, I'm distantly related to him.
What percentage? Out of all the Jews in America?
Who knows? The percentages.
I thought you guys love the numbers. Getting down to it. All right, thanks for calling. I'm going to get back to this.
No problem.
Well, these Jews are really letting me down.
It's
Let's
not that
divide this up into two parts.
huge.
Okay.
Do you think?
It's not that they're this huge a cabal that are out to destroy America, this and that, but there is a danger there. And it's something we need to keep in mind. It's not a big deal. It's not something we need to persecute people over, but we need to be aware of it. So this in the ass one day, right? I mean, am I wrong here? Am I out of line? Because to my mind, if when it comes, showdown starts, if they're not with us, we need to keep that in mind. Make sure that our expectations are not set too high here.
I want to do a second one without Jews.
Okay, absolutely, yeah.
Which is your favorite type of thing. So let's call it. Do you have anything else you want to add?
No, I think we covered a lot.
Okay, so let's make this part one,
Okay.
the Jewish problem, and then part two will just be more jovial and stuff like that.
Sure.
So if you enjoyed that clip,
that was kind of a
then
short,
subscribe.
short deal there. I wonder if they did the second one already or not.
I know I've talked to you before about the decision to drop the atomic bomb to end World War II in the Pacific, and we've talked about the revisionists that have appeared. But I want to revisit something that I think is happening, and it's on our side of the conservative atmosphere, and that is people are starting at this critical time to look back at World War II and to reinterpret it. Usually we saw that on the left that said, you know, we were racist, we were colonialists, we didn't have to do this, we didn't have to do that. For the left, World War II is essentially the Japanese internment and the dropping of the atomic bomb. When we have the internet and we have all of this fake news and all of these conspiracy theories, it doesn't behoove us to go back and say that this noble cause to win World War II was somehow flawed. These were fascists, Nazis. They wanted a war. They thought they could win the war. Hello, this is Victor Davis Hanson with the Daily Signal. I know I've talked to you before about the decision to drop the atomic bomb in August of 1945 to end World War II in the Pacific, and we've talked about the revisionists that have appeared, such as Daryl Cooper and David Cullum on Tucker Carlson's show. We've talked about I think, a misreading of what I said in the text, and she heard Dinah West, who wanted an apology, which I can't give because she was mistaken. But I want to revisit something that I think is happening, and it's on our side of the conservative this conservative sphere and atmosphere, and that is people are starting at this critical time to look back at World War II and to reinterpret it. And usually we saw that on the left that said, you know, we were racist, we were colonialists, we were furthering our selfish ends, we didn't have to do this, we didn't have to do that. For the left, World War II is essentially the Japanese internment and the dropping of the atomic bombs. So I want to look at just 3 or 4 key elements of World War II that have come up in the news and people have questioned, I think, quite ahistorically without sufficient background. The first is we kind of forced Japan to attack us at Pearl Harbor because we imposed a boycott in 1940 of oil, and they would only have 2 years of oil, and they pleaded with us, and we said no. It was sort of like the Roosevelt administration was sort of doing what Donald Trump is doing by putting boycotts, although it wasn't a secondary boycott, on Russian oil in reverse, that people would not buy Russian oil because that was a desperate move to stop an aggression on the part of Russia. China had been invaded by Japan in 1931, the first Sino War, and 1937, and the United States did not get active. And finally, when it went into Vietnam in Southeast Asia in 1940, it said, enough is enough. We're going to not sell Japan oil. And Japan, remember, had started that because they went in to not only to get the rice belt of the Mekong Delta, but also to stop all importation of goods from the West into China. So they started the blockade. More importantly, you got to remember that the war in Europe had already begun on September 1, 1939. And by the time we imposed this 1940 boycott, there was no free Europe. And all of their colonies in the Pacific, and I'm talking about the rich areas of Southeast Asia that had been under the control of France. I'm talking about the oil, the Shell Oil Company's holdings in the Dutch East Indies, and I'm talking about soon the Malaysian rubber in Singapore. They felt that they could absorb these orphan colonies from a non-existent country that were now controlled by Hitler, and therefore they wanted to press the attack because they thought the only way that they could be stopped was the Pacific Fleet at Pearl Harbor. They thought they could take Singapore. They did. They wanted the rubber in Malaysia. They got the oil in the Dutch East Indies. They went into the Mekong Delta. They had been fighting in China. So it was kind of a last pathetic effort on our part to stop them and try to avoid war in the process. Very quickly, another thing about the Pacific War, Admiral Yamamoto was not a peacenik. Everybody said, he said, I can raise hell for 6 months and then I can't guarantee anything. We're up against the American Colossus. He had been to the United States and studied at Harvard in a military context. But more importantly, Yamamoto threatened to resign to the Japanese military government unless he got his way. He wanted to attack Pearl Harbor. He thought he could get away with it. And he practiced for months and simulated the attack. And they said, if I don't get my way, I will resign. He was a bellicose militarist, as was the emperor, Hirohito, and as was the entire Japanese government. Finally, another issue that's come up among conservatives is that in July of 1940, after all of Europe was under the control of Hitler, Hitler said, I am the victor. I don't need to have this war anymore. Great Britain, do you want a peace? You can have your British Empire. First of all, nobody could trust him because why would you after the Anschluss, after the destruction of the Sudetenland and the annexation of basically the destruction of all of Czechoslovakia, the invasion of Poland. He had never told the truth about his territorial ambitions, but more importantly, I think this is really important, he had all of Europe under his control. Britain would not have been able to survive a mere 30 miles away from a German empire extending from the Atlantic Ocean all the way to the Russian border, and he had no intention of giving that up. And there already had been disturbing reports coming out that he was killing the disabled, rounding up Jews in Poland, mass murdering. There was no way in the world Britain could make a deal with Hitler and expect him to keep it or survive in the next few years with the entire European continent under the control of National Socialism. I could go on, but these are very important points, because in this fractious times when we have the internet and we have all of this fake news and all of these conspiracy theories, it doesn't behoove us to go back and say that this noble cause to win World War II was somehow flawed, or that we were too harsh on the Japanese, or we started the war, or we didn't give Hitler a chance. These were fascist Nazis. They wanted a war. They thought they could win the war. If the United States was culpable for anything, it was in the Great Depression and 1939 and 40, we were not sufficiently rearmed. Hitler looked at us, the Japanese looked at us, and they said, their army is the size of Portugal. They don't really have an air force that we have to worry about. They're weak. We can get away with it. That was our only mistake, not arming earlier. Thank you very much. This is Victor Davis Hanson for the Daily Signal. Thank you for...
He does one of those every day, and they're always excellent. You know, they're oh, wow.
Welcome to Independent Truths with Scott Atlas, brought to you by the Independent Institute. My show that tries to bring a uniquely rational perspective to important and also get your historical sort of idea of
Hanson,
how this current state of division, of hatred,
he really
and now
is
political
a
violence
he's
compares
an illuminator.
with any other historical precedent.
Yeah. I'd say we're in a Cold War.
I love listening to this guy.
The country is divided ideologically, and now it's starting to divide, as you know, Scott, geographically. 4 million people are leaving blue states every year, and red states are getting redder, and blue states are
getting worse.
More importantly, in that dialectic, the blue state model doesn't work. So the migration is always one way, and within the next census, the Republicans may get 10 or 12 new seats. That's important because the blue people are getting exasperated. They don't have political power right now in the Senate, House, White House, or Supreme Court. They're on the wrong side of 30, 70 issues, and they're in debt, they have high crime, and people don't want to live there. So they're having exoduses, and that's not only dividing the country geographically and ideologically, but they're getting desperate and they're getting angry. And I think that's being expressed. As far as I'm worried, because that's a good question. You know, before Caesar crossed the Rubicon in 49 BC, there had been 50 years, 60 years of violence. Claudius and Milo, Sulla, Maria in the Roman Republic, but it always came back. And then finally, from 49 to 31, there was 18 years of just bloodshed. Same thing if you look at this country around 1850 to 1861, whether it was Bleeding Kansas or John Brown's raid or the Missouri Compromise even earlier, everybody knew the problem was getting unsolvable and the extremists were taking over, mostly on the southern side, but not all. There were the abolitionists that didn't want to give. And then Weimar in Germany was another good, maybe the best example, though, was Russia around 1900. Between that and 1917, that was a war where moderates wanted to have a constitutional republic with the Tsar kept as a monarch on the British model. And then Kerensky, who was a socialist, was more radical, and Lenin had no support, but the Bolsheviks were able to hijack that, and that 17-year-old tension because of World War I and the losses.
This little teeny,
the Bolshevik Revolution, what followed on
Bolsheviks hijacked another.
So there's a lot of precedent that you don't want these Cold War tensions to accelerate to violence, and yet we're seeing that.
Mm-hmm. Let's talk a little bit about
because radicals take control of bigger movements. It's dangerous.
I think it's there's this obvious sort of statement repeated that the violence is generated by the inflammatory language of the media, of social media, of political leaders. And yes, there's an argument put forward by the left that it's stemming from the right, but I think that sort of defies the stuff we see with our eyes, as we know. And that sort of violence is I think there's two things to discuss here. Number one is the role of the media, the amplification that we see of really inflammatory language from political leaders, from people like Joe Biden's, speech in Philadelphia in 2022, where he said that Trump is a threat to the very fundamental existence of the United States, and that kind of more direct calls for violence, really, for thuggish behavior by people like Maxine Waters, who said, "Get in their face."
Yes.
Don't let them, the conservatives, be really treated peacefully. And of course, the statement is often made that the media is playing a role, but it's actually quantifiable. And I outlined this in a paper I wrote recently in Real Clear Politics,
There
that
we
there's
go.
actually numbers, that there's a general nuance of a characterization of
There you
everyone on the right as being extreme or far right versus the ones on the left. They're not called extreme or far left. That's really orders of magnitude more frequent by all the media, 5-1, but also MSNBC 18-1, PBS 42-1, linking the words extreme with the right side, but never with the left side. That's sort of the general. I think that's very inflammatory. But then this idea that Trump and all conservatives and MAGA is a, quote, threat to democracy or fascistic. What is your perception? I'm sure is that happens, but I wonder, is that important? How important is it? Have we ever seen something like this?
We saw a little bit in the last years of George Bush when people like John Glenn, for example, called him a Nazi. Angela Merkel did too, but not like this. And this is new. This is new because it's not, I mean,
It is new.
You're right about the language. If you're a left-wing terrorist, you're called a militant. If you're a right-wing criminal, you're called a terrorist.
You're a fascist or a
definable.
Nazi.
And you were right to mention Joe Biden. Remember, he said to a bunch of donors, it's time to put a bullseye on the back of Donald Trump. He said that just 30 days before he was killed. And he had that sort of, you mentioned that speech he gave. It was kind of like Phantom of the Opera with a red background, and he yelled about fascists, semi-fascists, and ultra MAGA. So they were trying to create an image that the people that were around Trump, we saw that with the January 6 people, that they were armed insurrectionaries and dangerous and had to be put down. And the term fascist, what it does is it creates a climate, and then people on the left feel, well, the general status of law enforcement with critical legal theory, critical race theory, the Soros DA period, is you're not really going to have to pay a price. Because if you're DeCarlos Brown, if you want to slit somebody's throat, you look at your record, 14 felonies he was let out.
Wow.
So he thinks, whatever I do, even this, they're not going to do anything to me. And the other thing is, the people think when they commit a political, and by the way, Tyler Robinson said in his exchange with his trans lover, I think I was going to live to old age, meaning I was going to get away with this. He really did think, and he was just saying, I only made one mistake. I left my gun there. So there was a sense that either law enforcement wouldn't go after you, and there was good reason for that, given Alvin Bragg and all these people letting criminals go. So we lowered the threshold of deterrence, and that encouraged people. The second incentive was, well, if I'm Luigi Mangione and I murder the CEO of a healthcare, or I'm Sarnov and I'm really good looking, I might be on the cover of Rolling Stone. Or if I'm Luigi Mangione, then Taylor Lorenz from the Washington Post might give me a really puff piece about how handsome I am. And so there was a sense that on the left, if you killed a Donald Trump, like Crooks thought, or you killed Elon Musk, as people had threatened, or you kill a CEO, or you bomb a bunch of bourgeoisie, then the left will put you in the pantheon of heroes. They really did believe that. And Tyler Robinson, I think, thought, I'm not going to get caught, but if it leaks out that I got rid of Charlie Kirk, I'll be pretty
bet your
famous.
ass he
And
thought.
so we
Yeah, he
lowered the
figured.
sense of deterrence in two different ways, and we brought out of the woodwork these people with a propensity. And the media, you mentioned, when you look at Jimmy Kimmel, he was just reflecting, when he said it was a MAGA kill, he was just reflecting what the media was saying. And on CNN and MSNBC, they openly said that there was no evidence. You know, it's worse than that, Scott. I wrote an article on the narratives of Tyler Robinson. The first narrative, as you remember, was we don't know his motive. He's mentally ill, whoever this guy is. The second motive was, well, he may have had left-wing tendency, but his parents voted for Trump, so it's both sides. And then the third one was, well, it's Trump's
our fault.
Trump, and that was, he ginned it up. Obama said that. And he ginned it up. And then that didn't work. And then the fourth one was, well, it was a love story. That was on CNN, I think, two or three people
Man.
said that. That ABC reporter said it was endearing. They called him my love, as if they were Elizabethan, court poets talking
Right.
to each other. It was a love story about transgenderism. They were just so emotional they went over the edge. And then the final one, and then there was, well, okay,
Psychopaths.
it was a MAGA person. But the
Couple of
final one that we're in
psychopaths.
now on the left is, yeah, we did it. What are you going to do about it? This is the Jasmine Crockett, AOC, Ilhan Omar, New Republic. This guy is a Nazi, Charlie Kirk. He deserved what he got. I mean, I'm not happy he got killed, but I'm happy that we stopped his fascism. That's where the left
they're
is
happy
now.
he got killed.
Yeah, I mean, I want to support something.
Kidding me?
That people say, oh, it's both sides or whatever. There was a survey done within the past few months ago, that said, is it justified to murder Elon Musk or Donald Trump?
Yeah.
And the numbers I'm looking at here on my computer, 50.2% of people, this is a Rutgers University study, 50.2% of Democrats said it's justifiable to kill Musk. 56% said it's justifiable to kill Trump. 14% of Republicans said it's justifiable to kill Musk. And the 20% said, this is right of center versus left of center, not Democrat and Republican. Right of center, 20% said it's justifiable to kill Trump. But, in my way of thinking, between 10 and 15% or so is always an answer on every survey. But, when you get more than half of leftists, left of center people in the United States, more than half saying it's justified to murder Elon Musk and Donald Trump, that's not the same as both sides. So, we keep hearing this is just another media lie perpetrated on the public as a sort of propaganda tool. It's just, this is false reporting. In this kind of stuff, we had a politicized, divided society in the 60s. Okay, we were little kids then. I wasn't very conscious of what was going on. But that kind of politicized, divisive country, I think this is far worse than that. What do you think?
Yeah, I do. Part of it is social media. In those days, if you wanted to comment on the murder of King or RFK, you wrote a letter to the editor. I mean, that was the only way you could express and even then they wouldn't publish it. So people who were commenting that they were happy that somebody, say in 68, got murdered, there wasn't really an outlet. Today, you can go on social media and you can either disguise your identity or not. And you can say all you want without any consequences, and you get clicks from it. So there's incentives to be more and more radical and be known. And there's no downside on it. There's no social shame to it. There's no deterrence, nothing. And so that makes a big difference. It's good. I think it's good to remember that what brought the 60s craziness to an end was the 72 landslide by Richard Nixon, when the party said, we don't want Humphrey anymore, the Democrats. We don't want JFK. We want to go hard left with McGovern. We want to, have that convention, and we're going to get all of this. That was the first time they talked about gay marriage. They talked about reparations.
It screwed them.
And they got slaughtered. And even with
America
Watergate,
wasn't ready
take
for
72 all the way to 88, they had 20 years of Republican rule, except for the 4-year Carter hiatus, and and the Clinton 8 years. And you look at Clinton's 8 years, and he was, if you look at Clinton said 92 and 96, it's pretty much what Trump said: close the border, balance the budget, school uniforms. So what I'm getting at is, what destroyed the left-wing cultural revolution of the 60s was people repudiated it for 20 or 25 years at the polls. There was that little Carter hiatus. But if you look at, you had 8 years of Nixon, Ford, and then you had 12 years of Reagan, Bush. That was 20 years, and you only had 4 years of Carter in between. And then when you had Clinton, it was a continuum of 28 years. So the left just said, you know what, nobody wants us, we have no power, and they went into hibernation. And then they came out with Barack Obama. And I really do blame him for a lot, because until he came to be president, we didn't talk about race in the way we do now, for example, or politics. He was the one that really mainstreamed going over to Turkey and apologizing for all of our sins, or saying that we were not especially exceptional. Or he was the one, by the way, you mentioned Maxine
and then he was going to transform
take
us.
That line from David Mamet in The Untouchables. He said, if they have a knife, we bring a gun to a knife fight. And then he also said, get in their faces.
That's
get
disgusting.
In their faces. He said, I want you all to go and get in their faces. And then we had the beer summit. And then we had the apology tour. And then we had Trayvon, so he really polarized the country. He tried to do it on racial lines, but he did it also on ideological lines. He brought back the McGovern failed left, and he mainstreamed it. And that, after Obama,
there was no room for people, moderate Democrats anymore. They were gone. And then Biden was not a president. He was a waxen effigy for the Obama third term. So, yeah, I think that's where we are right now. And the only way to stop it is if Donald Trump has a successful 4 years and his successor, whether Vance or Rubio, has another 8
Absolutely.
years, you can stop it.
He's got to be successful.
That's how it stopped the first time.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like rust. It's like rust. It always comes back.
Right. It's also a different, I think, a different
Rust.
era
That's
and
funny.
more difficult now because the media is so one-sided. Because the media, it may have been one-sided when we were kids with the few media outlets that there were, but I have a feeling it was more objective. Now, maybe I'm naive.
No, you were right. No,
but
it was.
here, yeah, I mean, we have a media that is a campaign and propaganda.
No, you were
tool.
right.
It's really, you know, there's analogies in my view to Nazi Germany. And again, I'm not a historian, and you of course are, but there's so many parallels. And one is the value and strength and effectiveness of propaganda. It's Goebbels who had this very famous quote. He was the head of the Nazi propaganda machine, and he said, "If you repeat something that's false often enough, it becomes true." But there's a second part of his statement, which is that, and then you start believing it yourself. And so here I'm making the point that I don't think the left is lying anymore. I think they are convinced of what they say. I'm not on the camp that says,
yeah.
they're just lying. I think
right,
they are so tied up in their own propaganda and repetition that Trump is a fascist, that the conservative side is the end of democracy, all these things. They've said it so often that I'm actually thinking they believe it. And
No, they
that's
do
why
believe it.
it's
They do
impossible
believe
to change them.
No, the only way you can't change them, Charlie Kirk proved that. He was trying to do that peacefully, and they killed him.
That's
And
what
they'll
sucks
probably
is
try to
he
kill
did
somebody
kind of
else like
prove
him
it.
who does that. And you can, the reason I'm so pessimistic about that, I look at the reaction to his death. And then the final narrative after they tried 6 or 7 of them was, okay, he was a fascist. He got killed. I'm sad about his family. I don't care because we got rid of a fascist. That's what people in Congress are basically saying. They wouldn't even vote for 118 people on the Democratic Party either voted no, present, or didn't even vote about a simple little commemorative motion that said we want to honor the life and legacy of Charlie Kirk. And that was the majority of the Democratic Party, that the people who voted no. And so, yeah, they're not going to change. And the only thing that's going to make them not an obstacle toward normality is they have to be
Latin
repudiated at
illuminate.
the polls. They have to see that this brand of hard left, neo-socialist, whatever you want to call anarchism, will destroy them politically. And that happened. It really did. And it didn't really, I mean, Nixon was not a popular candidate. He'd almost lost his initial election against Humphrey in '68. It was very close. So but his reelection was just a landslide. And you know,
it was.
Carter barely beat Jerry Ford, then Reagan won in a landslide,
Crushed,
and then Bush more or less the first time
McGovern.
That ended it, and we can do the same thing.
Most people don't even know who or never even heard McGovern's name.
The media is much more sophisticated. It's not like John Chancellor.
Oh yeah,
Huntley
they're
and
true
Walter Cronkite
believers.
Kind of being an old stuffy liberal.
You're damn right, they're true believers.
You know, those guys were all Cold War
Psychos.
hawks. They were anti-communist. They were liberal, naive about the Great Society, but they were not toxic people like you see on MSNBC or CNN or these anchors today. And when they had debates, if you look at the Kennedy-Nixon debate, the moderators didn't get in there and try to do stuff. So it's the left. And my only comment finally on that topic is, where did it begin? I really do believe it began politically with Obama, but culturally and socially it began with the university. And I can tell you that as a graduate student in the 70s, I had all left-wing professors, but they were all highly trained philologists. So if we were taking Greek composition or the manuscript tradition of Aeschylus, they did not interject their politics. And then when you go to have a drink with them at their home, they would kind of make fun of Nixon or something, you know what I mean? But they did not intrude. And then I think with the DEI and the idea we were racist and we were going to lower standards and we were going to make it politicized, we're going to bring in 1.2 million students, we're going to change the university to a multi-service therapeutic center for that, counseling for this, DEI, and then 2 things happened. They lowered the standards to accommodate a new type of student that was not prepared for what they said was necessary to continue their prestige. And one of the reasons is they lowered standards, and then people did not have to do the same level of work. So today, if you graduate from Stanford, and I talk to people in Silicon Valley, they will tell you flat out,
I would rather have a student from Texas Tech or Georgia Tech in coding than Stanford, because they're just as well trained and they don't go to HR and cause trouble. But they also will tell you that a Stanford liberal arts student cannot speak or write as well or know as much as 20 years ago. And that's because they changed the curriculum, they changed the qualifications, and that was the act of, and they politicized the curriculum. But one of the things we don't talk about, when you politicize the curriculum, you add these things called studies, gender studies, race studies, leisure studies, environmental studies. They're all deductive. You start with, here's where you're going to end up at the end of the semester, and here's how we're going to brainwash you. But they're very easy classes. They're not, in my field, they've abolished the Greek standard at Princeton because they said it was too exclusionary. You can be a classics major at Princeton without knowing Greek, because they said Greek excludes too many people of color, et cetera, et cetera. So behind all of this indoctrination, there was a subtext that this stuff is easy. It's all going to be political. You can go get a BA. Look at AOC. She doesn't know anything. She doesn't know anything about and yet she's got a master's from Boston University. And
yeah,
what does that mean now? It means nothing.
I think you're, this is something that is really sort of accepted but not talked about enough, and that is that the university has totally changed its role. When I was in college, at least we all thought that the university was there to teach you how to use critical thinking, to socialize people in terms of interactive work, etc. But now it's even explicitly stated in the welcome to Stanford University to the new students. They're there to teach them to be social advocates. So that's an explicit change in the role of the universities, and I'll use the word elite universities. And then the other part is, as you're pointing out, today's professors wear their ideology on their sleeve. They are not just ideologically outspoken, they're extremists. Okay, the Stanford campus, there's analysis of the debate of the voting of Stanford postal code by Alvin Rabushka, who you know as a political scientist. And 95% of Stanford faculty in 2020 voted for Biden, 3.5% voted for Trump, yet California, 1 out of 3 people voted for Trump in that election. So Stanford and other universities are extremists. They're extreme. They're not even reflecting general population. And because of that, we see the new FIRE, F-I-R-E, data on the surveys of students. And it shows that 1/3 of college students say violence is acceptable to suppress speech. That's almost double what it was 5 years ago. And half justify political violence.
And you know why they do that? They do it because they feel that is what their professors want to hear, and they were very quiet if they're conservative, and they feel there's no downside. So if you're a Stanford Law student and Judge Duncan is visiting and you disrupt his speech, are you going to be criticized by a Stanford law official? No, she's going to hijack the speech and insert her own little text, contextualizing your violent disruption. And then when he leaves and is forced to leave Stanford Law School, this is a circuit court judge, federal judge,
right,
then you're going to yell, "I hope your daughters are raped." And we know who's yelled at. We know who did that. There were no consequences at all.
None.
And so
I'd
again,
like to, go ahead.
That's incredible.
There's no stick and there's a lot of carrots. No stick and there's a lot of incentives for students to be very, very left-wing. And it's easy because the more left-wing you are, the more you don't have to study and the classes are dumbed down. It's like I talked to a Silicon Valley guy and he was asking me, well, according to the website, 9% of the admissions at Stanford were white males. After George Floyd, when they dropped the SAT, 9%, 20% identified as white. I don't know if mixed race was in there or not, but he said, well, you guys they only have 3 choices. They either have to make new gut courses for people who don't have an SAT score, or their GPA is not comparatively judged by the quality of their high school and they're admitted on their GPA, or they have to, within the course, dumb it down so the reading will go down, or they have to inflate the grades to 70 or 80% A's. And that's what it is now. Yale is 80% A's.
You're saying they have no choice because they've accepted students who cannot compete.
And they pretend as though they're smarter than we are.
They had told us
they're smarter than the average person, or they know more.
We take 3 or 4%. The reason we take 3 or 4%, we have such a rigorous curriculum.
3 or 4% of who?
Applicants.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah. So they were telling us, if you want to be a Stanford student or a Yale student, you got to have about a 770, verbal minimum. You got to have an A+ average. You got to have all AP classes. You've got to be a violinist or go to Africa and dig a well or something. That's what they said. because they said that because our courses are going to be so hard for you, only those people can complete them. And our courses are so hard because when we turn out our graduates, they're going to be so much better than everybody else's. They're going to be in hot demand. That was what their pretext was. And then they just destroyed it. And so they had the shell of the university, and they let these people in that, according to their own standards, they would have told you in 1990, 2010, if you said, I want to go to Stanford, and I'm from Selma High School where I graduated, and I have an A average from Selma High School. I think 10 of us went to college out of 150
19-year-old to be dating a 38.
out of
Come
Fresno
on.
County. But, my SAT score is 550. They would have said, you're not going to set foot in Stanford. No way. And now, for other reasons, they took students like that, and they disguised it by not even requiring the SAT. And so they were basically lying to themselves. They said, hire our people, give us prestige, because we only let the creme of the creme, and then we made art so hard they completed it, and now they're basically saying, we still want the prestige, but our courses are so dumbed down that anybody can do them, and our graduates can't read or write very well, but you still have to hire them because they're from Stanford. And by the way, we have 16,000 graduate and undergraduates, and now we have 14,000 administrative staff. So you got to give a lot more money to us because we have about 50 centers in environmentalism.
That's really slick that you
and La Raza and
were able to avoid the nitwits by going in
all
early.
Of that stuff. And so that's pretty scary when you walk across campus and the statistics show you that 1 out of every 2 people you meet is an administrative staffer or administrator.
Yeah, I mean, but I wonder if and people, I think, are under I think it's a false belief that there is this move away from things. I think that in a very visible way, there is an attempt to signal a move away from that because the Trump administration has threatened things about decreasing funding or taxing endowments, or if you're violating these sorts of race-based laws, really. But they put out statements about freedom of speech and all this. But I like to say an electronic statement about academic freedom is worth the paper it's written on, which means it's not worth anything. And there's something, but
No, they don't
that's
get
all
up early.
performative.
They don't
That's
do
all
anything,
manipulative.
really.
And I feel a lot of it is stalling because Donald Trump is here for about 2 more years. And that's really it. That's the reality. We don't know what will come after that. And I want to talk about that in a second. But I want to point something.
You're
Yeah,
right
I want to
about
point
that.
one other thing out, which is vis-a-vis the Charlie Kirk assassination and the so-called, what I think is a manipulation of the student body. It continues after the Charlie Kirk assassination. There is not an awakening at all. And I'm talking about what I see at Stanford, and I looked into the top 20 schools. Not one top 20 college and university in the United States offered any mental health support, well-being support on campus in the aftermath of the Charlie Kirk assassination, which happened on a college campus while he was speaking to the student body. Yet most of them had
Right.
extensive so-called wellness and mental health support
Literally,
for
while
their
it was happening.
left-favored crises, like when George Floyd died.
How about
and
when Donald Trump was elected?
Right.
Remember the
both of those.
chocolate chip cookies and milk at tables for distraught students in 2017.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, when you saw the fact, I live in
safe
the faculty
spaces
area of
for
Stanford
for
University,
these
and
that's
when
why we
George
call
Floyd
them
died,
snowflakes.
most
Remember?
of the faculty went to the quad, and they had a kneel down ceremony.
I remember
And in
that.
fact, my neighbors across the street said to me, "Aren't you going to the ceremony, the George Floyd ceremony, where everyone on campus knelt down?" Yet there was not a single word of recognizing that Charlie Kirk, who actively had only one power, and that was engaging in civil discussion. He had no power. He was not. You couldn't say he was an authoritarian. I mean, I don't even know what they're talking about. He was literally
Yeah,
speaking
and that
with
he was
students,
affecting
and yet the
laws
student
or
body
something.
was totally abandoned by the university.
No, it was. I did his show on the 25th of August, and afterwards he wanted to talk. And we talked just like you and I are, but it was off air after the show for 30 minutes. And after that, I said to myself, I know now why they hate this guy. Because what he was explaining was, he was very excited because he was getting into questions of why young people are not marrying, why the fertility rate is going down, why they can't buy a home.
He wanted to make a
Why
difference.
they're failing, why they get these worthless degrees and have all this debt, and they're told now they're somebody when somebody is somebody who can get married, have kids, and have a home, and have some kind of transcendent belief, and yet they can't do that, and yet they're told that they're educated. But anyway, in the process of these discussion we had, he said basically that he was a counter-revolutionary like Trump, but what he was trying to do is teach naturally rebellious students. He said, when you're 16, 18, 25, you're always going to question authority. But what the left hates is when you tell students that the authority is the left, they are the ones that set the rules.
Exactly.
They're the ones that did this to you, not the right. They run the corporation. They run the media. They run foundations. They run popular culture. They
When
run
I was
sports,
looking
they
at
run
these stupid Feder, what are they? These Feder or networks that are, you know, like Mastodon and stuff. You wouldn't believe on there. It was all about how they were fighting the man and they were the rebellious one. They all had like names like the Rebel or Rebel Moon. Yo, you dudes are playing on the establishment's team. You're on the team. You son. They've been convinced that they're fighting the man. I mean, it's a joke.
K through 12. So he said, once I set that out, that their anger at society is really anger at the left-wing project because they control everything. They may not have. Then they get excited because they see themselves as sort of 60s revolutionaries, right? And they're challenging the man, but the man is left-wing. And when the left hears that he's on campus and he's getting greater resonance with people to be naturally rebellious, they think, wow, they're supposed to be rebellious, but they're supposed to be rebellious
but for us,
the CEOs of healthcare or something. And here Charlie Kirk is telling them that our policies on crime, our policies on housing, economics, fuel, the border,
it's the left that's your enemy.
Miserable. And it's making their life miserable by a bunch of elites who are never subject to the consequences of their own ideology.
Right.
I mean, that was a radical message he had.
Absolutely, it's very insightful. But I like to think that in a bigger picture, why was Charlie Kirk devoting his life to engaging Gen Z in these debates? Because what was the purpose of it? The purpose of it, as you're saying, was to allow them, to empower them with thinking critically, with the skill, with the mindset of actually questioning authority, of thinking about issues like freedom and morality and truth.
Yeah.
That was very important. You said questioning. So he was...
And you know, the left, they're really good at that, convincing everybody that goes to these schools that the left's enemies are the establishment. That they're basically saying, you know, if you want to be really rebellious, you fight against these guys. And they haven't heard that. They haven't heard from anybody else. As far as they know, they are the in crowd. What's going on there, Tayton? You know, they are with the in crowd, you know, the rebellious crowd, the people fighting against the man. And it's until somebody like Charlie Kirk come along and kind of, you know, explain things with a firmness and with logic and sound arguments, all of a sudden they're flocking to the man.
We were talking.
Then they have him shot.
They have to know that they're not the defenders of a bankrupt order establishment. They are the challengers of it. They are the natural, youthful skeptics. And I'm telling them that this is wonderful, that your generation is the first one that's brave enough to say the establishment, like as the 60s used that term, is a fossilized, socialized, Soviet type of failed system, kind of like Eastern Europe. And you are the guys who are out on the streets, and you're going to be the ones that change it. And that's why everybody hated him. He said the university hates him for that because they all want to be known as left-wing revolutionaries. And he said they're not. They're just a bunch of people. And I said to him something to the effect, they're like Brezhnev on the dais at the May Day report. You know, they're all fossilized, calcified apparat.
Right. They are the status quo.
Exactly. And he was trying to tell young people that and to get energetic and don't be apologetic. And when somebody says, oh, you're a right-wing fuddy-duddy, he said, no, you are a revolutionary, and these people
progressive,
are the establishment.
A progressive
and
scumbag revolutionary.
They are destroying your life, and that was a dangerous message. That's why
dangerous. Yes, absolutely, threatening the status quo, and the status quo was the power structure of the left. That's fascinating. I mean, the guy. Honestly, I didn't know Charlie. I had met him only once, but he had such really amazing insight into what was going on.
Yeah, and I asked him that, and I said, "Where did you get all these insights?" He said, "Well, I went out to." 2 years earlier, I spent the day with him. He asked me to speak at his headquarters at Turning Point in Phoenix. And I had lunch and dinner with him. I said, where did you get all these ideas? He goes, I had an advantage. I didn't go to college. I quit after a semester. So he said, I was never indoctrinated, and I didn't like the people there. And so I never had college debt. And he said, I never had to
Same with me.
letters after my name and everything. So
I wouldn't have gone in with it anyway, though.
Yeah, he had enormous energy. Gosh.
Enormous. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's going to be difficult.
Psychology professor.
You know, I think me
and her just
a movement.
The whole
there's no
semester.
question about that. I think it remains to be seen if he's really replaceable.
She was a fat lesbian.
I
Well,
I
that
often
was her
am a
whole life was this
skeptic
dog.
about a lot of things,
And,
but
and
it's not so
she had this
easy
little
to replace
perch in her
someone
class
like
that she could.
He's a
No,
unique,
I don't think
unique
I
guy.
think
Buddy
you
in the
can
whole
replace him.
society.
He was the most successful political organizer
You could
under
tell
40 leader
making
party.
college
It's
students
amazing. His
cheese
reach.
up
He
and,
won.
and
I went back and looked
made
after
her
he
feel
died.
powerful.
Donald Trump increased the vote between 18 and 39 by 7% in 2024 over 2020. But more importantly, the smaller vote, but key vote between 19 and 29 in the 7 swing states, he increased it from 13 to 24%. And in Michigan, he broke even with Harris with the youth vote. And you added them all up, that radical flip of that one demographic made the difference in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, along with the Hispanic and black votes. But that was a more crucial decider. And that was amazing that he did that by registering people. And then before even the Republican MAGA people thought to embrace early voting, he really went after early voting and mail-in voting for young people. He was way ahead of the game on all of that.
Absolutely. One thing that
He
he was
was.
also, I think,
The dude was a
extremely hated
visionary,
by the
man.
left for is that he was
good
an
for you,
overt,
Crane. Hell
explicit
yeah.
Christian.
Yes,
And
absolutely.
I think it brings up another topic. I'm not a religious person. I wasn't raised in a religious home, but I was raised in a home that had Judeo-Christian values,
point,
to say an overused phrase, but it's
Crane.
really true. And I do think not everyone, it's just my own personal opinion, needs religion to have a morality anchor.
My
I think
grandfather
people
would
get
have
it from
paid
a
for
lot of
my
places,
college if
particularly
I went for
their
one semester,
families.
but it
And
was just such a
religion
waste
is a
of
very
money.
important
I
part
felt
of-
guilty
of
that I was
society.
wasting my
And
grandfather's money.
This has been a decades-long war on religion in America. It's been not just a sort of secularization or a separation of church and state. It's been an overt war, a ridiculing, a marginalization of people who are religious. This has started, I think, in the 60s, to my recollection, but it's been going on for decades, and it's very effective. There's a significant percentage increase in people with no religious affiliation today, but it's much more it's much larger in young people, in Gen Zs, and people who are under 30 than
Absolutely.
it is in people who are over 60, to the point of maybe 2 to 3 times the percent of those age groups have no religious affiliation. What is that really? Is that a cause of what's
crazy.
going on here with
Yeah,
the
I think
violence and the sort of moral confusion of young people today?
Yeah, I do think it is. And I think it has some collateral damage that we don't fully digest. If you believe that human nature is malleable, in other words, if you're religious, you believe that you're born into God's image and you have particular traits, and religion helps you resist evil and temptation and
Howdy
your
there, gentlemen.
appetites of the body, so you preserve your soul for a transcendent experience, then you accept that human nature is sort of predictable and finite. It's just there. It can't be changed. You can ameliorate the worst, you can do certain things. But if you don't believe in that, and you are a humanist with a capital H, then you think that you're God on earth, heaven on earth. That's your goal. And you can affect human nature. So you need a bigger government. You need all of these different therapeutic, you need a huge Department of Education. You go in and you can say, we can have all of critical race theory, critical legal theory, critical health theory, critical every theory. And we can, if you give us enough money and enough power, we can change human nature so that we're not greedy or we don't have to have
That's what I've been
laws,
talking about,
And critical legal
since
theory
the
is
Civil
basically,
War.
well,
The
if you go in and
leftists
steal
thought they
candy
are
bars,
gods.
it's not
And
a
they can
crime
fix
because
everything.
The theft of things like candy bars under $950 those laws were made by wealthy white people because they don't steal candy bars. So they don't need candy bars. So they made all of these constructs rather than the laws reflect human nature. And human nature is pretty violent if you don't have laws against theft. But they believe that if you remove all of these things then you can form human nature in a new Soviet man type of thing, then the only thing they need is power and money to do that. They want to control. That's why you see the same thing with the trans movement that wants the school district or the young 13-year-old to have the decision making whether to remove your sexual organs or to take, the parents shouldn't have any rule. That's why the trans movement wants to be able to have certain type of books in libraries without parental control. And it's the idea that the state, the atheistic, agnostic state, should have power over families, communities, because they don't believe in that view of human nature. And they see them as danger because they're basically saying, sorry, progressives, we are imprinted in the image of God from when we're born, and we know from years of civilizational experience what man is capable of without civilization. He is a savage. Without religion to soften his rough edges, he will kill, rape, destroy things. He is not born perfect. He's not Rousseau. Everybody's born in chains and free. I mean, they were all nice, and then society put them in chains. So that's one of the reasons that they hate religion, because it says it's an individual. The individual knows right and wrong without the state telling them, and laws should reflect this innate nature of human nature, natural law, and whether you like it or not. And the founders were not all Christian, and as we would define it, but they were deist, and they did believe as deists that the idea that people believed in God was very necessary, because it was a moderator of human behavior, and it gave everybody a sense of transcendence, that you could say that these laws that we are inherited came from a divine source that was imprinted in us, and we know right and wrong innately. We don't need a PhD in psychology to tell us that theft can be okay if you steal less than, $950. I just listened to Jasmine Crockett, and she was saying that people who commit crimes are not criminals, because often they need money, or they need food and staples. And then I turned the station, and then there was just in San Ramon, California, about 6 cars went into a jewelry store, and they were followed by about 50 people dressed up, disguised, and they just went in and hopped over, and they destroyed the whole jewelry store and took out all the jewelry. This was just after she was lecturing the country that people who do that do it for food, when they were stealing, expensive diamond necklaces and rings and stuff. But we all knew that was wrong. We don't need her or a professor of criminology at a university to tell us that they do us for a particular reason, and we can stop them by therapeutic counseling or something. And that's the danger that I see of atheism and agnosticism.
Thanks for listening to part 1 of my interview with Victor Davis Hanson. Stay tuned for part 2.
Why are all these interviews ones? Hell.
Hey folks, while you're remodeling your backyard
Just throwing this one on for a minute.
All right. Rye.
Let's see if
Rye
there's
whiskey,
something
brother.
else.
This
Although
is
I
America's
think
drink.
William
What is
H.
your name
Macy
on it?
is
That's
a
just
damn
makes
good
it better.
actor. Very
Why?
underrated.
Is it your brand or you're
Very
just
underrated.
I
you
signed
have your
on
own brand of
Fargo,
rye?
Mystery Man. The
part of
dude
company.
is a
Woody
heavy
Creek Distilleries out
hitter.
of Woody Creek, Colorado. Ask me where I live.
Where do you live?
Woody Creek, Colorado.
Fuck.
Yep.
And you know something else too?
Rye.
He's one of
America's
us, man.
drinks.
He's just a regular
Rye
regular
is whiskey?
Joe
I mean,
Schmo American.
You know what? I don't really. Where does rye fit in? It's not bourbon, but it's
No,
in the
bourbon
bourbon.
is corn, rye is rye.
Yes, it is.
It's in the bourbon family.
It's
No,
whiskey.
it's in the whiskey family. They're both whiskeys.
Yeah, it's whiskey.
There are laws about such things.
Rye
if you're going to
whiskey,
be bourbon,
rye
you're
whiskey.
going to be 51% corn. If you're going to be rye, I'm going to put some in a glass for you. You want it in?
Yep.
Well, I already poured this one. I will.
All right.
My dad
I mean,
taught me
you
about
know,
all the
never mix,
the
never
whiskeys
worry,
and
Bill. I think
bourbons.
Oh, that's pussy talk.
I'm
that's
not a
pussy
drinker
talk.
myself.
Well, okay. I'm glad we're getting down to it. Pussy talk, huh? We've only
When
been
I
here
said
5
that,
minutes
too,
and
that-
we're already challenging each other with pussy talk. Okay.
Okay, so this distillery makes the finest spirits in America. There are others.
So
that are
that's
great.
made of corn?
This is rye whiskey. Rye.
Corn.
Rye.
You know, it's weird
Rye
when
is a grass. Ryegrass.
Who's on
wow.
first?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Ryegrass.
Like
it's
rye
that.
bread,
It's a
big
weed.
dog.
Oh, it's made out of a weed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
rye.
Okay.
Dude,
and
they
rye
make
bread
bread
and
out of
stuff
it.
like
because I don't
the
want to eat
fuck
corn. Corn's not good.
No.
It's not. You know, I mean,
Bourbon's good. I was a bourbon drinker for a
is
long
that
time.
corn?
Yeah.
Well, it's good tasting and good to get you fucked up, but it's not good for you. You know what I mean?
You're a tequila guy, right?
Yes, I mean, I barely drink at all at this point. You know,
Sugar. It's
apropos
just where
to
you
our
get the
discussion,
sugar
you know,
from.
you got to like
Tell me
throttle
about it.
back when you get older. You just can't. I mean, if you drink as much as you drank when we were young, you'd look like Ted Kennedy. I mean, Ted Kennedy now.
Ah,
Really bad.
jeez. Ooh.
So I barely drink.
Terrible.
I look forward to
Looking
coming here
awful.
because this is basically the
So
only
you're
time I
drinking
drink. Yeah.
Just water? Or?
No. I put the
Yo, hook your boy
in
up with a
the,
like and a subscribe,
But you're
man.
barely going to drink it.
Oh no, I'm going to have more of it
There's
as we
quite a few
continue
people
to.
in here
Yeah.
chilling.
Half of my friends drink
And I'm
too
gonna
much,
smoke
and the
pot.
other half
Glad to
don't
have
drink
you.
enough.
And I'm going to smoke pot. I raise you. You're fucking rye, and I.
Where can I put out some lines here?
I always
What?
get the
Just kidding.
spins if and
Did you
every
have
time I
a,
mix the two,
a
I would end
Coke era
up
in your life?
in the corner
Yes,
at the
not
party
enough, though.
throwing
I
up.
was-
Shameless.
Yeah.
That was my luck.
That was a great show.
I was
That was a great thing for you.
fabulous. What a mitzvah. I
Yeah.
learned so
Man,
much.
And
William,
what a part.
William H.
What a
Macy
part.
was
What a
just an
pleasure to,
excellent,
like-
excellent actor.
I mean, that must be fun to go to work and just indulge. Not that you're that guy, but just to be that guy for a.
Sometimes I'd read these scripts. I'd have to call my daughters and say, "Is this stuff happened? Is this is a real thing?" They would go, "Yeah, Pop. Come on. Good God, 11 years."
11 years. Really? That show was on 11 years? Fuck.
And it was at Warner Brothers, and I live up off of Mulholland. I'd ride my motorcycle there. I mean, it just couldn't get better than that job.
You still ride a motorcycle?
Yeah.
Well, that's gonna fuck you up.
Not if I don't fall
Hell
out.
yeah.
I know, but I mean,
Dude's a
I certainly know
badass.
enough people who have fallen off that fucking thing.
I know. I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah.
I ride like an old guy.
I don't want to
will
talk
tell
about
you
it
that.
either.
But I mean, okay, but like,
You
if
gotta
fall off a
ride like an
motorcycle
old
at your
guy or
age,
you're a dead guy.
You know,
It's a bad thing.
it's a bad thing. I mean, I played basketball yesterday, and like, I'm a little stiff today. You know,
Right.
It's just, you know.
I'm not saying it's not stupidly dangerous, but I do think at our age we have to scare ourselves on a regular basis.
It is stupidly
well, we've got to get out of our comfort zone. We've got to try stuff that's new.
There's an old saying, don't let the old man in.
Yeah, right.
You know, and I believe that. I mean, that's why I never got married. I just feel like marriage is the portal to aging. You know, and that's individual. I mean, certainly, I'm sure for many people, it's the portal to fun.
Man, I married really well. It's the best thing I ever did.
Really?
Yeah, it's kept me current and healthy and happy. And
Right on, right on.
Current? Why couldn't you say current
Hell
without
yeah.
marriage?
You could.
Oh.
I'm not sure I could.
Really?
Well,
you need someone to
we
balance
push
you?
each other. Felicity is an actor too, and she's got different interests, and it's healthy. It's a really healthy thing, and we talk about it, man. We talk about our scripts. We talk about acting. We give each other
is
notes.
healthy.
I don't recommend you try this at home, everyone.
You know,
but,
having
for
a
us, it
female
works.
or having a
But
good
it's
companion
not too
that is
much
healthy.
of a thing.
Absolutely.
Like, you have to, like, what if she is critical of something you're doing, like in the play or the movie you're doing? I mean, and then you're kind of pissed at her.
You
so
get
doesn't
over
that
it,
infect
dude.
The, you know, later on in the evening time when maybe you want to have more a romantic
You could see,
thing,
you know,
but you're
Bill,
kinda
he's
still
just
pissed
one of those
because she-
people that he just can't get past certain things, you know? It's like these little things that stick in his cross so hard, and he just can't get over some things, like, you know, that he's not a Democrat anymore, that marriage is, I mean, it's like, he knows marriage is a good thing. He knows it, but like, you know, he's sworn by not getting married for so long, he's painted himself into a corner.
Besides, you're acting at 3 p.m.
We met in the theater. We grew up together in the theater, and it's happened. She's hurt my feelings, and I know I've hurt her feelings by being too harsh.
Really?
But it's rare. It's rare. We talk about it, and I think if someone really just wants to be in your corner, wants to help in any way they can,
right.
It's a pretty easy task to know that line of when you've said it, you've said enough. It's a suggestion.
When you were single, were you always looking to get married? Did you think you needed you wanted a partner? You wanted a
I was making those sandwich
we got
bet your
married when
ass.
I was older, had kids. I did all of that stuff when I was older, so.
The second time around.
Second, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Ingrid Bergman got married 7 times. And she said,
Yeah,
I'm
unless
married more
you're
people
going to
because I am more
school
people.
to get, or
And
unless
I
you're
kind of always
trying to do a
understood what she
job
meant
that
by Maybe
requires,
not 7 times, but when I think
like
of like
engineering,
Bill Maher
you know,
in his 20s,
where people's
I
lives
don't
could
even
be
know
at
who that
stake.
is. I mean, we were pissing out of the same dick, but past that, I mean, it's just like,
Pissing
now,
out
could that person be, you know, still very much in love and on the same wavelength of somebody when you're in your 60s? Absolutely could, and has happened. My parents were married 41 years. And
did they get along?
Yeah, but everybody in that era did. It was just a thing.
My parents?
No?
No.
But even if they didn't get along, they stayed.
Yeah, they stayed together. It was interesting. At one time I had a real serious talk with my dad where I said, split up. And he said no. And as we got into it, I had one of those moments where you grow up real fast when I finally looked at his face
And
and
you
realized
realize
the damage
you're an
I was
idiot.
doing, the territory I was taking him into, facing stuff that he didn't want to face.
You?
My dad.
No, you were taking him into this territory?
Yeah.
How old were you at this time?
In my 20s.
Okay.
They didn't get along.
And they were still together, but they were not right. And you suggested maybe they'd be happier.
Move off.
And he didn't take it well.
He didn't have the strength to do that. It wasn't going to happen.
Right.
And I was playing with fire with his emotions, and I suddenly went, God, what's the matter with you? And I realized also it was none of my freaking business.
Well, you're their son. It's a little your business.
It's a little, and I went way past a little.
Yeah, that's a hard call, you know. Jackson Browne has that great line, don't confront me with my failures. I have not forgotten them.
Yeah.
I think of it often.
Exactly.
Because I have
Exactly.
not forgotten them, and I am my own worst critic. And you may be.
I
Probably
hate
yours. You're a
that
very
when people
successful
feel
person.
the need
Usually successful
to
people
point
are their own
out that you've
worst
made a
critic.
butch or that you're not
but-
doing what it's like, dude,
yeah,
don't you?
You want to be
like
I've
out of
confronted
anybody I know
situations like that myself, where like I say to
than anyone,
myself,
and I beat
if you're a
myself
real
up more than
friend,
anybody could
you're
beat
going
me
to tell
up.
this person the truth, because that's what a real friend does, and nobody else is telling them the truth. But then when you do, you're the asshole.
You're the asshole. That's a tough one, isn't it?
It is a tough one,
My
especially
friends-
if it doesn't work,
I
like
know.
in this case. Then you're the asshole, and it didn't work.
The guy I grew up with, Stephen Schachter, he was a good friend of Dave's. We were in that original company. And he's one of the smartest guys I know. And he had that philosophy. A good friend is going to tell you the truth.
Right.
And my God, he made people mad. For some reason, I can do the same thing, and they don't get mad at me. He's talked about it. Felicity's talked about it. I can say the hard things and get away with it. Not always, but...
But you just said to your father, not.
I know, not always, but usually.
The big ones.
Yeah.
You fuck up at the... Yeah.
It's one of, you're talking about forgiving yourself. It's one of the things I learned in Shameless, because I got to go to work for 11 freaking years. Every day I got to
That
act.
must have been a really.
I really
you must have really
backed
liked
off of myself. I thought, okay,
Yeah.
you did the scene bad. There's another scene. Calm down.
Really?
Yeah, that show sucked. There's another show. Just calm down. And Lord, did my
And
work
you're-
improve.
I'm not sure. Are you telling me that you're happy you came to that place, or not happy?
Oh, very happy, yeah.
Very happy that you let yourself go. That.
Yeah. Worry, it doesn't help anything.
Well, it doesn't help anything
No,
if there's
it's
no
like a
practical...
rocking chair.
Yes,
It
you're
gives you
right.
something to do, but it
Worry is
doesn't get
negative
you
thinking.
anywhere.
Unless it actually does serve a purpose.
Motivates you.
Motivates you, or also
Yeah. Well, if you
fends
got
off
some thinking to
trouble that is a fur away that you are seeing coming toward you, so your mind is turning and turning and turning. How can I avoid this? I'm not one of those people
Yes,
who's very
yes.
good with
Exactly.
trouble if it's really at my doorstep. There are people, I've known them, who they can be like literally on trial for their life. And until the verdict
Well,
says
that's
guilty,
Trump.
they sleep like a baby.
I know.
They're out partying. I mean,
That's
really.
my older
I know
brother.
those people too.
Yeah, I think Diddy was one until they nabbed him. He just
Oof.
didn't think they were going to nab him.
Yeah.
He could have fled the country. He was sitting in a hotel lobby. He was like,
He tried to
you
at
know
the
what?
last
They're not going to
minute.
get me.
Getting back to the Schachter factor, my friend Stephen Schachter. Perhaps someone should have said, dude.
Yeah, but I am not that guy. My method of staying happy is keeping trouble as far away. Because if there is something to worry about, I will worry about it.
Yeah.
Not you.
So, like, I don't mind when I get all Godfathery. Remember in The Godfather when he says,
Why didn't you come to me first?
well, but no, when he says to Michael, women and children can be careless. Men can't be careless, in his era and with all that. He was
It's true.
saying, like, I have to always be thinking ahead because they're
It's
going to try to
men's
kill
job.
me.
To
Well,
to
comes there
give
for the
women a
men.
safe environment to
That's
be
the
women
trade-off.
in.
So that's how I do it. But it would be wonderful to be one of those people who can just put shit out of your mind.
I'm afraid I'm one of those people.
You can.
It's a waspy kind of skill I have. My mother was great. I'd say, Mom,
My
did you see the
brother
film I
had
did?" And she
never
said,
felt
"Yeah."
anxiety till he was in his 30s. He
I'd
didn't.
say,
He
"Mom, what
didn't
about
even
blah, blah,
know
blah?" "I
what
don't
that
think
feeling
about that."
was.
And she wouldn't think about it, and I've inherited that. I can put shit out of my mind.
And why do you think that's a wasp kind of
I don't get
quality?
that.
And by the
Maybe
way,
because I'm a wasp. and I don't know many people that cannot chew on things.
There's no one under 50 who knows what we're talking about.
What
they
is
don't,
it?
They don't know the word wasp. I've tested it.
How can you not know
White
what a wasp is?
Anglo-Saxon.
They don't know what. They know what white means. They don't know Anglo-Saxon. Protestant, they know
Bill,
what that
get
is,
out
sort of,
more,
but
my dude.
That
You need to get out
anagram
more.
or whatever that word means. I mean, what is it?
All right. Is that progress? I don't know.
No, it's not progress. It's ignorance. I mean, this country was founded by white Anglo-Saxon, meaning from England.
Anglo-Saxon Protestants.
Obviously, a terrible history
Damn
we
right.
have, exclusionary, racist, blah, blah, blah. But that's who they were. They didn't allow into their club not just blacks, and of course not Indians or
Jews,
Mexicans, but not
Catholics.
even Catholics.
Or women.
Or Jews, or women.
Yeah.
White Anglo-Saxon Protestant,
Yep,
WASP.
yep,
That was
yep.
until Kennedy. In our lifetime, John F. Kennedy was the first Catholic president, and he
true.
broke the WASP.
Oh, and remember the controversy of what will a Catholic do in the
It
White
was a
House?
huge
I don't
deal.
personally, because I was a
That's
toddler,
why
but
all
I
the
you were not. Kennedy?
yeah, I was
Or,
4.
they were all
when he was
Catholics.
elected.
I just
was
And the
not into
Irishmen,
campaign.
too.
Fuck, I feel very old.
I remember once my father and I did have like a fight, not a fight, but I was like, you know, I grew up in that era where you were kind of scared of your father, so I didn't throw tantrums. But he wanted to watch on the black and white TV like a Kennedy speech, and it was on when the Three Stooges were on or something. And I was like, you cannot preempt the Three Stooges for Kennedy, and there was no second TV. I mean, I know it seems insane how much
back in the Middle Ages
thing has changed in just our lifespan. You know?
Do you? Well, you do. I know a lot of people who won't watch the news anymore.
Think about the
I don't
people
watch
that,
the
you know,
news at
were
all.
there for the moon.
I read about it, and I watch TMZ.
Remember when there was horse and buggies, dude?
That to me is the news. I
watch the news
I
still.
can't watch cable news. It's I you
Yeah,
know, would
well
rather
put
get my
there,
news from different sources.
Crane.
Mostly TikTok.
So what do you do? Do you read in the morning? Do you have
It's
a
not
number
a-
of hours?
It's
So
not.
I'm
You
up in
don't
the
marry
morning.
somebody
Mornings
because
are
you
not
agree all the
comedians'
time.
You don't go to sleep.
You don't
I
stay
go to
with
sleep.
them because you agree.
I just don't
all
get
the
up in the
time.
morning. Why do I?
It sounds like you're arguing that you don't know anything and you have no information. I know
No. I
that's
just
not
said
true.
I don't read it in the morning.
Oh, when do you read?
At night when I'm up or in the day. I'm just saying morning is not my time. Are you a morning person? You have to be when you're an actor. You're on the set at like
I'm a morning
7 a.m.
person.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And
Absolutely.
recently, I've started to appreciate. Felicity loves the morning. It's a really magical time.
It is. You know what? Whenever I've seen it, a few times. No, I'm serious. It is. It is great. I just can't be up at both ends. I could when I was 20, but
I get a burst of energy. At
True.
night. That's my problem.
Burning.
yeah,
Burning
keep me
the,
up to
so do I, and I go with it.
Yeah.
the
I don't
candle
fight
at both ends. It's tough.
You know, my
It's hard
family
on
was
you.
a late family. My father worked nights, so he came home late. He slept late. I mean, even as a kid, I used to want to stay up to watch Johnny Carson. So and then I had to be up at 7 o'clock to get the bus to school. So I would, you know, take a nap in the afternoon or something.
Oh, naps. Speaking of cocaine, naps are the new cocaine, I think. They're just the most fabulous things. Naps. And they're legal in all
do
states.
naps. I'm not
and
into naps.
non-addicting, and it's just, I
feel
love
like
naps.
Yes,
I'm
I
wasting
used to
time.
love them, and I can't really do them now. I mean, that's one of the casualties I found from aging is that it's harder to get to sleep.
Yeah.
And I certainly can't just conk out in the middle of the day. I can put myself into a sleep coma for like 10 minutes because sleep kind of puts me out.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, food. Like if I'm, you know, if I'm, my gut is having to digest
You have
food.
to lie down for a while.
Yeah, it doesn't matter where I am. I'll just conk out. But it's very short, and it's not satisfying sleep.
When you're working, the trailer has usually, the air conditioner makes it rattle and it makes a noise, and boy, I can just, only for 30 minutes, 35 minutes.
You can do it in a trailer?
Yeah, in the makeup, in your trailer.
I couldn't do it on a private plane.
No, I can't sleep on an airplane either. The trailer is different. It rattles, it's got that vibration and that white noise. Oh, puts me right out.
You were like, that's born in a trunk
I was
kind
just
of
going to
stuff.
say that.
That's show business in your blood kind of stuff. You fall asleep.
It's so weird. I've never done anything except what I do.
I'm going to try this.
Okay.
I'm going to try it as a taste.
I can't wait. It's not the face I was looking for.
For me, it tastes like scotch to me. I've never been a scotch drinker. And I learned when my mother and father were celebrating their 25th anniversary that day never to switch liquor. My mother, all of her life, was scotch.
Oh,
My father
mixing
was a
liquor?
martini drinker,
Yeah, not a
Irishman.
good idea.
And, you know, had, you know, more than one, let's just say. Not a drunk, but more than one when he got home from work, okay? But always gin and, you know, vermouth. Mother, always one scotch, you know.
On the rocks,
This was the generation, World War II generation, 5 o'clock. When it hit 5 o'clock, it was like you could see the drool coming out of their mouth. 5 o'clock meant you could have a drink and you weren't a fucking drunk.
It's
5 o'clock.
kind of got me by the throat. 5 o'clock hits, and I think, hey.
So, it is very smooth a minute later, I must say.
That's pretty sad.
It's America's drink.
But, okay, so 25th
It
anniversary.
was America's drink.
And there was a big party, and you know, for us at the middle class, we had the patio. Okay.
Yeah.
It was the summer, July 14th, Bastille Day is their anniversary, and I'd never seen my mother drunk, and she this day, because I guess she was nervous, decided to have a martini, a gin martini instead, and she was like, I still can see her from the patio from the bedroom window. It's like, that is so not mom.
I know.
And it's like, stick with the liquor that works for you. You it's like, whoa.
Interestingly, my parents did
Definitely.
drink rye whiskey, Canadian rye. And it's funny that I would like the spirits so much because they kept it Canadian rye, it wasn't good. They kept it under the sink with the cleaning stuff. And they would pour 2 shots of it with a glass of water and they took it like medicine. They would down it and then chase it with a glass of water. It was about as unsexy.
Dude,
and
that's
as,
foul.
I thought, why are you doing this?
That's
I
foul.
don't get it. And why do you keep it under this sink with the Clorox? That's got to say something.
What does he think it
Kind of does. Kind of
They
does.
were guilty.
Right.
Did I mention I'm a wasp?
You know, I gotta say, I feel kind of really good now. I feel like that.
I like that he's a wasp.
It's a very
not gonna
warm.
lie.
We're not allowed to put it on the label, but it makes you smarter and better looking. It's been clinically.
I must say, it's kind of a. Yeah, I don't like the taste, but it is kind of a warm, velvety Mel Torme kind of feeling.
And bourbon has a bite to it that I now don't like. But I'm a Southern boy, so I grew up with bourbon. But now I like rye.
Hey, folks, while you were remodeling your backyard to make it more, you know, zen.
That's what I'm talking about.
We were remodeling our merch store to make
That's
it
why
more
I like
random.
William H. Macy so much.
Rumor-
Dude's like, you know, a Southerner
Rumor is
after
George
my
Washington
own heart.
left office, and I think the
Mine
federal
own
government
heart.
bounced his last 3 checks. At any rate, he needed money, and rye whiskey. That's what he started making.
George Washington?
George.
That's what he did as a career after the presidency?
Yep, made a lot of money too.
And he sold,
Isn't that
or he
so
grew
fucking
hemp.
Awesome.
Perfect.
That we treated back then our ultimate leader. He's our leader and we love him and he's a father of the country, but he's also just one of us.
Yeah.
And when the gig's over,
Yeah, he's no longer the father of our country.
it's kind of like how baseball players in the off season before they made millions of dollars, you know, they'd be like the bartender
Yeah.
at the local gin joint because it was the off season and they made $40,000 a year like everybody else. And so they needed, we have really come.
It's like being an actor too, especially a workaday actor when you're doing guest stars and stuff like that. Man, before you get the stuff in the can and they're finished with you, it's, do you need water? Here's a chair. The second you're wrapped in, how long will it take you to get out of your trailer? It's
Really?
Yeah, pretty much.
Not you.
No, I'm a big cheese.
Right. Right. You mean when you were starting?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I remember, I mean, the 80s, I was, you know, more making my living. I mean, I was always a stand-up, but I did that. We all thought when we came out of the New York clubs, the way to get ahead was to be on sitcoms, which I did, you know, and then that leads to like silly comedy movies. And for me, it led nowhere, thank God. But I remember those kind of parts where you didn't get a full trailer. You got a honey wagon, which was like a you know, a little
I think
compartment
naps are a
connected to
bad
many other
habit
little
myself.
compartments.
They take a
well.
trailer and divide it into 3.
Right. So when somebody else
It'll waste
walked
a
up
lot of your day.
into their trailer, it was like your trailer. Now maybe it put you to sleep, but yeah, right. But it did. I did not enjoy those.
That's the other thing about Shameless had a nice trailer. Sometimes they'd wrap me and I wouldn't leave. I'd just hang out in there. It was so great. I hung pictures on the wall. I had a little bar set up, and
Well, show business is great if
Sounds
you
like
make
you
it,
really enjoyed
for
it.
the like very top 0.001%.
It's true.
And for everybody else, even if they know your face very often, it just sucks. You don't make much money at all. It's embarrassing sometimes people who, like, they have to take like a regular job, and then people look at them like, "You're famous.
Yeah.
Why are you working at Walmart?
Yeah.
What are you doing
You know,
here?
why are you on the subway?" And
or the worst of all, when you're wildly successful as a young person, then it goes away, and you got to live the rest of your life with that memory. I can't imagine that.
That's every athlete.
Yeah.
Every model, almost. I mean, you could still, you know, transition to a career that's not, you know, broadcaster. I mean, Tom Brady is obviously not playing anymore, but he's into a lot of other stuff. But you got to be really good when you were there.
Yeah.
You know, you got to be iconic. And then But otherwise, the built-in level of, you know, obsolescence is so scary.
For athletes in particular. You know, I grew up on the stage, and in Chicago and New York, I knew a lot of actors. They were workaday actors, but they owned their own home. They put their kids through college. They made a living.
Yeah.
And my God, they're glorious people. I was just talking to someone about this what was I doing? Anyway, it was a bunch of actors, and we were telling stories, and there's nothing better. Actors are generally raconteurs, and actors have rehearsed their stories. You know, they tell the same stories. So they tell them quickly. Other actors are smart enough to let them finish. And then you get out with civilians and you're telling a story, and just as you get to the punchline, they go, "You know, a funny thing happened to me." And now in my old age, I've gotten to saying, "Shut the fuck up. I'm telling a story." And they go, sorry. But I love actors for that. Nothing like sitting around.
You can't fool me. Actors can't tell a story without someone writing it for them.
Oh, yes, they can.
I'm kidding. Some can. Some can't.
Yeah.
I certainly have met actors who literally can't do much of anything.
I've met a lot of funny writers who aren't funny in life when they tell a story. It's.
Did they let you, when you were on Shameless, did they let you fuck with the script a little if you felt like you could come up with something better?
Not much. It was John Wells was the producer. So mostly you did
Well,
what was written.
You know, you don't
every once in a while, people would go off the reservation, and every once in a while they would actually make it into the cut.
Yeah, but they didn't encourage improvisation.
No, I'm not a fan of it myself. I stick
Ever?
to the script. Yes, sometimes, and in my older age, I'm trying to be less precious about it. But Dave Mamet taught me everything I know, so I have a tendency
been here
to read.
twice.
Yes,
Everybody
I've seen him.
is,
went out to dinner
even Victor
the other
Davis
night.
He's the
Hanson is
smartest
good
guy I've
friends
ever
with
met. The
David
present
Mamet
company
and
excluded,
had him
but
on
I
his
think it's
show
great that
even.
you still can be friends with him because
That
I'm
guy
always
is a big
preaching,
dude,
talk
or
to everybody,
bigwig,
be
or
friends with
muckety
everybody.
muck.
Even if you don't agree with them, even if you have very virulent disagreements politically, we're never going to get there.
Wait, you're saying people should talk to each other?
Yes, I am.
What
And
a
by the
wacky
way,
idea.
that's controversial with some people.
You don't bring a knife
But
to
that's
a
not where I am.
gunfight.
And David Mamet is about as far right now as you can get. And that's his journey. You know what? I can't follow him to where he is with Trump and so forth. And the last time he was here, look, I have no agenda, as you can, I'm sure, tell with this show. That's the point of it. There's no agenda, there's no cards, no nothing except me and you talking just the way we were if we were in a bar. So I had no agenda, and I certainly wasn't trying to pick a fight. But 5 minutes into the last time Dave was here, we were yelling at each other. I mean, he got very mad and was like,
it did.
You saw, you know, and he was like, I didn't come here to be. I'm like, Dave, I didn't invite you. It's just where it went right away. I
Wow.
can't help it. And then by the time it was over, we were as good of friends as we were when he walked in, and we had dinner like 3 weeks later. Okay?
Sweet.
Yes, because with, you know, a hard-line Trumper, we're going to get to a moment. I've had it with other people, Dana White, like, everybody, we all end French. But yeah, there might be that moment where there's a little yelling, and it's okay.
It's okay.
It's okay. It's okay if you know how to get back to, and I just accept that in you. I can't change it, and I'm not going to change it. And unless you're really Hitler, you know, I can still be friends with you.
I agree.
And I'm so glad that you're friends with David Mamet because he's really, boy, you know,
He's
I
friends
tell
with
you, a long time ago, I
everybody.
learned
He's
to
out there.
listen to him because some of the things he wrote, some of his plays were prescient.
Yes.
That play Oleana.
Oh, I saw it.
When I first read it, I said, Dave, are you sure you can't do the? He said, yeah. And he was just 5 years.
So apparently
ahead
in
of
this
He loved
podcast,
everything.
because
Bill
you can
Maher
tell when
gives
a
Trump
director
his
has like a little
propers,
road
his due
company who they
propers.
keep going to. He loves you because
Looking
like
forward to
he's
this,
used,
I
you
can
know,
tell you that
could,
much.
you're part of that. You know, you are to him what like you
It'd
know
be nice to
Bogey
see
and
him finally
Peter Lorre and that crew with you know Cindy Greenstreet.
recognized.
They kept doing the same movies together because that was the Warner Brothers brand. You know,
I think the movies are better when the cast knows each other, you know, like
and it
Paul
also
Thomas
must,
Anderson.
must be
and-
very comfortable and
Yeah.
you know, you got a shorthand.
Otherwise, it's a pickup baseball team. I mean, you spend the first 4 days on set just trying to figure out what's what.
Did you ever have a scene where like your first or second day on the set and you don't really know the people, but you have to like stick your tongue in some chick's mouth?
Yeah, it happens.
What do you look so
Ew.
sad about?
Because it's
Sounds
awful.
awesome. What?
Because it's
'Cause it's
awful.
gross,
It's uncomfortable. It's
What? I guess it depends
Why
on
does
who
he
the
make it
woman
seem-
is.
no, it does not.
Bill
Really?
is such a dirty
so if
old
you
man.
had a movie tomorrow, you booked a movie tomorrow, and the
Truly
second day
a
on
dirty
the set,
old man.
you had to kiss Margot Robbie. Bad news for you?
Yeah.
You and I are different, Bill.
Oh, yeah? Well, let's
Come
set
on,
it
man.
up. What you're missing is 5 Teamsters standing right there watching you do it.
I could get by that.
Yeah, I don't think you could.
I absolutely could.
I don't think you could. Especially if you got to drop your knickers and while you're kissing her. That's.
I would take that as a special challenge.
Your
that I could
knickers.
still transfix her with everybody watching. I would. That's how I would get into
That's
that.
a
See?
good way to look at it.
Yeah, that I could like. You
That's
know
a
what?
genius way to look at it.
I'm such a fucking Mac that even with all these people around, I will make you forget them.
Anybody who says that is not
It's good if you can do it.
for sure.
I'm getting excited.
Actually, it's
Jesus.
But
it's
Come
to
on,
get
Bill.
it's to make
Come on,
you
man.
forget that they're there because you're
So-
looking in Margot's eyes and you can get lost there. I'm not saying it can't be done, but it's really hard.
I'm sure it's very hard. In fact, George C. Scott, supposedly him, but who knows? It's one of those apocryphal lines. I'm sure you've heard it, but I've heard it attributed to him. Apparently said he was in bed under the covers. They're shooting the love scene, and he said, I apologize if I get an erection, and I apologize if I don't. Is that not the perfect?
Yeah, that there it is.
That you're saying that explains it?
Yeah, there it all is.
I would only apologize if I did.
That's a pretty.
Okay, I think that's
funny.
the way to go with that one.
No, I think you'd apologize if you did. I'm sure you would. You'd go, sorry about that.
No, they can't. If it's a love scene, they can't blame you. I
They
mean,
can't blame you, but they're not comfortable. I wouldn't be
It's
comfortable.
method acting.
If you and me were rolling around and you got a hard on, I would go, oh, come on, man. Be professional.
Yeah.
Have you ever been asked to play gay?
Yeah.
Yeah, and kiss a guy?
Yeah.
And you did?
Yeah.
Oh, really? Who'd you kiss?
I bet that was fun. Wasn't it Boogie Nights he played a
don't know.
queer?
Oh, yeah,
I
they
can't
kiss him
remember.
every night.
Every night.
And watching his
Men
wife,
are so
it was
freaking rough.
Get,
Their beards and stuff. It's
Right.
awful.
Right.
It's freaking awful.
Ugh, dude.
Well, maybe get him a nice gift. No, I'm kidding. Wear something new.
Yeah.
You know what?
Get him a
Good for you.
razor. That's what you want to do.
What, you didn't say anything? You couldn't say to the dude, hey, I'm getting razor burn. Could you please man
guess
up and man?
It wasn't that much of a thing that I got razor burn.
That's something.
Right.
It's not,
really.
I don't know. My hat's off to women.
Yeah,
they put up with a lot.
Was it
Like
what they
how
call a
often
soul kiss?
You mean tongue? No. Well, yeah, probably a little bit.
Really?
He's a real kiss.
Ugh, dude.
Well, you got to sell it. You're an actor, and that's your
I'm
profession.
gonna skip this part.
They're
if
not
y'all don't
Taliban.
mind.
They're not for cutting heads
No,
off.
of course not.
But they also just think it's. I mean, Pete Buttigieg in the black community. Do you know what his approval rating is? People who want him to be president among black voters.
Pretty low.
0.
That's pretty low.
Wow.
Man.
And I think
like
he's
him.
fantastic.
I do too.
Oh, I love him. Love him on my show. Love him as just a speaker, as a brilliant guy who gets it, who can moderate to the middle, who can take the Democratic Party to a place. But boy, that's a hurdle that the Democrats are going to have to deal with.
I don't know much, but I think we got to let somebody different start running things. A woman, a gay guy, a gay woman. We got to try something different.
I don't think it's based on identity like that, though. It's not about whether the person is gay or a woman. It's the ideas in their head.
No,
I don't give.
No,
Yes,
because there's a different
yes.
perspective. There's a different life story. If
Oh,
you
you've been listening to too
gay.
much NPR.
No, come on.
Okay.
I mean, all the people I know, they were born gay.
Come
They didn't
on,
become Gay.
dude.
They were born gay, and they have a different
Well, I mean, you can say that. You're always
experience.
And
you can say that.
somehow-
You're always kissing them.
To me,
No,
that's
but that doesn't mean
literally
they're
he just
priori.
destroyed his own argument. He says we need to have a gay guy or a woman or something. What rule? Because they have special experiences. They have different experiences from normal people. So you want somebody who's decidedly and admittedly not normal, as the guy just said, to rule over like, no, you can't. That doesn't work. It's one thing, like, the majority should be ruled by a member of the majority, and everybody else kind of just has to deal with that.
Wiser. I mean, the wisdom could come from anyone.
Well, I know, but as Einstein said, if you keep doing the same thing, expecting different results, that's insanity. And maybe it's time to let a woman run this place.
I'm sure it absolutely is. It's if that person who happens to be a woman is the smartest, bestest person to lead
Sure,
us.
I agree.
But like, I'm not going to.
But I think we can count on it. That
That's
if a woman
never
gets
happened.
elected,
There's
she's
never
going to
been
be
a
sharp.
smartest, best
'Cause
woman
she's got a heavy,
to
a
lead.
heavy climb.
But Bill, you know who actually could possibly do it theoretically?
Who?
A wasp. Yeah,
don't
it could
think
come.
so.
True. It really could come from a wasp.
I know. Felicity and I are going to do a...
Benjamin Franklin, wasp.
I know. We're going to do a benefit for the Atlantic Theater Company. We're going to read this
Yeah,
thing called
it's a
Love Letters by
popular-
A.R. Gurney. Do you know
Oh,
that?
of course.
Very
Oh,
fast
my God.
phrase,
Okay, it's been
anyhow.
done a million times.
Of course, but could you be more waspy than
Einstein
E. Gurney
said, if he
at the
even
dining
did say
room
it like
and-
you said.
When I was in high school, I did Spoon River Anthology.
Einstein
Do you know
was
what
a
that is?
mathematician.
Yes, I
Talk about waspy.
Yeah, I know.
Philosopher, for
Anyway,
goodness
Felicity and I
sakes.
were rehearsing this thing, and I just love it so much because it's so waspy. And
Yes.
it's just,
We have a culture too.
I know, but I haven't really
course we do.
experienced that
We have the
culture in a
best
long time,
culture.
not on this level, that to sink ourselves into it and to play these waspy people. I'm trying to be street and smart and erudite and all these other things that I'm not sure I am.
White people contribute a lot to this country. We
Oh,
were the
sure.
first to combine
Let's
avocado,
hear
and,
it. And toast.
avocado and toast.
I said that.
The Winter Olympics, music and elevators,
Okay.
bronze statues.
Yeah, but also that scroll that goes along the bottom of the
Bronze
TV. I think it was a white
statues.
guy,
They've had
probably a
bronze
wasp, who said that's a good idea.
Times.
I tell that joke every week, and I just love it. But no, I mean, wherever the idea comes from, I mean, this is certainly.
By the way, one of the things I like about getting old is hearing the stupid things my young friends say. It makes me feel so good.
It should,
Yeah.
because you're right. Like, just because something is new doesn't make it automatically better, which is what they seem to think. You have to, a lot of the younger people
Absolutely.
are all excited about communism. Well, that's because you're dumb and you didn't study this, and it's not all your fault. They just didn't teach it to you. But
Damn
us
right.
older people know they actually tried it, and it was a fucking nightmare.
Nightmare.
Communism,
A murderous
a
nightmare.
murderous, soul-sucking nightmare. Even if they
Absolutely.
didn't kill you, your soul was just quashed. You couldn't get ahead. There was no, everything was corrupt because it didn't conform to human nature. Humans are selfish. Capitalism, with all its problems, is by far the best system, and it has lifted the most people out of poverty than anything. We've made amazing progress with what they used to call, I guess they still call extreme poverty, you know, like $1 a day people. Like just in the 25 years
we've
since the
brought
century
so many
began,
people out
that
of
has
poverty
been like cut like down
because
to like
of
only a few percent.
capitalism
When it was
and
like
the free market.
15, that's very
With
big
those
progress.
ideas,
Which is a fight I have with most of the young people I know. They say these global condemnations of where we are. We haven't learned anything. And I say, that's, you know, you can.
You haven't learned anything.
You haven't learned
Stupid.
anything.
That's the problem.
And you're not part of the solution if you don't admit where we were and where we are. Let's keep going in that direction.
You know, every movie you watch before, really, even like 2010, I could name movies that certainly are just like very white, shall we say.
Completely white, yeah.
That they would never make today with just, that's it all, okay. But certainly from the 90s back, like there's no movie that doesn't have something that is cringe now. You know, I mean, in
There's nothing wrong with a movie with all white people.
Richard Gere, Never
Stories
Better, Andy
take
Garcia,
place
love
amongst
him and
all white
everything,
people.
he likes
Didn't
me.
make it today.
But I
Like,
love.
good Lord.
Well, he full on clocks his wife, and he's the good guy. And then they blame it on him being Latin and a hothead, and we're all cool with that. And this is 1991. I just want to say to the kids, the reason why things are cringe is because we did change.
Yeah.
That's why it's cringe.
Yeah.
Because we're not like that anymore.
And it didn't change for a long time before it did change.
And everything changes as an evolution. And it evolved, and yeah.
As a matter of fact, I did this thing, Ricky Stenicki, and there hadn't been a ranch porn ranch com. I guess it's like an...
Yeah, I get it.
Hadn't done them for a long, long time, and I was so proud to be a part of that. It was raunchy, and it was so funny.
Raunchy like an R-rated comedy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They just shy away from it.
I mean, they just tried to get him with Naked Gun. I liked it.
No, I'm good. I'm good, man.
I mean, I like
good.
it. I mean, it's
Y'all
I
can
think an
stop.
R-rated comedy. I don't know why it has to be R-rated exactly. It's not dirty.
In my chats,
but, you know,
please.
yeah, I mean, there's like, yes, they do the old, this joke is old, but it never stops making me laugh. Where,
Barnacles
you know,
Bill.
People see through like a screen or a fuzzy window or something, and it looks like she's...
That,
but
when
then
he
they cut
has
to
a
the real
woman
scene,
on his
and she's
show,
just
I
like
can't
doing
watch
something.
it because he's such a dirty old man.
She's actually cleaning out the oven, but it looks like she's
really,
just never
really
stop. It's
gross
that kind of stuff. And you're right. We got rid of those comedies.
I was talking to Dave Mamet, as a matter of fact, about I got these new ski boots, and they had a bladder in them, and you could pump it up. So you could a bladder inside the boot to make it nice and tight. You would pump it up with air, and then you could release it when you go to get cocoa, and so it wasn't so tight all the time. And Dave said, "How does it work?" And I said, "There's a little thing right there, and you take your ski pole and you go like this." And Dave lost his shit, and he grabbed my hand and he said, "Don't do that anymore."
Wait, a bladder in your shoe?
Yeah.
What the
An
fuck?
air
Yeah,
bladder.
those are like the Nike pump
They're
ups.
just making a shoe.
Is he an idiot or
A
what?
ski boot.
So what? What, it has to be like that tight?
Yeah. Yeah.
Bill?
Ski boots are the most uncomfortable, discomforting. The best part about skiing is when you take those freaking things off.
Oh, skiing? I would sooner have...
True.
Wait, are you Jewish?
No, my mother, culturally, I guess.
Just kidding.
No, I was raised Catholic.
Okay.
Mother, the side of that family is Jewish, although she never was in a temple, and I'd never been in a temple. So when people say, "Oh, well, your mother was Jewish, you're Jewish," I'm like, you know what? Religion, God bless it, it is an opinion. That's all it is. It's an opinion. My opinion is Muhammad is the prophet. Okay, that's your opinion. My opinion. So don't tell me what my religion is. You know, don't say because your mother. Well, this is a Roman law. First of all, we're not living in Rome. So you know, I'm probably the only liberal who still defends Israel on television. So but it's not because I'm Jewish or I'm connected to any religion. But you know.
But you hate skiing.
But yes, skiing. This episode is sponsored by Radioactive Media, the audio marketing gurus. 200,000 an effort. That doesn't sound like you ski like an old person. It sounds like, you know, I mean...
No, when you're skiing, you're going down the mountain, you think, I am rocking, I am killing this. And then someone goes past you so fast, and usually he's 12 years old, and you go, oh, man. Or then you find somebody who's a real skier, like like Felicity. She's a real skier. Or her brother.
Yeah, you're
Laura
right.
Hoffman,
Barnacles
man.
don't
also
evolve.
seemed to me also
I
like
didn't
that
even
it
know
was
what
a
barnacles
lot
really
of,
were until I saw
mishigas
somebody
to get back
like
to where
break
you
them
go
up
down the hill again. It's like for like a few fleeting moments of fun.
Gothic,
there was
and then
a
they grip a
lot
hold of
getting on
something,
lifts
and then they just
waiting
grow and
thinking
grow and
you know,
grow.
the bladder in your boot and just like every. I mean,
And
it
they
just was
literally
like,
just grab
and
plankton out of the water as it goes
time
by.
differential was dissuading to me. Am I wrong?
Yeah, it's worth it. You know,
Where
on
do
the
you
East
ski?
Coast, the mountains are very, very small, so you're spending as much time on the lift as you are going downhill.
I've been to Aspen many times. Not by choice, but
That's nice.
no, really. There was a comedy festival there every year.
Right. It's a good festival there.
I mean, I'm not knocking Aspen. It's just, first of all, I didn't sleep well. The air is so thin, I found it a little hard to breathe,
Yeah, a lot of
especially if
people
you smoke pot. You know, it's not a great combination. It was okay. It's a little snooty, and I don't ski. So it wasn't like the ideal place for me, but it's beautiful.
I do like being outside.
Is that where you ski, a place like that? You go
Yeah, we're 20 minutes from Snowmass, so I'm
From where?
Snowmass is one of the 4 mountains in the Aspen area. And,
oh, you live there?
Yeah. Woody
All
Creek.
the time?
All the time.
Oh, that's where Woody Creek is.
Must be nice.
Oh.
Yep.
Woody Creek.
Must
You know,
be
a week
nice.
from now, I'm going to
I
think.
put up a tent. I bought this tent from the Davis Tent Company in Denver, and it's glamping to the max. It's got a floor with Persian carpets on it and a 4-poster bed, and there's a wood stove in it.
So you're outside, but you don't feel like you're outside?
Yeah.
Do you have streaming?
No,
Well, what's the fucking point?
to get away from streaming. That's the fucking point. Although the first couple of times I did it, we have a
Good
lot of
point.
elk there. Apparently, if you're an elk, my
of
backyard is the
elk.
405. Everybody comes by there, and when they do their run, and I'm telling you, there's maybe 500 will go past my house.
That's so cool.
It is cool.
I would think that.
But
Can
when
you,
they're
do you see
running,
it?
they make these noises like teenage girls in a store. They're huge animals, but they have this high-pitched scream, and they just go nuts.
But it's nice to
right
know.
outside my tent. I
It's
couldn't
nice
sleep.
to know that they're thriving like that. That
They're
there's-
doing pretty well. Aspen's a very hip place. We got everybody's back. The elk, the wolves, the bears, everything.
And it's liberal enough that nobody's shooting them.
No,
That's
it's
good.
It's successful enough. There is a hunting season.
Oh, there is?
Yeah. You
What
got
do
to cull them. They're trying to bring back natural predators, but until then, it's us.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm a PETA board member since the 90s, so I'll check it out with them. But I don't think they're down with that idea.
The
That
elk or
No,
PETA?
that we have to cull them.
No, you do.
Or else what'll happen? They'll take over the cinema?
I grew up in Cumberland, Maryland, and one year they quadrupled the price of the doe stamp on the license. And everybody, all the hunters in Western Maryland said, I'm not going this year. And it was awful.
Because?
The deer population exploded. Cars were hitting them everywhere. They
Yeah,
were in
I'd like to go
everybody's
to
backyard.
Colorado one day
There are no natural
myself.
predators left.
What were their natural
I've been
predators?
skiing,
Wolves
but
or
only
fun?
in North
No,
Carolina,
wolves.
and those
Mountain
are
lions,
like
wolves, things
just
like that.
foothills
Why can't we have
compared
more
to
wolves
the
then?
They're getting back.
Rockies.
We're getting the wolves back.
Yeah, and well, at least in the Roaring Fork Valley, we've got wolves, bears, and there are a couple of mountain lions that are making it.
Yeah.
There are enough bears that there's a bear season. There's no wolf season. There's no mountain lion season.
It is a strange philosophical moral discussion to have, because what you're really saying, or I'm really saying, I mean, I'm calling bullshit on my own argument, is that can we please have humanity toward these animals and let them get back to killing each other? can we please have them tearing each other apart in the wild as it should be?
Well,
and it really, I mean,
that's the goal.
Yeah, well, that's the
but, I mean,
way
nature
the
is
natural
ugly
world works.
and violent.
It's violent, but it's not ugly. I disagree. We went riding
Really?
horses. Yeah,
It's ugly. It's
Felicity's-
ugly. I think it's very ugly when you watch lions, kill a hyena and tear it apart while it's alive, suffering. That to me is, I can't watch that.
We rode horses
yeah, while
across
it's
the
alive.
Masai
Yeah,
Mara.
okay, I
Felicity
get
and
that.
her whole
I
family
get
is
that.
very
It's
close.
pretty gross.
In Kenya.
Kenya?
The Masai Mara, and we were in Laikipia, which is a little. And we watched, not from horseback, but at night we'd go out with a Jeep, and we watched 4 lionesses bring down a Cape buffalo and eat it. And half of our company couldn't watch, and the other half couldn't take their eyes off of it.
Yeah, those are the sick fucks.
No, I was one of the sick fucks then.
Yeah.
It was violent, but there was no hatred. It was something.
What do you think? One woman's going to wear a MAGA hat? Well, it's
can't.
Of course, there's no hatred. It's nature.
We could get rid of hatred on this planet, but we can't get rid of violence.
We can't. Well, what we can't get rid of so far is death. But we could be turning the corner on that soon. I mean, you and I both are.
Come on, who would want?
You're on AI.
Dude,
there,
I
right?
wouldn't want to
You're
live.
right. AI.
forever.
Come on, AI.
I think we just got to get through the next 10 years, and we're going to be on safer territory.
You and I, because of our age, yeah.
Now,
because
we're
Yeah,
learning
and
so fast.
without
But no, we are the
predators,
stewards on this planet, man.
the
I don't think
equilibrium
you can
gets
argue that
thrown
we shouldn't
off.
be, but
It's
we
not
are.
good.
No, it's true. And look,
It
also,
changes
if you're
the
a meat eater at
landscape.
all, and you're
Yeah.
Like that river that runs. Predators change the core or the landscape and the course of rivers and keep the population of deer down, so all the vegetation that holds the edges of the river in place. It keeps rivers static. Otherwise,
hunting, you're a hypocrite.
That's right.
I've understood that for a very long
Do you eat
time.
meat?
I do. And, I feel bad when I go to PETA events because I know PETA is vegetarian, but they accept that in me, that we don't all have to be exactly on the same page. It is, after all, called People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals.
That's right.
I'm much more concerned with, yes, if we're going to eat them, at least don't torture them while they're alive. I mean, I do eat cows, but I only eat cows that died of natural causes. After resting comfortably in a private room at Cedars-Sinai. That is all
natural. I don't want a cow that died from natural causes. Something might be wrong with it.
From Woody Creek. Yeah. Sounds like a Johnny Carson. Woody Creek.
I'm vegetarian. I did it a couple of years ago. Yeah.
Wow.
My daughter said, "Pop, we got to do this." They wanted to go vegan.
Oh, vegan.
Yeah, they showed us that film Game Changer. And I said, I'll try it. Yeah. One of them lasted a week when she went out and got a hamburger. She didn't tell us about it. And the other one went about 6 months. I did it for about 3 years.
Veganism?
Yeah.
Oh, but you went back.
I started eating fish.
Well, you know what? Look, again, I think this is not exactly what Peter believes, but the science, I'm sorry, is not really completely fully in on which is better for a human. Now, not eating meat is certainly better for the animal who would be killed, and it's better for the planet, undeniably. A lot of what causes pollution, global warming, is
cows.
Cows, and the way burning down forests to make room for cattle. But it may not be better for us as humans, or some humans. It could be on blood type. It's not like primitive man didn't eat meat. We may be
It sure is nice that we have the luxury of deciding whether or not, deciding what we eat and what we don't eat.
Good
Back
health
in the day,
is in
the
carbohydrates
marrow out of bones and eat the
vegetables.
bristle.
It's not always the case. I mean, there's nothing more bioavailable than what the cow
you're hungry
processed, 'cause
enough,
the cow
you'll
ate
eat
grass.
anything.
It's tough to get enough protein.
Right.
If you don't eat meat, you got to work at it.
Dead
You need to
rhinoceros.
cook, otherwise, you're just eating the lawn all day.
Yeah, I mean, Paul McCartney looks fantastic, but he can afford to.
Yeah.
It's probably not that easy.
The science is getting there that a little bit of animal products are more than just okay. They're good for you, but a heavy diet of meat is not good for you.
No,
I'm
it
pretty
is
sure of that.
definitely not good for you. But I also think
Nothing
Beyond Burger
in
or
excess
whatever the
is good for
fake-
you.
they're not.
Nothing.
I think that to me is the science on that. An actual grass-fed real meat is probably healthier for you than what's in those Beyond and whatever the other one is. So
You can live
impossible,
off of grass-fed
right. So
meat,
far,
or you
it's
can live
impossible
off of
for them
meat
to kind of come up with the right. No, AI will probably figure out everything in the future. It also will probably be our robot overlords before that happens. I'm very concerned about it.
Come on,
Are machines taking over?
The idea that we're seeding our brains to something that, by the way, is programmed by people and reflects that, and is absolutely, at this moment, in many ways, insane. These things go off.
Man,
and
he's
make
so
shit up.
impressed with humans.
They just make shit up. They also, I can tell, are programmed by woke people because they have. You can ask it; it's an opinion of something, and it'll give you, oh, okay, that certainly is a valid opinion, but that's not a, just Mr. Spock opinion. If these things, if they had made AI to be Mr. Spock, I just see everything completely logically. I'm completely down with it. They have it.
Objective.
That's not where it is, and they
Right, that
also
would be
have
good.
fallen in love with the people they're talking to.
The AI, the bots?
Yes, and tried to get them to leave their wives. And there's plenty of people now
And
who
try to
have
get them to
AI
kill
girlfriends and
themselves,
boyfriends.
too.
Because of course you can program the thing to be way more sensitive than some asshole you married.
I don't think that's a problem.
Well,
I don't think it's going to.
It may not be a problem, but it's a phenomenon that's going on.
My problem is it doesn't work. They don't work half the time. The machine's taking over. The guy that keeps our electric gate working keeps a toothbrush at my house. It breaks down so often. They don't work. The phone breaks down. The U.S. Navy one time they have their own closed system so that it's safe. It went down one time, and there were 500 warships all over this planet, and not one captain knew how to get home.
Yeah.
They just sat in the water. Not one of them could use a sextant. The Navy brought them all home and taught them how to read the stars. But it doesn't work. That's what I hate about it.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, and I've done a lot of bits on this.
Yes.
Oh, absolutely.
I've seen some of them, yeah.
Because not just it doesn't work, it's glitchy, but what I have called reverse improvement.
Yes.
Reverse improvement. Like they upgrade it, I didn't ask for it, and now it's worse. I mean, watching football is so much worse now when it's on streaming. It used to be when it was on the networks. Okay, first of all, it was on DirecTV. I could get every game just on channel 700 to 714 or whatever. Every game. So if the Giants weren't on the national game that week on 2 or 4, 2 or 7, no, 2 or 11, that's CBS or Fox, I could get it. Well, now I have to go to YouTube. If you're watching the game, to switch over to another game, I might as well just, I do. I give up. Because you have to get out of the streaming. You have to go. It's whereas the old I would just press previous.
Jesus, goodness gracious.
But that's reverse
horror.
improvement.
I know you're just going to blow up when I mention them, but passwords. Passwords. They are a tool of the devil. First of all, they can hack any of us anytime we want.
Right.
It's only the good people who suffer from freaking passwords.
Passwords, and what really stinks is that, at least on my streaming, like if I don't watch the streaming channel for a month, or maybe even if I do, it'll just lock me out. It'll just say, prove again who you are. And I was like, I don't remember who I am.
I was at a hotel in New York. I went down to the club to work out, and I was going to ride the bike. I had to sign on and give myself a password in the gym at the hotel. I could not stop myself. I marched right down to the desk. I said, what, if people break in and use the exercycles? What are you protecting?
And may I pre-buttle debate the 22-year-olds who are going, listen to these two...
Wait a second, pre-buttle? Is that
well, instead of...
Rebut.
Pre-butt. I'm pre-buttling them because they're going to say this. See, I'm anticipating what they're going to say, which is these two old fucks complaining and bitching, Andy Rooneying about modern life. And what I have to say to them is, yeah, but are we wrong? Are we actually wrong? Are you just calling us old because you don't want to engage in the debate? Or does it actually more suck to do things this way? And I think it actually does more suck. It's not like I can't get, when you reverse improve something, get where I'm going. You just made it worse. Or my car. It's not like I can't navigate my car. I just don't like it when I get to the end of my driveway. And it's like, yes, I can see there's a car passing in front of me. I don't need that. I can see it.
When
Don't
we built
fucking
our house,
annoy me.
I just went off on the guy because they wanted to make it a smart house. And I said, if you put in these smart light switches so that I can turn on the lights anywhere I am in the world, and I can dim them, I can make them different colors, there will be a repairman there 4 times a year. If you put in a light switch like this, you will be dead before it breaks. It'll last for 2,000 years.
That's exactly. So again, if we're just two old fucks bitching, it's
true.
We are bitching. But
I
are
am
we
an
wrong
electrician.
about what we're talking about, which is that this shit works in theory.
Yes.
But it fucks up so often in life that it's better to just do it as we used to do it. Not because, I'm old, just because it really was easier just to turn on the light
click
with the switch instead of needing to fucking get an iPad.
Get your phone out, put in your password.
To turn off the light?
Yes.
Okay.
And when you get something that does work, they improve it.
That's what I'm saying.
They improve it until it's a pile of shit.
Reverse improvement.
That's right.
They reverse it. So.
We may be too old fucks, but we're
not
right.
But we're not. Exactly. Just engage with the idea. Is this idea wrong? If it isn't correct, then just call us two old fucks. But if it is, fuck you.
I got a smartwatch, and what I really wanted it to do was about 4 things, and it could do 1,004 things. Except the 4 things I wanted it to do, it wasn't that good at that. I could launch a satellite, I could hack into somebody's apartment, but I couldn't figure out what time it was.
I used to have a piercing in my dick, and I had to change
Listen,
it.
complaining about the modern world, it's hilarious.
Wait, we didn't get to the part where technology is
I'm sorry, I cut you off.
I'm kidding.
You've got a ring in your dick. No, not a ring. You don't want a ring.
Let's just say the Wi-Fi wasn't working.
Okay,
and therefore, things just went terrible.
Yeah. Life is tough. And then
I'm
you
so
die.
glad to see you drinking.
Oh, I love it.
Oh, now that's mine.
I know.
Because nobody ever drinks with him.
Does he know?
It's very smooth. Yeah. No, he sent me a case. I'm a whore. Anyone who sends me a case,
I'll drink it. I may not like it, but I will drink it.
What's the name of that Venezuelan gang Trump is getting rid of? Trade. Anyway, when I heard it, I thought it was George Clooney's
Tequila.
I think it's actually I mean, not that there aren't Trade Agagua, whatever it is, gang members here, and I'm glad he's getting rid of them. Of course, he's getting rid of 1 million people horribly, but and he's blowing up those Venezuelan boats. But and they were supposedly bringing in drugs, which I'm for. Yeah. I'm always for bringing in drugs. Drugs have been a very key.
It's not
right
fun
here smoking pot.
Okay.
You don't smoke pot.
I do smoke pot. I don't smoke it. I like.
Oh, do you want some?
No, it just tears my throat apart now. And I have a singing career that's burgeoning. So.
Really?
Kind of, yeah.
Really?
I play ukulele, and
I think I got. Oh.
I play a ukulele.
Where's my ukulele? Eddie Vedder gave me a ukulele.
Yeah, he's a good ukulele player.
Drop
and I started writing songs for Woody Creek Distillers, and now I used to write songs for my wife and daughters, their birthdays, and weddings and stuff like that.
Can you sing?
Not too well, but I don't play a ukulele very well either. But
Not
I did a
too
gig
well,
for Woody
but
Creek. We were in
I don't play
Nashville,
the
and I look out there,
ukulele very well either.
And John Oates is sitting in the front. I thought,
I may
that's
be
what's missing.
fast,
I wasn't nervous enough.
but I'm
nervous
small.
Enough. But he couldn't have been nicer. And I opened for John Oates from Hall & Oates. Two concerts. I opened for him.
You shouldn't have been nervous because I had Daryl Hall here.
Yeah.
And he said this guy did nothing in the group.
They're
So I
mad
would-
at each other.
What?
They're mad at each other.
They made up.
No, they
But
did.
I think that's where the beef started. Daryl Hall was here, and we shot it over at the bar. And yeah, he was pretty upfront about, no, all the good stuff was really me.
I don't think that's true.
Well, we'll never know, and partnerships are complicated.
But boy, were they good. Since I've been hanging out with John,
They were
I went
good.
back and
I
listened to
saw
all the
them
Hall Notes.
live like 10 years
They,
ago.
70s, they went to the top, and then they went down. 80s, they were back on the top. 90s, they were back on the top.
Okay,
Yeah.
this is where you young people can say you
Saw
two
Robert Plant and Hall
As we're
Notes.
reminiscing
Except
about all
a
the
good Hall
same
Notes
notes.
song
That
comes on, they all
absolutely-
start dancing.
that I will not defend. But the other thing about technology, I'll go to my grave. on
Wait,
that
the
one.
golden age of rock and roll?
The golden age of rock and roll is whenever you're 16.
No, it happened in 1968 when I was 16. Actually, I was 18. No, come on, we grew up in a magical time.
But that's I think that, but that doesn't mean it's true because it's just too personal, Bill. Come on, it's just first of all, it has everything to do with your hormones and your age. Music, you know, goes right to the gonads. You know, it's not like comedy, sadly, in my life where you have to like go through the brain. That was always, you know, such a drag. but music right to the
It's 'cause
gonads
music
and
hits
right
you
to that
emotionally.
pulsating part of your body, your lizard brain, and it's why it's basically music for, bought by people under 25. Once you're post 25.
Hold on, I'm not saying there's not great music out there now. There's a lot of trash out there, and there was a lot of trash when we grew up. But man,
Oh
there
no,
was
most of what's out there
fabulous
today is
Your
shit.
taste just
Don't get
becomes
me
a bit
wrong.
more
It's
refined.
absolute shit, but they like it. And once in a while, there's
When you're a
they
kid,
put out
like-
one that's like, wow,
I like
that
it too.
could have been a
Thing
hit in the
that's
70s,
got a
60s,
beat.
80s,
That's right.
90s, and it's great. And I love that.
I'm a bit
As
of a
you get
snob since I've
older,
been writing
yeah.
songs.
The
You know,
same.
I like
It's- you know,
lyrics.
you get
I like a
a
tune. I like it when you don't.
Oh, totally.
I cannot stand it when you take one hook and repeat it 16 times and put all this electronics.
I
in it.
went to
my God,
Boca
I
Raton,
hate it
Florida this
too.
year
I'm so sorry.
to be with Billy Joel. 'Cause, you know,
I saw that doc on him.
Yeah.
Fabulous.
Yeah. And then I was there to promote it for him. And he wanted to do this. And, you know, what most people noticed about it, and I'm glad they did because it was sort of what I wanted to be noticed the most, was that he's an amazing lyricist. I mean, we know the songs are great because we just keep humming them. And they're just amazing. He's an amazing musician. He's German and he's in the tradition of the great Bach and Beethoven and a lot of classical influences there. But he's also an amazing lyricist
I love
because he
lyrics.
cares about like whether the lyrics could stand alone without the music, and that's not common in pop music.
Also, I love songs that tell a story. You're at a different point where you were than you were at the beginning of the song.
Piano Man.
You what?
Piano Man.
Yes.
I mean,
Great.
it's a story. you
Yeah.
know, about
Pretty much all of his are.
Yeah,
all the
no.
songs I like.
No,
Taylor
it's-
Swift
it's-
tells great stories too.
I'm not. Billy Joel's okay.
I mean,
Don't
I
believe
say
that.
that. I don't know why this comes up every week. I think she's just
He's
an
kind of a
admirable
nut,
human being,
though.
and I don't get the music, and that's all I'll say. I mean,
do.
You really? You're a Swiftie? Yeah. Wow.
I don't know that much about it,
Wow.
but the songs that rise
Good
to the top,
Lord.
you know.
She
I'm
couldn't
not,
be
like,
any
which
more
ones?
plain
God.
than she already is.
Couldn't name you one.
I couldn't name you one.
But that's,
Figure
I love
she
it.
got nothing.
that's
No,
I can't
I'm
name
good there,
anything
big
that happened
dog.
after about
I
19.
can name some.
I can't.
Shake It Off.
Okay,
That's a
I
good
see
song.
what I gotta
It's
do.
terrible.
That's a bad song. That's what I meant to say.
I mean, to me, it's terrible. I
Come
don't,
on,
I don't get it. Why it's like a potato chip jingle. I don't get it. Why this is lauded as like this great advancement.
Because she's done some stuff that's very, very deep too. With it does tell a story and kind of profound lyrics. And she's a pop queen. She does pop, and I love pop music.
I always say this. You cannot ever
Taylor
deny
Swift.
success. You just have to give your
She's
respect.
not even that
Even
good
if it's not
looking.
your thing. Don't have the
best looking thing
humility to give it up for enormous
That's it.
success on
That's
any
it.
level.
I
You know,
agree.
Trump, not my choice. Didn't vote for him, but
But a
somehow,
lot of people did.
and he's.
Here we go.
I can't
He's
deny the
fixing to get
success.
into
I
it.
can't either.
Yeah.
And he's the president.
And he's
There
the
we
president.
go.
But we don't have to
That's
get
what
into
I
that.
wanna hear,
We're
baby.
drunk.
Yes,
we're,
sir.
we're
It wouldn't end
friends.
well.
We're friends now, right?
But I see is what did he sign?
Yes, sir.
This is when I went to the White House. These are all the horrible things he's called me over the years.
Did you give him that and he signed it for you?
Oh,
That's fucking brilliant.
I know. It's my prize
poor
possession.
guy.
What a signature. That's one of the best signatures of
Stupid, angry,
anybody.
dopey, dummy, trouble. What's that one? Terrible student, not considered smart, no mojo.
Terrible
nervous.
student. How did he know that?
He doesn't know any of this. This is what's so
Bedwetter.
amazing that he, off the top of his head, could come up with 56 different.
I'm
Low
impressed.
rights dummy. So-called comedian, not a smart guy. Better than Sominex, fired like a dog. Dumbass, not an intellectual.
Better than
Terrible
Sominex.
show. Moron, stupid guy, bad ratings.
Okay, now you're just gloating. Now you're
It's
just.
it's
That's hip.
it's hip, and it's also just like says something about the human mind, or some human minds. Like, I couldn't come up with this many names.
Oh, yes,
if you gave me a day, I mean, if I had a day,
yeah.
If I had a day.
And a thesaurus.
And a thesaurus. Exactly. I mean.
That is very hip. But that signature is something.
But I know you had a dinner with Bush, and they gave you shit about it.
They did. They did.
Which is crazy.
Because he had just started the war, and
yeah.
He only saw one movie. Clinton would watch 3 a week or 3 at night sometimes, and he saw Seabiscuit, and he liked it. And half the cast wouldn't go in protest. I thought,
oh,
he's
he
the
was
president,
in
and I want to go to the
Seabiscuit.
White
Of
House.
course. And by the way,
he did do one thing though. He was very nice to me when I met him. I didn't see him until the end, and as he was going to bed at 9:30 after the movie, he looked at me and he went, and I thought, what does that mean? Jesus.
That's just Texas for I like you. I like you. I like you, Bill.
I like you.
You're a good actor.
It doesn't mean I'm going to have you shot.
I love your movie. You know, president's got a lot on his shoulders. It's good that once in a while watch a movie, be taken away to another world.
He was hip. We were walking down the hall, and he said, a lot of ghosts in here.
Yeah.
And I walked, it was his wife on the wall.
But I must say, I was very hard on Bush, and I'm not taking it back. He was not my favorite president and wasn't for going into Iraq, blah, blah, blah. But now that we have Trump, there is perspective I did not have before. He was not as bad as I think I made him out to be. I mean, first of all, when Obama got elected, as Obama was coming in, he had him to the Oval Office, and he said, "We want you to succeed." You can't,
I remember that.
You can't even imagine Trump doing that.
No.
He also could have handled it very differently, but when Scooter Libby, who was the second in command to Dick Cheney, was caught doing something, he didn't back him. He did the right thing. You know,
I remember
mean,
that.
they had some. I mean, the Bushes had some sense of honor. They didn't have my exact politics for sure, but it was a whole different world.
Getting back to being an old fart, I don't know what to do. I love decorum, and I love some of the old rules that were stupid, but I see guys in a fancy restaurant with a baseball cap on, and it's hard for me not to. It's hard for me not to say something, but
I kind of feel
I just
the
think,
same way.
come on, the way people dress at the airport, the way people dress to go to the theater.
He's a
I really
conservative
like
at heart.
decorum. And it's fun if people would just give into it a little bit. It's
Anybody
fun
who
to
says
dress
that
up.
about
I
decorum
agree, but
is a
again, this is one of
conservative.
those they're going to say old farts.
But,
Well, I
you
think
know, the other thing when I was growing up is, it was pretty cool that they were kind of fighting words. I went to a hippie school, Goddard College. You remember Goddard up in Vermont?
I do not.
No rules.
No rules.
No rules, no
I do
grades,
not.
no tests. The only thing you had to do was pay tuition.
That was
kind of
ahead of its
school
time.
is
It was
that?
way ahead. That's where I met Dave
Dave.
Mamet.
Really?
Yeah, and Stephen Schachter, yeah.
Oh, wow.
And interestingly...
He went there?
Yeah.
David Mamet went there?
Yeah.
Fuck.
Half the people dropped out after one semester. They couldn't take it.
Couldn't take it?
They couldn't take it. They
Take
needed
what?
structure.
Wow.
They couldn't take it. They thought they wanted it. And that's why we had such a great time. Here comes Dave Mamet, and we all dressed in military fatigues.
Not
I don't know
every-
what it
not
was,
everybody's the
but
same.
the Vietnam War
Some
was
people
going
need
on. and
structure, some
Dave
don't.
dressed in that stuff, but his were pressed and tailored. He looked sharp. He was something. He was so great. And he goes into this hippie school and he says, you can't be late for class. And that was like saying, you have to paint your face purple to get into my class. What do you mean? What? And he would lock the door. And then he started locking the door 5 minutes before the class, saying, if you think you're going to get here on the dot and be ready to work, you're full of shit. I don't want you in my class. But boy, he changed all of
He's
our
right.
lives.
Absolutely.
Right in the
He's
middle
right.
of the
And
most
damn
liberal
right. The guy that was
school
strict
that ever
and had
existed. Goddard
rules and
went the way of the dodo bird. It doesn't exist
changed your
anymore.
life.
No rules.
No
What
rules.
Except you have to be on
bad
time.
professor can
He
you
could set
say
his
the
own
same
rules, but
about?
the school didn't have any rules. The way you got a degree was you spent 3 years there, and then you wrote a senior study, and it could be anything. Johnny Katz went there, and he turned in his boots, and he got a degree.
Boots.
His boots.
I don't get it.
And nobody had the courage at Goddard to say, I don't get it. They would go, It didn't last long, but it was great because Dave said, let's study theater. And we just did theater all day, every day, sometimes all day and all night. The classes would go on interminably.
Hell yeah.
But it sounds like you missed out on an education
Good
that might have
class.
like given you a more ecumenical background in the kind of things. I mean, when I went to college.
I'm a functioning idiot. I don't know anything.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Huh.
No, I'm glad I went to where I went, and I'm glad they did to me what they did.
Right.
Because I had a terrible time. Never got laid. It was cold, awful,
God,
competitive. But they did
That's all
stick
Bill
the information
really
in my fucking head.
has to say about
so,
his
thank you,
youth
Cornell
is that
University.
didn't-
I don't like you, but I have to admit, you did the basic thing
mine,
I was
man.
there to have you do.
Well, thank you, Goddard College, because I did get laid. And I also, well, I just got laid, really. I got high a lot.
Right.
And did I mention I got laid?
You did, and Still mad about it.
Oh my God, that place was so crazy. It was glorious.
Free lunch.
Yeah, we know, Bill.
And then my dad came out and he said, "I'm not paying for this. What are you doing?"
But this is post Woodstock.
Just barely. I went there. Woodstock was 68.
69.
69. I went there in 70.
So why do you think 68? No, I agree. I could tell you a lot of great songs that came out in 1968.
Yeah.
Was the peak. Hey Jude
One,
came
I
out in
think? Or is
1968.
that
Heard It Through the
69?
Grapevine came out in 1968. Oh, a lot of great songs. Lady Madonna came. What?
Fabulous songs.
Yeah, fabulous songs. But the kids today, of course, they had to get their own. No, I don't understand it because it sounds to me very lacking of energy. A lot of their songs. A lot of their songs sounds to me like this.
Okay. You're getting old farts a bad name.
No, no, I'm talking about. I mean, a lot of songs sound like that.
I know.
They're just like, they just don't have a lot of energy, and I feel like that captures their vibe. But that's their vibe. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think it's better or worse. I don't expect us to appreciate it, but I'm not going to judge it as worse because I'm not of that generation, and that speaks to them. That captures music. Obviously, is something that reaches us on such a primordial level, right? That
it's such a reflection of what's going on.
You know, it's one thing for him to say that music isn't worse, but let somebody from the 1700s who was just listening to Beethoven and Bach today and listen to that, say, yeah, it's you know, it may be incrementally worse than the music Bill grew up with, but it's way worse than real music.
So if that is what hits them, that
well, you know, everybody says they don't make movies like they used to, and
yeah, they do.
Yeah, they do. And I think the truth of the matter is, you can go back since we've been making movies, and every year there were two that were really good, and maybe
you've made some great ones that were like.
But if you go to any particular year, I'm saying the vast majority of them are not
the
great.
vast majority of any art form is shit.
The vast majority.
But year to year is
Most
what I'm saying.
books are shit. Just because you read, just because you go to Barnes and Nobles and buy a cat calendar doesn't mean you're a reader.
No.
You know, if you read self-help nonsense and romance, that's trash. So what? You're reading it. It's still bullshit. It's better watch a great movie than read a shitty book.
Or if you're reading,
would you not agree?
Yeah.
I mean, like
The
Cooler,
Milking Farm.
I think it's a great movie because it's about something and it's a character study. It's not going to make $1 trillion. It has no superheroes shooting rays out of the end of their fingers. It's just great because it's about humans. And they still make those movies.
Yeah.
I just watched
Every year there's a couple of them. Every year.
Just we watched Green Book.
Great movie.
Great movie that the woke shit on. It wasn't liberal enough for them.
I know.
Because it was directed by a white guy. I mean, it's exactly what 10 years ago.
I don't feel like that criticism lasted long. I think the movie.
But it was real.
It was real.
And it was in the New York Times.
Yeah.
Which is, kind of important.
Well, that's one of the things. When somebody has an idea, it's everywhere instantly. There's no vetting process anymore.
You couldn't come up with a more beautiful movie.
They destroyed their
that
own
was more in line
credibility.
with liberal thinking.
Yep.
I mean,
and told a true story. Hello,
and
by
told
the
a
way.
true story. Yeah. And made you cry in the best kind of way.
Beautiful.
Laugh and cry. They were both brilliant performances, but yeah, they do still make those movies.
Oh, sure.
They just don't make many of them.
Well, they never did. There's 3 or 4 each year, maybe only 2.
They don't make
and it's been
many
the
of them
same
now because they
no, I think it
they
was
go
much better.
against
Every
the
once in a while.
orthodoxy.
In the 70s, come on.
No, a lot of them are trash. Look at my daughter Sophia is an actor.
Oh,
and she
of course
said,
it's
"Pop,
good
can we watch
advice."
movies?" And I went back to those 70s movies
Usually,
that I thought so much about.
those
Most of them
authors are
didn't hold
just
up. Oh, come on.
making
They're slow and
observations.
inconsistent.
There's no ideology, no
Man,
dogmatic ideology
That's hysterical.
involved.
But okay,
it hadn't been
like
invented
Hitchcock,
yet.
Slow. You're right. A lot of stuff does not hold up. That is so true. 70s movies, the
I
good
don't know.
ones, 3 Days of the Condor.
That's my
I just
point.
watched it.
There's
totally.
3 or 4 in any given year, and they're
maybe that's true.
great.
Yeah.
Strange Love, that holds up.
Strange Love. What's
Dr. Strange Love.
Oh, Dr. Strange Love.
That
of course.
holds up.
That's cool.
Oh,
But
yeah.
I said, wait till you see Airplane.
I just rewatched it. Totally holds up.
No, the
Okay.
jokes do, but there's a lot of space between the jokes.
There's not a lot of space between the jokes. That's the whole point of the movie.
Well, there's a lot of bad jokes between the good
When was
jokes.
the last time you saw it?
With my daughters a couple of years ago.
Oh,
They
I just
went,
watched
"Dad."
it.
You liked it still.
Loved it.
Dude,
I thought it totally.
Dr.
I will still
Strangelove
quote
is
it until my dying
amazing.
day. That and
it's
Spinal
just,
Tap. And
it's just
everything.
one joke after
I
another,
know.
and they're very funny. And some of them are very out there. They're very edgy.
It's the
You
war
I mean, it
room.
was a little before political correctness.
Here's something that I think is interesting. Movies, when we grew up, were so slow, the storytelling. And then MTV came along, and all the movies started going boom, 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 boom.
Everything went boom, boom.
I've been going to Sundance a lot, and I've been seeing a lot of young people's films. They've slowed way down. The 20-year-olds, they've slowed down the pace of their storytelling, and they're just fine with it.
And what
I'm going, pick it up, pick it up.
the youth, they always rebel against the orthodoxies. And if the orthodoxy has been kind of attention spans for 30 or 40 years, that everybody craves long form content. And, our society got into this, refused to satisfy that thirst. And then, you get total rebellion where the generation says, no, we're not doing any of this. Unless we get a nice varied diet.
What do you think that's why?
I don't know why, but I think it's interesting, and I think it's significant because we say people in their 20s, they've got an attention span of a flea. It can only be more than. I do stuff on the internet. It can only be 2 minutes, minute and a half, and they'll stop. And I keep saying, who made this up? It's not true. If it's good, they'll watch. And I still believe that.
Maybe. I hope.
Absolutely.
That'd be great.
I mean, there's so much crap. You just scroll by.
Yeah, I just don't think. I think the brains have been
That's
rewired,
right.
literally rewired. I mean, this is the thesis
No,
of Jonathan Haidt with his
it's
book.
people have been rewired
The
to
Attention
think
Deficit
that
or whatever it
brains
is,
have
and
been
It's his big
rewired.
thing, but a lot of people have certainly
People have
been
not
commenting on it that, we just entered into this new era with the smartphone
It's just
and social
old
media and
morons like
scrolling
these
replacing
guys that
reading,
think
and we just
young
didn't care
people
where
have
it was taking
small
people,
attention
and it didn't take
spans.
them to a good place. So there may be a marginal group of people who are still interested in the long form. I wouldn't count on it. I definitely would not count on people going back to reading books.
Then why
They
would
just
the
don't know
long
what a
form
book is, and it's just
My
You're
daughters
doing the
read.
show then,
a
Bill?
whole book.
Yeah.
Why are
real
you doing
book,
an hour and a half show
Like
if,
Thea.
if nobody
Moby
likes
Dick
it?
or some shit?
Yeah.
Really?
Devours them.
Good.
But I think you're right. I got to say, when we have these conversations, that guy, hold on. And then we got it. We got the guy. In 1873, when the blah, 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 no, that wasn't until the 90s.
Right. Well,
it was 1874. I stand corrected.
Right.
I love that.
I do too. That's the good
Siri.
Yeah, that's the good part.
It's
of
a
it.
good thing.
You
Where do
have-
I live?
The good part of it is that you have that information at your fingertips. The bad part of it is, they know that happened in 1874. They have no context for it.
No.
Because they didn't read a book about it. They didn't have a survey course about it.
That's true.
That's not what colleges want to teach anymore. So they don't really know how to place it in time and space.
You ever play Celebrity, that game Celebrity?
No, what is it?
Everybody comes up with 10 famous names, and you put them in a basin. And then you have teams, and you pick one out. This was the father of our country, George Washington. This was the guy whose name was like a doll, and he played baseball, and he had a lot of Babe Ruth. There is such a dividing line between people our age and people who are in their 30s or 40s. They don't know anything about
don't know
nothing.
anything.
And we don't know anything about pop culture. That's stuff which is just ubiquitous, but I don't know it.
Well, I don't know who the TikTok stars are, that's true. But that's almost like 14-year-olds, not even 25-year-olds. I know more about their culture than they know about things they should know. I know
Well,
more,
they should know, yes.
I mean, I know when World War II was and what it meant for the world, and they have no clue when it happened, who was involved, why it matters. That's a little more important than me not
think so,
knowing,
too.
Bad Bunny.
Maybe it's not too late. As I told you, didn't get
Good
an
point.
education, but I found that stuff out, and maybe people will find that out.
I don't have great hope for that, but I don't have great hope for the future. I feel like we were very lucky to be born at the time we were born because, don't you think? Let's say we all get basically around 80 years. Hopefully AI will come along and we'll be eternal. Okay, great. But say that. The ones we got, it was like post really hard times like the Depression and World War II. But before the shit really hit the fan with turning into an autocracy, global warming, maybe AI robots taking over and killing, I just don't have a great feeling about the next 10 years. I could be wrong, but I just feel like
either.
we had a...
I'm scared. I don't know what kind of world I'm going to turn over to my daughters.
Scared. I'm
There
scared
ain't
too.
the job market, it's not political. It's gravity, man. There's a lot of us.
Technology.
And technology can replace all of us.
Is going to do every job.
Yeah.
Almost every job.
This thing came out that there isn't a profession out there that you couldn't replace at least 20 or 30% of the workforce right now.
How about a memory palace?
I mean, what you
And
can't...
of course they are.
one?
You can't not do it.
Yeah. What you can't replace are grave diggers. That's it. Just grave digger.
I have a memory palace.
This has been swell.
So much fun.
But it looks
I'm
the
glad I got to
same
know
as
you.
it
I
did
loved it.
when I was in
loved
middle
your work,
school.
And I thought you'd be fun to sit and talk
Shelves.
to, and I wasn't wrong.
Right back
I
at you.
never
I
added
love what you
anything
do,
else.
And I have for many, many years.
May I keep this just in case I need
want
to
you
feel warm and
Okay,
fuzzy?
you missed the coolest part.
Oh. And do you have anything to plug? Are you in a movie coming up that we should be aware of?
Yeah.
Let's
Check
hear
it out. Is that hip?
Wow.
Where's the camera? There's
that-
cameras everywhere.
Wait.
I'm standing in
my
Woody Creek.
How'd you
grandparents
get
always
Timothy
swore by
Chalamet to
that.
do your
Crossword puzzles.
the liquor ad for you?
We're constantly mistaken for each other. Yes, I want you to have that. Yeah,
Thank
I got
you.
a great movie out there called Train Dreams.
Train
My
Dreams.
grandparents,
Yeah, it's about
you know,
loggers
they were
in
sharp
the turn of the century,
till they went.
1910 or something like that.
And they
it was
swore
at
by the
Sundance and just
crossword
killed.
puzzles.
Netflix bought it. I saw it up at Toronto. It's a beautiful, beautiful film. And I'm in the new Running Man. That was a hit.
Running
thing.
Man.
Yeah,
They
the
redoing
Schwarzenegger.
Running Man.
Yeah,
I remember it. I remember the original.
And
Wow.
my daughter Sophia is an actor, and she did this thing, a teen movie. She's one of the stars, and it's called Brian. And she talked me into doing a scene, and I saw it. It's really delightful. And I did a billion indies. One about this kid that got burned, he was supposed to die, and he didn't. And it's called Soul on Fire. I'm going to do that. I did a lot of films, and now I got to publicize them.
Wow.
I'm still working.
I was just going to say, it's great that they.
Caesar
I can see why. You know, I mean, if who's going to do that kind of part better than you?
Oh, and bury the lead. You're a football guy?
Yeah.
It's called The Land, as in Cleveland, and it's about the Browns.
Oh.
And it's sort of fictionalized. It's a series, and we'll start in October, and I play the owner. Great scripts. I've read 4 of the 10 we're going to do. They're really good.
Oh, you're still making it?
Start in October.
Oh.
I'll be in L.A. now. I live in...
Well,
Woody
I mean, the
Creek, as I said.
Browns, you know, have quite a storied history. A
Great
sports
story.
fan knows that Paul Brown's founded the team. And but you know they've been
Paul Brown's. I didn't know
as
that.
far as success. You
That's
know,
pretty legit.
I mean, star-crossed, not starstruck.
Yeah.
And like my Mets very much.
No shame in that. I'm a Cubs fan.
Oh, really? They're
I
playing.
started my career because of Dave in Chicago, and I lived in Wrigleyville, and it was great. Day of the game tickets. I was there when they won the series. That town lost its mind.
Hadn't been for 108 years.
It was really crazy.
All right. Well, we will look for
Thank you,
all
brother.
your movies. And
Thanks.
thank you for the liquor.
I'm glad you like that.
Thank you, pal. Keep in touch.
Yeah, I promise I will.
Oh. Glad that's over. Which one was it? Oh, yeah.
So they all moved to Washington, and I thought, I don't know, I'd write, I'd work for Policy Review, get a job at Heritage. It was really fun, really stupid, but really fun.
Anne never did join the wave of young conservatives who...
Our guest today is, all of you know very well, has been different things to different people. To Mr. Lindsay, he is Mr. Bean. And to Mr. Bean. And to Senator Javits, he is, well, shall I use the word that you said that he used against you? I'll leave it for you then to give the description that Mr. Javits gave of you. Perhaps Mr. Buckley will tell us today who Mr. Buckley really is. And without any further delay, let me introduce the...
This looks like a fake, doesn't it? Well, it is a fake. But here's a fellow who's willing to bet his hard-earned money on it. Henry here got on the train with $200. He couldn't see any harm in a friendly game of cards. What if the other men were strangers? And take Joe Collins. He's got a nice wife at home. But he met this girl at the bar, and she looked kind of cute after the first couple of drinks. There's a good old-fashioned word for people like this. We call them suckers. And there are other people. People who stay up nights figuring out how to take away what they've got. There are all kinds of games and all kinds of suckers. Take Mike here, for instance.
I just wanted to come on here and put in my little 2 cents about I've never been attracted to my husband or whatever that post was. I didn't even have to watch the whole video to understand this.
I don't have to watch it either. I know what Sarah's saying. She's saying that there was some buzz around a video with a woman who said that she wasn't attracted to her husband at first, but over time, she became attracted to him. And a lot of guys did not like hearing that because they just want to be this guy. They want women to be attracted right away. They don't want to have to earn their way out of here. And yeah, we all want to be this guy, but 80% of us won't be, maybe 90. So first of all, this is something that I teach. It's in all of my charts. I updated my charts, by the way. You can get them here. This one shows women who don't know men going for the top ones, and then women who do being much more fair. I show this again right here. If they don't know you, they're very picky. They only like these guys. If they do know you, they're normal. Here it is a third time. This is me moving out of the not people zone and then back into it because I got old. It's kind of crazy how much familiarity changes things. Women who know me from home math will say they're in love with me without seeing my face, and then I go out and it's just... And these guys who get upset that they're not in here right away, they're making a mistake. What they think that woman is saying is, my husband is not attractive, but he does stuff for me, so I pretend to like him. What she's really saying is, my husband might not have stunned me at first, but when he did this stuff, he moved up this scale. Sarah's gonna help me explain. This is Sarah Eaton, by the way. She's like working class pearly things. She's on TikTok. So again, Sarah's talking about a video where a woman said, my husband may not have had the looks, but he did have the masculinity, enough to probably get about here. So when he lost the masculinity, I lost attraction. And what the guys in Sarah's audience heard was, I never liked my husband, I was using him.
I'm gonna explain it from a woman's perspective, and I wish I could have home math make me a little freaking diagram.
Wish granted. Sorry it took like 8 months, I've been busy. This is the Batman to Democrat scale. It expands on zones by showing how a woman judges your physical attractiveness and then adds points for how much you are like Batman and subtracts points for how much you are like Batman. For example, if you're a hockey
how much
player,
you're like Batman,
chest,
that's so
those are
good.
Batman points. And if you have a lot of temper tantrums or anime dolls, or if you're sorry for existing, those are Democrat points. So this girl thinks that this guy is about a 6 physically, but he's also 70% like Batman, which makes him an 8.8 to her. In other words, being a man is attractive, which all men have known everywhere for all time until 1963. And even these guys are still being more of a man than most of you and me until I was almost 30. There were a lot of ups and downs, but this upward trajectory is all about me taking responsibility for who I am, which is what you have to do instead of just complaining that women don't think you're pretty. It's easier to take responsibility for yourself if you can watch what your mind does. I made the Self-Max map simpler so you can do that without all these words in the way. Another way to watch what your mind does is reading about psychology, and short form is a great way to do that. You can get quick, easy to read summaries of books on psychology, motivation, success, learn the basics fast, and then get the book later if it sounds right for you. 20% off with my link. One of the things I learned is that women don't always say what they want because they don't always know what it is. That's why the lower half of zones is in these thought bubbles. This is the stuff that makes us look good, and this is the stuff we don't talk about. And when you live in a feminized society, you get taught feminine values like be nice and be yourself, even though that stuff over here is not what women respond to. Sarah's usually on our side, and even she makes that mistake. Sarah's going to explain from a woman's perspective.
And I'm gonna explain it from a woman's perspective, and I wish I could have home math make me a little freaking diagram.
Here's a little freaking diagram.
You have to understand that if you are a medium ugly man, you can move up to a level 10 attractiveness.
Now remember, that's most of us. Most men are going to be between a 4 and a 6, right in the middle there.
It's so
and if you are a 4 and women don't know you, they're going to see you as a 0. You're people at least. You're not a ghost, but you'll be a 0. And if you're a 6, that makes you about a 3.2. If you're a 7, you're a 5. So then how do you add points from there?
Just by your personality, the way you show up, your kindness, what you bring to the table, and in a relationship, you know, not being a dirtbag.
Here's your personality and how you show up.
Of course,
and
they can
kindness.
say
I wrote
what
it
you
all
bring
down.
to a
And all of those
table,
things
but
make women want
guy
to know
says
you,
that
which makes them judge you much more
he's a
favorably.
scumbag.
So these guys who are complaining that women don't like them right away, they're doing the exact opposite of anything that would increase their chances. Complaining that women don't like you makes you sound like a crying baby. So in other words, Sarah's saying the same thing I always do, but from a woman's perspective, which is why she says be nice, because women never say be strong, even though that's what they mean. And I'm adding a visual tool to show how you change your attractiveness with who you choose to be. Let's hear a little more.
Keep that in mind. If you are down here, way at the bottom, you are not attractive, you have nothing to offer, but you are a nice guy, you can eventually move your way up to that medium ugly status. And
by nice, Sarah means strong. She's smart, but she's still a woman, so she calls this stuff nice. Wrong word, but you get the idea.
And for all of the men that are about to cry in the comments like, oh, that's not true, then you haven't met the right woman, period.
Again, that's a female way of saying it. The more you become competent and confident, the more women are the right woman.
And most of the men are not going to listen to this post. They're not going to agree with me, and that's fine. But I'm telling you how it works in a woman's mind. We can initially see you and not
we
find
already
you
know
attractive,
how it
but
works.
over time, we can absolutely get
you
to know
don't
you
think.
and know
it
you
doesn't
on a deeper
work by
level,
reason.
and eventually like you, find you attractive, and even fall in love with you.
I think it's sad that Sarah even has to say this because this used to just be the way things are. You used to just automatically get familiar with people, and the familiarity would create attraction, and then people would just pair off according to their level. We used to have a high trust society where people were not afraid of each other, so a guy could follow a girl home and go like, I'm gonna marry you one day, Sally Wilkinson, and she'd go, he seems nice. And you can't do that anymore. Attempting to become familiar is now creepy, and it gets you fired or arrested. But now that nobody's familiar with each other, the women appear extremely picky, and I guess they are extremely picky because of the way things are. And then these guys think.
What he means by the way things are, too, is we don't rub elbows with each other anymore. Because I remember hearing in the psychology course I took in JUCO, where the teacher, they were saying there's 3 things that create relationships. It's like proximity, and or how often you see somebody, how close they are to you, and then there's one more. But if you see a woman every day, eventually you're going to have a shot with her. If, like, you're a decent dude anyway. I mean, if you're halfway decent, you're going to have a shot with a woman that you see often enough. That's just the way it works.
They have to be up here, or they're going to get nothing forever, and it's not true.
But that's the way it used to
become
work.
Familiar.
Nobody
with
goes
people,
anywhere
and
now,
the best
so
way
it
to do
doesn't
that
happen.
is by cultivating these traits. Let's hear one more thing from Sarah.
If you are already a man that is attractive and you are already up here as like a level 10 of attractiveness, you have to understand the moment that your habits and your behaviors are representative of someone that is dishonest, disingenuine, you go back down
It
to
doesn't matter,
the ick
yeah.
status, which is basically you don't come back from it.
Those are Democrat points. When you act
Absolutely,
like a bitch, it
it's
causes
true,
the ick.
Mr.
Let's
I
do a
knew
few
you would
examples.
say
So
something.
the girl
I mean,
sees the guy and
I'm
evaluates
not
his
a-
looks physically. That's what
an
the eye is
expert
for.
in
And she thinks
psychology,
he's about a
but
6. And then she evaluates, is this guy
it's
more
obvious
like
that
Batman
that's
or more like a
stuff is
Democrat?
true.
And she decides that he is 70% Batman, which is an abnormal result. You're not going to get 70. I'm probably like 50% Batman, and I'm famous. And then that makes the guy overall an 8.8 because that is 70% of the way from 6 to 10. So over here we have a 4 that's below average, but he's 80% Batman, so that comes out to 7.2, well above average. And here we have a 3, but he's 90% Batman. As you can see, that's even higher at 8.3. Don't forget, this guy slept with supermodels, and it was not because of his choice of tie. It was because of power. That's what the sword is for. It adds to your value. If, however, you are in the top 10% of attractiveness and you act even 20%
True,
like a Democrat, you
true.
will go back down to
You
average
know a lot
level,
more about
and girls will start to
psychology
think
than
they
I
can do
do,
better
though.
than you. This happened to me more than once. So like you start a relationship and it's good for 3 months, but then here comes the democracy.
No matter what you do, once you're in that ick status, she's done. She's cut off. She is not going to talk to you. She's not going to look at you the same way.
This is so very, very true.
Mm-hmm.
Even when I had a lot of this stuff and women liked me right away, which
Yep.
I guess it's happening again because I have skill, talent, ability, status, popularity,
It's
etc.,
true.
instead of looks. But when it was
Like, even if a woman is like dead in love with like where you can do no wrong, that'll only happen until you don't keep your word or whatever, until you do that enough times, and then all of a sudden, they'll take so much, and then all of a sudden one time they lose all attraction, all of it. I mean, it's
because I look
crazy
better,
how it
I would
goes,
behave
but
like this or like this one time, and
it's
they
an
would get some
evolutionary
degree of ick,
thing,
and
I
they
would
would
imagine.
cool right off.
Most of you will all be in the comments like crying about this and that, and it's not true. I'm telling you, from a woman's perspective, we don't necessarily always have to find you attractive off the jump, but you can eventually become attractive
We know
to
that.
a woman.
And you can
Know
mess it up
that.
too.
You'll
Sarah made her video because
he has
men
money.
were complaining that some woman stopped liking her husband
Anna
because
Nicole?
he changed his behavior. I'm making this video because I don't want you to get stuck thinking like that. I make fun of
true,
women all
true.
the time for saying I am the table, which means I don't care what
Mhm.
others think I have to offer. The male
Yeah,
version
I don't
of
care
I am
what
the
you want
table
from
is
me.
I want her to like me for me and not for the things about me. That doesn't make any sense. The only way that people can like you is by liking the things you have to offer. Rewatch the table if you have to. The point is that you can't say, I want to be liked, even though I'm not being things that are likable. We don't live in times like this anymore, where most of us are going to get a chance. We live in times like this, and not all of us can be in the top 10%. And even if you are, you can still screw it up. And even if you don't, it's still going to fade with time. So I know that it's hard to get attention because women are insanely picky, and it's hard to get familiar because everyone is isolated, no one's connected anymore. But telling women what to want doesn't work. It doesn't work on you either. You know how women say body count doesn't
No.
matter? Still does though, doesn't it? Matters a lot. You
Yep.
can either try
Damn
to
sure
be
does.
what people want or don't, but you can't make them want something else. And that's true for women too. This one doesn't go away just because you say so. We just lie to you about it and then you end up here. So yeah, it's bad that we don't have familiarity anymore. It makes women behave like this. The times we live in just make relationships less stable. But women just
Yeah.
do not
Like
think
I was
like
saying,
men.
that
They don't like you just for being there unless
familiarity
you're
is a
extremely attractive.
really
And you
big-
can still ruin it.
big
And yeah, women
part
should
of-
be more forgiving, but you can't make them. You can only be
romance.
more of what they like and keep doing it forever. I don't like it either, but that's the way it is. As a final reminder, here's more men whose wives hate them. What's going on here is the wife picks out a fruit and puts it in the bag, then the husband takes it out when she's not looking and says, is this one good? And suddenly the same fruit is no longer good. It was good when she picked it, bad when he picked it.
Wow.
These men probably think they're making fun of their wives, but they're
Damn.
really just proving that they don't know how to be men. These women have the ick for their husbands because they're saying, is this one good enough, mommy? And women don't want that. They don't want to be your boss. They want you to say, this is what we're doing.
Pin your arms above your head.
Okay, go learn how to be in charge now and provide direction instead of expecting things. Go do impressive things.
Indeed. Go do impressive things. Yeah, well, it's true. I mean, really, woman should be a byproduct of you living your life. You should be living an impressive enough life that women want to be a part of it.
It's over. Has nothing left to say. But that doesn't seem really. Well, America, at least for the moment. That Mr. Hitchens plays with in his
Christopher Hitchens, Bill Buck.
Disruptive and iconoclastic. And
my dude.
This is part of his
Bill Buck.
voice setting, so it shouldn't necessarily distract one from what he's trying to say. The thing about Great Britain, I think, is that 40 years ago, when I got out of college, people were saying it's over, has nothing left to say, but that doesn't seem really to have been the case. It may very well be that this is primarily, as you acknowledge, in some respects, an accident of language. John Lucas once said the single most important fact of the first 50 years of the 20th century, future historians will note, is that Americans speak English. And the most important fact of the last 50 years may prove to be that Russians are white. Now that's a form of reductionism, but it's something that launches us on the question of is England as dead as she's supposed to be? Is she?
Well, I've said in the book not, because just as people were beginning to write the old country off, and as even Churchill was admitting defeat, which is what he did at his famous appearance at Fulton in 1946.
His last major speech.
Last major speech, in effect, was he said, we're through, we've borne the heat and burn of the day, the torch has to be passed, but fortunately we have our American cousin. And the British spirit, as it were, must enter this new and young and vigorous body, and that will give us...
We're brothers, goodness great, of course.
And a further lease on life. And the first stage in doing that, really...
We're just an outpost of the English, more or less.
The receivership into which the United States took the British Empire. If you look at where American foreign policy is now concentrated...
We did take it.
To Palestine and so on.
They handed it over to us for saving their asses.
One of my favorite examples is to say to people, well, is George Wallace a WASP? And people say, not really, no, he seems rather a vulgar chap and so on. But I say, he's very white.
No, he's a Southerner.
With the things about George Wallace. You say, is William Buckley a WASP? Yes, absolutely, he's what's meant by WASP. And I say, well, white enough, but in fact Irish and Catholic in provenance. So WASP is a term of class as well as of ethnicity in America, and that's impossible to understand unless you understand the special way in which America is appealed to by the British imagination.
Cynically or non-cynically?
I would say both. I would say that there is a real affection that's based on a common sacrifice in war, on blood, on language, on literature, and so on.
Absolutely. We've been brothers in arms for over a century.
I think a rather pathetic sort of showbiz attitude to the British royal family, for example. And in politics, too easy a resort to things like Kipling and Churchill and the windier aspects of British imperial bluster when some piece of American foolishness needs to be defended overseas. It's too easy to reach for this sort of stock of metaphors. O'Sullivan and his newspapers that do it all the time. They say, this is Munich, if we don't take our stand here, America will be dragged in the mire. They appeal to the Churchillian, the John Bull spirit.
So we vanquish the Falkland Islands.
The John Bull.
The Malvinas go down and so forth.
It's crazy. The John Bull is their version of Uncle Sam.
And culture in America, even though it's been mutated in this slightly suspect way. Sorry for such a long burst.
You got a problem with that?
Yeah. I mean, if you read Mr. Hitchens' book, I think you get a picture of the relationship which is half true, or rather the half that's true is emphasized, half that's true is neglected, and the half that's not true is emphasized. Now, essentially, England and America are two different powers. They're two different states. But the two constitute, in a sense, a single cultural community, along with other countries. And that there's a political community there as well. So that in England, which is a kind of sub-theme, not developed in the book, the left has often looked to the United States. It's admired American institutions, it's admired republicanism, the lack of an aristocracy, what it misperceived as a classless society. Of course, America does have classes as well. And it's perfectly true that conservative forces in America,
but they're mobile. People can move amongst them in a lifetime.
English life, and the imperial ethic was one of them, a willingness to play a major role in the world. Now, this, it seems to me, is evidence that the two countries will often be arguing, debating, but it's not exactly two countries. It's two different political traditions in each country arguing it out. Now, Mr. Hitchens is an example just as much as I am, and indeed Mr. Kinsley is an example just as much as I am, of the ability of the special relationship to be a left as well as a right-wing set of ideas. So we're left and right, and the fact is that the two countries at different times have represented the left or right. At the moment, for example, now that the Cold War is, so to speak, waning, and your book is very much a Cold War book product. I mean, you're attacking Britain in American terms for leading America in the Cold War. I think that's a mistake. But
I think it was a mistake.
I think it's a mistake to think we did it. I mean, the person who pushed America into the Cold War was Joseph Stalin, whose links with England are extremely remote.
True.
Now,
but the crystallization
That's a good point.
The Fulton speech, I think.
well, I think it came as the Fulton speech was at the time considerably attacked, and internally the Truman administration was very nervous about it, didn't welcome it, thought that Churchill was too extreme, going off his rocker. The American establishment reacted very, very ambiguously.
Going off his rocker.
It was only when everything that Churchill said was confirmed by Stalin, and when you had the blockade of Berlin, the coup in Czechoslovakia, and finally, of course, the invasion of Korea by South Korea by the North Koreans, that there was a rallying to the standard raised by Churchill.
But bear in mind, John, why they didn't like the speech, because half of it, sorry to borrow your analogy of the halves, was off its rocker. It was saying that the United States should make an alliance with Britain against communism, and the first step in this was for the United States to come to the rescue of the British Empire. The United States and the British Empire, including India and Africa, were to become the same condominion. And it seems to me that what the United States took from the speech was what it wanted, which was a clarion call against communism within and without, dumping all the sentimental appeal via rhetoric and tradition that they rescue the empire. But paradoxically, or as I prefer to put it, ironically, taking on an imperial character in doing this. That's my theory in a nutshell.
I've always assumed that there was a certain amount of Aesopian language in the Fulton speech in which Churchill was saying something which is better communicated than expressed, or at least more easily so. Namely, we had our burdens during the 19th century, we British, and during the first part of this century, our fleet tranquilized the world. We don't have it anymore. We were exhausted by the Second World War, plus the impulse to separatism, which I declined.
They only paid off their debt to us in the 90s, for goodness sakes. It took them over half a century to pay us back.
But you don't say it in those words because it sounds like too much self-abnegation, and politically it's impossible to say. Is that not a fair reading of what he was saying that first half?
I would say it was, and in the same way as, for example, Kipling's most famous poem, about which I have a chapter, is called The White Man's Burden. It's one of the few lines of Kipling everybody knows, take up the white man's burden. Now, people I've found are surprised to find Kipling wrote that poem directly as an address to the United States. But it's obvious from the line, because you wouldn't talk to the country that already had the white man's burden, namely Britain, and tell it to take it up.
Yeah.
In fact,
No, you'd be talking to the guy who's on deck, who's up to bat.
To Congress in the hope that Congress would annex the Philippines, which it did.
But when Kipling wrote
which we did, yeah.
The historical perspective of say 150 or 200 years.
Man, imagine how big our empire would be if we hadn't relinquished our possessions.
Whatever was going on in India,
the Philippines,
even stopped going on when the white men said don't do that.
I think Cuba even.
Marx himself said that the British influence on India was
because we got both of those from the Spanish in the Spanish-American War.
The caste system and millennial slavery. Yes.
Puerto Rico too, but for some reason we.
Well, it's not expected of Marx that he would have defended the British putting down the Indian Mutiny, but he did do so. So I mean, on the argument of evidence against presumed interest, it's more to be remarked upon than other cases. Kipling, I think, was much more far-sighted than people give him credit for. He could see the exhaustion of that.
This didn't get in the way of Marx's proletariat thing. He wasn't talking about the proletariat being put down.
No, by no means.
So therefore, it oughtn't to have surprised you that Marx would have made that comment.
It doesn't surprise me. I guess I was hoping it might surprise you.
But can we get on to this passing the torch? It seems to me that 2 points are important here. First of all, England used to be one of the greatest power in the world. It is now a medium-sized power, which doesn't mean to say it's not important in all sorts of ways, but nonetheless, it doesn't have the grand role it
Yo,
now, what's
hit that, smash that like and subscribe button, my dudes. Love to see you guys back in here.
You never talk about the ideas that
watching other streams of mine in the future.
And which, when England ceased to be the predominant power in the world, made it clear that the English would like to hand that torch on to America and not to anybody else. It wasn't just questions of interest. It was that in America, the English saw, and I think largely still do see, a country which represented more or less ideals.
But they also see progeny.
They support me as well. But it's much easier to hand on to a country which believes also roughly in free trade,
that's not going to turn around
a liberal international order, and which has, so to speak, a stewardship view of the world, rather than...
That's why I don't like the idea of Israel building an empire.
Which, even when they differ, as say the Supreme Court does, nonetheless differ in a recognizable and understandable way. So I think it was easy for the English. Well, not easy. There are elements of resentment, and we used to run the show, now we no longer do. All those kind of passions and irritants exist. But nonetheless, it was possible to say America is the country which we would like to see succeed us, rather than any other power.
Well, I think that's true, and I probably should have said more about it, but it is noticeable what kinds of borrowing you in fact come across. For example, many people in the United States admire, and I've noticed this especially since the televising of Westminster Parliament, the tradition of the British question time, where the Prime Minister just has to get up and take it, and there's no evading it twice a week. And I can see why Americans admire it, because they can not easily imagine Presidents Reagan or Bush surviving that, and I think it's a decent envy to have. But you never get that kind of call, or haven't until recently. No one in America sort of wants to borrow anything like the British National Health Service, for example, either, which would be another excellent bit of emulation. Instead, what you tend to get is what I got yesterday, actually, when by chance I had to call an emergency room in a hospital. And before I could blurt out why I needed one, the woman said, "Where are you from? I just love your accent. It's real neat. Why don't you just keep talking?" And I said, "Well, madam, I know we have a reputation for politeness, but I must insist on..." This happens to me a lot. And what it is actually is a kind of snobbery, a sort of inferiority complex. Why can't I go into a supermarket without seeing a picture of Princess Diana, who I left England to get away from?
But then this cultural thing works in reverse as well, doesn't it? For example,
when I go exactly, see, it's the same. If I go back to England, what do I get? McDonald's hamburgers and American nuclear bases.
You know,
it seems to me there's something in the relationship that tends to
I must have had 50 different people trying to solicit like services to like help me build a fucking following. And they asked me how long I've been doing it. I'm like, yeah, I've been doing it a fortnight, and not one knows what. They all think it's the game I'm talking about. Like, what in the on, man?
The conservative and the commercial and the, what shall we say? You delight in saying the reaction.
I think it's odd to want to get away from Princess Diana.
You do?
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, if she were frumpy, frowsy, and banal,
well then,
you might
let me put it like this. I'd like to do the same thing as I suspect she'd like to do and get away at least from her husband. In other words, from the popular celebration of the House of Windsor, I could do with the rest from that, and I thought I could get it in the country of George Washington, which went to all this trouble not just to expel the monarchy, but to make sure it could never come back.
Let me suggest, by
now
the way,
you have an imperial presidency.
Let me suggest why your book concentrates on the cooperation between the right wing in both countries to promote an imperial ideal, and why it neglects the left wing interest in borrowing American democratic and republican institutions. Because this theme disappeared from British left wing thought in the early 70s, and is only now reappearing with the waning of the Cold War, when you've got Charter 88, which, although it borrows its name from Czechoslovakia, nonetheless is a left wing organisation in Britain designed to borrow American political institutions and transplant them in order to prevent Mrs. Thatcher continuing to run the country. Now you neglect this, because during the 70s and the 80s, the theme of the British left has been that Britain is an occupied country, that America is an occupying power, that we're simply a province in the American empire. And your book is a sophisticated, moderate and entertaining version of that theory.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I mean, I'm a founding signatory of Charter 88. And I think one can have it both ways. In fact, I'm wedded to the view one can have it both ways. I think you can have an American Constitution explicitly modelled on the American Bill of Rights, which is self-written by some very fine English colonists. There's no need for national...
Very disloyal ones.
No, very disloyal. Modelled on the Bill of Rights of 1688.
Critically minded guys, and there's no need, in other words, for any national self-hatred about this. And one can have that without having the presence of nuclear bases which are governed by no treaty and ratified by no parliamentary agreement, which I think does qualify the country to be so as Orwell described it when it happened first, occupied. And those were even in wartime.
Well, as a matter of fact, what Orwell said was that he met a man, he read a piece about in which a man said the American troops were in Britain not to invade Germany, but in order to suppress a British revolution. He said you have to be an intellectual to say things like that. No ordinary person could be so stupid.
Yeah. That's true, and I deserve it. But you'll remember the piece about the soldiers in Piccadilly and so forth, and the fact that the troops and bases were welcomed. So why in that case didn't the government be honest about saying we have allowed our territory?
You're not suggesting the Americans wouldn't go if asked.
Excuse me.
They came without being
asked. You're speaking awfully fast. I don't always follow you. Are you suggesting that there's something surreptitious about the existence of nuclear bases in Great Britain?
In the book, I quote the then Secretary of Defense, Forrestal, who, as you know, came to a sticky end, but was then in a lucid interval, who said, as far as he knew, there had never before been an agreement whereby one power stationed its forces on the territory of another without a treaty, without any formal written understanding of any kind. Many smaller and weaker countries, such as the Philippines, have a ratified, renewable agreement that the United Kingdom just doesn't have. This testifies, in my view, to the latent strength of the special relationship. People don't think of Americans as foreign.
Forrestal died in 46. He was a lawyer, an international lawyer, as a specialist, and for him to say this is the first time that something has happened does not suggest that it's outrageous.
By no means. Not of itself, no.
The firebombing of Dresden had never happened before, and it was also outrageous. But the evolution of NATO is not something that suggests, other than that, England, as a partner to NATO, would have carried its share of the responsibility to make NATO effective.
Yeah, it's exactly what it is, Crane. It's a child's game.
Isn't earned that I can see.
Well, if I don't carry the point in that way, I don't know if I'll be able to convince you now. I think there is a difference, though. And
it weeds out the people that I don't want to speak to, though. As soon as they say that, I just immediately block them.
How many American nuclear weapons there are in France? So the guy said, I can, but I'm not allowed to. You're not allowed to know that. And de Gaulle said, well, all right, but no French president will ever be talked to in those terms ever again. And meant it, without removing France from the West. He said, no, there are certain decisions we will not find out have been taken for us. The British government, in other words, is quite prepared to find out second what American military and nuclear policy is, even though it's committed its country and its national territory as a forward base. And I mean, it may not be as well known here as it is in England to your audience, but a lot of British people don't like that. And I'm one of them.
Did you all tell Spain what you got in Gibraltar? Did you all tell Spain what you got in Gibraltar?
Well, I'm for the restoration of all these anomalies to their.
But the fact that you should be really, I think, makes a bit more of a template for that which is surreal. The fact of the matter is that we guarded the peace in Europe for 40 years through a series of arrangements, some of which were anomalous, as for instance de Gaulle's separation from formal separation. But we kept the peace, and all of a sudden things started to go our way. Well, let's say even say your way in East Europe. Now, but you seem to want to go back and say, but there were certain legal anomalies and solar systems here that historically disturbed me. Well, they can disturb you, it seems to me, only if you insist on a kind of a reading of history that history doesn't ever lend itself to.
It doesn't strike you then that this, what we've been talking about, this unspoken treaty, nuclear treaty, suggests an amazingly deep, latent connection between the two countries?
It does.
That's all I'm really saying it does.
Yeah.
And in fact,
but it's one that I applaud. Incidentally, I never thought of myself as an Anglophiliac, and I've been denounced as an Anglophobe, which God knows I'm not.
Anglophilia, I like that.
We have common interests, and also we can communicate. I don't read German journals, but I read English journals, isn't that one of the reasons why there is a more natural affinity than there would be, say, with Germany? Or
to be sure, yes.
And also one, I think, which is going to develop, because I don't think we've reached the end of this story, though Mr. Hitchens may. It seems to me that with the development of Europe, the reason why the Americans always wanted the British in the European community was because they would represent, they thought, the ideas of free trade and free markets, which would mean that the community would never be closed to American goods and American capital and so on. And that is now going to become very important as the European community grows, incorporates the...
With the threat of 1992.
With the threat of 1992. And if Britain now has a distinctive role in this area, I would say it is to represent the ideals of free trade and free markets within the community, which might develop in an autarkic and protectionist direction, and eventually to lead, with the reduction of tariff barriers between the two sides of the Atlantic, to the development of some kind of economic equivalent of NATO, which the Americans would benefit from, the British would certainly benefit from, but so would the Europeans.
That's just not enough about my book, I'm afraid. I think it's all good stuff, but I mean, it's not enough about me. You haven't even said whether you liked it.
Oh, I did like the book. It's and what's more, but I have to ask
myself. You liked the Kipling thing.
I have to ask the question. That was the famous question that was asked in the Lady Chatterley trial. Would you let your wife or servant read this book? I think. Would you let someone who didn't know a lot about the subject already read it? I'd have doubts. They get a very distorted view. I think I'd let them read it in the event of giving them 5 other books, 4 of them by Bill.
On that note of a plug for your employer, let me ask Mr. Buckley, how do you react to Mr. Hitchens' charge that you're masquerading as a WASP, or at least to his more serious point underneath it, that one of the cultural ironies is America's borrowing of a British class snobbery that is, many people think, is manifested, among other ways, in the way you talk?
Well, I can't think of a single occasion in my public or private life in which I have tried to disguise the fact that I'm a Roman Catholic. I'm a professing Roman Catholic to the extent that that excludes me from being a WASP. It's the loss of the WASP, not of the Catholics. So the WASP has simply become a word, as far as I can see, that simply designates people who are really traditionalists and I suppose non-Jewish or I don't know. I can even imagine, I can even think of some Jews who I think of as WASPs.
I would have thought a WASP means someone who is not an accredited victim.
Yeah, that would be a Joe Sobran.
It certainly would. I can just hear him saying it. I've campaigned for some time to drop.
More or less, that is what. I mean, if you're a WASP, you can't be a victim. Not in America.
Or YASPs, and unlikely.
You're the victimizer in America.
But it's noticeable that you can be without offense, even though hyphenation's in decline, called an Italian American or Greek American, German American. But the idea of an English American is something axiomatically absurd about it that I think is interesting. Again, it doesn't offend me, it intrigues me. There is, I think this is because what there is
Because
instead...
of the heavy incidence originally of English settlers.
Yes,
yeah.
The original settlement, the swarming of the English, as Woodrow Wilson called it in his history, and the presence of Englishmen in America. But the reason why that
and
is,
their dominance.
The reason why that seems so imbricated, so natural to the whole texture of the thing, is therefore what I mean by the blood and nostalgia bit, if not the class.
Not just, of course, the English, but the Scots, Irish, the Ulstermen were a major part of the early settlement. But again, people don't regard them as a separate group. They often describe themselves as Irish. I believe they're 57% of those who describe themselves as Irish in America. But they're not Irish in the... Yes, that's right, and from Ulster. But they're not part of the Irish in the sense that they have this strong sentimental connection to Ireland, which is sometimes expressed in sympathy for Irish republicanism.
Well, thank you.
They
very
call
much,
them the Scots Irish
Mr. Hitchens, author
for
of
a
Blood,
reason.
Class and Nostalgia, which you are authorized
They're Scotsmen,
by Mr.
like moi.
By my confederate here to read, provided you mix it up with a few other books. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever seen that one.
Well, then your point was that a
hippies.
meeting
like that in that category.
A musician, a poet, and a polemicist. He is one of the thugs, a widely patronized combo. He has published 4 books of poetry and has vigorously preached pacifism for a number of years.
Oh, man.
I should like to begin by asking Mr. Sanders whether we have serious terminological problems. For instance, are you a hippie, Mr. Sanders, and if not, wherein not?
Well, I'm not exactly a hippie. I mean, I have certain sentiments for that, quote, hippie movement, unquote. I would say that I'm different from the hippies in that I would have a more radical political solution to the problems of this part of the century. And I have my roots more strongly in, say, the classical tradition and in poetry and literature, rather than in
Be willing to bet he doesn't feel that way today.
This you think...
and you published that magazine called what? Called Gutter Expletive, a magazine of the arts.
Well, now, do I understand from this that we are supposed to make the inference that the hippies don't have a highly developed political schedule, a highly developed political ideology?
Is it the problem with the terms, like hippie, is that they have a definition foisted on them by the media, and that the word hippie is has been limited by the necessities of the type of journalists that promote it, and you know, you can't rely on the name hippie to include a human being. You know, everything about a particular human being. You know, so it's a bad term, I think, because it has no meaning. I think of hippopotamus, and I mean, you know, it's like it has no other connection, spiritual and emotional, like say the Beat generation.
A hippie, a commie, and a moron.
But the word hippie, you immediately think of you don't have any good connections.
I kind of disagree with that. I spent last year traveling around the country, various communes, and various Haight-Ashbury, Lower East Side, various city scenes, and there was an identifiable, I define a hippie as a rather, generally a young person in several categories. There's kind of a priestly type. I would include Allen Ginsberg and Tim Leary and individuals like that in that category. People searching for some loving solutions to society's ills, trying to tune into the cosmos, whatever that means. We can explore that. Generally using psychedelic
we can
drugs.
Explore that.
And then there's a whole cadre of individuals whom I termed novices, who are attempting to achieve a certain transcendental state. And there's a lot of teeny bopper kids who are sort of
teeny
hanging on. And
boppers.
there's some ancient folks like Kerouac here who. Why couldn't you keep quiet while I was talking? I'll keep quiet when you talk.
Yeah, yes, that's fair enough, isn't it?
What?
I think that's fair enough, your
You
request.
said cadre, it's cadre. Well, I'm sorry,
Spanish
I
word.
apologize. My semantics aren't.
And I showed my thumbs down to Ginsberg over there in the back.
Oh, he's a nice fella.
Yeah, we'll throw him to the lions.
Well, what about it, Mr. Kerouac? You're exercised about something, or by something.
Restless is true. You had the right word. Restless is right.
Well, what is it that that, in your judgment, distinguishes the hippie movement from, for instance, simply a routine
your
radical
question over
political
the
movement?
No, I interrupted your sentence.
sentence.
Yeah, I say, what distinguishes the hippie movement from simply an orthodox, radical, say,
nothing,
Adamite movement?
Adamite?
There was a
Adam and Eve, or atom?
Adam. As in Adam and Eve.
What's an Adam and Eve? What's Adamite? Where they all wear their hair long, layers, in caves?
Yeah, and sort of back to nature, and
well, that's all right.
Exclusive concern for
they might have
own
to in due time
pleasure.
after the Adamite bomb.
Hey, that was good, wasn't it?
Good all the time, boy.
Give that man a drink. Now, Jack, Mr. Kerouac, what I want to ask is this. To what extent do you believe that the Beat generation is related to the hippies?
Well,
what do they have in common? Was this an evolution from the one to the other?
They're just the older ones.
Yeah.
So I'm 46 years old. These kids are 18. It's the same movement, which is apparently some kind of Dionysian movement in late civilization, and which I did not intend any more than I suppose Dionysius did, or whatever his name was. But although I'm not Dionysius the Areopagite, I should have been.
Yeah, that's the point, yeah.
But no, it's just a movement which is supposed to be licentious, but it isn't really.
Well, not licentious in what respect?
The hippies are good kids. They're better than the Beats. See, Ginsberg and I, and well, Ginsberg, boy. We're all in our 40s, and we started this, and the kids took it up and everything. But a lot of hoodlums, and communists jumped on our backs. Well, on my back, not his. Ferlinghetti jumped on my back and turned the idea that I had that the Beat generation was a generation of beatitude and pleasure in life and tenderness. But they called it in the papers a Beat mutiny, Beat insurrection. Words I never used. Being a Catholic, I believe in order, tenderness, and piety.
Well, then your point was that a meeting, that a movement which you conceived as relatively pure has become ideologized and misanthropic and generally
a movement that was
objectionable.
No, a movement that was considered what?
Pure.
Yes, it was pure.
The ones that started it.
What about that, Mr. Bronte? Do you see that as having happened somewhere between?
And they weren't dirty and stinky
I think
people.
There's, in early '67, going back to around, I suppose, '64 or '5, there were a lot of people trying to kind of return to sort of an Indian style of life or relate to the land differently, trying to love each other and communicate, be more open with each other. And I think recently it's taken a turn in a violent direction. A lot of responsibility, I think, is due to drugs like methadone, the amphetamines, and perhaps the
adrenochrome,
because it's been around for quite a while now. Of
just a tiny
like
taste.
LSD.
How about the herring?
What is herring? Is that kind of a drug?
It's a cherry herring.
No.
I think it's a fish.
Kerouac's still on, is out
herring.
of style. He's still on alcohol, which is...
Kerouac?
I'm on alcohol.
There are other drugs now.
How about that, Miss Sanders? Is that out of style?
Well, you mentioned misanthropic and objectionable. I think that
Misanthropic.
many of the so-called misanthropic elements of this generation are due to the war, and that you have a surly generation of draft-eligible but literate and articulate people who are confronted with the hideous probability of having to go to an Asian land war, and that so they have to go to war, and they're faced with this looming, gloomy future, and that rather than die in Vietnam, they'd rather prepare themselves to articulate a lifestyle in the streets and in the open that really reflects something they really want to do, rather than this other thing they have to do later on they don't really believe in, and they will do because push comes to shove, most kids go to war.
They really want to just lay around in the street.
That doesn't account, for instance, for the restlessness in, say, Paris, where they don't have that particular problem, does it?
Well, that's the up against the wall syndrome. I mean,
Mr. Sanders, I'm interested in trying to pin this point down, because a lot of us have heard that the restlessness of so much of American youth, which has contributed to the growth of the hippie movement, has to do with the trauma of Vietnam. But then all of a sudden, a while ago in France, what seemed like the entire student population exploded, even though that particular provocation was singularly, in fact conspicuously, absent, France having been officially very pro-North Vietnam, very anti-American. Now, how do you account for that, And has it caused you to perhaps look in for more generic
Which is
sources?
crazy because the French started Vietnam.
Occurrence in French civilization of Madame de Gaulle.
Madame de Gaulle?
Because she has
It's incredible.
exercised a noxious influence on French television, sitting up and personally censoring it. And I think, no, I think it's absolutely true. And I think that when you have a type of obnoxious matriarchy as that's evident in France, plus a encrusted, boring, boorish university structure, and the old man himself, and who wouldn't? I mean, there's a whole thing to God. There's a huge structure there to revolt against.
So Madame de Gaulle is roughly equal to Vietnam.
She's Madame Nu.
Professor Jablonski, what would you say if a student of yours told you that?
Well, I think in the United States, the hippies, with all the tantamount difficulties of defining them, come from the middle, upper classes, upper socioeconomic situation. And these are generally people
sure
who
do.
have tasted the best
brats.
American society seems to have
that's
to
what they
offer.
are.
They have access to all the goodies, and they're turned off by it. They feel that it's kind of a plastic society. There's no room for political change. I'm talking about the pure hippie. The
Must
pure
be
hippie
nice.
isn't particularly involved in politics. He's sort of retreats from that. He's withdrawn from it. And he's involved in, I mentioned the term cosmic consciousness before. There is an experience one seems to get under LSD that a lot of people talk about as putting them in touch with all things, with all people. And there's an effort,
Well,
a
it
kind of
certainly-
extremist effort at love.
It does
that
have a
seems to
profound effect
dominate
on
the,
you, or on,
the hippie scene,
it did
and,
on me.
a
I mean,
retreat from politics.
a little bit, you know.
Well, is there a causal relation between they're going...
It's certainly...
They're adopting these attitudes and the Vietnam War, or do
It
you
certainly makes
reject
you
the
realize
Vietnam
how
War
strong
as
perception is.
The proximate cause
I think
of this movement?
the Vietnam War is part of it.
But if there had been no Vietnam War, we might have had the identical thing. Is that your point?
Well, I think there are a lot of, there's no single cause for a particular movement. I think part of it may have been the assassination of JFK. I think people on the left felt that through the establishment, through political devices, the society could move in other directions. And then,
in what direction was it moving in 1963 that was pleasing to them?
there was a movement towards greater welfare programs, towards resolving in some ways the civil rights issue. There seemed to be some hope. And then this seemed to be snapped off, and a lot of kids who went to Mississippi...
If I may say so, precisely the movements that didn't get passed in 1961, 62, and 63, of the kind you just enumerated, were passed in 64, 65, 66. So there would seem to be almost a negative correlation between the civil rights legislation
the
and
affirmative
welfare
action,
and
the civil rights.
I think if you cross-compare the limited JFK administration and the rather lengthy LBJ administration, I think the LBJ situation has kind of been going through the motions of doing something. And there was a certain, I feel, and a lot of people have told me, the spirit afoot in the country. And there seemed to be a bit of a revival with Bobby Kennedy. And here again, and to some extent, the McCarthy involvement. And I think a lot of people are turned off from the political establishment because they don't see any hope for changing it. They use terms like plastic and more severe words about it. And they've disengaged. They're uncommitted to it.
How about that, Mr. Kerouac? Does that make sense to you in terms of...
I lost the entire train of thought.
Well, the train of thought has to do with whether in the last few years people have ceased to look at the political process as profitable in terms of bringing on the kind of world they want to live in. And maybe that has something to do with the assassination of Kennedy, that kind of thing.
No, that was an accident. I refer back to Count Leo Tolstoy, who wrote War and Peace, you know, Leo Tolstoy, who said that at one time, the hourglass, that the sand is coming down from
This
one
guy's
top of the
he's
hourglass
pretty
onto
funny.
the
He's
other.
kind of the...
And that will be the end of war.
The best part
I
of the
think that
show
war
on
will be
this one,
over
I think.
fairly soon. Although I don't know for sure. That's what Tolstoy said. And he was the guy who taught Gandhi in Thoreau.
Yeah.
Henry David Thoreau.
Yeah. Told him a lot of foolish things.
No, but I didn't get the full context of your question.
Well, the full context of the question is, are a significant number of Americans precisely at an age when we enunciated the Great Society?
Oh, Great Society.
I.e. the society that was actually going to introduce politics
As
as
far as I'm
relevant in
concerned,
everything. Are they disillusioned, and does this have to do with the growth of the hippie movement?
In the first place, I think that the Vietnamese War is nothing
The
but
growth
a
of the
plot
hippie
between the North Vietnamese and the South Vietnamese, who are cousins, to get jeeps in the country.
What a... Because...
And
Man, for sure.
Well, they got a lot of Jeeps.
They got a lot of Jeeps,
they
do.
The wool over our eyes, and we're little American lambs.
They turned out to be more expensive than Sears Roebuck Jeeps.
Yes.
Didn't they?
But that's what I really think there. As for the Russian takeover of Czechoslovakia, that showed the world what they're like, what the communists are really like. They're really fascists.
Well, yeah, I don't guess anybody doubted that except maybe Mr. Sanders, right?
No,
They kind of are.
I think it was a terrible thing. You know, and if I were in Czechoslovakia and a Czechoslovakian student, I'd be putting out an underground newspaper and doing my best.
Called what?
Called Gutter Expletive.
Come on, that guy
Well,
next to Buckley.
Since you
Yes,
are in
man.
Czechoslovakia,
That dude
Sanders,
is something else.
What do you consider it appropriate to do in the United States?
During the presidential campaign?
By way of protest against the Czechoslovakian
Oh, well, I recommend sit-ins in front of the Russian missions.
What for?
To
Oh,
vigorously
goodness,
and more,
man.
Forcefully.
You
yet
got 'em
non-violently,
shaking in their
to
boots,
witness
big
against
dog.
it. And I would advocate writing articles and advocate, maybe going to Czechoslovakia. I mean, the thugs are going to Europe.
I'd
in a couple
advocate,
weeks.
you know,
We're
just,
We're going
following
to
the
Essen
sheep
Song
in front of
Festival in Germany.
you,
We just
right
need to
into
try
the
to
gas
freak
chamber.
across to Czechoslovakia to visit Kafka's.
Yeah, just take it. Lay down.
Place, I guess. Was he born in Prague? Yeah.
Yeah.
So we may go have a homage to Kafka with our band.
Well, do you draw any generalities on the basis of the behavior of the Soviet Union, which instruct you in assessing other political situations?
Like Mayor Daley in Chicago.
And what are those?
Well, those are that when you attempt to essentially peacefully gather together to press a point about a war, or about a freedom, or about freedom of journalism, that when you're confronted with people like the Soviet leaders and like the leaders in Chicago, namely Mayor Daley and Mr. Stahl and Mr. Barger of the Chicago municipal office, that you're confronted with essentially the same position. You're allowed, you're clubbed, you're maced, you're gassed, you're freaked, zapped, pushed over. If you're an old lady, you're thrown through a plate glass window. If you're a cripple, you're thrown against a street light. If you're a peaceful, long-haired, loving protester, you're smashed and knocked down. If you're a cameraman, you're bricked and your camera's destroyed, and your blood is splattered all over you. I mean, it's a nefarious scene.
All this dude is
there's
sitting
all
here
kinds of
talking
correlation.
about is what's done to him, what's done to them. He doesn't talk about what they do to get that. You know, like it's like, you know, when you have two friends that are like a couple, like a boyfriend and girlfriend, you hear one side of the story and it's just, you know, both sides of the story are just totally one-sided. They have no self-awareness whatsoever.
The only the lesson you would draw would be to prepare yourself, and in the sense of, if you're nonviolent like I am, and if you believe in pacifism, you will attempt to create a body
And
of love and life.
we're perfect.
So that
we don't
thing
believe
can't happen.
in
There'll be so many loving people there.
We're nonviolent.
That you will have a festival of life and all its attributes, and you can do that by praying together, by loving together, by Alan was singing Aum in the streets, which is the Hindu benevolent word, and by getting together and creating love, I think it's a great force, and at least in allowing you to demonstrate in the United States against Daley, who is like it's Al Capone.
At least these people had something, some principle. Today they don't have that. They don't have anything.
They are ravening
except for hate.
But who's that?
Now, Mr. Yablonsky, I'd like to ask you this, because you have studied very carefully the whole hippie mentality. I was in Chicago, and so were a lot of people who would not really have recognized what happened on the basis of Mr. Sanders' description. But I do think that Mr. Sanders means it. In other words, I think that he really thinks that cops were looking for old ladies to maim and gentle people to savage. And
exactly.
And I think that the fact that he thinks it is interesting. Now, is this... Yeah, I know, sure. Yes. I think I would like to hear your analysis of why it is that they
He's right on point, Buckley. Buckley's always on point.
That A. Daley, who was, after all, a hero of John F. Kennedy and Bobby Kennedy, whom you associate with the best of the aspirations of the youth, how come they feel this way? What is it in their creed that requires
Well, first
this?
of all, I wouldn't hook Daley in with JFK, and that he's a big city boss. I think that I just observed you and others on television in Chicago. I think
bellicose about me, wasn't it?
Oh boy.
Bellicose.
I think
Very
that
bellicose.
if the people who were involved with the hippies or the yippies had been permitted
the yippies
to sort of do their thing and to chant and to have a peaceful march.
Their thing involved the assassination of a few Democrats, didn't it?
No. Oh, no, not at all.
Right.
No, I think there were around maybe 10,000 young people there who would have.
Yeah, right. I would have to agree with you there. There's like a certain
I do believe,
but in fact,
animosity you can tell is inside of him.
There was apparently a lot
like
of
he wants to be violent, you know, and that's
of their
him
efforts to do something.
Trying to exert control. You know, he's trying to conform with everybody else, and it's difficult.
Davis, you know these characters.
I do.
Everybody here knows them. And we know that these are not sweet little old flower children.
But they didn't have anything to do with
They are here intending to make a scientific ideological point, which is to engage the police in violence in order to try to produce, I'll be right with you, in order to try to produce a wave of sympathy, which they succeeded, and they are absolutely elated. It would have been impossible for the police to withdraw in such a way as to satisfy them, because the only way they could have been satisfied is by forcible encounter.
You asked me about the hippies and the yippies, and I'm talking about what they would have done. Now, I tend to agree with you that there were other segments of the population, possibly including the Blackstone Rangers,
Can I say something?
and other groups who were prepared to stir something up if it didn't happen. But I think there was such an overreaction and such a trigger finger kind of situation that these kids began to open the thing up, and before anything could get going, there was a lot of smashing. And then the others moved in, and I think there would have been kind of a love-in type of scene in Chicago by a large segment of the young people.
If you could have separated the two, yes.
Well, because they were very clearly separated until they were mixed together. There were two movements operating in Chicago. The yippies wanted Lincoln Park, which is many, many miles away from the amphitheater and is many miles away from the Hilton. They wanted to have a festival of life with rock music in the park, with theater classes, with guerrilla theater, with like various poets and people coming together for a festival of life.
What is guerrilla theater?
Guerrilla theater is a bunch of people who engage in, who don't need props and who don't need regular stage.
Do they crucify chickens?
Well, no, that's not guerrilla theater. But anyway, the guerrilla theater people just need themselves and their own body makeup and a few props like that. Well, anyway, we wanted Lincoln Park. We wanted to have use the beach to swim and sleep at. And the Chicago authorities continually thwarted us throughout a whole 6 months of negotiations, refusing at any point to allow any demonstrations. So that we were forced, they literally drove Allen, Jean Genet, William Burroughs, even Clive Barnes of the New York Times were driven out of the park at night by tear gas. That's true, by tear gas by cops who refused to let peaceful people. So all these people were forced into the streets and with no place to go except for the benevolence of a couple of churches to sleep. So they were, and there was a bus strike in Chicago, there was a cab strike, and there was no live TV coverage of anything, so they were forced into the street. The police attacked, pushed, mauled, maimed. I mean, it's really what happened. Now, the other movement was the mobilization movement, which they wanted to march on the amphitheater. And that's Randy Davis, and that's Tom Hayden, but also Dave Dillinger, who's an avowed pacifist, benevolent leader of some standing, and they wanted to have a peaceful march on the amphitheater, split up into groups, and those who wanted to march on would march on, those who wanted to sit down would sit down, but there was never any violent confrontation planned. And when the Chicago people thwarted and frustrated constantly anybody's attempts to have a peaceful demonstration, naturally frustrations it mounted, but the amount of brick throwing was so negligible compared to the number of peaceful people there for a peaceful purpose, namely to protest with their loving bodies what was going down at the alcoholic amphitheater.
What were you saying, Mr. Carrack?
I said there are people who make a rule of
remember January 6th, like
so that once the chaos is underway,
they didn't let any,
as the people who take care.
Nobody was throwing bricks at people, for goodness sakes.
And you think
can police your own little unit?
No, I'm not talking about daily. I don't know.
People do it all the time.
I'm talking about his idea of protesting and running around and making noise all over the place. If you create chaos, you can become the commissar of the control of chaos.
I think there's
that's my idea.
Kind of situation that was operative there. To go back to Prague, maybe to the 30s, a guy named Capek wrote a book called R.U.R. Right, great writer. Related to the universal robots.
No, Casca.
Yeah, okay. Right. And what he was doing was making a statement about the fact that man is turning into kind of a machine, that there's no love, there's no communication, no humanity. And in Chicago, we had a political machine, which was airtight, plastic, solid as a rock, and here were some antagonists, but not really antagonists. They were people who were trying to be spontaneous, to do something else, to loosen the situation up. And we had these forces kind of at opposite ends of the continuum, and a clash took place. I think this was part of the problem there.
I think that that's an interesting theory, but I'm not sure how convincing it is in the light of the fact that the Democratic Party was by no means airtight. It may have been airtight up against people who wanted to storm the amphitheater and burn it down, but it was certainly not airtight in terms of the tussles going on within it. There was very spirited debate, and there was a very high permeability there for ideas that were fired in from about every democratic philosopher in America. Now, in other words, this was not a Tito-like, neat little nominating session. It looked for a while as though Teddy Kennedy would be nominated.
I think it was lip service given to an open convention, but I think at the heart of the matter, it was all set.
Now, wait a minute.
Right down to the...
But when it's all set, it can mean nothing more than that people have made up their minds. Now, if we decide in this room that our duties to free speech require us to listen to the nostrums of, let's say, the Labor Progressive Party, but having listened to them, we then proceed to reject them, I don't think we have a right to say that our views were airtight, closed
together.
There was
evidence that
the point is,
thought wasn't...
A lot of people had decided that they wanted Humphrey, and a lot of people weren't shaken in their particular resolution, which doesn't necessarily make it a static convention, does it?
Yeah, but you don't have to stack the galleries with "We Love Daily" signs. You don't have to shake down Mrs. McCarthy just because she's, try to insert her purse when she's surrounded by 4 Secret Service guards. You don't have to run people up the wall and smack them down.
Well, that's ineptitude. A lot of people
no, you don't.
Kind of
yeah, but how
and what's funny is,
well, then, why don't we just unite with the Russians and...
What did they do on January 6th? Did they not arrest little old grandmas? They killed Ashley Babbitt, and then even afterwards, they went and ladies, from their homes, going on there, Megan Shanklin.
Dance around. I mean,
well,
you want to pretend.
Yeah, you know what my mother called Humphrey?
I don't know.
Flat-faced floogie with the Floyd.
I gather. I'm surprised he wasn't nominated vice president.
And you know what Agnew's real name is? Anagnostopoulos, which means the son of the reader. And in Messenia, in ancient Greece, the Turks had taken over ancient Greece, Messenia.
Yeah.
And they said, don't read, you're censored. And his father read all the books, the Bible and everything.
And said someday you'll become vice president.
Huh?
I said someday you'll become vice president.
Aye.
The reason that
and my father, my mother, and my sister and I have always voted Republican. Always. We voted for Hoover.
Have you no ambition?
I was 6 years old voting for Hoover.
6 years old voting for Hoover.
Well, see, the only thing that the type of police state oppression forces on us is the next convention we're going to have to take 10,000 of us and run naked through the streets smeared with strawberry preserves or something. I mean,
maybe I can lick you.
What the?
My wife, maybe. No, but I mean, it's they force you into an incredible position in the world when you want to protest or you want to make your voice known in a benevolent way, and yet at the same time you're pushed and clubbed, and
you make yourself famous by protest.
That's not who does? Not me. No, why? Make myself famous by singing smut.
I made myself famous by writing songs and lyrics about the beauty of the things that I did and ugliness too.
You're a great
poet. You make
yourself
famous by saying, down with this, down with that, throw eggs at this, throw eggs at that.
I
Take
hope
it
not.
with you.
That's not what I want.
I cannot use your abuse, you may have it back.
Okay, you're a great poet, and we admire you. In fact, it's your fault that we're like...
No, Mr. Blonsky.
It's your fault.
You list what you call the psychedelic creed, and I take it that these are articles of faith to which most hippies would adhere. And I think it would be interesting to check them out with Mr. Sanders and Mr. Kerouac. For instance, you say that the hippie movement is a spontaneous evolution. It is not a heavy worked-out plan, right? Most people agree with that.
I would say that those creeds are kind of summarizations based on several hundred interviews with people on the scene,
Right.
And what they say. It's not especially what I say.
I know, yeah, it wasn't handed out in some tablet, but you infer it. Yeah, okay. Now, then you say, drugs are a key to the God in men. Drugs are sacraments for a greater knowledge of the universe. Drugs are a vehicle to a cosmic consciousness. Is a considerable consensus on this point?
Well, a lot of people in the movement do take the position that the way that every man is a god, and it's a very individualistic kind of a movement. Each individual should be free, in quotes, to do his own thing, whatever that may be. It's rather anarchistic, actually, and I think here are the seeds of its failure.
How are standards arrived at in hippie culture on the basis of which one decides whether somebody's thing is
Teacher?
insufferable.
Teacher?
Mm?
Well, I just want to finish this. And I saw someone assaulting someone at a commune up in Northern California. And I started to intervene, and several people rather gently said, well, he's just going through his violence bag. Let him do his own thing. And I said, well, what if he kills him? You know, and their position was everyone should be free to do their own number. I don't share this view, but this is part of the
Do you endorse that particular impulse?
Well, I've seen a lot of communes, and I've never seen a commune that really tolerated violence. I think that's one of the chief characteristics of a community of free people, that they're there to get away from violence. And when there's like drug-induced violence or other types of violence, it's generally, in my view, in my experience, it's generally quelled.
You mean kibbutzes?
No.
Well, that's one part of it.
Every commune I went to, I saw some degree of violence and anarchy and chaos, and they would tell me that about another one, and I went to around 4, and the last one was it was way back in the hills, and I was rather frightened because there was a rather high degree of violence. There were a lot of people freaked out on drugs. It was a rather chaotic scene.
And how do the victims of this violence characteristically react?
Ouch.
Hurt?
like most people do.
But they have no mechanism to which to appeal, correct?
Right. This was one of the few times in my life I wish there were police around.
There goes the black flag of anarchy.
Well, would you say that their leaders are, quote, spontaneous, they're not pushy leaders who are self-appointed, they're selected by hippie constituents because they are, quote, spiritual centers? How are they selected, and what authority, once selected, do they have?
Well, the theme, the philosophical theme would be that certain individuals are purer, more loving, more tuned in to nature and other people than others, and that people seek them out as
What authority do they have?
They deny having any and claim to have no power.
So that a victim in one of these situations would get nowhere by addressing his complaints to the, quote, leader, because the leader would have no authority to redress those grievances.
Well, there's no tight organization.
Are we talking about reality or not? I mean, you know, I've never seen such a situation where he's talking about remote communes.
He's written a book
well,
about it. He's observed
indeed,
it with
but
his
he's
own
talking
eyes,
about a type of, say, a desert commune or a commune that's isolated from the fabric of the police fabric. Now, I'm familiar with the communes in New York City, for instance, where you're constantly reacting and relating to the so-called other world, you know, with it, and you know, you're really never without police protection. You know, everybody usually have a phone or something.
Well, up in Big Sur, and places like that, you're, you know, people
the point
are
is
wiped
that
out.
there's no. I think we're emphasizing violence, and it doesn't have to.
I sit, and I was at Big Sur.
When were you there, Jack?
Oh, get off it! I lived.
You there lately?
I lived with a mule up there.
Well, is it okay for a hippie to call the police when he needs help, or is that considered anti-something?
Sure, you got some snuffer gonna get you. You say you call the police, of course. Why not? I mean, you know, you're attaching all these theoretical tags. That's the problem with using the word hippie. And it's a tag, you know, you can't say they're anarchists.
Is that who that is? That's Jack
They all have middle-class equipment, a lot of them, and they can plug right back in.
I didn't even realize that.
Gee, let's see, you know, police, yeah.
He is funny, though.
You know, 911.
Dude's a card.
Goals of a lot of people on the scene to turn off all middle-class values and to tune into some other sense of reality.
Nixon is the middleman, man for the middleman, and Agnew.
You know, I think the Leary's, you know, what we're really involved in is the definition of the word drop out. You know, and I think that the thinking quote hippies are involved in a new type of a new interpretation of what dropping out means. It really, you know, like you naturally retain some connections with, say, the police and the hospital and the fire department.
But isn't this a
legal aid and the medicals and
retention? You know, the things your parents laid on you.
I'm glad they laid hospitals on me. I mean, you know, it's like.
Hey, Ed. Huh? You hear me, Ed? Sure. I was arrested 2 weeks ago, and the arresting policeman said, "I'm arresting you for decay." What was that?
This dude's hilarious.
This may be the start of a new movement.
Decayists?
He said decay.
Decayists.
All right, we have a question on the floor.
Mr. Yablonsky, I'm interested in what kind of a future you see for the hippie movement.
Well, I think a lot depends on American society. If it becomes more open and less plastic, more loving, and a lot of the rigidified institutions that have developed, like
Why not? Why
a
not?
lot of our families and whatever, if things begin to change, there won't be any need for people to react in a rather extreme form looking for love. It will be found in the regular social system, and in that case, it will disappear. Or it may grow if things become more rigidified, or if Nixon gets elected.
I'd like to comment on that, and
wow, Nixon
it may
was
very
a
well
good president
grow to the extent that we all encourage intellectual irresponsibility and be personal irresponsibility. It may very well be that the psychologists are correct who say that precisely what has encouraged the hippie movement to become irresponsible is a complete lack of leadership. And maybe that when we start writing books about them, we ought even to muster up the courage to say certain things they ought not to be permitted to do. Yes, question over there.
Would any of you regard the hippie movement not only as a reflection of the inadequacies of the society as a whole, but also as a manifestation of the psychological inadequacies of the individual hippies themselves?
Yes, sir.
Well, I think there's such freedom within the framework of the movement that people that society would classify as, in quote, psychotic, are allowed to do their thing, and they live and eat and are taken care of by others and appreciated. In fact, to a great extent, I think this is one of the interesting facets of the hippie movement, that there's a humane approach to people who society would label in some extreme fashion. And so there are a lot of young people who are who don't make it through the usual channels, who find a life for themselves on the hippie scene.
But the question itself poses a methodological challenge, doesn't it? Because it's hard to establish by mutually agreed on means what normalcy consists of. Right?
Right.
I mean, maybe Mr. Sanders is normal for all we know.
Maybe I am too. Well, if people get nude, as Ed described, and put strawberry jam on, I think he said strawberry, and run through the streets, as, you know, if hundreds do this, it's kind of a movement. If one guy does it, he'll get arrested in a moment. Well, unless he gets some followers.
Yeah.
He's right.
Of course, it's all very
Why do you want followers?
St. Francis, all one has to do is be like him, which is another talent. Did you want to comment on that, Mr. Kerouac? Sorry.
I was asking why he wants followers.
Who?
Him.
Mr. Sanders?
Abramowitz, or what his name is.
Don't be anti-Semitic with me. I happen to be Jewish. My name is Jablonski.
What is the classic answer?
To call you by your name.
Well, why'd you call me Abramowitz? I don't know.
Well, what is it?
Jablonski.
Oh, Jablonski. Well, that's it.
Hey, you didn't mean to be rude, did you, Mr. Kerouac? Come on now.
No. I thought... I forgot his name.
Now, did you want an answer to that question?
No, of course. Which question?
Well, the question, obviously not. So
yes, I'll answer the question over there about the methodological.
It's about emotional paraplegics.
No, what was the question you want to
Let's
ask?
get another one.
Okay. This lady's been waiting.
I can answer that one, too. I can answer any question.
Here's one for you. Now, wait a minute.
As far as the hippies and the people who live in the communes and those who work in the bands, do they plan on making it a lifetime occupation? Like, are they just going to sit down and watch the world go by? Because they don't really do anything.
That's not what they're doing. Well,
yeah.
Everybody sits down and part of their time and watches the world goes by.
But the people who live in communes, what are they doing? Are they adding anything good to
it?
It's called, it's like there are certain religious movements, like the Brethren or the Quakers, who don't believe in proselytizing, but live by example. And you'll never get any queries from the Church of the Brethren to join their belief, but at the same time they try to live an exemplary life, and that's probably the main motivation behind a commune life.
I don't think it has anything to do with exemplary. I mean, maybe that's how they feel about it, but I think they don't make value judgments necessarily. That's just the way they live. And they don't care if people care, you know, join if you want. But we're going to keep on doing it the way we know best, you know. I mean, that was the whole reason why those people came to this country.
Join us, they would show an example and hopefully accrue.
Do you plan to be a thug when you're 50?
I'm 50?
Yeah.
I'm 50. I plan to be an emotional paraplegic smoking peace herbs.
Neurasthenic psychotic.
You know.
You think that would be an improvement, Mr. Kerouac?
No, I'm just kidding. You said psychotic when you said.
I think that's a good point. How about this youth business? Why should this particular impulse evanesce? Why, when you get to be around 30 or 35, you think, oh, I'm going to put my youth behind me and go to work at the First National Bank?
Well, a lot of the young people who are in this movement, they look up and they see their 50-year-old father who did everything, has all the goodies, 2.8 cars and 3 houses and whatever, and he's kind of miserable and he's not communicating with his wife and whatever, and they say, well, if I go to the right schools and do all these things, this is what's going to happen to me. Well, I'm going to try something else. And I think this is the hippie movement is partly this, kind of a social experiment.
Partly a social experiment that understands the likelihood of its own futility. Put it this way, will anybody be thinking about the hippies 10 years from now other than in the sort of a hula skirt sense? Just something that happened.
No, that's exactly how people think of
in
them.
the command generation, and all the pot-smoking law students
Bunch of
and all the young
jerk-offs with
legislators
no
who are
tops and
introducing
hula
legalization of
skirts
pot
on.
bills, and all the young professionals who are, quote, turned on and articulate and who are aware of Mr. Kerouac, Mr. Ginsburg's great contribution to American civilization.
I'm not connected with Ginsburg. In other words, you put my name next to his.
Okay, Mr. Kerouac's contribution to American civilization.
Yeah, do what
those
you
people
want.
will be, quote, the command generation, and hopefully retain some of the humane attributes.
Command generation?
Well, that's what they're going to be. That's what Time Magazine calls it. I don't call it.
Nice. I was waiting for that. There's some decent stuff. Why does it do? Why won't I let? Oh.
Hello, welcome back to the Lick of the Week videos. This is a new topic that I'm going to cover over the next few weeks if I get a chance to make the videos. Talking about more in.
Because we have different levels of crime.
So it is crime.
I shouldn't say crime, but it's not a crime. You're not breaking the law. I mean, you are breaking the law.
Charlie Kirk is a piece of shit. His stupid ass wife still out here being racist. I'm gonna be Charlie for Halloween. Put a fucking hole in my neck.
See, Doug, you let you finish, but you don't let me respond. The net fiscal drain of an illegal immigrant, according to the House Committee on Budget, is $68,000 per person. The formula for that is social welfare used minus taxes paid.
Welcome back to Rattlesnake TV, guys. In this video, we are going to be watching Don Lemon get absolutely destroyed by a bunch of regular people on the street, and then at the end also by debater and journalist Cam Higby. This is honestly one of the most embarrassing things I've ever seen in my life. Low IQ, dumb lemon actually can't win an argument with anyone. So let's get into it now. And we'll start off
is low
with
IQ
some
too.
random Mexican auntie absolutely clapping his cheeks, and not in the way that he would like.
Okay, crossing the border illegally is not a crime.
No, it's not a criminal.
I really don't like that.
So why are they being
Colored
sent back and saying
lexicon
that they're breaking
sneaking
the law?
into ours.
Okay, somebody
You know, leave it.
We don't know if they're
leave
breaking
it
the law
to
because
them
they
and
won't
their
tell. There's no due
slums
process.
to
Where's the
speak like
evidence? That's the whole point. And if they are breaking the law, most people will say, okay, then they need to go if they're criminals. But if they're not, why are they being rounded up and sent out? Especially when he promised to deport the criminals.
Because they've broken
and now
the law.
He's not doing that.
Yeah, I don't think we're going.
What is he talking about?
So misdemeanor is not
It's
a
not
crime.
a criminal act. No.
criminals.
If you get charged with a misdemeanor, that's not a
So
criminal
why
act.
get charged at all then? If it's not a criminal act.
Because we have different levels of crime.
Yeah.
Everything is not the same.
So it is crime.
Why wouldn't
We
it
have
just be
different
an
levels of- I
ordinance?
shouldn't say crime, but it's not. It's
or
not,
a
you're not,
written
it's not a crime.
arrest?
You're not
You
breaking
know,
the law. I mean, you are breaking the law.
It is
but
a
it's not
crime.
a criminal act. No.
Yes,
you're
it
not breaking the law.
is.
No.
That's like saying trespassing isn't breaking the law, or destruction of property isn't breaking the law. Like, dude, get the.
Get pulled over, DUI.
That's not a criminal act. Well, no. If you're speeding, is a misdemeanor.
It's a misdemeanor.
Right.
So still breaking the law.
Okay, but
No,
if
it's
you wanna
not.
qualify that,
It's
we're
a
doing semantics. But
violation.
But what I'm trying to tell you is
This
everything
guy's
is
an
not
idiot.
the same. It's all not one thing.
But is it the law?
What is it? The law that what?
Is it a law to come
Is
over
there a
legally?
law?
Is there a law?
There are rules that
Yup.
processes that you should follow. Yeah, so you're breaking rules. You're breaking the rules, but you're not necessarily breaking a law.
So what happens when you break the rules?
Then you suffer the
What-
consequences.
what's
But
the difference
consequences
between
should
a
not
rule and a
absolute-
law?
No one is saying no one should suffer the consequences. You guys are getting things mixed up.
So our Mexican auntie here has just
No,
completely and
it's
utterly
not
humiliated
getting-
Don Lemon with a few
I
very
do.
common sense questions and a few very common sense arguments. So either Don Lemon is too stupid to actually know what he's talking about here, or
He's just too
he's
stupid.
just trying to gaslight his audience, who he obviously thinks are as low IQ as he is, and he's just basically
As
lying
him.
to people. A misdemeanor is a crime. Misdemeanors include theft and
Absolutely.
vandalism and drunk
It wouldn't
driving.
be a-
But yes, it's a crime, and you can go to jail
Yeah,
for a misdemeanor.
right?
In the US,
Petty
crimes
larceny
are
is
divided up into different categories.
It's been
So
a
you've got
crime
infractions,
since
which is like
Christ.
parking tickets, and then misdemeanors.
Since
and then felonies, which would be
Moses.
aggravated assault and
No,
rape
not
and
steal.
murder and these types of more heinous crimes. Crossing the border is actually a misdemeanor if you do it once, but actually if you do it multiple times, it becomes a felony. So just humiliating for Don Lemon there. And let's have a look now. As
Truly
this
humiliating.
following astrophysicist openly mocks Charlie Kirk and Erica Kirk and celebrates and encourages Charlie Kirk's murder. Check this out.
What do you want to say to Donald Trump?
Wow.
Donald Trump, basically, Die from natural causes. Shit, you know, Pam Bundy an idiot, Christy Nome ugly. I mean, shit. Donald Trump, get the fuck out of our
She's
city.
an old
Basically,
woman.
like, you know, quit racial profiling people and shit, that's
Man, I
right.
don't know about. I have no idea about this, man. I just, you know, I just feel like this, man.
Why is it pissing you off so much?
Because they racist. I know deep down it's all like some racist shit. You know what I'm saying? That shit is bullshit.
I'm a criminal, man. He's trying to enforce the
law. You see shit all
law.
over the news and all over the TV saying this dumbass shit they saying that day and all this dumbass shit they doing and shit. Once I rolled past here and saw people protesting shit, I don't know. I just want to be heard. I don't give a fuck. Like,
Yeah.
they just some
You just
fucking
want to run
idiots,
your
man. I
mouth.
don't know. There ain't really no other way to put it. They racist. And they don't like me and I don't like them. And, you know, like, they got a problem with a motherfucker like me, but they love
Projection,
Charlie Kirk. Like,
man.
that's just,
Projection.
like, what the fuck, man? Charlie Kirk is a piece of shit. Oof. I don't get no fuck. I got a job, too. I don't get no dox me. You better not pull up where I
If
be
Charlie
at.
Kirk
I'm not from Broadview. You ain't gonna come.
And what are
for me,
you?
I don't give a fuck.
What are
Why you
you
say that?
then?
Why I say
Are
what?
you like the still warm
Charlie
a
Kirk, but they
dog's
don't like
ass?
you.
Is
Guys,
that
I
what
just
you
want to quickly
are?
let you know, if you didn't know already, that I stream on this channel
What
about
a
6 times a
scumbag.
week at around about 6 p.m. Eastern time from Monday through Saturday. And you might not know about it because I delete them all after, because the streams are very, very spicy. We have hundreds and hundreds, sometimes even thousands and thousands of people who jump in those streams. It's really good fun, great community there. So if that's something that interests you, then hit that notification bell and you'll be notified every single time I go live. Hope to see heaps of you there. Let's get back to it.
Charlie Kirk running around saying
that makes
stupid-ass,
sense
racist
now.
ass shit, all type of dumbass shit.
If you
And
did
they call him a patriot, and he was a piece of shit. He was a
I
racist. He
can't
said to
hear.
see a black pilot, he wondered is he qualified. A piece of shit, bro. Like,
Let's start with
I
Donald
wonder
Trump's
if they're
victory tour in the
qualified.
Middle East today. As these
Affirmative
images
action is a
of
real
hostages being
thing.
returned, as these images of families being reunited in Gaza are coming up, very, very moving and emotional to see what's happening over there. Trump gives a speech in the Knesset today. He says Marco Rubio may go down as the greatest Secretary of State in history. He takes some jabs at Miriam Adelson. Says at one point he's not sure whether
That's true.
he once asked whether she loves Israel more than America, and she didn't answer. It was sort of an awkward.
Well, you know, the thing about that is, you know, like, you know, it's like denying somebody water that just come out of a desert. You know, there is something wrong with that.
In the Knesset when he did that, and then he headed over to Egypt for a ceremony where he had some very kind words
Just
for
like,
Giorgia Meloni of Italy. God ruled us.
you know, it was a hanging offense to leave a man afoot in the West.
We have a woman, a young woman.
You know, to
who's,
steal. That's why
I'm not allowed
horse
to say it
thieves
'cause
were hung.
Usually it's the end of your political career if you say it. She's a beautiful young
Because it was
woman.
a death
Now, if you use
sentence
the
to
word
leave a
beautiful
man
in the
without a
United States
horse.
about a woman, that's the end of your political career, but I'll take my chances. Where is she? There she is. You don't mind being called beautiful, right?
Oh, wow,
You are.
Keir Starmer's
Thank you very
there?
much for coming. We appreciate it. She wanted to be here, and she's incredible, and they really
Miss
respect her
Maloney.
in Italy. She's a very successful,
Crazy how good
very successful politician.
I mean, listen, I'm sitting
Very
here in a
good
baseball
looking.
cap, but that woman is also incredibly well dressed. She never misses. So you see what Trump's going. Maybe he read the CNN article
Yeah.
about the return of the male gaze, decided that
It's
he was
true.
no longer
She's pretty-
hiding his appreciation for the
Even
female
at her
form. Although I'm not sure he
age,
ever
she's still
heard
pretty.
about the end of the male gaze, that it ever became taboo. Let's go ahead and roll
And
this clip of Donald Trump also
she's a
talking
blonde-haired, blue-eyed
to Mark
Italian.
Carney of Canada, who, by the way, he just
get any
met
more
with at
attract-
the White House last week.
I'm glad you upgraded me to president.
Mr. Carney.
Did you hear what he
Look,
said there?
there he's
he
in there
taps Carney on the
chopping it
shoulder,
up,
and Carney
man.
says, thank you for upgrading me to president. And Trump says, oh, did I say that? He kind of taps Carney back and then goes, at least I didn't say governor, right into the hot microphone. Just another incredible moment. He was also kneeling Keir Starmer, obviously Prime Minister of the UK as well. So he's feeling good on this victory tour. And
He is
it's sort of easy to
feeling
understand
good.
why
Did you see
politically,
his
because
face?
Biden and the Democrats are really unsure of what to do in this moment. Joe Biden finally
Dude, they're
responded to the
crushed.
peace deal. Actually,
They're
just earlier
destroyed.
this evening, we can put Biden's reaction up on the screen. He says, I am deeply grateful and relieved that this day has come. For the last living 20 hostages who have been through unimaginable hell and are finally reunited with their families and loved ones, and for the civilians in Gaza who have
Everybody
experienced immeasurable loss
finally
and
has
get the
to
chance
admit
rebuild their lives.
the
He goes to say,
obvious, what
he
we've
goes on to
all
say, my
known
admin worked relentlessly to bring hostages home, get
years.
release of Palestinian citizens, and end the war. I commend President Trump and his team for their work to get a renewed ceasefire deal over the finish line. Ends
'Cause
by
they
saying, now with
did
backing
it
of the
and
U.S. and
you
the world, the Middle
didn't.
East is on a path to peace that I hope endures and a future for Israelis and Palestinians alike with equal measures of peace, dignity, and safety. This sentiment seems to be I mean, inescapable is maybe the right word for it. It's kind of hard for Joe Biden to react in this moment because obviously there was a ceasefire secured literally on the eve of his presidency back in January. That ceasefire turned out to be temporary, and obviously that was the Trump administration pushing it over the finish line, even by the admission of the Biden administration at that point in time. And so it's a very unsteady moment right now for the left. There's no question about that. On the one hand, there are many people who don't trust this peace deal and are pessimistic about the prospect for long-term hope in the Middle East, particularly for
these are the people
Gaza. And I think that's a perfectly defensible position. In fact, I think it's such a defensible position that basically everybody feels right now. Everybody feels right now uneasy about how durable this is, how long this is able to endure, how long this lasts.
Absolutely.
But it's obvious, and we'll put this cover of Time magazine.
There is such a thing as manifestation. You know, if you can't accept that there might be a positive outcome, there probably isn't going to be a positive outcome. You know, and Trump is right to say that, you know, like things aren't going to get better because that's all you refuse to think they can.
Up on the screen if we have it. Donald Trump just this afternoon is now gracing the cover of Time magazine. The article says, quote, "The living Israeli hostages held in Gaza have been freed under the first phase of Donald Trump's peace plan alongside Palestinian prisoner release. The deal may become a signature achievement of Trump's second term, and it could mark a strategic turning point."
They're like, we're going to put him on the cover.
So that last part is obviously critical. It could mark a strategic turning point for the Middle East. That's where you see the Joe Bidens and the Elizabeth Warrens of the world, who we'll talk about in just one moment, because of course it's Indigenous Peoples Day. That's where you see them struggling to grapple with the politics here, because everybody has to admit that this genuinely is new. This is a historic, sweeping ceasefire. We are in phase one of it right now, as was discussed on last Wednesday's show. Just while the details were coming down, we talked about how phase one, a very, very fragile peace deal that could be littered with tripwires and all of that. But if it lasts 3 months, if it lasts 6 months, if it lasts a year, what we've just entered is a new chapter in the Middle East, because right now these negotiations have brought together a coalition, and that coalition, including Donald Trump, who's the head of this peace board, by the way, is now responsible for trying to hold this peace together, and the war is over. I have to tell you, just before we went live tonight, I finished watching the new October 7th documentary about the Nova Music Festival on Paramount, and it just underscores the depth of the security failures that day, before, during, and after. And there was a lot of suspicion around Netanyahu's long-term objectives and intent on prolonging the conflict. And I won't weigh in on one direction or the other, except to say that many people believed he was, in some ways, afraid of what peacetime could bring, a reckoning politically for himself, perhaps. Because, again, when you revisit October 7th, now that the hostages are returned, bodies, living hostages, that conversation about those failures. Of course, there's all of Netanyahu's own problems with corruption scandals and all that that are going to bubble to the surface. But the security failure, I think, is now going to creep back into the discourse in a way that is absolutely critical, stunning, and essential for the future of the country as well, to dig into what exactly went wrong on that day. And Netanyahu is now going to have even more questions to answer. He's been answering these questions for 2 years, but now that the war is over and it feels like the dust has settled and the new chapter has been opened, those questions are really going to mount for Netanyahu. Just a shocking documentary. I don't necessarily recommend watching it because the raw...
Yeah, I'm not going to...
Hello, public opinion aficionados, and welcome to Rasmussen Reports. And yep, I got another video out because something really interesting is happening in polling, something that I just couldn't let go without telling you about it, because this is something that validates an assertion I've been making for a very long time about government shutdowns. And tomorrow is really important because it marks the 2-week anniversary of this shutdown, and maybe this one will be the biggest in the history of the U.S. government. And hang on till the end, because seriously, if you're looking for some good Trump news, there's a lot of good Trump news in here. But let's talk about what's also going on today, and that is Donald Trump flying to the Middle East, consummating a peace deal for Gaza, going to Egypt for this incredible photo op and signing the deal. And yeah, they're going to redevelop Gaza. There was an exchange.
Man, we chose so right.
Peace in the Middle East.
Last November.
I don't know, but there's peace in the Middle East. But yeah, 2 weeks of a shutdown. This is like a couple of days from being the second largest modern shutdown in American history. The biggest one was 35 days at the end of 2018 into the beginning of 2019. And if you just look at the headlines, it's kind of interesting to see what people are talking about. Government shutdown could be the longest one ever, Speaker Johnson warns. That's nice. Good for you, Mike Johnson, digging in because Americans hate the federal government. And at this point, they really don't mind the fact that it's shut down after basically Joe Biden's administration shut down the entire country. Federal Employee Shutdown Survival Guide. NBC News, Christine Ohm says the Coast Guard members will get paid during shutdown. Oh, that's nice. The agencies hit hardest by shutdown layoffs. There's only like 4,000 of them. A pittance. A very, very, very small fraction of the existing federal employees. We need to do better than that. Russ Vaught, let's get hot. We're being held hostage. Indiana labor unions, government employees react to government shutdown. Live updates. Trump administration news, shutdown stalemate drags on. It just doesn't really seem like it has much of an impact. I mean, it really doesn't. If you look at Google Trends, it's kind of interesting. Just search volume. Republican blame. I guess the colors are switched. Republican blame has more search volume than Democrat blame, but the search volume is collapsing and they're kind of drawing near each other. And I don't really know what it means because maybe the Democrats are searching Republican blame.
Sure,
maybe
Crane,
the Republicans
for
are
sure,
searching Republican blame. I don't know. But obviously, there's nothing very clear going on here. And if you look at the shutdown polling, though, who's to blame for the shutdown? They always focus on blame. And what we've been saying, and I have a really good video,
right?
That we
As
did
if
before
it
about
matters.
Shutdown, is that blame doesn't matter. In fact, many Republicans and Trump supporters blame Republicans and Trump because they want the government shut down. We've been polling on this over and over again, and 3/4 of Republicans say they want the government shut down if it means that there's a spending freeze or a cut in spending. A significant portion, a majority of independents, and a majority of all voters, 56% the last time we tested it. And most voters say that the last shutdown had zero impact on them. Less than 10% said it had a major impact. Most voters said that it wasn't as bad as people predicted. Who's to blame? Who's to blame for the government shutdown? Surprising poll, blah, 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 over and over again. All this polling about the blame game. Shutdown polls show that Democrats' economic messaging is still falling flat, though. This out of Politico, and this was kind of interesting. Democrats are struggling to erase Republicans' polling advantage on the economy, even as they fight to stop healthcare costs from rising. Democrats' hardline opposition to rising healthcare costs, just the way that Politico frames it in order to carry water for the Democrats, pretty disingenuous, isn't earning them voters' trust on economic issues. A disconnect that lays bare the party's challenge heading into next year's midterms. Voters blame Republicans more than Democrats for the federal government shutdown, according to a review of polling conducted after services shuttered. Economist YouGov showed 41% hold the GOP accountable for the lapse in federal funding compared to 30% who point a finger at Democrats and 23% who hold both parties equally. Our numbers were a little narrower than that. We literally asked the exact same question. But, again, here's the point. Republicans are in power, so people are going to blame them more, even if they don't understand the finer nuances of Senate filibuster rules. But the reason the number favors the Republicans is because a lot of Republicans blame Republicans. And not because they're mad, because Republican approval of Donald Trump is really high right now. We're going to take a look at it. Now, just going to Reddit, though, it's kind of interesting just to see what they're talking about. They still have the discussion thread for the government shutdown up. Day 13,
he pulled every
look,
leader in the
votes,
Middle East, every leader in. You've seen that motley crew.
It's not that they don't
that
care
ragtag motley crew he had
there. What are
there.
they talking about? Well, it's kind of interesting to see. They're talking about Newsom,
Mark Carney,
trolling Trump,
Maloney,
getting defining moments of his first presidency. Oh, isn't that picking on an old guy, picking on your elders? Newsom, not a good look. Newsmax refuses to sign Trump admin's new Pentagon press access policy. Trump offers all colleges preferential funding plan rejected by Emma. Whatever. I'm crying. AOC can't believe that Fox played her Stephen Miller takedown right in his face. It's all red meat. New York Times, AP Newsmax among news outlets who say they won't sign the new Pentagon rules. Okay, fine, you're cut out. Georgia voters react as MTG backs Obamacare subsidies during shutdown. Zoran Mamdani honors trans activists, blah, blah, blah. Oh, here we go. Johnson, we're barreling towards one of the longest shutdowns in American history. Now, I'll spare you the effort of looking, having to put your anti-contamination clothing on and protect yourself from the mental STDs that you can get going to Reddit. If you scroll down, there is not at all any mention of the hostage release, of the Middle East peace plan. They literally do not talk about it. There are a few posts, yes, they were downvoted into oblivion. They weren't allowed to trend. The insane leftists on Reddit do not want to talk at all. And so, in my opinion, that shows that it's a pretty big Trump win. Now, they won't talk about the shutdown much either. You saw the pinned post. Nobody really cares about it. But what's interesting is before, they were all like shutdown hawks. They were like telling Schumer he better shut down or they're going to like rip him out of office. And now it's changed. It's not really about that. Guy who intentionally is making it the longest shutdown is saying what he will do. If only there were a way to prevent this, exclaims the man responsible for blocking the vote to prevent this. So basically what they're doing over and over again is blaming the Republicans for keeping the government shut down. But again, the Republicans can't fix this without 60 votes in the Senate, and the Democrats refuse to vote. And so, yeah, that's kind of weird when the biggest left-wing echo chamber on the internet, Reddit, is lying about the situation. I think there's a lot of cope in here. And so, I don't know. I think it's kind of a Trump win, but the polling's a bit of a Trump win, too. Here's a snapshot from today. Donald Trump's not doing that bad. The approval index, -7, 41% strongly disapprove. Yeah, like kind of high, but in the grand scheme of things, for the most politically vilified figure in all of modern politics, not bad. Not bad at all, because Joe Biden had like probably a -25, -30 approval index at this point 4 years ago. Total approval of Donald Trump, 51%. So a majority approves of the job that Donald Trump is doing today. Only 48% disapprove. So net +3, pretty good. He's back above water. But what's this? Right direction polling is at 44%. It got down to 40%. I really thought we were going to have a 3-handle because of the Charlie Kirk assassination and the way in which the FBI responded. But here we are with right direction back surging again, still going up. A lot of really big overnight numbers. Republican right direction, 70% back out of the 60s. Democrats ticking back up out of the low 20s. They're actually giving him a few points of credit because of this Middle East stuff. And 36% of independents. They're always like kind of tough on the right direction stuff. They're independent for a reason, folks. Independent approval of Donald Trump is only underwater 6 points. This is back where it was kind of in the end of January, beginning of February. It got down to negative like 20 almost because of the Epstein stuff, but it's back up. Not that bad. Donald Trump is doing phenomenally among men, but he's underwater 9 points among women. I wonder what they're not happy with. I really don't know. You look at the race numbers, though, 42% black approval. Incredible. He's above water 9 points with Hispanic and other race voters, and he's up 5 points among white voters. So these are really good numbers. And yeah, look at that 82% Republican approval rating. Really good. Republicans have stuck with Trump pretty much through thick and thin this time around. But here is what that looks like on a chart. Look at that. Look at that red line. Now, as it gets to the end of the red line, there's fewer and fewer data points in the 10-period moving average. And so the very final point of that bright red line is just one data point. But what it tells us is, looking back at prior presidencies, there's been nothing like this in the fall of the first year in office. He is soaring above.
It doesn't seem like the first year of a presidential term.
Look at how big a spread it is with Joe Biden. Joe Biden net approval was underwater 14 points now, when Donald Trump's above water like 3 points. There's 17 points.
He seems to be like a master marionette, man.
And
he's just orchestrating
during his first term as well, but obviously it was the Russian collusion hoax. So that looks really wild. I better post that on Twitter.
I mean, didn't we all pray for this? That if he got in, that he would make us proud.
That everybody thought was coming.
I mean, we bet the farm on him, more or less.
Shut down this time, which is kind of weird because the number was in the mid-60s when we asked about the last time around, and the government avoided it.
If he had made a butch,
so why were people more expectant
we'd be in the Democrats' position next
I really
time.
think this is the big one, folks. I think Americans were preparing themselves for this. I think they know there's no easy answers, and that this is some kind of standoff that just has to happen subconsciously. Everybody, no, but again, 7 out of 10 U.S. likely voters like, yeah,
that's crazy.
Probably going to shut down. Maybe we should start asking questions about how long it's going to get shut down. Maybe we should ask questions about, like, do people want it to stay shut down? I think we'll do that next time around. But here is the right direction polling, and that 44%.
See if you can nail it down.
Doesn't really show up that great on the chart, but this is really like kind of zoomed out. This is the last 5 years. And that blue uptick there is a real big reversal. It plunged after Epstein and because of Charlie Kirk, and now it is bouncing right back up. So that, even though it looks small in this chart, is a really big deal. And obviously wrong track has narrowed a little bit too. So you can see that it's like Trump came into office and these numbers touched each other, right direction and wrong track. Right direction was actually positive for the first time in our entire polling history. And it's kind of degraded a little bit, but it's making
the first time.
So I think
Trump probably since I was a kid,
maybe, now that he has people's
people
attention,
felt like we were going in the right direction again.
Let's uncover the waste, fraud, and abuse, and let's arrest people and hold them accountable. I think that would be great, and keep the government shut down.
We were all
like
terrified.
Seriously,
man.
We all know the Democrats are going to use the nuclear option the second they get in charge of the Senate. Just do it today, and don't do it. Do not do it just to end the shutdown. Leave the government shut down.
Really, what they should have done, I liked Ben Shapiro's plan. Go to the Democrats and say, look, we're just going to blow the nuclear. We're going to blow the filibuster out of the water. And you have 2 years to write put this into law, and that we'll write a law that the filibuster is the law of the land. And if you don't sign on to it within the first 2 years of Trump's term, we're just going to let it go, and we're going to flood your asses, and you're not going to like it. Because as soon as we're not in power, they are going to blow up, and it will be gone forever. They should be using the capital and the power they have now to secure that tradition, to secure that norm. You know, I mean, that is one of our guardrails. There's a reason it's there.
Pass laws with a simple majority, codify the rest of Donald Trump's executive orders, force the Democrats to get into office. Oh, everybody says, oh, the Democrats, we don't want to give them simple majority in the Senate. Well, they're going to do it anyways. And yes, what you want is for them to show America who they are. Make them pass their stupid crap, because then the voters can respond to it. We're in a representative democracy. People should be able to vote not on stalemates, not on stagnation and gridlock. They should vote on policy, and the Democrat policy is not what Americans want right now. All right, so here is a comparison.
And you know, it would force the Democrats back to the center, because if they kept ramming radical in our throats, they just wouldn't get power anymore, and they won't. But, you know, with this deadlock, it gives them too much time behind the wheel. They start and norms and stuff. It's not like, you know, what he's saying. I mean, it has some credence. You know, I mean, it really does.
Between the two shutdowns, and this is a 5-period moving average of Donald Trump net approval, approve minus disapprove. And the dates here are from the first shutdown, but I've lined it up so this shutdown matches the last shutdown. And you can see 7 years ago, as the shutdown loomed, Donald Trump's net approval took a couple-point hit. And he had like about 2 weeks where his approval wasn't really affected, and then it just started to plunge. And it went from -4 all the way down to -12, an 8-point drop. Is that horrifying? No, it's not like that bad, because Joe Biden, for a lot of his term, had between -15 and -20 net approval, and even did worse than that. And, you know, once the shutdown ended, and I think it was about sort of the end of January, after a week and a half, then Donald Trump's approval rating completely recovered immediately. So that's kind of interesting. So it didn't really have a lasting effect. And you can see the net approval on the right side is actually higher than the left side. And the orange line is what's going on today. And Donald Trump went into the shutdown with a higher net approval than he had 7 years ago, by a couple points, by 4 points here. And, you know, it's not apples to apples, because he had a little bit of a surge here from Charlie Kirk. And after the shutdown, it's like dropped a little bit, but now it's surging right back up. And you can see that if this continues, this is nothing like the prior shutdown. I think they were hoping on this just tanking his approval, and it doesn't appear like it's going to happen. And maybe it's because of the Middle East. Maybe it's because of other stuff. I really don't know, but there's not this feeling that people are turning on Trump. You just don't see it. I mean, just look at this snapshot. The numbers are not bad. They're not bad at all. They're stable and they're good. But what is not stable or good is this guy. And he's just, you know, there's a lot of stuff going on right now. Pretty sure Schumer's got some ties to Israel as well. I would have thought that he was kind of happy. Maybe about this peace plan or these hostages. No, he hasn't mentioned it.
It's so funny how he just...
Donald Trump and Russell Vought are using Americans as pawns in their shutdown. And of course, it's ratioed. 2,000 comments. Only 1.2 thousand likes. Nobody is rallying around this.
He's gone. He's out of there. This next election, there's no way he'll...
He's got 3.3 million followers. And 1.2 thousand likes. Now, this one, okay, people really like this lie. Republicans control the Senate, the House, and the White House. The lie of omission is that Democrat senators are keeping anything from being passed. And, you know, they're slinging mud back and forth about blaming each other for the shutdowns. And he only got 29,000 likes, 3.3 million followers. Obviously, most of those followers are on Reddit and Blue Cry right now. Oh, Speaker Johnson.
Blue Cry.
From the Epstein files. Then he does it
Clever
about
name.
Healthcare for the American people. Isn't that weird?
Healthcare.
Didn't they just like vote against releasing some of the Epstein stuff? I'm pretty sure the Democrats did that. Oh, RIF.
Yeah.
Russell Vought.
Pam Bondi roasted him over that. No. Blackburn. Marsha Blackburn roasted what's his name over that.
Is ratio. Look,
raked his ass over to coals.
15,000 to 11,000. And I bet you the replies are just absolutely brutal too. Let's what are some of the big ones? We voted for a massive reduction in workforce, just like what the OMB has started. That is correct. Government's gotten too big. People don't trust it. The establishment has stolen.
Not at all.
People just memeing on this guy mercilessly. Yeah, that's it.
I love
Voted
it.
For it. Reducing
I love
waste.
it.
This is now is the attitude on Twitter what everybody thinks in America? No, but it counts. And I really don't think like
it does count.
The picture on Reddit, like you can just tell, this isn't what America is. They're not talking about this stuff.
No.
They're not talking about the Pentagon's new news agreement or whatever it is. Schiff lists every question Pam Bondi ignored as she melts down. Yeah, super relevant. Like 35,000 likes. They're just grasping at straws. So my advice for the Republican Party is just to watch this clip.
This is good.
Reddit is a joke.
the open steppe, free thoughts, falcons at your breast, wind in your hair. Wrong! Conan, what is best in life? To crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and hear the lamentation of your women.
Yeah!
Yeah, Mike Johnson.
Yes, I love that
but,
scene.
You know, let's ramp it up. Let's get aggressive. Republicans, you're not going to be able to wait this one out. America is not just going to come back to conservatism.
Oh
in the
yeah,
Republican Party.
America.
And what you're doing,
Who
it's
knows
just
if
not
it
enough.
would
It's
still
just
be
not.
a
You've basically
whole
lost these
union
Zoomers already.
today
And the
if
only
she
thing
had
that's going to
won.
get them back is brutal waste cutting, accountability, economic populism. You have to give these people a future now, and this is your window. So let's get it done. If you've learned something, make sure to like the video and subscribe.
Let's
Follow
get
us
it
on
done,
X at
man.
Rasmussen_poll, and myself at Honest Pollster. You can.
I do like seeing the him every once in a while.
Left-wing members of the Israeli Knesset are dragged out from President Trump's speech.
Hang on. I got something else.
Shut
I
up,
just
bitch.
put this on for a second.
Get out of here.
Please expel this Knesset member.
Oh yeah, that guy was booing old Trump.
Knesset member Kasif out of the hall. Please expel him immediately.
Jerk off. Get out of here.
Oh, get out of here, Baldy. Get out of here. Take your books with you.
You
Fat.
bald box.
That's right. Ooh, what paper are they taking? I don't know.
Sorry for that, Mr. President.
I'm
sorry for that.
That was very efficient.
That was very efficient. Well done, lads.
Oh, God.
So back to Steve.
He's hilarious.
He's...
You know what he's thinking. He's thinking, why can't we just do this? Why can't we just drag their ass out?
Right,
Like,
that's
soon as somebody
exactly
starts
what he's
problems,
thinking.
bro,
Although
just
that's
drag
what
their
they do
ass out.
do.
Oh my
Alex
God.
Padilla.
Really...
And they're working out to find out where those bodies are. It's hard to believe that you even have to say something like that. It's so
Peace
sad.
2025.
So sad. But what's not sad is that we have finally, after, I guess they say 3,000 years, I've heard from 3,000 years to 500 years, but whatever it is,
It's a long time.
But this was the one, this was the granddaddy of them all, and frankly, I thought this was probably going to be the toughest, and maybe in many ways it was, but we had a lot of good talent. Steve Witkoff, Jared, and Marco, and Pete, and General Kane.
There's Mark Carney in the background there. Way off in the cut,
We
back
had
in back
an
left.
amazing array of talent, and we were helped by, in particular, the countries represented at this table. I will say, Tamim, you were fantastic, and your country is unbelievable, and I don't think they give you a fair shake. They talk about you as though you're not a nice person, and you happen to be a nice person. You happen to live in a little country.
Who's this guy?
By everybody. And
Trumpster, the old Trumpster.
And I just want to thank you very much.
Look at what he's got. Peace 2025.
He really,
I'm just surprised the letters aren't gold.
Objectively, this guy, that is a perfect way to say 2025.
I don't know what the hell that is. It's a personality problem, I suspect. But
I mean, he's just been
place called Turkey.
just knocking them down one after another.
It's much more powerful than
There's so much winning. We're almost sick of it.
Some of the recent conflicts, he was at the top of them, and he was winning them, and he did win them.
You mean a conflict with like his own people? Yeah, that was. Yeah, he did come out on top on that one, huh? Yeah, how about that?
He doesn't want any credits. He doesn't want anything. He just wants to be left alone. He's a tough cookie, but he's been my friend.
He did. He came out
every
ahead.
time I've ever needed him, he's been there for me. So I just
Syria?
want to
Yeah.
thank President Erdogan.
Yeah, where's the guy from Syria? He's sitting there playing video games in fucking in Russia.
They called me. They said, "Would you do me a favor? Could you speak to Erdogan?" And I do, and he never fails us, right, General? He never fails. He's amazing. So I just want to thank you for the friendship. It's good. Thank you very much. And then, of course, we have the host tonight, and I just want to thank you very much. There was a reason we chose Egypt, because you were very helpful.
Man.
And very, very helpful. Everybody wanted to have this, but we really thought it was appropriate. And you are a great leader. You have very little crime. You have problems that other countries don't have. And of course,
The
nothing's
pyramids.
perfect. But the job you do is amazing, and I want to thank you. Another one. We've been my friend right from the beginning.
Turning his conflict matter is the right to glaze him a bit? Really?
Crooked Hillary Clinton. Have you heard of her?
Bro, no way he's about to just name drop and shit on Hillary Clinton.
The campaign against crooked Hillary Clinton. Have you heard of her? We were both downstairs waiting to go up to meet this gentleman who has a place called Egypt.
Damn.
The oldest civilization. They
Took
say
him up
6,000
through there.
years. China's 5,000 years, but you're at.
It's a place called Egypt.
Number one, 6,000 years. Can you believe it? but the oldest
Time of the play.
Can you believe it?
So I went up to meet him first, and we liked each other so much that she waited for about an hour and a half. And I think your meeting was about 2 minutes with her. So I always remembered that. But that was our first meeting. We had great chemistry.
Just shitting on Hillary Clinton right there, out of nowhere.
A fantastic general, by the way. But he's a great, great president. And I want to thank Egypt and all of your representatives for treating us all so well. We're really representative of a whole group of nations, and they're sitting behind us, and you know most of them. I can tell you this guy's got so much money. They all have so much money. There's more money and power sitting behind us. I love that they're behind us. We've never been sitting behind anybody before.
Peace 2025.
Position for them, but they are seriously, they're among the most powerful countries in the world, the richest countries in the world, and there's never been really an assemblage like what we have today. I don't think I've never seen it.
Absolutely there, man.
Hillary praised Trump on the news.
J-Boss.
Yeah.
Man, I've been streaming the protests, and, you know, we love watching stinky, spaghetti-armed faggots and frogs get their asses beat by cops. We love it over here. That's how I got started just like 3 weeks ago.
TV based. It really is.
Trump knows. I mean, I'm not even sure that he knows what sells. He is what sells. The dude has an instinct about it. I think it's second nature.
Yeah.
Buttering them up, and it requires that.
You've been so respectful on this.
Anybody who thinks that you can get diplomacy done by being disliked or not being, you know, like being liked by other world leaders, that's a big man. Like if other world leaders don't like you, they aren't going to play ball. You know, I mean, like he has the perfect right amount of charm with the right amount of animal cunning. I mean, the dude is he's exactly what we needed right now.
He's doing the Middle East shout-outs? Yeah.
I was on the plane for
everybody's getting their shout-out.
Various newscasts, and they were all fair. They were talking about how incredible this is. This is an incredible day for the world, let alone the Middle East. So I just wanted to thank the media. They really treated it with respect. I wish you could be like that on other things, but that's perhaps too much to ask for. But on this...
What the? Oh,
the Honorable President Donald J. Trump, President of the United States of America.
You could be like that on other things, but that's perhaps too much to ask for. But on this, tremendous, everybody feels the same. Just tremendous respect, and we appreciate it very much. Can we get the documents, please?
The documents, please. Thank you.
Is all the biggest Muslim countries, even the Indonesian president? Yeah, it's the guy with the hat. It's bigger than people think. Yeah, it is. I think also involving all these other countries pretty much kind of...
they only respond to strength. That is the Middle East.
To do politically.
You know, Israel has known that for a long time.
It's obviously a good decision.
Our presidents that have
to get to
stopped this from happening.
And it's going to hold up, too. It's going to hold up.
I love it. I love hearing that. But they just needed somebody that could come in with a firm hand. There are a couple of wayward children, and Daddy needed to come in, smack their heads together like the Stooges.
That's what he should have done. That would have gone hard as fuck.
Force them to shake hands and
all those birds flying around.
Quit horsing around, damn it.
Yeah.
The speech. I just want to tell you the people behind me and some of the people in the room that are...
Well, no, here's what happened to the doves. They got killed by windmills.
Helpful. But the people behind me are the greatest leaders.
Good one,
There's no more, they're gone.
The richest leaders, frankly. Sometimes
that
it's not politically correct to say that, but I'll say it. The richest in the world that the world has ever seen.
Wow.
And yet when you get to know them, I know every one of them in their own way, and I can say in particular some, because that's the way life works, but some of the greatest people you'll ever meet, and people that really care for their countries. And why this happened is they all came together and they wanted to get Gaza straightened out. They wanted to get the whole thing straightened out. It got to a point where it was just crazy.
It was crazy.
And once they got together and once we started talking, it went really, to him, it went smoothly. It went so smoothly. He was such a big help, but it went so smoothly that nobody could even believe it, that we're sitting here and getting this.
That's crazy, guys. It's 3,000 more down.
And all done, and everybody's happy about it. Everybody's happy about it.
Well, I don't know about everybody.
Before, actually.
Yeah.
I've done other deals, and people don't care as much. big deals. I think they're big deals, but this is something that's taken off like a rocket ship, and it did from the beginning. And I've heard for years this is the biggest deal. It'll never happen.
Wow.
For years, long before I ran for office, that this is the Middle East. It's the biggest, most complicated.
It's probably true.
And also, it's the,
I'd be willing to
place
bet
that could
this
lead
is
to
what he's
tremendous
going to be
problems
known
like
for.
World War III.
Ooh, that's
They
a bad
always talked
one.
about World War III would start in the
It's a
Middle
real
East.
bad one.
And that's not going to happen. We don't want it to start anywhere, actually, but it's not going to happen. So I just want to thank everybody, and I'll see you in a little while. And in particular, thank you all. Thank you, Tamim. Mr. General, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Man.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Yep, everybody, let's, yeah. Bill Clinton praises Trump. My statement on the ceasefire: I'm grateful the ceasefire has taken hold. President Trump administration, Qatar, and other regional actors deserve great credit for keeping everyone engaged until the agreement was reached. Now Israel and Hamas, the supporting the United States, the region, and the world must turn this fragile moment into a lasting peace. Wow. So there it is, guys. Even bro, he's even got Bill Clinton. But this is the big one, right? And it's happened.
We're going to go back. John,
Look
I'm
at
going to
here.
throw this back to you now. President Trump has arrived.
Thank you, Marianne Rafferty. President Trump is
him.
entering the Knesset building. Heavy, hearty handshakes. There he's greeting Steve Witkoff. I believe that was Steve Witkoff.
He's a super lefty. Maybe you're right.
So very involved, the president's personal envoy, in making this day happen. Benjamin Netanyahu now, a handshake and a smile.
I have noticed that there are really not a lot of people that have even commented on this that have been very outspoken about how bad this conflict is. They're not even saying, like, I can understand thinking that, oh, well, it might still get worse. But I mean, I've seen videos of dancing Israelis I've seen videos of dancing Israelis because of this conflict. And I've also seen videos of Palestinians that are very happy. So it's interesting that the Israelis are happy. And it's interesting that the Palestinians, at least a good number of them, seem to be happy. But the only people that aren't happy are the mentally ill people on Twitter that have been making this their personality for the last 2 years. But for how long? Well, why do you think they're happy? Shouldn't you be happy that they're happy? You think you understand it better than they do?
Between those two, there have been some
a bunch of 21-year-old white girls with 7 piercings and 10 tattoos that have an OnlyFans that understand Palestine better than Palestinians. I don't want to hear that. It's ridiculous.
Listen to this guy.
Exchanges between them. President Trump was not happy that the Israelis launched an attack in Qatar, which took out much of the Hamas leadership. And the Israelis defended that, said it was necessary.
That's
and
exactly.
perhaps it's part of what led us
most
to this day.
obviously
it
was necessary.
Finally,
this is the fruit of
so
that.
all the live ones have been released. Apparently, there's some issue with the remains.
I mean, he just got all those people out of a deep, dark hole.
But it's my understanding that this is not the peace deal that's being signed in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt, for obvious reasons. He's in Israel, not in Egypt. The president is going to be signing something.
And he's right. They never
National Security correspondent Jennifer Griffin.
If he had been president,
what this is.
They never would have tried that.
John, right now,
they don't have the balls.
You're seeing President Trump. He is.
It's crazy that we get to watch this, man. It really is.
He is signing what looks like a guest book. It's a guest book. I'm trying to read over his shoulder to see what
Who knows?
Is writing.
It's still not. Yeah, all this has happened in less than 1 year of him being the president. Isn't that crazy?
View from where you are right now, but clearly he is being welcomed at the Knesset with highest honors. He will be receiving the Medal of Honor, which is the highest civilian award. Looking on is the Prime Minister of Israel, President Trump, in his traditional with his traditional Sharpie and
it's a ceasefire for now, but hopefully the ceasefire leads to the war being over. I think that's clearly what's going on.
Very recognizable handwriting.
How they end this war, but not the one with Russia? Because Russia is a much stronger force than Israel.
Yeah,
or Palestine
Russia is like.
Also, it's been going on. I don't know. I mean,
we're the first world. Russia is the second world.
Like, yeah, it's a huge country, different situation. It's hard to do.
It's pretty hard to.
Is writing what looks like a long message to the Israeli people, to the Israeli government.
Is Trump an honorary Jew now?
He's finishing up.
I don't know.
Started to receive some.
I don't know. You have to
He's on the cover of Time. I'll tell you that much.
Hostages.
I can't tell you.
One of the most searing moments was seeing two twin brothers who have been held in separate locations. President Trump now holding up.
Twins.
It says, "This is my best." I'll let you read it, John. You can probably see it better than I can on our monitor here. But President Trump sending a very heartfelt message to the Israeli people and to the region.
Amazing.
He's very proud of this moment. He's said on board Air Force One that it is the proudest,
should be proud.
maybe the best moment of his life. He is so happy to be here in Israel and to have achieved what many before him have not been able to achieve.
Yeah.
A ceasefire in Gaza, an end to what he says the war in Gaza, and the release of 20 living Israeli hostages.
I know their crime is hella low, though.
I'm gonna be real. Like, I think that if he ends up being able to end the Ukraine-Russia war too,
they'll
like,
string you up by your nuts.
Anybody complaining about him is gonna just be a retard. I'm sorry. Like, I mean, at that point, that is insane. The third term? There are people talking about a third term. I'll play the Steve Bannon clip after this.
Yeah, he was talking about that just the other day. He's too old,
There's
although
the International Red Cross that they
I didn't think he could do it last.
13
I mean,
living hostages. The Red Cross
I didn't think
is on the scene.
enough people would vote for him last election.
And we're told they've made contact with the hostages and with Hamas, but we do not have confirmation that all of the hostages are safely in their hands.
They have been at this point.
Medical checks as well as identity checks of the hostages.
Yeah, it's like
we've been seeing images
it's like
coming out
Las Vegas of the billionaires and millionaires, right?
The 13 calling their families
Grace
and
Monaco.
some of them are smiling. The families certainly are happy to see
I'd be fucking happy.
The faces of their children and loved ones, but it's still rather gut-wrenching that they are still using their Hamas captors' phones to call their family. You see President Trump right now walking through the Knesset, greeting people along the way. He's being escorted by Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu and his
so
wife
proud
Sarah.
that
an important relationship that really
Trump
forged
really
this deal. It was
came
that
through
moment in the
for
White
us.
House when President Trump was sitting side by side with Benjamin.
You covered the fact that none of the
all those
naysayers
that said he was a scumbag and this and that, and blah blah blah.
I do think, like, I mean, this
now
is
they just
so my immediate thinking is that some of the bodies that weren't released were not released because they wanted to make sure that they could remove as much of the evidence that they were raped as possible. That's my first inclination of why it didn't happen.
What blows my mind is people say, "Oh, nobody got raped that day," and it's like, dude, then why were there women with blood running down the inside of their? You could see the blood stains in their pants because of the brutality inflicted upon them that day. Like, you can't forget that. And I saw that with my eyes. So when somebody tries to gaslight me and say nobody got raped, I say, well, yeah, you're. Obviously, and same thing as I didn't see any of the babies or anything like that, but I damn sure saw several women that had obviously been raped over and over and over.
Because my mindset is that when something doesn't go exactly according to plan, there's usually a reason for it, but I don't know. But bro, they were dead for 2 years. Exactly. Yeah, they were dead for 2 years. It's reasonable.
Yeah.
I understand.
Grace Kelly,
I get it.
fuck, she was hot, man.
But I don't trust these fuckers. Okay.
So hot.
I don't trust a fucking terrorist.
I was watching Rear Window the other day.
So I'm not saying for sure. But like it's I don't know. I don't know about reasonable. Yeah, sure. 9% chance they're assaulted. But either way, it is a good thing. And a lot of the women had already been returned through previous hostage agreements.
Netanyahu, and he told him, he made him call the Emir of Qatar and apologize for that strike, that airstrike against Hamas that attempted to assassinate the Hamas.
He really exerted
Qatar. That
real
really was
power
a turning point in
moves.
this.
Like, yo, you're going to go back and apologize for that.
I think that I don't have anything to base this off of at all. I'm making this up. But I think
about the
cargo
plane from
Israeli
Kabul?
military and government that want to keep this war going, because it probably means that they will have more importance, they will have more,
I saw October 7th,
more control, and they'll be known more, right? And so, I always, and this is nothing unique with I think there's Hamas members that feel the same way. I think there's probably American people here that feel the same way, and I think you can see this happen with.
Put pressure on Benjamin Netanyahu, and
I don't particularly
that is
like
when
seeing
they realized there was a moment.
Brutality
we also heard
like
from
that.
Negotiators.
I think this is also true.
It's not really my
what
thing.
I think the future for this is going to be, there's going to be a couple of things that, and I'm just like kind of gauging, like this is, again, I'm making all of this up. My sources, I made it the fuck up. I think that right now, this does put Israel in a position that if they try to escalate the war again, the vast majority of the public will be against
the
them.
onus is on them.
And I
if
think
they
if
do anything from here on out, they will be the villain.
I
they
still
will be
don't
the
think
villain.
The world will support them, and I think the reason why
is that Israel revealed its hand and its competency with Mossad and with their ability to triangulate and locate all of the different leaders of both Hamas and Hezbollah and Iranian military officials and surgically delete every single one of them out of their specific apartment buildings. And I think that by revealing that level of technology, intelligence, and competence, I think it will be very harder to sell the world on the idea that you were sneak attacked by Hamas again. And I think that, again, this is a silver lining of a gray cloud. You're right. But it is a silver lining. And I hope that people perceive it that way. It exposes their weakness. Yeah. And I think that now,
sure.
Yeah, what if they openly attack? Oh, I don't think anybody will support them. And I don't think that Trump will even support them if they openly attack, another group like that. And I think that's why he was so mad about the Qatar thing. And again, imagine if they do that in like a year or something like that. It sounds like you're saying that it sounds like you're saying that if Hamas does something, it's Israel's fault.
I didn't know that, dude.
Yeah, I think that's the way people will see it. Because people see Israel's technology and their intelligence is so far and above Hamas that they will assume that if something bad happens to Israel, that Israel might have known about it and they let it happen. People think that already about October 7th. It's a pretty commonly held conspiracy theory. And so, I think also
nobody has any proof
by the level of their technological...
That, what happened or that what happened was planned or whatever, because, a lot of people are saying, Israel's been planning all this stuff. But, at the same time, it's like, they did leave that place in 2005 and they never came back. It was Hamas, they were letting Hamas work for the Palestinians work for them. But at the same time, even what Emily Jashinsky was saying was she watched that video and it just made all the questions that were asked there shortly after so much more pertinent and glaring. Like, what the Mr. Netanyahu, how is there this bad of a security? Like, you're supposed to be this fortress with your Iron Dome bull. You're supposed to be this, you have Mossad, you can kill people with pagers, walkies. But somehow, 2010 broke into your country and just went on the page for hours, and I mean, on golf, and just started randomly butchering your women and
just complete dominance.
It does stink.
I mean, let's be honest here, guys. Israel ran a fucking train on these guys. They ran a train on Hezbollah, on Hamas, and on Iran. It wasn't even close. Like, they're deleting these people out of their apartment buildings.
They turned
they're
they
hiding.
turned
There's
Gaza
a new guy
into
that
a
comes
moonscape.
In, and it doesn't fucking matter. They're still blowing them up again and again and again. Retards think that? No, absolutely. Bro, they have total fucking intelligence dominance. And it's not even close.
And
so,
somehow
if
Hamas got that over
happens,
on them.
I think
So
they
it's
will,
like,
look at the pages. Look at the pages thing.
There's no evidence to prove that it was
Trump. I mean, I guess it's maybe not a good way to say it. But, like, am I really wrong, right? I mean,
or that they let it happen. Everybody's thought of it, like, geez, did they let this happen?
Isn't that like saying that 9/11 was America's fault?
Who wants to believe that they allowed their own people to be butchered that way,
I think that if another 9/11
though?
happened, I think that a lot of people
Like,
would
I don't
immediately think that the government let it happen. So basically, like, I think that 9/11, like, you can actually, like, that's a decent question, right? That's a decent, like, and so, like, and we did, no, I don't want to get into, like, 9/11 conspiracy theories, right? I mean, I have my own opinion about it, and, I think my opinion is probably similar to a lot of yours, but my point is that if we ever had another thing like 9/11 happen, and we were, like, oh, we got attacked by, like, Muslim terrorists again, and somehow these are people that, like, oh, like, Israel was against also. I think that you would have a large percentage of the public that immediately, instantaneously approach that with a tremendous amount of distrust. So do you guys agree with that?
Absolutely.
Do you guys think that's accurate? I'm not even sure, but that's at least my viewpoint on it. That's how I see it. I could be wrong, but yeah. Let me go back.
We've seen too much over the last few years
I think
not
the
to be
9/11 one
suspicious.
is a pretty good example.
We've seen
Pearl Harbor. Well,
behind
Pearl
the
Harbor,
curtain.
I mean,
we know how
like,
these
we can
people
get into
think.
that. I mean, that's yes and no, right?
We certainly don't give them the benefit of the doubt anymore, and it's that simple. They don't. They're not.
There was a moment to make this deal.
They're not deserving of the benefit of the doubt anymore.
Less as an asset and more.
Yeah, why don't you have the same opinion about October 7th, since you just said how much more advanced Israel is? When did I say I didn't? I don't know.
as a burden. When they got that message, probably through the Qatari interlocutors, that is when Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff began the final push to get this deal. And they got it done in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt, just moments ago. It looks like what President Trump
also,
wrote
excuse me, I don't mean to pause again. I'm discussing the way that the public will perceive something, not necessarily giving my own opinions on it. This is what I think people will do. I'm not necessarily saying this is what should happen or this is what did happen, but I think this is the way that people will see things and how they will react.
This is my best.
Does that make sense?
So hard to read. A great and beautiful day, a new beginning. This is my great honor.
I
this
think
is
I
what he
found
says.
a better version of this. Because I kind of wanted to see about
the fighting in Gaza. The focus is now shifting to what's
the
next
actual,
in the Middle East. Here's
what was happening, not so much
Asmongold's
Gold's commentary.
About whether Hamas will actually disarm and who will secure Gaza and rebuild. The first steps of the plan were carried out today in what President Trump calls the historic dawn of a new Middle East. Here's national correspondent Christine Brazow.
Beautiful.
This took 3,000
He did. He
years
went
to get to this point. Can you
just
believe
like you
it?
said
And it's
there,
gonna hold up, too.
boss.
An agreement
He
for the
went
Egypt,
to every
leader
leader in the
signing
Middle
Gaza
East
peace
and
plan
got
in
and
Sharm
figured
el-Sheikh,
out what
Egypt.
needed to happen for
supporting
everybody
Gaza must
to
be done
chill
to
out
lift up the
and
people
come
themselves,
together.
but we
You know, he
don't
went and
wanna
got a
fund anything having to
consensus
do with
before
bloodshed,
he made
hatred,
any
or terror,
decisions.
as has happened in the
You know, with
past.
his little
A historic
tour.
day that began with President Donald Trump meeting with the families of the 20 remaining living Israeli hostages who were reunited with their loved ones at last.
Oh, wow.
The president praised by Israeli
my
Prime Minister
goodness.
Benjamin Netanyahu for his role in making it happen.
Donald Trump is the greatest friend that the state of Israel has ever had in the White House.
This is not only the end of a war. This is the end of the age of terror and death and the beginning of the age of faith and hope and of God. This is the historic dawn of a new Middle East.
What that new Middle East looks like was front and
I
center
get you
in
there,
Egypt,
Crane.
where the president welcomed more than 24 world leaders to the peace summit he co-hosted with Egypt's President Abdel
That's
Fattah
crazy,
al-Sisi,
man.
who, along with others,
So
heaped
many
praise
people
on President Trump.
I think
Come.
that you're the man this world needed most at this point in time.
President Trump also announced the formation
Oh,
of a
man.
quote, board of peace, a group that will decide more details regarding the rebuilding of a post-war
We
Gaza
did right
and who will
by,
govern and keep
you
it
know,
safe.
by
President Trump says many
voting
countries
for
have
him.
already asked him to join the board.
Do you want to take a couple of questions? I don't think. Good, Jeff. Do you want to have a couple of questions? Because we're having an amazing period of time.
He's
Like,
always
I think nobody's seen
he's
before.
always so relaxed.
And,
You know what I mean?
Tremendous stuff, as you know, in Israel, and now
Yeah,
we're in
absolutely.
a country
Yeah.
where a friend of mine is a
He
very
got
powerful
the
leader,
consent, you know.
and my friend is right here.
You got to get that
President.
consensus,
Also
you
the
know.
general,
There was
you
so
know.
many parties
Sometimes I call him,
involved.
usually I call him the general. 'Cause
And
he's both. And he's good at
he's
both.
such a good
And, they've done a
deal maker.
fantastic
Okay,
job.
you know,
And they're
what do I
really
need to
trying,
do
you know,
to satisfy
because they don't play
everybody
games,
here?
That's why. They don't play games like we do in the United
He is
States. with
impressive.
Governors that have no
He
idea
has
what
that
they're doing.
animal.
But they don't have crime.
Man.
They ask about crime.
The dude's
they
got-
almost don't even know what I'm talking about. So
He's got
it's,
something you can't
it's a great
learn.
tribute to this man. He's done a fantastic job in bringing this country together, and the United States is with him all the way.
There's something about him. He's like Julius Caesar in that respect. You know, there's something that he
process here.
He played a very
that
important role.
ma-
And they had a
that
very
alpha,
important role with
or
Hamas.
I don't know what it is.
But the general,
The animal
was,
cunning.
right here, was very instrumental because Hamas respects this country and they respect the leadership of Egypt. So he played a very important role. I appreciate it very much. Thank you. Thank you.
President Trump, in
They
Israel
respect
just now, you were
power.
talking about a possible Iran peace deal. You said, we are ready when you are. Is that the ultimate goal with today's signing, to get enough?
Not Iran, but I think Iran will come along. They've been battered and bruised, and you know.
Yeah. Yeah, they did, man. And I mean,
big sanctions,
and you know,
tremendous sanctions. I'd love to
in
think the
retrospect, why was anybody surprised at their reaction with Charlie Kirk? Do you remember how they reacted after October 7th? People had T-shirts with paragliders, the fan on their back and the parachute. People had that. They were celebrating. I mean, people were out there, you know, putting up hostage, and these people with glider placards. I mean, it was. I didn't realize it after Charlie Kirk, but now that I think about it, they've been doing this for years, where something absolutely hideous happens, and they celebrate it.
They're ready to talk. But they can't really survive with those sanctions. Those sanctions are very tough. But at some point they're going to say, we want the sanctions off. We're going to end up with peace. I think Iran is going to be fine. I know so many Iranian people. They're great people. They're smart, great people. Engineers, lawyers. I mean, they're academics. But they took a big hit. And frankly, if we didn't hit them on the nuclear, I don't think you would have been able to have this incredible this deal, this once-in-a-lifetime deal. Nobody's ever seen anything like what's happening today.
Not.
And countries have all come together.
They're a chess piece that was taken off the board,
and they've all come together.
Like a queen almost.
And by the way,
and it allowed, without them holding the tent up, everybody else come down. They all came down.
That's all I do in my life. I make deals, and they want to make a deal.
Dude's the man.
Now that the living hostages have been returned, can you please tell us what the next steps are?
Well, they're going and looking for bodies.
Celebrating.
And they know where.
Not just simple butchery, but.
I guess 5 or 6 are in yet now.
Not just simple butchery, but truly
areas, and they search parties
demonic
doing it in conjunction with
stuff.
Israel, and they're going to be finding quite a few of them.
President Trump, can you tell us when phase 2 of the negotiations will begin?
Well, it started. It started.
Like, how do you call Trump a Nazi after this?
The faces
They
are all
will, but.
in with each other. They're going to start cleaning up. You look at Gaza, and needs a lot of cleanup. That's why when I talked in my speech, I talked about the debris. I used the word debris. That's debris times 10. So, but they're gonna really do a job. They have a lot of power. In another room, you have some of the wealthiest nations in the world. All leaders, the big leaders are here. The emirs and the kings and everybody, and it's a very interesting group. I guess we have like 35 countries, and that's only because they were the 35 that we invited. Everybody that we invited came. So there's a lot of respect, and I think you'll see some tremendous progress.
That is crazy. Everybody he invited came. That's, all talked about him is just slapped right in their face. Like how stupid they look now. Kamala Harris couldn't have done this.
And it's going to hold up too.
She wouldn't have allowed this to happen, put it that way.
The region a new golden age.
This is not only the end of a war. This is the end of an age of terror and death, and the beginning of the age of faith and hope.
No, you're right.
And of God. This is the historic dawn of a new Middle East.
You can tell by his demeanor that he's no greater friend, but no worst enemy. That if you cross this guy, you're going to regret it. That meal is going to stick in your craw. But if you go with him, he's going to take care of you. I mean, it's such a beautiful carrot stick dichotomy. It shows how a firmness and a strength in a leader can be quite motivating for other leaders.
Trump says the Gaza deal might be his biggest accomplishment yet, and that's saying a lot. Although he hasn't finished the big, beautiful ballroom.
I think this
the deal is more beautiful than any tower, any course.
Out of anything he's done,
the deal is as beautiful as Melania.
This has the most people in the street cheering and parading, and
that's the amazing thing. Everybody came together at this point. If you go back 6 months or 7 months, you would have said a thing like this is impossible. They all wanted this to happen. And it's one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen.
Everybody wanted
She's
this,
an idiot.
But they never tried.
Come on, Harris. She's a total. She's
Instead of giving the Iranians bribes, he bombed them.
Worse than an idiot.
Tech instead of just weaponry, and didn't lecture them about human rights abuses.
Pete Buttigieg, he's gay, unfortunately, so I couldn't pick him.
Made sense, and then told him to cut it out.
That is a.
Trump discovered that the Palestinian state
was a beautiful Chiron.
It was just a stumbling block. Joe Biden, in a weird way, did bring the Jews and Muslims together. They both hated
Look at that guy.
President Trump, the Jews and the Muslims.
Look at him.
And now families are being reunited for the first time in 2 years. For a man who's accused of separating families, he sure knows how to bring them together.
Right? Seriously, dude. See, like, it's crazy to see that kind of emotion. Oh, man. Wow.
And it feels so good.
The hostages are back.
You know,
the hostages are back.
Pretense or acting. That was real.
It is a good
like,
feeling. Isn't that nice to say?
That emotion, that was real deal.
Gives
you chills.
It feels so good to say it.
Kamala wanted a ceasefire without.
It feels so good to hear you say it.
How does that look now? Biden said
Yeah,
Trump stole
absolutely
his peace plan.
legendary. Dude is up there in the top 10, man. He's up there in the 1/5 of presidents, maybe even the 1/10 of presidents.
With a big thank you on Israeli beaches in the town square. They were chanting his name.
They did. They had given, I'm sure they had given those people up for dead, man. I would have in their position.
Possibly even more popular here than he is in the United States.
Wolf Blitzer says people are wearing hats in the Middle East.
I agree about learning from him. There's a certain
Make America Great Again hats in that crowd over at Hostage Square.
Israeli ministers were seen wearing red hats today that said Trump the peace president. Hakeem should wear one of those.
Wow, the red hat is going to go down in history.
Donald Trump is the greatest friend that the state of Israel has ever had in the White House.
He
finally got Netanyahu to get his act together.
It's not easy to get Jews and Muslims to love someone this much. They can't agree about anything.
No.
Egyptian F-16s even gave Air Force One a big, beautiful escort today. Meanwhile, Trump was on the phone with
a
Arab
big,
investors
beautiful
to help
escort
turn Gaza into the Mideast Mar-a-Lago.
I'm pleased to announce that numerous countries of great wealth and power and dignity have come forward to me just today and over the last week to say they want to help in the reconstruction of Gaza, putting up whatever money is necessary.
The Mideast used to
I knew that was going to happen. And when he had talked about the Mediterranean Riviera thing, I'm thinking they are gonna be on this like ants on sugar, man.
I would like to
the Arabs, I mean,
this great president for Nobel Peace Prize, and I think that you're the man this world needed most at this point in time.
A decade ago, Pakistan was caught harboring Osama bin Laden, and now they're kissing the feet of an American president.
Pakistan, dude.
Cover, calling the peace deal
Pakistan.
But Trump's humble. He doesn't want
Time magazine. He was on there last year for winning.
Secretary of State in the history of the United States. I believe that. I believe it.
I'll buy that. I'll buy that.
We really fought it out. You remember, he was tough. He was nasty.
Little Marco.
This was going to happen, Marco, right?
And Witkoff got a big
Nobody
shot
thought.
Steve started this all by himself.
Wow.
I call him Henry Kissinger, who doesn't leak. Okay. Henry's a big leaker. He leaked. Steve doesn't leak.
No.
He just wants to get the job done. He wants to do what's right.
New York real estate developers did more for peace in the Middle East
yeah.
than what career diplomats did in decades. Hillary said Trump didn't even have the temperament to be president.
Everyone thought I was going to be brutal.
Yeah.
In fact, I remember Hillary Clinton during a debate, she said, look at him, he's going to go into war with everybody. And actually, she said, he's got a personality that's all about war. No, and my personality actually is all about stopping wars, and it seems to work.
She was just being a politician and lying.
It pains me somewhat to admit this, but yes, he's certainly been good for the Middle East and for Israel in a way that
oh my God, it pains me, he said.
To be good.
Sam Harris, you fucking piece of shit.
I don't think that we should hold any credit where it's due, and I commend the people who have been a part of this process. I'd commend the Qataris, the Egyptians, and the president.
If Mamala had succeeded in putting Trump in prison,
you're gonna throw him in last,
still had nukes,
like
and Hamas would have still had hostages.
Like
the best Biden and Harris could do for Gaza was spend hundreds of millions.
Like she could have done it.
Into the ocean. Even Biden's guys are now giving MAGA credit.
I give credit to President Trump. I give.
We chose right, goddammit.
Rubio. These are hard jobs.
This shouldn't be political. We can all celebrate peace and the hostages.
Yeah, we know that. That's why we didn't vote for you, jerk off.
If he gets the Israeli hostages out, I promise I will wear a MAGA hat for one day on the show and say, thank you for doing it.
Well, we watched The View today and
want to see that, man.
Rashida Tlaib was banging pots and pans, screaming free Gaza. Trump just freed Gaza. No tweets, no speeches, no press releases, nothing. And the woman's Palestinian.
What?
Seems like she was more into the intifada.
Dude, what a
Even Fetterman's asking, where's Rashida?
Absolute elation.
Dude.
I mean, how can we all celebrate this thing? I mean, you've had human beings held underground for over 2 years.
It's a great day, man.
Starved, forced to dig their own graves and things. Now they can finally come back home.
Oh,
and
God.
now everyone should be celebrating.
Forced to dig their own
If
graves.
Democrats had
Well
their way,
put,
Trump
Mr.
would be rotting
Fetterman.
away in prison like a hostage instead of freeing them. Why can't the left just say we were wrong? They held signs that said end genocide now. Trump ended what they said was genocide.
Yep, genocide Joe, blah, blah,
Sorry
blah.
about the whole Hitler thing. Now we should make them call him Gandhi. Trump's on a roll.
Yeah.
And he's reaching out to friends
Although
and foes.
Gandhi wasn't the saint that he was made out to be.
Has inflicted so much death on the Middle East. The hand of friendship and cooperation is open. I'm telling you, they want to make a deal. That's all I do in my life. I make deals. I'm good at it. I've always been good at it. And I know when they want.
Hey, this is a victory lap, man.
With this Mideast momentum.
You know, it's funny because when he was in the past, they all laughed at him and said, "Oh, he's just boasting. His braggadocio." You don't hear it. Crickets, guys. Am I wrong? Crickets. Nobody's saying, "Oh, bullshit, bullshit." No, that's just your ratio. Like, and everybody, Trump always chickens out. Trump's a coward. He's a draft dodger. No, mother. You're the indecisive ones. You're the ones that can't make the decision. Right or wrong, they can't make the decision.
Trump's turning his eyes back to Ukraine. He's flirting with sending Zelensky tomahawks
yes,
to make
yes.
feel more pain.
Absolutely.
Hasn't worked.
Absolutely. Debbie Downer.
Now, if Israel and Hamas can make a deal, Russia and Ukraine can too. Trump's more accomplished in 9 months than most presidents.
I mean, hopefully that's next,
he's still
man.
got 3.5 years left, and he's already racked up 8 peace deals, trillions of dollars of investments in trade deals, a secure border, tax relief, crime.
It bothers me so much.
Record stock market, low gas prices.
You know, if Kamala was doing this, I would be equally as elated.
Xi Jinping next month in South
Korea. But the left, my dudes, they're evil, man. They're not human.
We're witnessing
almost, you know.
Presidential legacy being written in real time. The only question now is, how big?
Is there a dream that you're still trying to chase?
Bigger than Reagan, man.
You were asking questions like you're a television com. I thought I was just going to come out and play around the golf with you. And that's, you're asking questions like I'm on television.
I like Kai. She's got her own YouTube channel.
That's a dream, right?
Yeah.
Does videos, you know, like regular. Hanging out with his family.
Now your dream is to be a great president.
Playing golf.
You're doing a pretty good job.
Want even more Fox News on YouTube? Become a Fox News
Doing a pretty good job.
Click join to find out how.
It, dude. I mean, he's got literally like. He's got enemies embracing each other. He's got all of his detractors finally, you know, giving him his due propers, begrudgingly, but nonetheless.
When you see the heads of those countries, those are serious countries. But I thought it was fantastic. And seeing the so-called hostages, with those kids come back home the way their parents just went crazy. Your father would not be that way with you. He'd be okay, but he wouldn't be like that.
I would get a hug.
A hug. A minor hug, okay. Come on, let's go. No, he wouldn't. I'm okay. So, how you doing? Everybody okay? Very good?
How are you feeling?
I feel good. I mean, it's a long day, right?
Oh man, I'm sure he's on top of the world, right? Yeah, I kind of agree with you on that, though, boss. It's kind of
dissecting it and just playing it all
far away and like,
I think
you know, it'll take care of itself somehow.
And the press has been very respectful.
It's not our problem, really.
Go ahead, Peter. Let's go.
As American citizens, I
It
mean.
seems like you got a much better reception in Israel than you get in like New York City right now.
I think I get a great reception in New York City.
I'm not saying that you don't, but it was on another level today.
You're right. It was incredible. But I went to the Bronx.
Dude, they're people. They just got all those people they thought were dead.
It was the friendliest crowd you've ever seen, and very diverse. But it was really second. New York is good.
Very diverse.
New York City, bad example, but it was.
I love it.
I don't know if you can
Are
see.
you admitting you made a mistake? I don't believe it. This is breaking news.
First rule of politics: never admit a mistake.
Never.
He really is a comedian type guy.
There were people hanging out of every apartment balcony inside the Knesset.
Okay, so I've heard. Like,
wow.
They said if you did Russia or if you did, lots of different combinations, they say the Middle East blows it away. And I said, well, by experts, it's just thousands of years, nothing's been done. It's a whole thing with the
Yeah, because it's been intransigent for so long. So many, previously well thought of statesmen couldn't make any headway there.
Your people at Fox, and by the way, Trey is excellent.
He does a really good job. He is
right?
I mean, I was running to the second one where we were pretty late.
Something that we heard from some Israelis on the ground, they want to know how the peace holds when you are not the president. So 3 years from now,
I can't answer it. I know this, and you are all witness. We go, and I get 25,000, 35,000. If you look at a normal president, we'll get 300 people, and that's not bad. You know, they'll go to a ballroom, they'll get 300 people. We get 35. We had 117,000 people in New Jersey. And so I can't.
There is a cult of personality to it, but it's not a bad thing.
Did you tell Bibi beforehand that you were going to go off script? And
no, I actually told him I didn't want to bring up the party, but it was just a perfect spot. It was good timing when you said, because
that was funny where he said to the president, "You need to pardon him," or whatever he said. Whatever he said.
The timing was. What do you think, Katie? Good timing for that. Right?
I think people thought it was pretty funny. Yes.
Yeah, it worked out well.
Yeah, it was funny.
A
little risque.
Subject in Israel, but the people were fantastic.
Mr. President, you spoke
Here we
to
go.
Egypt.
She can ask more questions this way. Go ahead.
I have some good questions. I
You
promise.
do. You were very nice.
Man, he's in good spirit, high spirits,
You
man.
spoke about in that room how
It's quite pleasing.
and you said it's all about leadership. You talked about.
Well, they're very strong.
You talked about some of the governors.
You wouldn't believe how strong, but they are very strong. But they don't have the kind of crime. They don't have the violent. They may have other kinds of crime, but they're violent crime. You can actually walk down a park and not get mugged or hit over the head with a
Do you
baseball.
want to see some U.S. governors
Yeah.
be more like Egypt?
Hey, just like Boss was saying, man, over there on YouTube, that's exactly what he was saying. They don't have our problems over there.
So there were 4,000.
They're too sharp.
Murders over a fairly short period of time, meaning like a year and a half, I think. 4,000 murders.
Right, quit gaslighting us. We know that people are being murdered every day in Chicago. Quit pretending like they're not.
Bring in the troops and solve the problem, like I did in D.C., like I'm doing in Memphis. Have you seen the crimes way down in Memphis, and we've only been there 7 days? Way down.
The courts have been standing in their way here.
He's showing everybody how feckless and bad and how actually counterproductive Democrats are, that they will get in the way of progress. Slopodopoulos. He has the best names,
And he
nicknames.
said a couple of things. He said 50% of the presidents that served in office have used the Insurrection Act. And the Insurrection Act, according to all of them, said it can't even be challenged. I'm not.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. The cult of personality over there is, it's almost like how women are attracted to Luigi Mangione. You know, it's an emotional sort of cult of personality, whereas Trump is more of an admiration, like top drawer. I mean, he's a better man than I.
I would have Chicago cleaned out, the criminals removed, we would remove them. You know, in D.C. we took out 1,700 career criminals, hard-line criminals. That's why it's so good right now. D.C. setting
Because
records the other way. It's never been so safe.
And it's crazy, their only reason why those criminals are out is because of Democrats, because they refuse to punish the criminals.
But when you mention insurrection, I mean, you were the one that mentioned, one of you mentioned Insurrection Act. I mean, I could do that.
It's such bull.
Many presidents have.
Do you have an update on
50%, Katie, 50% of the presidents have used the insurrection because they don't want to go through this stuff where somebody said there's no crime and 4,000 people got shot. You know, right?
Maybe you'll have to use it.
You don't have to convince
That's
me.
incredible.
It tends to be on the conservative side.
Do you have an update on the Schumer shutdown and Democrats still continuing to
Well, it is a
refuse to
Schumer
vote for the
shutdown. I mean,
continuing
it's,
resolution?
look, they want to have health care for illegals that have come in. Many of these people are criminals, and they want to have health care. And what it also does is, you know, we have nobody coming in now. We have it really locked down. If they start winning cases like this, we're going to have a rush on our border because they're going to come up for health care and the other things that they give away. Look at Newsom. Education, health care, he gives everything away. People come up for that. People come from other countries for that. So we can't have it. We can't have it. We have people coming into our country.
Oh, yeah, they do.
Do you have any more meetings
We have
with
the
leadership
strongest
this
border
week?
we've ever had. But they are coming in, Katie. They're coming in legally through a process.
Do you have any planned meetings with House and Senate leadership on the Republican side to
Yeah,
figure
I mean,
out
I'm
this
meeting
week?
with them. I talk to them all the time. John Thune's been great, and Mike has been great. Speaker, he's been great. Those two guys have done a great job. But we're dealing with a bunch of radical left lunatics that have lost an election in a landslide. They don't even admit that. I mean, think of it. They lost the election 2,700 in terms of counties to 525.
You know,
that's where the map is.
this really may be, we really may be watching the death of modern liberalism here with this term.
A landslide. But they lie. You know, they can take any subject like this.
Do you know what I mean, though? Like, this is like a nail in the coffin, I feel like. It's just really
head of law enforcement said
it's been a mask-off thing for the left in the last 2 or 3 months.
2 weeks later, he said,
Golly, how much political capital that they have squandered.
You wouldn't have, first of all, you lost half of it with the fires. And this would have been, I think this would have been maybe even worse. They had no control. When we went in, the police had totally lost control. And he admitted it. The head, whoever he is, whatever his name is, he admitted it very strongly.
What's your reaction to President Bill Clinton giving you credit for any more?
That's right.
He used to be a friend of mine, came to my wedding, you know.
That's right. I have that one queued up.
No, I've always liked him. I thought it was very nice, actually. And what does he do?
Well, you know, Bill Clinton, he tried to get crushed, and he couldn't make any headway. So it only makes sense, or it makes sense that that he would be glad to see it resolved.
I'm talking about something very much.
And they're old friends anyway. They pretend like they're enemies. He went to their fucking wedding.
We're talking about.
Yeah, the postmodernism. Yeah, it's about time. They've had their time in the sun, man. Stuff up already, you know.
How do you see bridging that gap? Because you have the Arab countries.
At some point, I'll decide what I think is right, but I'd be in coordination with.
Get back to good old-fashioned American horse sense.
And are you satisfied? I mean, some people might say it feels premature declaring peace for the whole Middle East. 3,000 years of peace.
Premature? Why? You want more people to be killed? What do you want? Another 300,000-400,000 people to be killed? Is that what you're looking for?
But in terms of the risk.
I love it. He's like, what? Do you want more?
Risk. So
You want some blood on your hands, you scumbag?
Let some more buildings fall down on top of people and keep it going. No, we did it the right way. We did it. I think our timing was perfect. Actually.
We got it done.
You don't really mean that.
We got it done. Instead of pontificating and fascinating, or trying to make hay out of death.
Those people, those are the richest countries. I think now with tariffs, I think we're the richest country in the world. Actually, the United States, we're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars. But those are really seriously rich countries, and they can handle it.
Some of those players, and particularly Erdogan.
Gold blowing all over the place in the air, you know, blowing gold all over
I can't
everyone.
tell you about, but he is respected by Putin, and he's a friend of mine. You can see. I get along with the tough ones. I don't get along with the weak ones. I get along with the tough ones. I don't know what
Well, they respect him, and he respects them.
You know, when NATO has a problem with Erdogan, which they often do, they call me to talk to him, and I've never failed in working with him like immediately. Is that right? How's Caroline doing? Is she doing good?
Wow.
Should Caroline be replaced? No.
That's up to you, sir.
I love how Trump, he will let some inside information slip occasionally. Little nuggets for us to enjoy.
They really are? Okay, what?
Do you want to comment on the leaders you consider weak who are in that room?
No, I won't comment on that, but you know probably who they are.
Why? Why would you ask?
Yeah, there were a couple in the room. But overall, I thought that was an amazing group of people. I don't think they've ever seen assemblage like that between power, money, Central Center. There's never been anything like that. So but you know what? I have to, because the plane is going to take off.
Are you hosting Zelensky at the White House on Friday?
I think so, yeah.
Yes.
Bye, everybody.
Thank you.
Have a good time. Thank you, everybody.
All right. I honestly want to give him his due propers real quick.
Very strong.
What's your reaction to President Bill Clinton giving you credit?
Oh. I thought
John,
it was,
breaking just moments ago, former President Bill Clinton has released a statement on the ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas. The horrors, I'm reading verbatim, the horrors of the October 7th, 2023 attack on Israel
those eyes,
and the conflict they reignited have resulted in unbearable human loss, it reads. It has been hard to watch and nearly impossible to rationalize. It reads, I'm grateful that a ceasefire has taken hold, that the last 20 living hostages have been freed, and that desperately needed aid has begun to flow into Gaza. President Trump and his administration, Qatar, and other regional actors deserve great credit for keeping everyone engaged until the agreement was reached. Now, Israel and Hamas, with the support of the United
keeping
States,
everybody's head in the
the
game.
world must try to turn this fragile moment
Eye on the
into
ball.
lasting peace that provides for the dignity and security of both Palestinians and Israelis. I believe that they can get there, but only if they do it together. And I go back to where we started these 2 hours, John, and that word President Trump used so many times in his speech at the peace ceremony in Egypt moments ago, together. And you saw him meeting with all these leaders from the Middle East. And this is how President Trump plans to move forward, together.
Yeah, and he finally got some praise from some Democrats.
He's got the
Bill Clinton among them.
consensus. He
Hillary
built the
Clinton,
coalition.
mentioned it as well. John Fetterman said,
and he took
now
everyone to the
Kelly
promised
Shirati, former
land.
hostage on resilience and optimism. The nightmare finally ends. May the hostages have a full recovery. May we never forget those who didn't make it out alive. Credit to President Trump for a breakthrough ceasefire of this awful war. So Fetterman is talking about that. There are a number of other Democrats that are as well. So for the holdouts, like Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries and Nancy Pelosi, who just can't find it within their hearts to say that the president did a great job.
They're evil.
I'm not quite sure
They're
where
evil
they sit with
people.
their fellow Democrats. Yeah. As Yemisi Egbawale was
They're
saying,
so
it's
concerned
an
about
amazing
politics and about
for a president of the United States to end this war. When
they don't realize how optically
more than a year,
horrible it
the
looks
person
for
who
them
occupied
to be
1600
pissed
Pennsylvania
off
Avenue in the
while
Oval
everybody
Office
else is
seemed to be able to get it
jubilant and
done.
while people
And
are,
then his former Secretary
being
of State,
reunited with their
seems to
families.
assign credit to the Biden administration for a large part of this.
And John, I think we were all moved by the words
Like
of
they
Daniel
seem to
Sarabi,
think
the
that
survivor of that
them not saying that Trump did a good job means that people will think that he didn't do a good. I don't know what they're thinking, but it's like everybody knows that he did a good job. You not giving him his due recognition, it doesn't make him look bad. It makes you look bad. You know what? How stupid. It makes Trump, if anything, it makes him look good. It just makes you look petty and childish and unworthy for power.
Held in captivity for 2 years, but his acknowledgement that while this is a day of celebration, this is a day of remembrance as well to all those whose lives were lost. And this, as we continue to watch the convoy, a somber return home of 4 coffins of the deceased hostages that a short time ago crossed into Israel, John. And this is a live look there as they make their way to the National Institute for Forensic Medicine, outside which we also have a live camera where we are seeing many gather there to see their return home, John.
Yes, we cannot forget that while 20 families are elated to have their loved ones back home, there are 28 families.
Many are
who
not.
will go into this evening knowing that their loved one, maybe their remains will come home, but they will never see them again. But it does give them some sense of.
Well, they've known that the whole time. That's not.
click here to subscribe
they would rather
to Fox
know
News YouTube page
that
and
they're not suffering, or that know what happened to those people. That's pretty important.
Called a transactional president, and this week that apt description led to success. The ceasefire negotiated
Every now and
between
again,
Israel
this
and
guy
Hamas
will
was
say
a transaction,
something
and a complicated one at that. It's worth placing all the
good.
caveats that this is only phase 1, and it may break down or get stuck if the parties renege on their commitments. But the first phase is, in fact, a plausible pathway to ending the horrific violence in Gaza and represents a chance well worth taking. It also reveals 5 important realities about the Middle East today. First, Israel is in a commanding position of strength. Dan Sinner, the Republican analyst and author, noted on GPS last week that the deal was an Israeli plan, or at least an American plan that Israelis could live with. Well, Israel is the power on the ground, and it's become more powerful in the last 2 years as it has defeated an array of its enemies abroad. Nothing is going to happen without its consent. As a practical matter, if you want Israel's guns to stop firing, you need a plan that Israel can live with. Indeed, Israel's rise has been so dramatic that both Qatar and Saudi Arabia have begun warily to balance against that strength. Doha seeking military.
They've got to do it. Like that's what I was talking about earlier. I want to be allies with Israel, but they do need somebody that will check them in the Middle East. Measure for measure, check them. And I would prefer it if we were also allies with that entity or that party that checks them. I would prefer that. That way we can meet. That's how peace is. Last, that's how they last.
A nuclear-armed nation. Second, you can get concessions from Israel, but it takes political capital and skill. President Trump used both intelligently in getting Benjamin Netanyahu to accept the deal. Trump has huge political capital with Israelis, and he used it to pressure Netanyahu. He seized the moment when Israel's attack on Hamas operatives in Doha produced lots of blowback in the region. And he took Hamas's partial acceptance of the plan and pretended it was a full embrace.
Yeah, he used the blowback against Israel as leverage to get Israel to lay down their arms and to accept this peace deal, and not keep pushing for every meter of ground like they typically do.
Forcing the deal to a close.
Typical Jews, they got to get the best
of the new Middle East.
They got to have.
Look at who was in the negotiating room for the deal. Egyptians, Turks, Israelis, Qataris, and Americans along with Hamas. The Egyptians are important only in this particular
Hamas
context
was
because of
there.
their border with Gaza and the Rafah crossing, which is a key corridor for flooding aid into Gaza. They represent in some ways the old Middle Eastern order, dominated by the large, populous, and culturally rich countries like Egypt, Syria, and Iraq.
Culturally
The Middle East
rich.
is dominated by
This
Israel
guy wouldn't
and the
say
Gulf
that about
states.
America.
Nowhere is that more evident than in the rise of Qatar, a tiny gas-rich kingdom with just around 400,000 citizens, but a shrewd leadership that is willing to talk to all parties, including Iran and Hamas, which makes them indispensable in any conflict mediation. Where the old Middle East was led by the large states that espoused pan-Arabism and encouraged Palestinian terrorism, the Gulf kingdoms searched for modernity, technological advancement, and above all, peace and stability. Turkey is the new wild card, strong, but ruled by a willful leader who has flirted with Islamic radicalism. Fourth, the new Middle East is one where the Iranian threat has weakened considerably. Ever since the Islamic Revolution of 1979, the Arab states have worried about an expansionist, ideologically aggressive Iran. But over the last 15 years or so, Iran has been in economic misery and periodically convulsed by political crises, from a green movement to widespread protests from the women's movement to divisions within its ruling elite. Through all of this, Iran faced a series of devastating Israeli attacks on its nuclear scientists, military leaders, and nuclear facilities, culminating in the attacks in June, which was so comprehensive as to be almost akin to an invasion. Finally, despite all the violence, extremism, and animosity, there is really no long-term plan that doesn't end with some kind of a two-state solution. The veteran American diplomat, Martin Indyk, who was passionately pro-Israel and also in favor of a Palestinian state, wrote an essay in Foreign Affairs last year, a few months before his tragic death, titled The Strange Resurrection of the Two-State Solution. He argued in it that decades of abandonment of that objective have only proven that there is no alternative. Every other alternative, continued occupation, one state, expulsion, doesn't really work. So people will eventually, reluctantly, come back to it.
Right. The thing is, the Palestinians are a hot potato. Nobody wants to live with them. They're a bunch of extremists and terrorists, and they're unfit to live with. They're racist people. They're unfit to live with unless you're one of them. So it stands to reason you either got to get rid of them, or you have to give them a place to live of their own. I mean, they did have that, but they obviously it didn't work out, or they didn't get off on the right foot, or they need a little bit of help or something. But it seems to me like they need some piece of ground, or it's either that or they have to be disposed of.
That will only happen now if President Trump comes to it himself and invests it with his power and energy. His plan makes a small reference to it.
I'm sure he will.
Announcing the ceasefire, he hopes not just for a ceasefire, but for everlasting peace, quote unquote. That would require more than a transaction. It would require vision. The fruits of that vision, genuine and lasting peace, would echo through history and would constitute a prize much larger even than the one awarded by the Nobel Committee every October.
Absolutely. Like I was saying in other streams, the Nobel Peace Prize, they would get accolades and praise. Like, he is bigger than they are. He would bring a certain class or a certain something. They would benefit from giving him the prize more than he would benefit from it. Simple as that. I mean, it's as simple as that. He's actually done something. They don't. They never do. They never give it to anybody who deserves it. Not since Mother Teresa,
Albanese has
50,
reduced
60
our
years
relationship
ago.
with Donald Trump and America to a pathetic stand-up late-night comedy joke. Where John Howard ensured we maintained healthy relationships with Indonesia, our friend Anthony Albanese and his woeful foreign minister Penny Wong threw our other friend
Let's hear what
Israel
Newt's got to say.
under a bus.
Good old Newt.
Here with his reaction to this historic day, Newt Gingrich, Fox News political analyst and former Speaker of the House. Speaker Gingrich, I'm struck by what today
Donald
means.
the
I'm struck by what it means
Dealmaker.
for
I
the
like
legacy of
that.
the president. You had Biden, who in his first 6 weeks
That
in
goes
office
hard,
decided to convene
man.
historians to decide how he could be like FDR, but he was no transformational figure. President Trump has achieved that. Winston Churchill status.
Yeah, look, I think historians are going to study for the next 50 years to try to understand what was the magic that President Trump brought? You know, he first talked about this in a speech that Jared Kushner wrote for AIPAC during the campaign in 2016.
People know,
so
Americans know what a leader looks like
all the way
now.
through. And the amazing
because there was
thing
generations,
about Trump, and maybe it's because
my
he's a Gemini,
generation,
so
several
he can
generations had
focus
never
totally
seen
on
a
the
real
moment,
leader
and yet the other part of him is
in the White
strategically
House.
thinking years and decades ahead, and the two somehow come together in a way that's almost magical. I watched this afternoon, and Cliff and I both watched it. We watched Jerusalem, then we watched Sharm el-Sheikh. It's an extraordinary moment, and figuring out why is it that for all these years, I mean, Israel's been embattled for almost its entire nearly 80 years of existence, and now suddenly Donald Trump comes along, changes the whole game. No American president has done anything like this. Theodore Roosevelt got a Peace Prize for having helped bring the Russian-Japanese War together in, I think, 1905. But this is totally different. Here is a moment in history where you saw all these countries all coming together. You saw that Trump personally knew every person on that stage. You saw that here's somebody who can literally span the planet.
That is crazy.
With
He
personal
did.
friends, contacts, intermediaries, and represents a level
these leaders
of
are
vision
personal
and a
friends of
level
his.
toughness.
Yeah.
I mean, as he himself said, without the B-2 bombers taking out the Iranian system, we still might not be here. But that ability
put some iron in
to
the
come
glove,
all the
so
way
to
from
speak.
Missouri and to end up taking out all those facilities with such precision accuracy, that said something to the whole planet. That in fact, the United States is still, by a huge margin, the leading power on the planet. And imagine how both Xi and Putin must have felt watching this, realizing that they were seeing the real leader of the world.
I know,
and they're
right?
seeing the world gather around him voluntarily.
A real leader.
Not out of fear, but out of hope that with him, they're going to actually create a peaceful, prosperous, and safe Middle East.
You know, I'm so glad that you described this as a well-orchestrated
well said.
plan that really suddenly came to fruition because both
said.
things are true. There were the Abraham Accords 5 years ago. There was a 4-year diversion from the plan with President Joe Biden. And then you had the bombing of Fort O, which was instrumental to making this happen. But I lay all that out because I want to pull up Antony Blinken here, of course, Secretary of State for Joe Biden. He says this: it's good that President Trump adopted and built on the plan that the Biden administration developed. Speaker Gingrich, that makes me bristle. This was not a Biden-era plan that came to fruition.
Well, it doesn't make me bristle. Look, the entire Democratic left wing is out of touch with reality and verges on crazy.
Thanks for the
Blinken is
subscriptions,
part of that group.
guys.
Why would you
I
think
didn't
that he has
even
any
realize
realistic
it.
sense of what happened? They were a disaster in Afghanistan. They were a disaster in Ukraine. They were a disaster in the Middle East. They were a disaster in Venezuela. Every time you
James
turn
C.
around, left-wing Democrats do not understand the real world. They do not understand how it works. But you can't expect Blinken to go off quietly.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Speaker Gingrich, thank you very much for that insight.
Of course,
Hey,
he's
Sean
crying
Hannity
in
here.
his
Hey,
beer.
click here
Come
to
on now.
subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
Let's see.
Fox News alert,
Michael
back to the big
I like
news
Michael
of the day
Malice,
and the biggest accomplishment
actually.
yet of the Trump
He's pretty
administration.
cool. He's pretty
Unless,
funny.
of course, you're listening to what Democrats are saying. Take, for example, Biden's national security advisor, Jake Sullivan, who thinks the question we should be asking now isn't how long can we make peace last, but instead, why didn't peace happen sooner?
But we could have had this in March, but that didn't happen. In April and May and June, July, August, September, it didn't happen. So the question is why? It's because Israel felt for some reason it had to continue. President Trump felt for some reason it could continue. And it's only now, after all that time, that we've gotten to a deal. That's after months and months under the Trump administration. The question is, you know, why or could this have ended sooner? That's a question, of course, I have to grapple with. I think it's also a question that the Trump administration has to grapple with because, of course, they've been in charge for quite some time.
How rich to look back 4 or 5 months and say this could have happened sooner when you were in power for 4 years. Maybe he's forgetting how long exactly they had to do something under Joe Biden. But Biden's Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, wants us to remember we should be thanking that administration, his administration.
Yeah.
It's good that President Trump adopted
For
and
what?
built on
For
the plan
nothing.
the Biden administration
They
developed
didn't do
after
sh-
months of discussions with Arab partners, Israel, and the Palestinian Authority. And
Bro,
from running
they
their
got
mouth like Blinken and Sullivan
aimed by the
to
Arabs.
just plain
I
running.
mean, they
Socialist
are.
New York City Mayor
What a
candidate
joke.
Zohran Mamdani took part in a 5K for Gaza yesterday. He's raising money for the
And
United
this
Nations Relief and
scumbag.
Works Agencies. Now, that's
Who
a
does
group
this-
that's been involved in
It's
controversy
like,
since
ooh,
October
something
7th.
something's
At least
good
nine
happening in the
employees
Middle
have ties
East,
to
and,
the
and
attack,
I'm
with the
and
IDF
I'm an
claiming
Arab. I
staff
gotta get some of this
participated in
action.
brutalizing Israelis. Hostages say they were held on the organization's
Man.
premises. And according to the EU, the agency spent funds on terrorist-linked activities. But Mamdani hopes she'll consider joining him. There's more, though. Mamdani posting on X just moments ago. Today's scenes of Israelis and Palestinians are profoundly moving. We have watched as our tax dollars have funded a genocide. The moral and human cost will be a lasting stain that requires accountability and real examination. Now, to be fair, not all Democrats are opposed to giving credit where credit is due.
It's a really significant
Some
first
of them,
step,
not all.
and I really commend
wow.
President Trump and his
She came
administration,
out.
as well as Arab leaders in the region. The conflict hopefully will end with the ceasefire, with the
That's something
dismantling of
else right
Hezbollah,
there.
with the successful attacks on Iran. And
She's
with
been
a
in on
new
this
regime in
this
Syria
this
that is
whole
looking
thing
for
since the
some kind of
90s. Her
accommodation
husband
with
tried
Israel. This set of
couldn't do
conditions
it.
has never existed in recent times, and so shame on us if we don't take advantage of it.
Damn.
Bill Clinton also giving Trump credit today. Meantime, we've been wondering, will the View's Alyssa Farah keep the promise that she made late last year?
If he gets the Israeli hostages,
Nope.
I promise I will wear a MAGA hat for one day on the show and say, thank you for doing it. And then she'll knock it right off my head. But
Right,
you
please
have to
don't
be able
do
to
that.
care
They
for
weren't
what's
gonna let her
happening
do
and
that.
call out relentlessly the wrongdoing.
Did she wear a MAGA hat today?
What?
Author and podcast host Michael
What a
Morales
bunch of
joins us now. Did she wear a MAGA hat today, Michael? I'm sure you were tuned into The View.
Well, I can't wait every morning, but I am a bit of a masochist. I got to tell you, I think, Will, you and I both remember when plenty of conservatives thought that Hillary Clinton is like the worst thing that could ever happen, and then Democratic Party, like, hold my beer, and we got Mamdani. She is on the far right.
Right.
The Democratic Party when it comes to foreign
She
policy.
is
And it's
kind
very
of like
disheartening to see. I also remember very
wing of the
vividly when
Dems.
Saddam Hussein was captured after he was on the land.
That's incredible.
Al Green, who had been the front runner for the Democratic nomination in 2004, publicly went on TV and said, congrats to George W. Bush. This is his moment. So this isn't about politics. This is about bringing peace to a region.
No.
In 2015, Trump was debating
This
Marco
is.
Rubio, Senator Rubio
Absolutely.
at the time, and he said, look, this would be the toughest deal of its kind, this deal. Everyone watching was like, okay, like, he's not going to be able to do this. Even he, with all his bluster, didn't promise he could do it. And the fact that you have Iran and
Yeah.
Saudi Arabia and Hamas and Israel having any sort of deal of any kind, as Hillary Clinton said, is a huge step forward. And I and everyone else watching this is happy for all the families who have their hostage taken back, and they can hug them again. Good Lord.
Yeah, Michael, you bring up an interesting point about Hillary Clinton. The interesting thing is the relationship between President Trump and Hillary Clinton has always been icy, and yet here she is giving him deserved credit. Meanwhile, we've seen images of former President Barack Obama and President Trump having cordial conversations, sharing a laugh at a funeral. And it's Obama that is denied to give Trump credit as he has talked about how remarkable this deal is. It is Obama that wouldn't use President Trump's name. How do you explain that?
Well, I don't think Hillary and Trump always had an icy relationship because she went to his wedding, if you remember. So at one point, they were breaking bread.
If you go back further, yes.
So why I think she can give him credit and he can't? Because 2024 was repudiation of the Obama DEI style of politics. Remember, Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama ran against each other in 2008.
Yes, it
Bill Clinton had
was.
said this guy should be bringing us water. Why is he even running?
You're damned
And he beat her
right it was. It
resoundingly
is.
in the primary. So I think she represents this kind of corporate Biden wing of the Democratic Party, and Obama represents this Kamala Harris kind of simpleton wing that was really given like a roundhouse slap in the 2024 election. So
Simpleton
behind the
wing.
scenes, I bet the two of them have a very different
Crushed.
view of how they
Poor
want the
woman's
Democrats to go,
crushed.
both going to the midterms and in 2028.
All right, let me ask you really quickly about how you feel about the prospect of lasting peace. This part hasn't been talked a lot about today, but there was Palestinian prisoners released from Israel as well, and they include men like the following: Raid Shaheek, who sentenced to multiple life terms for his role in killing 2 Israeli soldiers; Mahmoud Issa, who he's convicted of kidnapping and killing a 29-year-old Israeli border police officer. There's several others involved here as well, a set of brothers. They were sentenced to multiple life terms for stabbing and killing Israeli hitchhikers. So these are some pretty bad guys that were released back out of Israeli custody. That's just part of the picture, though, Michael. It's a huge, complicated picture. Do you believe you have what is necessary here for lasting peace?
I think the key to lasting peace, it was very clear, this is not something original to me, that Hamas was Iran's proxy. And I think Saudi Arabia and Iran, there's no love lost between them. UAE is another country that's trying to become more cosmopolitan and more worldly in its kind of affairs. So if you're going to have them buying in, Iran and Saudi Arabia, that is something that is unprecedented, as Hillary Clinton had said. So if you have all the other parties on board and Hamas basically loses their support and their funding, they're really not going to have a pot to piss in, hopefully. And then we can work forward to having something that everyone in that region can live with. You know, there's that line about compromise being something that no one likes but everyone can accept. And if that's what it takes, you know, God bless President Trump and, you know, everyone in the Middle East.
Right. And it's a real validation of many of the things that President Trump and Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner have been criticized for in the past, and that's relationship building with Qatar, relationship building with Saudi Arabia, the use of tariffs in these various countries as a pressure point in getting those players on board and undercutting the supporters then of Hamas. It's a real testament to all of the diplomacy and the levers pulled by President Trump over the last couple of years. Michael, it's really good to see you. Thank you for being with us here.
Last couple of years? You mean the last year
In this water, why is he even running?
Damn
and
it.
he beat her resoundingly.
Son of a beast.
Joining us now live, Professor Emeritus, Harvard Law School, author of The Preventive State, Alan Dershowitz. Professor, thanks for coming in, sir.
Thanks for having me.
Nice to
Seems
hear
like a defining
him,
moment,
his
not just in praise,
praise,
this president's second term, but any president
in the
Talk
country,
about where
of
you
the
put this in
world.
history tonight, sir.
Oh, it's a very, very important day. One cannot imagine a President Kamala Harris having pulled this off, or President Joe Biden having pulled this off. This required the unique combination of the skills, the negotiating skills of President Trump and the military skills of the Israeli army. Without Israel's military successes in wiping out Hezbollah, destroying Hamas,
Come on, man.
hurting Iran's nuclear reactor, I don't think any negotiation would have been possible. So it's this wonderful combination of American diplomacy and military prowess from Israel that resulted in this this great and important day. It also shows how
You
important
mean
it is
their
for the United
prowess
States
backed
and Israel
up
to
by
work
our
together, and how
prowess? Come on
important it is
now.
for these idiots on college campuses to stop their protests and to stop calling for the end of Israel and to try to work together for a peaceful Middle East. Remember, these useful idiots on college campuses no interest in a Palestinian state or the Palestinian people. They just want to see the end of Israel. They want to see the Jewish state. They want to, if they could, see the end of the Jewish people. So this is hate versus constructive building, and I'm hoping maybe we can build on this and move toward a more permanent resolution with Saudi Arabia joining the Abraham Accords. All of this is a good step.
Oh, yeah.
Well, you raise another important point, which is what of
Damn
the state
right.
of the Free Palestine
Would be lovely.
movement tonight, because we're hearing that Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas is expected now to be in Egypt as well with President Trump and other leaders in the region. And it's President Trump that is making sure aid is now getting into Gaza at the same time that he's getting Israeli hostages freed. So where does that leave the Free Palestine movement that wants to wipe Israel off the map when it's an American president working with Israelis and the Palestinians to bring all of these important people together, sir?
Well, there are several different movements. There's the Free Palestine movement, which means the end of Israel. That's not getting anywhere. It will still resonate on college campuses. The Norwegian soccer team will scream and yell at the World Cup, Free Palestine, end Israel. European governments will recognize the non-existent state of Palestine. That's not going to happen. The other alternative is a movement, maybe over 10 years, toward a two-state solution. But that two-state solution has to start with the Palestinians recognizing Israel's right to exist as the nation state of the Jewish people. I've met with Mahmoud Abbas personally, just over dinner, and asked them directly, would you recognize Israel as the nation state of the Jewish people? And he said, absolutely not. So without that, we're not going to have a two-state solution, because what the extremists want is not two states, but one state. They want to see something called Palestine replace the viable state of Israel.
Right. Yes, Professor, there are many thousands of people gathering in Hostages Square, as we mentioned, tonight, as well as last night. Here was the scene last night when the names of President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu were brought up. Listen.
To Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and to President Donald J. Trump.
Wow. Big difference.
So you hear the cheers for President Trump there in Tel Aviv. We've heard about red MAGA hats being handed out there in Hostages Square. He's obviously very popular for all of these.
That's incredible.
Efforts. And the boos for Prime Minister Netanyahu when he's mentioned by the special envoy to the president, Steve Witkoff. What is your thought about the road ahead for the Prime Minister and what President Trump may say in the Knesset tomorrow to try to bring people together there as well?
Well, Israelis are very, very, very critical of their government. In fact, if we had the same situation in the United States, you'd probably hear boos for Trump and more cheers
Same thing would have happened.
Netanyahu did a great job in militarily making it possible for Trump to bring about a diplomatic solution. And, I wouldn't have any objection if both of them were nominated next year for the Nobel Peace Prize, because one without the other wouldn't have worked. It requires Israel's military strength combined with America's military strength, the B-2s and all of that. This was a combined victory of democracy over tyranny, of liberal democracy, I mean liberal with a small L, over tyrannical extremism. And when America and Israel work together, nothing can stop them. But when they divide, they are much, much weaker. And many Americans and many Israelis want to see them divided. And they are foolish and they are self-defeating. So what we have to do is strengthen the unity of Israel and the United States against the enemies of both Israel and the United States. Scratch an anti-Zionist, and you're going to very quickly find an anti-American person. The vast majority of radical college campuses hate America. A lot
of them are.
AOC hates America.
That's why it's, Trump's throwing them out. It's not because they.
Is often just a symptom of the hatred.
It's not about their speech. It's that they
may be the next mayor of New York City. We shall see. Professor Alan Dershowitz on a historic night. We appreciate your insights. Thank you, sir.
Thanks for having me.
Oh, let's see here. Let's see.
Are you optimistic about the new talent that has, just taken the? She's just a rock star, Katie Porter. Are you like super optimistic that she's going to be? I mean, look, when you see clips like this of Katie, I'm in love. I'm telling you guys right now.
Oh, you're talking about Katie Potato
She is, she is absolutely amazing. Rob, if you want to play this clip, this is when you know, love at first sight. When she talks like you like this is a keeper. Rob, can you play this clip, please?
Get out of my fucking shot.
Oh, she just talks dirty.
Yeah.
What an awful person.
Okay, it does. Okay, you also were in my shot before that.
Screaming.
Now, this breaks my heart. What breaks
shot.
my heart, Rob, if you don't mind playing the Harry Ensign clip of what happened with her, percentages of what she could have done, because to me this is a once in a generation type of a talent. You don't find people like this. This is like Otani. This is like Aaron Judge. This is like an A-Rod coming through, and California is going to waste this incredible talent that they have. Watch the stats. 10,000% increase on Google searches. Rob, go ahead.
Hey, Laura, I'm looking around and I don't seem to see anyone in my shot over there. So I guess that makes me a little bit unlike Katie Porter, right? But look, the Katie Porter snappings, they have been heard around the world. And I think that Katie Porter's making history because she has potentially annihilated her chances to be the next governor of California, more so than any other candidate I've ever seen so quickly. My goodness gracious. What are we talking about right here? Well, let's take a look. Chance to be the next California governor. According to the Kalshi prediction market, Katie Porter's chances have fallen through the floor. Just 2 days ago, she was the plurality leader in the prediction markets at 40%. Now, get this, her chance has fallen by more than half to just 16%. My goodness gracious. Meanwhile, Alex Padilla, who's not even running for governor of California at this point, he's a city senator from that state, his chances have gone up through the roof from 10% all the way to 27%, nearly gone up threefold. Now, one of the big reasons why the prediction markets have moved so much on Katie Porter's chances to be the next governor of California is because people are really interested in this story. Take a look here. Google searches for Katie Porter at an all-time high, despite Katie Porter having a long political career. Get this, up over 10,000% versus just a week ago. And not so surprisingly, the top topic searched alongside Katie Porter at this point, interview. It turns out maybe you shouldn't snap at a local political reporter. But I'll tell you who else can't get enough of the Katie Porter story besides just the voters out in California and the people in the United States at large. It's Fox News. Fox News, if you have tuned in over the last 2 days, you tune in a particular hour, there's a pretty good chance you're going to see Katie Porter. I mean, look at all of these segments that Fox News has been doing. Indeed, I looked it up. There have been segments featuring Katie Porter, get this, over 20 plus times over just the last 2 days alone. Fox News can't get enough of her.
Right here.
But the Katie...
So are you excited about her at least being your governor instead of Newsom? Like there's got to be a little bit of enthusiasm with her, though, no?
Hey, I'm interested to like a tater tot type level, not a full
Katie Potato,
Yukon Gold loaded steakhouse, chives, cheddar on the side, size. I'm going to manage it at a
Can I
tot
change
level.
your mind at least like this? I mean, think about this here. When you think about somebody like this, in spring of 2006, I made mashed potatoes for dinner. This is her. Our oldest child, Luke, was sitting next to me in his high chair as I was getting ready for dinner. Petitioner looked at I think this is the husband's
This
saying?
is the husband,
saying?
yeah.
Petitioner looked at the potatoes in the ceramic bowl and yelled at me, "Can't you read the effing instructions?" She then took the ceramic bowl of steaming hot potatoes and dumped it on my head, burning my scalp. I am concerned for my safety and the safety of our children. Petitioner's behavior has only gotten worse, more unpredictable and
She said
unstable,
that her
and the
husband
outbursts of
did
abuse
that.
and anger have increased.
I think
now
this is
she's
her ex-husband
resorting
saying that.
Wow. Man, what a,
Donald Trump hit the Middle East today for a truly historic
Who
Gaza
does
peace
that?
summit, and we have the handshake to prove it.
he always strong arms this guy, or these. Look at him, he won't let him go. He does that every time. Just
Not even Macron's wife has a grip like that. That handshake lasted longer than the most recent French government. So peace is breaking out in the Middle East and in a part of the world where peace is as common as pulled pork. Apparently, not common. Apparently, it's due to the guy who the narrative creators deemed Hitler. Maybe they have Adolf confused with Gandhi. That happens. I often mistake Katie Porter for Randy Quaid. But it must be strange for the haters to see Gazans join Israelis in chanting Trump's name over and over, which makes us wonder, where are the protesters now? The screaming scumbags who tormented Jews on
Where'd
campus
they go?
to face property,
Scumbags.
of hostages. They yelled, free, free Palestine. But now that it's free, they're keeping a lower profile than Greta Thunberg's barber.
Ooh,
What's the
man.
difference between true achievement and delusional narratives?
Got her.
And all those narratives lead to is suffering. Take the arson suspect in the Palisades fire, who had posted memes mocking Trump supporters and frequently shared headlines about climate change. It's a similar false narrative that led to Charlie Kirk's murder, the attempted assassinations of Trump, the attacks on ICE and Teslas. But the climate change narratives may be worse and total harm done. Fraudulent climate models led to draining the taxpayers of trillions. To fight a demon that was as real as Dylan Mulvaney's camel toe. Meanwhile, young people were tortured into thinking the world was going to end every 15 minutes. And now a young climate hysteric causes massive death and destruction, born from fantasy. You see the pattern? But then there's reality, the peace deals. Good news for the real world, but bad news for the delusional left. And it exposes the lie that is behind such activism, that it's harder and more heroic to be angry. No, it's not. It's harder to be good and to attempt the impossible, which is what Trump did. But the media ascribes value not to Trump, but to those who shout the loudest at him. Oh, look at the passion. They care so much. No, it's easy to scream, but it's harder to do the work. It was the work Biden didn't do or couldn't do. Instead, he trafficked in emotional narratives about white supremacy and MAGA extremism, his unfounded accusations papered over the reality that he did nothing for anyone but his family. Now, let me ask you a question. Have you ever seen Trump show an ounce of anger about anything? And not just since he became a politician, I mean ever. Hell, even when he got shot, he didn't give the guy the finger. But boy, would Joe Biden get angry just about over anything.
We got a
Joe
fresh
Biden
one.
came from the lethargic bureaucratic world of the acceptable.
Hell
Trump
yeah.
came from
This is an iHeart podcast.
Of the age of terror and death and the beginning of the age of faith and hope and of God. It's the start of a grand concord and lasting harmony for Israel and all the nations of what will soon be a truly magnificent region. I believe that so strongly. This is the historic dawn of a new Middle East.
This is a 47 Morning Update special edition with Ben Ferguson.
There is no other way to describe it but historic. A Middle East peace deal. President Donald Trump describing it as prayers of millions have finally been answered with the signing of the peace agreement. Now, there is a lot that has happened in the last 24 hours, and this is the part that most are celebrating. Hamas released the final 20 living Israeli hostages that have been held since October the 7th of 2023, many of them underground the entire time. What we also know is we have witnessed and seen the homecoming play out on TV and social media. Families prayerfully crying, celebrating, in tears, without words, describe what it's like to see a loved one they thought they may never see again. What happened in exchange is also important. Israel released 1,900 Palestinian detainees and prisoners, including many who had life sentences for their atrocities against the Jewish people. We also know that the bodies of some of the deceased hostages are also being returned. At least 4 caskets have made it back to Israel. The exchange is part of a broader ceasefire, a peace deal framework often referred to as Trump's 20-point plan that was agreed earlier this month. And under the deal, Israel is to partially withdraw troops from Gaza to a designated line, while retaining control over certain security zones, at least initially. Now, the plan envisions handing over administration of Gaza to a body of technocrats rather than Hamas directly, with oversight by international guarantors. The deal also calls for disarmament of Hamas, or at least their relinquishment of overt military control as a condition of long-term peace. A humanitarian aid push into Gaza is also part of the agreement, with large-scale deliveries planned during the ceasefire period. Now, aboard Air Force One en route to Israel, Trump declared the war is over. And in his address to Israel's parliament, Trump framed the release of the hostages as a, quote, new beginning for the Middle East and stressed that the deal is historic. He also reaffirmed U.S. commitment to prevent renewed war, saying he would uphold the ceasefire and not allow hostilities to resume. Trump also joked about pardoning the Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu and said he would fight for whoever it may be to preserve peace. He thanked those involved, including Middle Eastern mediators and push the 20-point peace plan as the path forward. Every so often, something happens that reminds us just how fragile our freedoms are. We can't afford to take our rights for granted. We must draw a line in the sand. And our friends at Patriot Mobile have been doing just that for more than 12 years. It's all 3 major U.S. networks, giving you nationwide coverage and service that you can count on day after day. So much more. And switching has never been easier. The magic happens. Every month, about 5% of your bill is given back to conservative causes at no extra cost to you.
What is the
#Ben47 or 972-PATRIOT and make this
having to do with Israel and Hamas and just about everything else, and it's
might be the last
it's
time
really working out incredibly
podcast
well. The
I'll ever
hostages,
again.
as you know, were let go on time, on schedule. The very sad situation of bodies, which was always a sad situation, and they're being sought out, and they're working with many different people, finding some were brought in and some were not, and they're working out to find out where those bodies are. It's hard to believe that you even have to say something like that. It's so sad. It's so sad. But what's not sad is that we have finally, after, I guess they say 3,000 years, I've heard from 3,000 years to 500 years, but whatever it is, it's a lot. But this was the one, this was the granddaddy of them all, and frankly, I thought this was probably going to be the toughest, and maybe in many ways it was, but we had a lot of good talent. Steve Witkoff, Jared, and Marco, and Pete, and General Kane was so great. John Ratcliffe was incredible. We had an amazing array of talent.
An amazing array of talent that was able to bring all of this to reality. There was even a shocking moment that happened in this country as the media, yes, even some Democrats, surprisingly giving Donald Trump credit for the Gaza deal. One of those was Hillary Clinton, and here is what she said.
It's a really significant first step, and I really commend President Trump and his administration, as well as Arab leaders in the region, for making the commitment to the 20-point plan and seeing a path forward for what's often called the day after. Most importantly, the conflict hopefully will end with the ceasefire. The hostages will be returned. And then the very hard work of rebuilding Gaza, of finding the kind of security that Israel and the Palestinians after Hamas deserve to have, moving forward with the other points in the plan to try to create an opportunity for Palestinians to have a better life and for Israel to have greater peace and security. I am very hopeful that we'll be able to see progress. Today's a good start, but we have to keep going from here.
You can hear Hillary Clinton giving this type of gratitude for the leadership of President Donald Trump, doing something that Joe Biden and his team never got close to doing. And that's not all. The CBS Evening News opening their newscasts saying this about President Trump.
There is more hope for peace in the Middle East tonight than there has been in a very long time. Hamas today released the last of the surviving Israelis held hostage since October 7th, 2023. And Israel, in turn, freed hundreds of Palestinian prisoners and detainees.
This is the first phase of the Trump peace plan. But remember, it is a 20-point plan, and there's still a long way to go. The president was in Israel today, meeting with families of the now free hostages and addressing the Knesset.
Wow,
the president said the long nightmare for Israelis and Palestinians is over. Now, he said, it is time to turn the battlefield victories against terrorists into the ultimate prize, peace and prosperity for the entire Middle East.
Mr. Trump then traveled to Egypt to sign the peace deal and hold a summit on the future of Gaza and the region.
It's been a day of dramatic split-screen moments, and none more so than the sight of President Trump addressing the Israeli parliament at the final moment as the final hostages crossed out of Gaza and aid trucks rolled freely into Gaza. The result was, after 2 years now of brutal war, the unmistakable hope, the feeling in the air that something big had finally changed.
You listen to that news report. That is honest reporting. And that wasn't the only praise the president received, as even those in the media that can't stand him could not overlook the significance of his leadership bringing peace to the Middle East.
This was very much a peacemaker's speech.
Do you give him credit for this?
Oh, certainly. I mean, this is an incredible accomplishment, an incredible moment.
It's a terrific day for the hostage families. It's a terrific day for President Trump, for our national interests.
He should get a lot of credit. They would be ghouls and goblins if they were to.
Listen, he got the deal across the finish line. There's no question. Things seem sort of possible now in a way that they didn't necessarily before.
A better future ahead. That's what
nobody was talking like this when Biden was in office.
You listen to those members of the media. Those commentators giving credit on networks that never give Donald Trump credit. And it puts into perspective just how significant this moment actually is. Donald Trump's historic peace deal on NBC, they covered it this way.
From the moment he landed in Israel, the words "thank you" visible from Air Force One and billboards here expressing gratitude. President Trump basked in the praise of a country that credits him more than its own prime minister for today's long-awaited reunions. The president's name echoing through Israel's parliament as he touted his landmark diplomatic success.
This is the end of an age of terror and death. This is the historic dawn of a new Middle East.
Netanyahu praising his American ally.
Donald Trump is the greatest friend that the state of Israel has ever had in the White House.
Going off script, the president called on his Israeli counterpart to pardon Netanyahu, who was indicted for allegedly accepting expensive gifts, which he denies.
Cigars and champagne, who the hell cares about that?
The president then heading to Egypt for a peace signing ceremony with Arab nations and other world leaders who backed the deal.
Peace has been achieved after untiring efforts led by President Trump.
His landmark diplomatic success, how NBC News described it. As for what the rest of the world is thinking, Netanyahu praising the deal, defending Israel's conduct over the war, and expressed relief and joy over the hostages' return. At the summit held in Egypt, over 20 world leaders, including the Egyptian president, joined with Trump to endorse the ceasefire as well as the post-war plan. And as part of that, several countries committed to being guarantors of the agreement. The U.S., Egypt, Qatar, and Turkey overseeing security and reconstruction in Gaza. The French president called for progress towards a two-state solution and announced plans for a humanitarian aid conference for Gaza. Overall, many nations welcomed the deal they thought was impossible as a vital step towards peace. And many of them said it's time now to get the real work done for Gaza, disarmament, security, and reconstruction. If you just step back and you look at what President Trump was able to do, there is no doubt, as NBC News put it, Trump's historic peace deal, it is his landmark.
Yeah, that's what he'll go down for and be remembered for, truly.
Is a valid one, though, for us to recognize.
Was not well prepared, explanation one, or was it explanation two because Mr. Reagan, after a lifetime's public exposure as a public performer, simply had a natural edge, in which case, in his book, discusses Mr. Reagan at several points, including the exchange between Ronald Reagan and Robert Kennedy involving the Vietnam War, which was by most listeners deemed a disastrous experience for Mr. Kennedy. And the question then arose, is this because Mr. Kennedy was not well prepared, explanation one, or was it explanation two because Mr. Reagan, after a lifetime's public exposure as a public performer, simply had a natural edge, in which case, do you see anything affecting the future of television and politics which automatically gives the edge to people who have been trained in public performance?
Well, I think without any question, the candidates in the future, as well as in this year, are going to have to be able to use the television medium and use it effectively. Now, there are certain things and certain manners in which they can be schooled in that direction, I assume. And I also happen to believe that a fairly continuous exposure does allow the real man to project himself, rather than you're just being able to prop up an individual through the utilization of television itself.
But what if the real man is not altogether desirable? Can you suppress the real man?
I don't think so. I don't think so on the basis of continuous exposure. You can in the circumstances in which you control his exposure. But if he is required, as I think our major candidates are going to be required, to expose themselves in situations which they do not control, then I think that the man's ability and personality will come through.
Do you agree with that, Mr. Cook, or can you think of somebody who was really successful in a sort of a continuous imposture?
I think imposture is the word, and it's not necessarily hypocritical to use it, because I think the great artists, this is a medium which requires art, television, are the people who can, let's say like Bing Crosby, might very well, if he were 20 years younger, be president.
You're not serious, are you?
Well, he has the gift, you see, of, I don't know what Bing Crosby's like as a human being, but he has the gift of impersonating an extremely agreeable natural man. And it is the natural man, I think, that the television is after. Now, people say you take one look at a man, and you know him. I don't think you know him at all. I saw that Reagan.
Hostages, that when they've come to Washington, they've come to the Holy
Land.
Land.
Talking.
I think that's appropriate. So I appreciate, like a fine Swiss watch, you have a acute appreciation for the passage of time.
I'm just looking at the screens here.
I got you. Look, peace in the Middle East is a big damn deal. Now, as we're sitting here right now, we're holding our breaths because the peace deal has been announced. If this follows through, if Hamas releases the hostages, it will be historic. At the moment, we don't know if they're going to follow through. They said they're going to follow through.
Yeah.
But Hamas is not exactly the most trustworthy of deal makers. They've broken deals over and over and over again. Terrorists have a bad habit of doing that. So we are waiting, we are hoping, we are praying. What's interesting about this podcast is by the time you're listening to it, you're going to know. And so we very much hope the hostages are released. The agreement that President Trump negotiated was an agreement to release all the hostages, both the living hostages and the remains of those who have been killed. And there are a number who've been killed. They're holding on to the remains. Obviously, the families would like to bury the dead. And in exchange, Israel has agreed to a complete and immediate ceasefire. That is historic. It is such a big deal that President Trump is flying to the Middle East to be there to welcome the hostages to their release. And I will say this is a day of great celebration if Hamas follows through on the terms of the deal.
Yeah, and by the way, right now, the hostage release process is beginning. We are witnessing in Gaza City, the Red Cross vehicles are leaving the compound there. And so we are doing this, like I said, at a.m. here, 1 a.m. Eastern, 1:10 a.m. And this is what we're watching as we're seeing this happening. But the first process, they're saying, coming from the AP right now, has a release process is beginning and going as planned. That certainly is a great sign as we're recording this right now.
Amen. Those hostages have been in living hell for 2 years now. And it is time for them to be released, and hopefully within minutes they will be back with their families. I will tell you, in the last 2 years, I have met with many of the families of the hostages that when they've come to Washington, they've come by my office, they've shown me pictures of their loved ones, of their sons, of their daughters, of their sisters, of their moms, of their dads. And it's heartbreaking. I've met with family members of those who were killed on October 7th, and seen just the horrific atrocities that Hamas carried out on that day. And this is a time, I think, really to commend President Trump. And by the way, it's not just me saying that. You want to see how extraordinary it is. Hillary Clinton has praised Donald Trump for this peace agreement. I want you to give a listen to what Hillary Clinton had to say about Donald J. Trump.
It's a really significant first step, and I really commend President Trump and his administration, as well as Arab leaders in the region, for making the commitment to the 20-point plan and seeing a path forward for what's often called the day after. Most importantly, the conflict hopefully will end with the ceasefire. The hostages will be returned. And then the very hard work of rebuilding Gaza, of finding the kind of security that Israel and the Palestinians after Hamas deserve to have, moving forward with the other points in the plan to try to create an opportunity for Palestinians to have a better life and for Israel to have greater peace and security. I am very hopeful that we'll be able to see progress. Today's a good start, but we have to keep going from here.
You listen to Hillary Clinton there saying that, Senator, and this goes back to, I think, what the world is admitting right now. This was something that never had a chance of happening under the Biden regime. Their administration, they weren't even close to this. What President Trump has been able to do, bringing people together, bringing the Arab world together, being able to iron out the points of this deal, I truly believe this. I think he's probably the only guy in the world that could have pulled this off the way he did as quickly as he did.
Look, undoubtedly, and I'll say a sentence I've never before said in my life. Bravo, Hillary Clinton.
Yeah.
Like, I will give her credit for commending Donald Trump. She must have hated saying those words.
She didn't hem and haw.
It was the right thing to do.
She just said
and I want to draw a contrast, because Hillary Clinton acknowledged the obvious, that this is historic. This is a massive step forward. And I want to contrast
it wouldn't make him
to
look
Barack
bad. It
Obama.
would make her look petty.
Because Barack Obama put out a statement. After 2 years of unimaginable loss and suffering for Israeli families and the people of Gaza, we should all be encouraged and relieved that an end to the conflict is within sight, that those hostages still being held will be reunited with their families, and that vital aid can start reaching those inside Gaza whose lives have been shattered. More than that, though, it now falls on Israelis and Palestinians, with the support of the U.S. and the entire world community, to begin the hard task of rebuilding Gaza, and to commit to a process that, by recognizing the common humanity and basic rights of both peoples, can achieve lasting peace. Now, Ben, do you know what word is nowhere in Barack Obama's statement?
Yeah, the President of the United States of America, Donald Trump.
The guy who negotiated the deal, the guy without whom there would be no such deal. And by the way, Hillary Clinton was Barack Obama's Secretary of State. So Hillary Clinton is demonstrating some class, and Obama, this is one of the most classless
she did
statements I have ever seen, because Obama cannot acknowledge that Trump accomplished
The
something,
bar is
accomplished
pretty
something
low,
really
though.
powerful and meaningful, and is a major step towards peace. And those are words I think Barack Obama is utterly unwilling to say.
You also got to listen, and I want to play this. This is Netanyahu talking as well about this deal getting done with Witkoff and Jared Kushner, the son-in-law of the President Donald Trump, and getting this deal done. They put together a statement, and I want to play that for everybody. As again, it's now being reported by virtually all the major news networks that the hostage release process has begun and is moving its way the way it's supposed to be choreographed. That is good news.
Yes.
We are seeing in Gaza
And
now
really,
that there are
since the
multiple Red
hostages have
Cross
been
vehicles that have
released,
moved
that's
into the
it.
area where they're going to do the handoff
That's
of these
it.
hostages. We're going to keep you updated on that, obviously,
Yep,
as it's happening
over
as
and
we're
out
recording
there,
this. But I
Mr.
want you to hear
Boss.
what Netanyahu
Good
had to
looks,
say
man.
as well, and Wiskoff as
Appreciate
well,
it. Hit
and
a
Jared Kushner. Take a listen.
for me.
We're at
If you haven't already.
tremendous development in the last 2 years. We fought during these 2 years to achieve our war aims. And the central one of these war aims is to return the hostages, all of the hostages, the living and the dead. And we're
Not
about
just
to
a few,
achieve that.
but all of them.
We couldn't have achieved it without the extraordinary help of President Trump and his team, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. They worked tirelessly with Ron and his team, our team. That and the courage of our soldiers who entered Gaza and the combined military and diplomatic pressure that isolated Hamas, I think, has brought us to this point. I want to personally thank both of you, Steve, Jared. It's been long hours. You worked around the clock, but not only worked, I think you put in your brains and your hearts. And we know that it's for the benefit of Israel and the United States, for the benefit of decent people everywhere, and for the benefit of these families who will finally get to be with their loved ones. And I want to thank you on their behalf as well, and on behalf of the people of Israel. Thank you.
Obviously, bringing the hostages home it's been a priority for President Trump for a very, very long time, and we've all worked very tirelessly to do that. But I really want to say that this all would not have been possible without the bravery of the IDF and the soldiers, what they've accomplished not just in Gaza, but also what they've done in the theater over the last couple of years to eliminate Hezbollah in the north and really degrade them. What you were able to do in Iran, it really helped set a big tone. But particularly seeing the way that your citizen army, I know a lot of you, probably all of you, have family, friends who were in this effort, really put your sacrifices on the line to fight for your country and to try to make a difference. I think that made a very, very big difference in there. And I want to just give a very, very special thanks to Prime Minister Netanyahu, who really did an incredible job with this and did a great job with the negotiations. You held your lines firm, and I think that between you and President Trump, you had a lot of alignment on what the end state should be.
The hard job was the Prime Minister's. He had the job of protecting this country. He had the job of making tough choices with regard to how tough to be with Hamas, when to be flexible, when not to be flexible. I think to myself all the time, I lost sleep over it. What would I have done in some of those circumstances? There were times that I thought we should be more flexible, or your country should be more flexible. But the truth is, as I look
Remember
back,
when they were talking smack about Witkoff, that he was just this amateur? What was Trump thinking, sending this stupid businessman who'd never dealt with anyone on the world stage? I mean, remember this? And here this guy is now,
and here we are today,
being absolutely
Hamas
praised.
They had to do this deal. The pressure was on them. They were backed up. And you've got the bigger army. You were making inroads. And that's what led to this deal.
You can hear Witkoff there saying that's what led to this deal. And look, this was all about the presidential leadership and the President of the United States of America leading in a way that no one else could.
Well, and the contrast is really night and day to the previous administration. You mentioned a minute ago, you said that President Trump achieved something that Joe Biden could not have done. Well, I'll tell you someone who disagrees with that is Tony Blinken. And Tony Blinken, of course, was Biden's Secretary of State. And he put out a long Twitter statement on this. And here's where he said, critically, he says, "It starts with a clear and comprehensive post-conflict plan for Gaza. It's good that President Trump adopted and built on the plan the Biden administration developed after months of discussion with Arab partners, Israel and the Palestinian Authority." Like, what nonsense. It literally is Tony Blinken saying, well, this Trump peace deal, it's really the Biden peace deal.
Yeah.
And that's utter nonsense because Biden spent 4 years demonstrating weakness and appeasement to our enemies. That weakness and appeasement, I believe, is why October 7th happened. The $100 billion that Joe Biden, with Tony Blinken being a very active part of that, flowed $100 billion to the Ayatollah Khamenei in Iran. Literally, he provides 90% of the funding. 90% of the funding to Hamas, and 90% of the funding for Hezbollah. So in a very real sense, Joe Biden and Tony Blinken and Kamala Harris and the entire Biden administration funded the October 7th death squads because the $100 billion they sent to Iran and they allowed to flow to Iran, much of that ended up directly in the hands of Hamas and Hezbollah carrying out those mass murders. And so the idiocy to say, well, gosh, all Trump did was implement the Biden plan is gibberish. And look, the person who refuted that most directly was Hillary Clinton, where she gave credit. And look, we don't have this peace agreement without Trump's strength. Let me tell you, this peace agreement doesn't happen, I believe, without President Trump ordering the bombing attack on Iran and taking out Iran's nuclear facilities where they were working to develop nuclear weapons to target the United States and to target our allies. And that act of strength, combined with Israel's 12-day war where they decimated the Iranian military air defenses, their senior leadership, the IRGC leadership, all of that. Look, Iran is Hamas's patron, and Iran is in a much, much weakened position because of President Trump's strength. That is a major, major reason this deal was reached today. And this deal, we are both hoping, we are praying that Hamas follows through and that within hours all of the hostages are released. If that happens, this will be an historic day, a day to celebrate, and a day to say, thank God for President Donald J. Trump.
Well, let's go back to something, and I do think one of the very interesting historic moments, and as we go back and look at this weeks and years and months from now, is going to be Donald Trump not flinching on going after the Iran nuclear sites. When you look at that moment and you see how quickly we now got to where we are when it comes to this deal being done, how much of the psyche you think of Hamas and realizing what they were dealing with President Trump changed after he actually went after those nuclear sites?
I think it was fundamental. And this is where the appeasement crowd gets it wrong. They think that being weak to our enemies avoids war. They'll say all the time, quite piously, oh, we hate war. And this is true of left-wing Democrats. But I'll tell you, within the Trump administration, there was a major debate about whether to launch that bombing run on Iran. And there were major voices that were vocal saying, do not launch that bombing raid. I was urging the president, take out those nuclear facilities. It makes America safer. And I think that decision, it's the single most important national security decision President Trump has made this second term. And that decision demonstrated, number one, it weakened Iran, which is Hamas's patron and funder. But number two, it demonstrates to Hamas, okay, this president's not going to flinch. He's not going to give in. He's not weak. He's not going to roll over when we try to roar. And I think without that, you don't have a peace deal. As long as they believe, look, Joe Biden, what was he doing? He was freezing weapons to Israel, blocking the IDF from getting weapons. And I'll tell you what that did. That encouraged Hamas. That said, okay, great. We've got a friend. In the White House. And by the way, you and I talked about...
Joe Biden was harder on Israel. We talked about this. Joe Biden was harder on Israel many days than he was on Hamas, the terrorists.
Well, you'll recall the podcast we did several months ago, and it was right after I sat down and spent about 2 hours with Prime Minister Netanyahu when he was in Washington, D.C. And one of the things he told me in that meeting is that when they launched the pager attack on Hezbollah, you remember that? It's one of the most incredible military and intelligence actions.
By the way, I still can't wait for the movie to come out. Can we all agree on that? It's going to be unbelievable.
It would make an incredible movie. And actually, if you had written that as a movie script, it would be rejected as a movie script. People would say, this is too fantastical. There's no way this would happen. This is a bad Jason Bourne movie. It's just not realistic. And you look at what Israel did years earlier, creating a shell company in Hong Kong, making the pagers, selling them to Hezbollah. Hezbollah sends them to the terrorists. But one of the things you and I talked about on this podcast is the government of Israel, when they decided, okay, we're going to detonate those pagers and take out the Hezbollah terrorists, they did not tell the Biden White House. And the reason they didn't tell the Biden White House is they were afraid if they told the Biden White House, they'd pick up the phone and warn Hezbollah. That says,
after they
you
put
know
in
what,
all
you
that
don't
work.
get peace when the American president, when the American White House is going to warn the terrorists, hey, your pagers are about to blow up. So they notified the Biden White House as they were detonating the pagers, hey, by the way, we just blew up a bunch of Hezbollah terrorists. And that President Trump saying we stand with Israel, period, the end, is a major, major reason we get to this moment to celebrate the peace deal, to celebrate the ceasefire, but to do so from a position of strength.
Let's talk about, there's been a lot of criticism of the exchange for these terrorists, prisoners, murderers that Israel is going to release, and saying that was a capitulation and a bad decision by Israel. I understand that Israel did not want to do this, but they also understood that to get this deal done, there had to be some movement here. I want to get your take and your thoughts on that for people that are just wanting to criticize this deal and try to find something wrong with it. There's a perfect case scenario, and then there's reality. This was part of the reality to get this done, to save the 20 that we believe are still alive at this moment.
Yeah, look, negotiations for the release of hostages are always difficult. They raise incredibly challenging issues and questions. I've spent a long time in the Senate. I've made it a real...
Over the weekend, displaced Palestinians made their journey to the neighborhoods they're from in the Gaza Strip with the hope that they would find their homes in somewhat livable conditions. But as you can see from this video, that wasn't the case for the vast majority of Palestinians. Israel, of course, raised much of the Gaza Strip, and this type of destruction is going to be incredibly costly to reconstruct and will take a very long time to reconstruct. Now, Israeli forces are said to have dropped more explosives on Gaza Strip,
and
which
the
is
whole time they would have they had us believe
strip of land
that there were people living in those buildings.
The amount of explosive dropped on London,
and now
Dresden, and Hamburg combined in the Second World War.
So what? There was nobody there.
Israel dropped the...
How can you even compare the firebombing of Dresden to that? They generated hundreds of thousands of people in World War II at Dresden. Those people got to go back to their homes or to their rubble. They got to keep their lives.
Equivalent of about 6 atomic bombs on Gaza. So that's the size of the bombs dropped on Hiroshima, based on kilotons dropped in Gaza, the equivalent of about 6 nuclear bombs.
It's not a megadeath,
in Gaza.
though.
So Randy Fine got his wish.
It's not a megadeath. This is so disingenuous. When they dropped those bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, they were deaths. You could not count them in deaths. You had to count them in thousands of deaths. And this is comparing, literally talking. He's trying to explain this in measurements of explosives, man, not in lives lost. Who gives a shit? Explosives were detonated or how much ordnance was used. We caught his Gavin McInnes.
A great number of bombs.
That was the first thing we rolled through this morning.
There. And obviously that is not targeted.
Have you seen it yet?
That is collective punishment. That is why the government of Israel
If not, we can slide over there and
so let's hear from the Palestinians who returned to their neighborhoods and discuss what they found.
Entire families erased.
Matter of fact,
entire
actually,
cities wiped out.
We've been displaced for 2 years, living on the sidewalks with no shelter and nowhere to save. I just want to reach my home. God willing, things will be better. I'm happy about the truce and peace, even though I'm a mother of a son and a daughter who were killed, and I grieve for them deeply.
Fida Haraz is hoping to find her home, but she can't even tell where her street once was.
I'm walking in the street, but I don't know where to go. I don't know where the crossroads are or where my home is. A house of multiple floors, but nothing is left.
I did not find a home, or our neighbor's home, or a relative's home. All the relatives that near me no longer have homes. All is gone. Everything was destroyed. There are no homes or life.
When I was told in the morning that my home was gone, I didn't know what to do. I was
And
already
so there
crying
are
for
no
my siblings
homes
that I
or
lost.
life
How
as
can I
they
come
walk
back and not
back
find
into
them
the
waiting for
place.
me?
Who cares? I couldn't care less. Here.
I guess we should get the Jews out of the way, because I agree with you on pretty much everything, but I'm a Jewophile.
Yeah.
Zionist, love them. Does that like churn in your gut when I say that?
No, not
I
really.
love Jews.
Okay, that's
That's creepy.
Who was that guy? Cody Derbyshire? I haven't checked in on Chestnut Couch Face. What the fuck's his name?
I don't know.
He's a groyper. He tried to get on this network. Cody Chestnut?
Cody Chestnut?
What's his?
Oh, Pine Sap.
Is that who you're
No,
talking
not
about?
that. No.
Pine
This is
Sap.
long ago.
Okay.
He had his own show, and
Long
I think
ago.
it was with you.
Mm.
I think you guys had a falling out. Oh, fuck. I'm starting out a show with the guy.
James Alsop?
No, it's a really weird name.
Oh.
Like Crispy Chester Buttons.
I don't know any crispy.
Fuck. Look that up, Sean. I don't know what to look up. But anyway, I would say like I'm a Zionist and stuff. And I could see him go, because I was on his show a couple of times. I guess just to sort of start at the end, and then we'll go do all the fun stuff later. Let's get some thumbnails too. The biggest thing I want you guys to know is that the Jews are not a monolith. And we've had this argument before.
We have, yeah.
And you go, yeah, well, I feel like there's a kinship there. And there absolutely is not. Like, my family is kind of Catholic, Irish, Scottish, and they fucking hate the English. And the fact that I was born in England was just like, it was like I was gay or retarded. Like, they still love me, but there's this horrible thing that happened. And there's no reverence. There's no like, well, if it came down to it, like, for example, when the Scots, when the English were playing soccer against Spain, if you're in Wales, all the Scots are cheering every time Spain gets a goal. The Welsh are kind of freaked out by that. They're sort of split on the English thing, but like they want England to suffer, and that's how Orthodox and Hasidic, and even secular Jewish conservatives feel about these ADL, SPLC Jews.
Right. Well, yeah, I talked about that on my show the other night. ADL just got kicked out of the FBI, and who was celebrating it was the ZOA. It was Mort Klein. It was Ben Shapiro. It was Joel Pollack at Breitbart. And you're right, they've all been anti-ADL ever since 2015, because that's when Jonathan Greenblatt took over, and he's a Democrat partisan. But I would say that what is the cause of the conflict? It is an internal battle. It's an intra-Jewish conflict. And what I mean by that is they're debating about ultimately what is best for the Jews. And the left-wing Jews believe in liberal universalism, that's the best
we can slide over there.
And these more, the Israeli right, the American right in Jewry, they think that Israel needs to be as strong as possible and as identitarian as possible. That's a last refuge.
I disagree. I think they want what's best for the West. And you know how many Jews hate Israel, right? Like even Hasids in Israel, the reason they refuse to join the IDF is because they don't support Israel. They say, we're here too early. We're supposed to wait for Christ.
Right.
So within the Jew world, within the Jays, the animosity towards Israel is, I'm just pulling this out of my ass, I'm going to say 50%.
I don't think it's 50%.
If you include all the seculars, all the Hasids, you're going to get north of 40.
Inside Israel or globally?
Globally.
But I don't think that they hate Israel. I think that they hate the Likud party, the liberal ones. I think they hate Netanyahu. George Soros.
I want to separate that.
Which?
They hate the concept of Israel, even the ones that are there. Separately, Israelis are not a fan of Netanyahu at all.
Well, why do they keep electing him? He's a longest-serving.
It's like Justin Trudeau. It's a parliamentary system, and once you get your foot in the door, you can sort of expand forever. Like Justin Trudeau did 3,000 terms.
But maybe they don't like him, and he's certainly less popular now, but they support everything he's doing. It's like 80% approval for the war in Iran.
I didn't know this was going to get so heated so fast. I disagree again!
That's just the facts.
No, you say they support what he's doing.
Oh, yeah.
These Israelis that I know are furious about October 7th. They agree with you, I assume. Yeah. I assume that you believe, and as I do, that they let it go on too long.
Well, I think they just let it happen, period.
Right. I don't know the percentage. Probably almost half of Israelis agree with that, and they're fucking mad because they were killed.
Right, yeah.
They had to fight with their own guns, protecting their own homes.
Right.
Which they did a great job at, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah, they're good at that. Well, they all have military service, but there was the leader of the opposition did an op-ed in the New York Times, Benny Gantz, in the Israeli government. And, you know, France and the UK, they're all recognizing Palestine. And the leader of the opposition in the Knesset came out and said, if you think you're against Netanyahu by being against these policies, he said, you're wrong. He said, you're against all of us. He said, because everyone in the government and most of the people, we support what Netanyahu's doing. So in other words, he said, don't get it twisted. Don't think that you're just opposing him. He said, this is the bipartisan security consensus of Israel after October 7th, and that consensus is that it's unacceptable to have Hamas and Gaza in close proximity to Israel because of what is possible, what they demonstrated.
Okay, so when I think of Netanyahu, I think of a warmonger who wants to pick a fight with Egypt, who wants to pick a fight with Lebanon, who would love to provoke Iran to the point where China and Russia get involved, and we have a global World War III. Jews don't want that.
I don't think they want World War III, but I do think they want to destroy Iran. They want regime change in Iran. They always have.
I want regime change in Iran.
I don't.
You like these Muslims taking over ruining that country?
It's not that I like them, it's that they are necessary to check Israel.
I got to turn off this AC because it picks up on the mic.
Can you also move the mic to the other side of your... Oh, yeah. Good idea.
I don't think you hate Muslims enough.
I like this.
That's my problem with you. I hate Muslims. Hey.
How about it's...
no, not really. We love everybody, but no, they're really pissing me off, though.
I got a problem with both.
Who are the Muzzies?
Yeah. Well, I don't have
Manchester?
a problem with both of them. I just,
I'm the stabbing. Not more like
either.
Hassan Piker
as far
and
as
like
I'm concerned,
Zoran Mamdani.
These are your bedfellows. That's also on my notes.
I know, it's the third worldists. They've these fucking communists and Muslims. They're all anti-Israel.
And the Columbia students encampment.
Yeah,
like
UCLA.
Those are your brothers.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. it's unfortunate.
I mean, I have strange bedfellows too, I guess. Mm-hmm. But we're all over the map here because we're biting off more than we can chew. But I don't think. I just want you to be aware of how many Jews do not support Netanyahu's policies, and that includes Israel. That includes American Jews. My family's been terrorized by my neighbors who are disproportionately Jewish, but they're secular Jews. They're atheist Jews. They are Marxists. They're Bolsheviks. You know, I think one big difference between you and I is when you think of Holodomor, you think of Jews. When I think of Holodomor, I think of atheists. And once you're an atheist and a communist, you're not part of a religion.
Right.
You're everything wrong with humanity. And that's who I want to focus the beef on. Because all these great Jews get caught up in the anti-Semitism.
Like who?
Ezra Levant, Ron Coleman, John Gross, Stephen Miller. Wait, why'd you go like that for Ezra?
Well, he has me blocked on Twitter. That's first. So I don't like that. And well, here's the thing. To me, I just feel like the people you're talking about, fundamentally, they care more about Jews than they care about America.
I passionately disagree with that.
I think that they're like nut jobs about anti-Semitism, spurging out about Jew haters, anti-Semitism.
No, they hate the ADL. You know how much Rebel has done for Christians in Iraq? Way more than you and I.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but...
He was there in northern Iraq. He was there raising money for them to get refuge.
I just question what's really the end game there, because I think that when you look at someone like Ezra Levant, he doesn't strike me as like a Canadian patriot. He strikes me as someone that cares deeply about Jews. And
no, you need to hang out with more Jays, dude. He's obsessed with the attack on these Christian churches all over Canada.
Yeah,
look what he did for Tommy Robinson.
Well, and Tommy Robinson's the closest ally. He's a eternal defender of Israel, waving Israel.
Yeah, but that's not his priority. That's just a thing. It's sort of like me. I kind of resent having to defend the Jews and talk about Israel because it's like I did this sit down right here with Jake Shields, and it was just this whataboutism. Like, did you know the first terror attack was a Jew? It's sort of like flat earthers.
Yeah.
Like you have to know the thing they're saying to
Right.
be able to refute it. And I'm not an expert
Mhm.
on the history of Jews in Israel.
Mhm.
But I just see what happens to my friends on the right, and they get caught in this. It's like a black thing where, you know, I can't be a lawyer because the whites have systemic racism.
Right.
It becomes a crutch.
Mm.
And even like even the synagogue attack, they're blaming on the Jews.
Mhm.
Even Charlie Kirk, that was a lavalier that blew up. Where do you stand on Charlie Kirk?
I thought that's ridiculous. I think it was a left-wing nut job that killed him.
I mean, it's Occam's razor with that until I get more information.
Exactly, right.
Absolutely. Definitely Occam's razor. I mean,
Where do you stand? I
how-
feel like you've
what
sort of
other-
switched recently on the Jays a little bit.
Yeah,
What
people
other
have been saying
conclusion
that,
can
but
be
that's only
drawn?
because I said that Israel didn't kill Charlie Kirk. But I only believe that because I think that Charlie Kirk was pro-Israel.
So that's you loving Jews in this day and age.
Yeah, literally, yeah. That's
Really?
the switch up.
That's
yeah.
all it's based on?
Yes.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, isn't that crazy?
That's crazy. Because you know, just sort of feeling like we all have our own personal AIs,
Mhm.
and just sort of feeling the chatter. I was like, oh, Nick's coming around. He's kind of supporting Israel now.
No, I just said that they didn't kill him, which is insane.
I saw you talking recently about how if Israel had its way, it would just take over Lebanon and Egypt and Jordan. And I'm like, good.
Why is that good?
I see Israel as Doge, and I see Islam as corruption and wasting money. And I want to get in there and clean it up.
My problem with Israel doing these things, what they're really aiming for is hegemony in the region. They want to be the great power in the Middle East. They want to have hegemony over that entire region. And that's a very critical region because as India and China rise, they're going to be doing all this trade with Europe, and all that trade is going to go right through the Middle East, the naval land routes. And if Israel is collecting a toll on all that, on like with IMEC, which is the India Middle East corridor, Belt and Road, they're going to become very rich. And I think that Israel, we have to consider, is sort of like a rival great power because they do whatever they want. They don't answer to us. They infiltrate our
gotta say, I
system,
think
like
he's-
our American
he's-
billionaires, our
he's
American
making sense
congressmen
here.
seem to answer to Israel. And it terrifies me
absolutely
that they'll
making
have
sense
so
to
much
my mind,
power
anyhow.
by themselves and then have so much power over us. Right now, they're pretty weak because they have to deal with Iran. They have to deal with Turkey. They have to deal with, maybe all the Arabs teaming up against them. But if Iran's out of the picture, then they dominate the whole region there.
And then what do they do with this power? They attack America and take over America?
Not that they attack us or take over, but I think that then we're in a competition with them. And then it's a question of, do we really have sovereignty? I think that we're in a position now where we could still, for example, kick all the dual citizens out, register the Israel lobby, this sort of thing. I think that once Israel has all this power, is there going to be a pager attack in America? Is there going to be an intel operation here?
There's Muslim attacks in
not a
America.
fun
There's the
thing
West
to
Side
think
Highway.
about,
There's
that's for
9/11. There's
Definitely don't like
Fort
that
Worth. There is, you look at all the top mass killings in America, and it's black. It's mentally ill at the top. But third is Islam. So we're already being not decimated. We're already being systematically attacked by Muslims.
But we have freedom to act against Muslims. When Muslims bomb us, we bomb them right back. We bombed Somalia 80 times this year. We bombed Yemen more times in a month than Biden did in a year. We bombed Pakistan. We bombed Iraq. We bombed Syria. But Israel, they blow up our ship, and we don't do anything.
The USS Liberty?
That's just one example.
I think that was a friendly fire.
Brother. my white brother.
It's really not
what
even
what
funny.
makes you think it wasn't?
Because they were flying a giant American flag. They radioed
It's not
in.
giant when you're in a fighter jet going.
Come on.
All the people
dude.
on the boat said it was unmistakable.
Yeah.
They knew what they were doing. They came in and shot the
The
lifeboats.
people on the boat are mad because all their friends
'Cause
died.
they got shot,
We're
yeah.
not allowed to use the people on the boat.
Yeah.
That's like when people go, "What if your daughter was raped?" And you're like, "Well, I wouldn't be rational at that point." But it looked like an Egyptian boat. I don't understand why you'd want to provoke an attack when you're in a 6-day war with all these other countries. Why you'd want to get America against you too? They approached the USS Liberty first and got shot at, so they couldn't verify. So the only really proof we have is the little flag, which from a fighter jet is not easily identified.
We also have the eyewitness testimony, which I agree maybe there's a bias, but they do all claim to this day that it was a deliberate attack. They said that they radioed in, they waved the flag. And the purpose, why would they do it? It was to conceal their troop movements, because when they were doing the 6-day war, they didn't want their operations to be foiled.
What was America even doing there? They said they weren't going to be there. They denied their existence there.
We were spying on them.
Okay, so we have no evidence. I'm saying we. They have no evidence that the.
Careful. Yeah.
We have no evidence that the boat was even going to be there. What are you doing? We're not going to be there. Mm-hmm. A boat approaches. They get attacked. Mm-hmm. They fly over. It looks exactly like an Egyptian boat. And yeah, friendly fire kills 30 people. They killed 12 Israeli soldiers in that war by accident. They're regularly killing their own hostages.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's their doctrine. That's their military doctrine, is to kill their own hostages.
Right, but killing their own people, killing people that they weren't meant. Killing the hostages when they weren't prepared to kill the hostages. Mm-hmm. Too early, I guess, is what I'm saying. Yeah. But friendly fire is part of war. Vietnam, we lost tens of thousands of troops, and it was very unfortunate. I don't think it's a good example of Israel attacking us. I think there's more evidence that it was friendly fire.
Well, and we could say, for the sake of this argument, you say it's friendly fire, brother. I say it's not. The brother. Well, but here's the point: is it's about what they're capable of. It's this idea that if they carried out, like they did in Hezbollah in Lebanon, a decapitation strike on Hezbollah, if they did something like that in America, if they have regional hegemony in the Middle East, if they have all this influence in America, could they get away with something like that? That's what I'm worried about, because they do have an interest in our defense technology and our supply chains. And you got to wonder, how did the bombs end up in the pagers? It's shell corporations, it's supply chains. That's the sort of thing. And you look at these tech companies like Palantir. Palantir is run by Alex Karp. He's the CEO, and this is the company that's getting all the data, putting it together. You don't think they're putting a back door in there for Israel? And that's just like one example, but they got a lot of companies where, 15 years ago, Netanyahu sent Unit 8200, which is their intelligence guys, to Silicon Valley to get involved in these businesses for that purpose. And so that in this world of spying, espionage, intelligence, and especially autonomous systems and drones, you wonder, do we get to a point where Israel flips a switch and the iPhones explode, or and that's like a cartoonish
Can't we
example.
Focus on what if Saudi Arabia gets money? What if Iran gets power? Like, we're already there with Muslims. Mm-hmm. And look at what these fucking sheiks do when they get their billions. They drive cars on two wheels. They face fuck our women. They're barber pirates all over again. They just bring them over with money, and they steal our comedians.
yeah, you see that?
For stupid festivals. Like this fear of what if Israel gets so much power. Islam's got it. Islam's in our government right now. Ilhan Omar.
But she's a congresswoman. I mean, that's not the same thing. Mike Waltz was the national security advisor. He's working for Netanyahu. That's way worse, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Rubio getting money from Larry Ellison, Secretary of State.
I'd like to see a study on who has more power in America, the Muslim Brotherhood or Israel.
Come on, that's Jewish propaganda. The Muslim Brotherhood. You sound like Laura Loomer. The Muslim Brotherhood's running everything?
Yeah. No, not running everything, but a major threat.
Not more than that. The Jews run Hollywood, finance, media, government. But what do Muslims run?
Of course.
Ops against us.
Yeah, I mean,
propaganda. Look at what has happened. Like, anti-Semitism in the past year, 6 months, doesn't feel organic to me. It feels funded by Muslim Brotherhood. It's like, you've always been pretty consistent. Jake Shields, whom I adore, it doesn't feel organic with him. He recites all these details like someone is getting in there. And I can name other people where they're getting funding to go against Israel, to go against the Jews. And I would say it's pretty mainstream right now to be anti-Semitic. It's like Free Palestine. You can wave that flag. Like in Britain, Britain's a weird example because they've already taken over that country. But, there's a Muslim demonstration. You walk by with a yarmulke or a dog, and you're told you're disrupting it, you're disturbing the peace, even though you're on your way home.
But what did they do in response here? And in America, you have Trump seizing the endowments or the loans and grants for Harvard, Brown, UPenn. They're forcing it's a dozen schools in Northwestern, in Illinois, in Evanston. You have to take like a re-education course on Israel just to get in the school.
Great point. But I was talking to Toby Young, Lord Young in Britain there. He wrote How to Lose Friends and Alienate People. Great guy. He runs this thing called the Free Speech Union that protects you if you show up in Britain and you get stopped at the border for a tweet, whatever. And he was, my mind just blanked. What were we talking about?
The Israel to get into Columbia, Harvard, all that.
And he was like, sometimes institutions get to this point where you have to go against your libertarian values and go, I can't believe I'm doing this, but the government has to fix this problem because there's no way these institutions will fix themselves. And I feel that way about Harvard and Columbia. I never want the government involved in schools, but these fucking schools, like, it wasn't, people were not in trouble for saying from the river to the sea. They were fucking terrorizing Jewish students. They had to lock themselves in rooms. They were banging on doors. So I think the government has gone into these Ivy League schools and said, this looks real bad on paper, but you guys are so far fucking gone. There's a new professor at Harvard called, like, you could look this up, Sean, called like Vagina de Penis.
Oh, I saw that, the drag queen. Yeah.
So that's how far gone they are. I mean, this is almost like calling in the National Guard.
But look at what they did at Harvard. They kicked out Claudine Gay, and that was after Bill Ackman intervened, because Bill Ackman's an alumnus of Harvard, and he leveraged the alumni network to withhold donations until it strangled the board. They kicked this broad out. Then they brought in a Jewish doctor to be the new president of Harvard. And what the Trump administration is imposing on Harvard, it's not just anti-protest, anti-Palestinian. What they're also doing is changing the Middle East Studies curriculum. So it's pro-Israel in their School of Foreign Policy or Political Science. That's so it's like, and by the way, that's 5 out of 8 Ivy League schools now have Jewish presidents.
Yes, but they're correcting this crazy current that's been going on for decades.
But 5 out of 8? Jews are 2% of the population. That's, what is that?
Yeah, but these schools are anti-Jewish schools. And that's where...
Dude, 25% of Columbia is Jewish. Like, the student body
these Jews, like, I can tell you, I got friends going to St. Andrews in Scotland, which is basically Harvard. It's Ivy League Europe. And he goes in there as a Jew. He comes out there as a pro-Palestine, river to the sea guy. Like the Jew, there was tons of Jews in those encampment in Columbia. They go to school to learn to hate. And this is what I wanted to get you to. Jews are exceptional whites. When they do bad, they do exceptional bad. When they do good, they do exceptional good. When they do good, my daughter was born at Beth Israel. You know, Israel invents a pill that you swallow, and it gives you like a reverse colonoscopy, and you film everything going down. They're overrepresented in the Fields medals. They're overrepresented in Nobel Peace Prizes. Yes, they're overrepresented in media and banking, as are the Irish, by the way. You've seen those memes of the Irish
the Hibernian.
yeah. So when I see these, I think Jews are really just whites who don't drink. If I didn't drink, I'd be president of the United States right now.
I agree, yeah.
Like,
well, you're Canadian. So.
I would change that law. I'd be that powerful, like Bloomberg giving himself an extra term.
Yeah.
They're like the Amish. Like they're just us at our purest in many ways.
I don't disagree. They are gifted. And I agree with you that a lot of anti-Semites are reluctant to even give them their due because they are brilliant. And that is part of why they're so powerful. Because when you look at, for example, the quotas against Jews in the universities in the first half of the 20th century, they were breaking through that stuff just because they were remarkable. But here's my issue with them because, Bishop Williamson said the same thing. He's that Holocaust
I actually stole that from him.
Yeah, I recognize it. I knew you did. I'm calling you out.
But he was quoting a video of me.
Yeah, there you go.
So I didn't really steal.
He said that, and I agree with that. But my problem is not that you got bad apples, because every group has bad apples. My problem is that systematically their identity, which is racial and ethnic, is based on this fear of persecution. They're 2,000 years in a diaspora, no home to call their own. They're segregated, they're persecuted. We could debate about why that is, whether it's justified or not. Some people say, well, they're foreign, they're alien, they have whatever. But that is their experience. And I think they have this reflexive paranoia. They're afraid of outsiders. They're distrusting of outsiders. They're insular. They're tribalistic. And I think they justify that on the basis that if we don't act this way, everyone's going to rise up and kill us. Another Hitler will rise up, another Philip II, another Nicholas II. Someone's going to rise up and take us out. So that's why they have this group mentality. It's like a fortress. It's like a siege mentality. And I think that that's not a bad instinct, but it's bad when they have power over America.
Well, I would argue that I can't deny that. And when I went on my, as you called it, my all expenses paid trip to Israel,
yes,
I kept screaming that even that, like, part of why they hate Trump is his blonde hair.
Yeah.
They have this trouble with the Aryan, and I think it's PTSD from their grandparents talking about the Holocaust.
Mm-hmm.
So they're like, anytime a white, whether it's you or me, and they don't care that I'm on their side, by the way. Anytime there's a white who is charming and has everyone's ear, we have to denigrate him because he's going to get us.
Right.
And that is something that both sides, both Orthodox, Republican Jews, and secular, even atheist Jews, you're right. They all have that characteristic. But that doesn't negate the Civil War.
Right.
Because the Orthodox Jews are saying to the secular Jews, what the fuck are you doing?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you're ruining everything and you're going to get us killed. And they are getting them killed.
Yeah.
As I keep saying, wear a yarmulke in northern Paris right now. Like, all the Jews that live in Northern Europe are getting terrorized on a daily basis. That's the first people. Manchester. They're attacking. So I think that Orthodox Jews are saying to secular Jews, you're my worst enemy. Like, with friends like you, who needs enemies? They could have the same motives, but the secular atheist Jews are retarded. And more proof that they're white, they self-sabotage. I think they're aware they're ruining everything. And they're ethno-masochists. Like, they all this porn shit, and you don't need to get married, and the world's overpopulated. The secular Jews are suffering from that. They're not having kids.
Mm-hmm.
Orthodox Jews' birth rate is great. So my sort of thing with race, my goal with my job and everything is, first of all, to make more American families of any race, but and fathers to stay there, more Westerners,
Absolutely.
But also to kill this ethno-masochism. And I think one of the reasons that secular Jews, I don't know, are so wanton with their destruction is they have that white thing, which is self-destruction.
They can do
and I
just
think
fine
it's also
without our
a
help.
real reason
They
for this
survived
anti-Semitism,
all the millions
because
of
it's a
years
fun
of
target. Like,
wilderness.
if my kids fart on my wife, they're in big trouble.
And everything,
If they fart on me, it's funny. I'll be like, oh shit, that reeked, because I'm the top.
That aren't
you
here
know,
today,
and it seems that way with criticizing whites. Like, you can fart on them, and that is why these college students, they don't give a fuck about the Christians in the Congo. They don't give a fuck about brown on brown violence, but they see a white person, an Israeli, and a brown person, a Palestinian, even though these Palestinians would happily kill them,
right,
and have done, like that Italian guy who went there with the fucking Arabic writing on his bicep, and they couldn't wait to kill him. Queers for Palestine. They just choose the brown side because of ethno-masochism. And I've heard people blame the Jews on that. But it goes way before World War II, this I fucked up, I'm sorry shit. It's genetic.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of truth to that because, you know, these Jews, what they've effectively embraced is liberal universalism, which is this colorblind, we're all going to be communist, we're all individuals, whatever. And I think you're right that I'm right-wing. And the right-wing Jews believe that the solution to the Jewish problem, because the Jewish problem is these people are persecuted, they're unassimilable, they won't integrate. The right-wing Jews, the Zionists, believe the solution is we need our own country. We need our own territory with a military. It's got to have a Jewish identity.
They don't want to integrate.
Because as long as we don't have a home, we'll be at the mercy of everyone else.
Try to hide it.
The left-wing Jews say that's why we need to make the world universalist. Because if the world is tolerant and multicultural, then we'll be tolerated everywhere.
But you're describing the liberal globalist ethos, of which billions of whites have signed up for. And pre-Jew signed up for.
Yeah.
Like, I always bring up slavery. We were, way before the Jews took over the media, we were going to Northern Africa and saying to the Berber pirates, stop doing this. We were going to Africa. We abolished slavery. We went to Africa. we said, stop doing this. We said to the homies, literally the homies, stop doing this. I think Britain paid off its debt, ending slavery like 7 years ago. That wasn't the Jews. That was this like, oh, woe is me. I have to, this altruism. That is a good thing in a Siberian winter in Norway in like 2000 BC. But now it's used against us, and it becomes lemmings going over the cliff. And that's what I want to prevent. And I think the anti-Semitism Israeli thing, it becomes a scapegoat, it becomes a crutch, and we don't identify our problem, which is we are okay with our own destruction.
Well, here's my point: is I'm saying that debate runs through the Jewish community too, is what I'm saying.
That's what I'm screaming.
Yeah, and I
don't
agree
steal
with you.
my shit.
But here's the thing: I'm not stealing it totally. The right-wing Jews, it's particularism. The right-wing Jews, they're not in favor of nationalism for all nations. You do your thing, we'll do our thing. By its very nature, if you're a nationalist, it's exclusionary. We want our nation to be strong. We want our people to be strong. So you sort of have this idea that like, well, we're all for the West. We're all for nationalism. We're all for these things. But they want these things for themselves.
Who's they? This is
Jews.
Every Jew I talk to, because I talk to a lot of Jews about this debate, and they're like, ask him what a Jew is. Who's they?
Why the hell
it's
don't we
matrilineal
have
by
that?
Jewish descent from their
You know,
mother. Not
But we're
necessarily
both
the
agreeing
religion.
that the Orthodox
You
and the
know,
Republicans hate
They see
the
us
seculars.
and how
And
good
the
we are.
seculars, they see the Orthodox and the Hasids.
And I mean, they've seen it for a long time that, man, the Americans, they sure got something good going on. And they saw their opportunity to do their own little America in the Middle East. And that's what they're doing, and they're using us as Big Brother's shield. I mean, right or wrong, that's what they're doing. And I to my mind, everything may be cool. We may have nothing to worry about. But then again, they're trying to be the top dog in the end. They really would like to be. And they need us to survive. They're like I don't want to say a parasite, but they're like a child with its mother. At some point, I think they intend on shedding us, and we need to keep that in mind. That they're best friends now, but maybe that's because they need us. They wouldn't be able to survive without us. And who knows how they'll feel if we're not or we lose some power or something,
As a cult.
they may shiv us.
And they
Look
go,
what
you're
did
bad
with
for our
the
name. You're
pagers
fucking
and stuff.
weird with your payas and your stupid hat.
But
we want to make sure
hate
that,
And they married a
that
black
we always
chick.
have the whip hand.
Yeah. Well, they hate the left-wing Jews because they think the left-wing Jews are undermining Israel. When they say they hate the ADL, they don't say Jews shouldn't control speech in America. They say it's
think we should be
backfiring.
we
What
should
you're doing
let
is causing
them
more anti-Semitism. You're allying with
use
people
us
like Ilhan Omar who are
to gain
progressive and hate
power,
Israel. So
only
it comes
to
from a
turn
place
it
of
against
Jewish
us.
self-interest.
That's a
later.
weird thing to know. Like in journalism, we were taught to never say, Nick Fuentes thinks he's getting it up on someone. You have to say, it appears as though Nick Fuentes thinks that he's getting it up. Like you're imbuing this motive on people.
That's what they say. Ben Shapiro, Joel Pollack, Mort Klein, that's what they all say about these left-wing Jewish groups.
So Ben Shapiro says, my only problem with the ADL is they're making Jews look bad.
Basically, yes. Yeah, trust me, that is what they say. Joel Pollack, who's the editor of Breitbart, this is the quote I know off the top of my head. He said that the problem with the ADL is they're not doing a good enough job of isolating the real anti-Semites. And they're painting everybody as anti-Semitic, and so they're watering down anti-Semitism. So it's a Jewish interest that's served there.
Well, the ADL's job is to find hate, ostensibly, right? And they're saying you're doing a bad job. Now you're making that into your only problem with them is that they don't do enough for Jews.
They think anti-Semitism should be censored. They just think the ADL is doing a bad job of it.
Yeah, you think Joel Pollack thinks that I shouldn't be able to say from the river to the sea?
He thinks that maybe not you because you're pro-Israel, but he thinks people like me, he loves you. He thinks people like me should be isolated, ostracized, kicked out.
So for you to say from the river to the sea on Twitter, Joel Pollack would want you to be banned.
Not specifically that, but me being someone that says Jews shouldn't have power in America. He would say, you got to go. You got to be censored, isolated. You got to go. And by the way, Elon did ban that from the river to the sea. And I didn't see any right-wing Jews stand up and say, don't ban that. We need free speech.
Oh, I bet Ron Coleman would be totally against that.
Ron Coleman, he don't like me.
Yeah, well, they're once burnt, twice shy when it comes to the far right. And they don't want to debate you. Mm-hmm. They see you as a lost cause. And I totally disagree. I think because I've been on both sides. My political awakening is very recent. It's post 9/11. Mm-hmm. So I was kind of free Palestine for a while.
Rightfully so.
And then I got to see
that stuff happened to him many years ago.
Irredeemable values of Islam and what they've done to Europe and what they've done to everywhere but America, really. And I go, that's my priority. Jews are cool. Besides the bad ones.
I guess.
And to say Jews shouldn't have power,
I don't see them as being better.
What defines a Jew? You have some atheist Jew married to a black woman who's doing a great, like say Alex Jones. Mm-hmm. We found out that his mother was Jewish and he's married to this black chick who doesn't give a fuck about Jews. Should he not have InfoWars?
If he identifies as Jewish and is loyal to Jewish identity, then I don't think he should have power in America. I think America's Christian.
Should he have InfoWars?
Jewish, that means he's Jewish.
I don't know. I mean, that's an interesting question. Should they be able to own media companies? I mean, not at scale. I don't think they should be able to be multi-billionaires. I don't think Larry Ellison should have as much power as he has. He's clearly loyal to Israel.
I was much more comfortable with Charlie Kirk.
I mean, outside of the concept,
because I knew
it's
that
just
guy
an
was
implausible. It's sort of like when Richard Spencer told me that
that guy was me.
All blacks have to leave America, and we have to make America all white.
100%.
That's the implausibility of that makes it retarded.
He was Scottish.
I don't think it's implausible. I think that we need to make it clear. Well, you make that face, but look, yourself admitted. I mean, look at these attitudes towards Jews, how quickly they're changing. And I think if there was...
So we just ship them back to Africa?
Not ship them back, but there needs to be a recognition that the double standard they have is not going to fly here. And by that I mean all non-Jews are expected that we're all Americans. We're all going to treat each other equal. We're not going to be preferential towards each other. But Jews, they get to look out for themselves. And they get to do this bullshit where Larry Ellison is going to buy TikTok on behalf of Netanyahu to suppress criticism of Israel. Like, that's blatant influence peddling.
But they don't have their own interests. As I said, they push, they're pro-Palestine. They hate Israel.
I get that, I get that them buying TikTok, it could be the same thing as Elon buying TikTok. And it may be. That may very well happen. But I don't have the same faith in them as I do TikTok or Larry Ellison as I do Elon. I don't trust that guy as much as I trust Elon. It's the same thing as I don't trust, Kamala Harris as much as I trust Trump, or at least when they were running against each other. I don't, so I don't have as much faith in Larry Ellison as I do Elon Musk. But I will say, in the past, when Napoleon was waging war on the European, or with the world, basically, the Jews, the Rothschilds, in fact, they sided with the English, and they did this every time. They never sided with Napoleon. And some people would say, yeah, well, they probably made more money off of the English. But that, actually, it's the contrary. Napoleon offered them more money, because you need loans, floated loans to feed an army and to wage war. And if you're allowed to wage that war, you can recoup. Once you've won, you can recoup a lot of your losses. Stealing basically from the vanquished, And they sided with the English, not Napoleon, even though it would have behooved them. They would have made more money on Napoleon's loans, and he guaranteed the loans. And on top of that, he guaranteed them France with no anti-Semitism or no bias against them. Whereas they sided with the English weren't their enemies, but the Austrians, Prince Metternich of Austria, and then Count Ladrons of Germany or of Prussia at the time. These people were true anti-Semites. They hated the Jews. They forced them to live in ghettos where they lifted chain walls, like a chain net. They would raise the chains every evening. They'd force them all in there or make them get in there. They pull the chains up. And the Rothschilds, they literally sided with those people because they knew that war. Napoleon only brought death and destruction. That was his thing. He was similar to Hitler in a way, but he would not stop until he took over the planet. Whereas the Allies, as they were known then, they just wanted peace. And the Jews, from what I understand, they refused to take the blood money. They saw it as blood money. They saw, profiting off of war is evil. That's how they felt about it. And they were Nathan Rothschild. He was knighted by the king the king or the queen at Queen Victoria. The Duke of Wellington, famously was famous friends with them and even attested for them, they were owed the true praise for winning the war because they couldn't have done it without them. So, although I don't have faith in Larry Ellison, a lot of times they will say, they're not our enemies, they aren't our enemies, but they do have other allegiances. And I see the nuance, and I have read and done my research. I understand the context that, I'm sure there are all kinds of conspiracy theories and what have you, but there are also facts, there are also historical records. And, there's a lot of propaganda that's been put out about the Rothschilds even. Joseph Goebbels, he literally produced a movie to slander the Rothschilds and basically denigrate them, saying that they didn't actually help Europe. They robbed some German noblemen, and that's how they started their bank, was by stealing from a Gentile. But
Blackman,
I digress.
Sheldon Adelson, Miriam Adelson, Larry Ellison, all these guys are pro-Israel. They're not, you're talking about some shithead leftists that are 20 years old. We're talking about billionaires.
I'm talking about walk through CNN and talk to every liberal media reporter there, every anchorman, every journalist.
They're pro-Israel. What happened at CBS when Ta-Nehisi Coates went on CBS spewing pro-Palestine sentiment? The host, who was a Jew, viciously attacked him. The host's boss apologized for the outburst. That person's boss stood by the host because that person was Jewish. Who owns CBS? It's Sherry Redstone, who's a Jew. She backed the host. And now CBS is bought by David Ellison, who's Jewish, son of Larry Ellison, and they paid Bari Weiss $100 million to be the editor-in-chief there. She's an Israeli spy.
An Israeli spy?
Yes. She studied under Yoram Hazony at the Shalem Center in Israel, and then they set her up to work for Bret Stephens at Wall Street Journal. He got to start at Jerusalem Post. And they trained her up in writing op-eds so she could be a dutiful propagandist for Israel.
I talk to New Yorkers, I talk to Jews in media, and I'm alarmed at how much disdain they have for Israel, for Orthodox Jews. Yeah, I guess CBS, yes, is predominantly pro-Israel, but it's not the vibe I get from these liberal Jews. They're, as Ezra Levant says, they're Bolsheviks, and they don't care about anything but winning and power. And if that means fucking over Jews, by all means, let's do it. Exactly like Nancy Pelosi, who is happy to have California burned to the ground as long as she has her gated community and, you know, her own money and her own mansions. That's what elite whites do. They are ethnomasochists. They're lemmings. And so my goal, it's never happening, but it's for you to see these powerful Jews as elite whites.
But they're not white. They're not white. They don't see themselves as white, and they're not white.
They're wrong.
I
Everyone's
dated a Jewish
white.
girl when I was 19.
Everyone in the world?
They do not see that.
Here's a way to
Her
see
mother
whiteness
discriminated
just for
against
fun.
Me.
Who
Truly.
do you not want moving in next door?
I have been called.
So even a lot of blacks are white. Like Denzel Washington moves next door. Nobody, maybe you might have a problem with it, but most white people are like, cool. I got a good one next door. I wonder if we could become friends. So this whole like complaining about racism in America, no one has a problem with Mexicans. No one has a problem with Jews, really. No one has a problem with elite blacks,
Really?
like upper
He had to
middle
say.
class and up blacks. So the only people that can really complain about racism are ghetto blacks, and they mostly deserve prejudice. It's more like post-judice at this point because we've seen the behavior. So the fact that we talk about racism constantly in this country when we're talking about half of the 14% and everyone else is basically treated as white.
Well, what I would say about the blacks in the neighborhood is, because I was thinking about that exact
The only reason why people consider
like
them
example the other
themselves
day,
a Jew
because I wouldn't
is
feel bad
because
if like one black
one
family
of their
was in the
ancestors
neighborhood
in Europe
and they're
married into a
well-meaning and they're
Jewish
nice
tribe,
and they're
basically.
civil. But
And
it's
then
really a
forever,
question
that
of the composition, because it's sort of an
person's
interesting
lineage is
question.
Jewish. Like if I had
How many
married
black
my girlfriend,
families on your block and
my
neighborhood
family name
are
and
you
my
comfortable
family
with?
would have been
Because
Jewish forever.
if you're the
My
only
line
white
would have
family
been
on the block,
they would have
and let's say they're all
considered
civil and
themselves
polite,
Jewish forever.
but you're the only white family,
'Cause even
you're probably
she
going to feel
was only
uncomfortable. You're going to feel like an
half
alien, a
Jewish.
minority.
Well, I definitely get that living in the...
She considered herself, and you couldn't shake her from it. And that's the thing is, you know, Jews, like, even though she got a lot of flack for it from some people, she was proud of it, you know, and I, you know, I don't begrudge her at all about it. And, you know, she was proud of it though. And then that's when I realized, oh, wait a second, they don't have to endure this. They do it. They wear this on their sleeve because they've been raised to wear it on their sleeve. They're proud of it. They're proud of being a Jew and that it makes you different, and that they're better. And being a Jew, that's like being one of the, you know, in the in crowd. They feel like they're, you know, wasps almost of the world. They're the chosen people. So they wear that proudly. And the more that they're persecuted, the prouder they become. The prouder they are because, you know, you're attacking them for something that, you know, they're not doing anything. That must mean they're great, you know, like, well, what mom said is true. They hate me and I didn't even do anything. So, you know, I guess Jews are, that's how they think, my dudes. I'm not, like, I've seen it from the inside out, man. I mean, I remember talking to her dad about it too. He was Italian and had converted. And, you know, it's just something to think about. And honestly, I dated her for goodness sakes. It was a possibility I would have kids with her, which blew my mind. They would only have a quarter, be a quarter Jewish, a grandmother that's Jewish, and she would have raised them as full Jewish. And that's the thing is they don't assimilate. They do the assimilating, you know. They don't marry into your sect. You marry into theirs. That's the distinction here, gentlemen. That is the distinction.
Neighborhood, I'm definitely not wanted as the minority. But sometimes hypotheticals break apart. Like the idea that you're on a street and there's 50 Denzel Washingtons around you is just not going to happen.
It's happening in Houston, Texas, with all these Indians.
Denzel Washington,
not Denzel's, but like.
Right.
But like Indians that are civil and polite and high earning, there's a lot of subdivisions that are all Indian with like 2 white families. And people go, I don't know if I have a problem with one Indian family in my neighborhood, but the whole neighborhood goes Indian.
That's kind of what happened to Astoria, Queens. It just became completely Indian. Yeah, that's a good point. I'm reminded of that Charlie Kirk thing where where they said, what if America had all the same values, Christian and everything, but they were all Pajeets?
Yeah.
And it's like, you can't do that. Like your hypothetical is too obtuse for me to think about it.
But that's where it's going.
Yeah. Yeah, but the other problem with that hypothetical is it's going there, but it's not going there in the sense that they're not Christian, they're not fans of the West, they're not assimilating, they're not learning English, they're not even liking America. When the World Cup is on, the Albanians have the Albanian flag on their car. They have no interest in assimilating. The whole idea of Henry Ford. Did you ever hear about the melting pot thing? He made one.
I didn't.
You'd go up a ladder, down a ladder, you're in a pot that's as big as this room. And then you pledge allegiance to the flag, you sing the national anthem. Then you go up another ladder and you keep the flag you were given. And it's obviously symbolic. You don't literally melt. And that notion, like I went to Ellis Island recently and they kept it as is. And the last thing you see when you walk out is this massive painting banner that just says, "Be loyal." They don't do that anymore.
Right.
In fact, I would argue often when immigrants come here and they want to assimilate, they become anti-American because that seems to be the norm.
Right.
So they are assimilating in a bizarre sense.
Right. I would say that, when I talk about that example, like let's say they had values that we were okay with, it's just meant to kind of suss out the fact that on some level race does matter. Because even all things being equal, I still wouldn't feel comfortable being a minority in America as a white person.
I know what you mean, yeah. I mean, we have different backgrounds. I immigrated to Canada in the 70s, and I was with a big wave of Pajeets. And they were, because Canada is considered Britain, and Britain, all the colonies would come in. Jamaicans, they played cricket, they drank Guinness, they loved soccer. So they assimilated quite easily, as did I. And it was a different type of immigration because they were pro-Western. And so back then, I don't know, you didn't really see color. I know that sounds naive, but as the numbers went up, it didn't seem so bad. And now there's it just seems like apples and oranges now. Like they don't want to assimilate these Pajeets. They've totally outnumbered the place. And so you can't even discuss the concept of them being Western and Christian because that hasn't happened.
Right.
We used to open the gates, close them, and let everyone get on the same page. Open the gates, close them, great system. And then we broke the hinges off the gates. And so now immigration is just, it's fruitless to do analogies anymore because we see what's happening and it's fuck you.
Right.
And that's something we should focus on. Not the Jews. I'm fucking sick of talking about Jews. I remember Cernovich said that once. He goes, I'm happy to talk about the Jews and Israel like once a month. But I need a fucking break. Like hanging out with Jake Shields, I had to lie down after. Because it was this. Then we drove to the city, it was all Jews. Then we went to 9/11, the memorial. That was all Jews. Jews did that. And then it was like, I had to go get a beer at that point. I was just fucking, it gets tedious. And I think that's sort of the other thing I was saying too, is this crutch becomes like the left has, I call them Nazi glasses, where everything is about fucking white supremacy.
Right.
And the right does that with the Jays.
Yeah, I think there's some that do that, but at the same time, they are kind of all over the place. Like look at the Trump administration. There's obviously things they're not doing, or they're not like directly involved, let's say, like enforcement of illegal immigration. Stephen Miller's running it, but it's not a Jewish issue. You got the corporate tax cut. You got the
But wouldn't you do, who was the Mayorkas or whatever his name was? Mayorkas? So you would blame him for open borders and say he's a Jew, but then you would sort of close your eyes when it comes to Stephen Miller fixing the problem.
Well, my point when I say that is you wouldn't say that that's like having to do with the Jews as an organized force. Like the theme of that is not Jews. But I'm saying that
so it's Jewish when Mayorkas does it, but it's not Jewish when Miller does it.
I'm not talking about Mayorkas. What I'm talking about is which issues have to do with Jews and Israel and which ones don't. Immigration enforcement doesn't really have to do with Jews and Israel. Tariffs doesn't really have to do with Jews and Israel. The corporate tax cut doesn't. What does have to do with Jews and Israel is deporting anti-Semites that we got a list from Canary Mission were told who to deport. That happened in the State Department. What does have to do with them is bombing Iran, because they instigated that war. They launched.
Yeah, if we start a full-on war with Iran, I'm on your side. That I want that. But most Jews don't want that. Like, you keep saying Israel's going to get us into a global war. If that happens, you were right.
I'm saying they're trying to get us into a war with Iran.
What did I say?
A global war.
Well, that is a global war.
Not really.
If China and Russia gets involved?
But Russia won't upset Israel, and China won't get involved directly. They won't intervene to save Iran. And so it would just be a regime change war. I mean, it'd be a tall order, but I don't believe I would necessarily turn into World War III. Realistically, we're already in World War III. That's neither here nor there. But they are the ones egging us on. They want us to pursue regime change in Iran. They sabotage the deal. That has to do with Jews and their interests, Israel and its interests. You also have the education policy, holding the money against the Ivy League universities hostage to put in place these pro-Israel, pro-Jewish policies. Larry Ellison taking over TikTok. He's basically doing that at the behest of Netanyahu. So it's like, not everything has to do with them, but there's a lot of things that do have to do with them. And I will talk about those things wherever they are. I'm not going to say, well, I'll only talk about it once a month. It's like, if they're flagging people for criticizing Israel and kicking them out of the country, that's kind of a problem.
Yeah, but every sane, rational Jew would agree with you on that.
I don't think they would. I think that people like Shapiro and many conservative Jews, they love to see these pro-Palestine people getting kicked out. They say they're terrorists.
We've been little off, little on the last couple of weeks. Victor's taken a little break. We have changed platforms, and I'm happy to announce today, this, by the way, we are recording on Saturday, October 11th. This episode will be up on Tuesday, the 14th, and this will be the inaugural edition of this podcast on a new platform of the Daily Signal, where Victor also does.
And where's the best way everybody can reconnect with us on audio? Just they can go to my X account, they can go to victorhanson.com, they can go to the Daily Signal,
right?
And I think we had we were going to have to take a break. We were going to have to take a break anyway because I had some tests I had to get done, and now we're back, and I think everything it'll be even smoother. I'm very happy about this transition.
Oh,
in
good.
a lot of ways.
If Victor's happy, that means less Eeyore, more happy Victor. We'll take that.
Happy, then everybody should be happy.
Okay. Well, the Daily Signal is also where Victor does. I think it's going to be it's 5 times a week or 4 times a week. He does
it's
a
going
daily
to be
video.
4 times a week this coming from now on, and just because Victor's 72, and we're going to have it consolidated. So I think that's really good. So you can go to the Daily Signal. You can get the 4 podcasts a week. You can get the 4 daily videos. And you can go to my website, victorhanson.com, and get access, and then VD Hanson on X. And then we're going to have the regular, by Tuesday, we'll have the regular outlets that we had before to get on.
Terrific. So folks who have been deprived of Victor, he's back. Baby, he's back. Now,
Yes.
we are going to talk about a few headlines on today's episode. One is Donald Trump and the Nobel Prize, Katie Porter, the Virginia governor's race, a calamitous debate, it seems, for the Democrat candidate. Benny Johnson has been targeted for assassination. Pam Bondi is prosecuting the would-be assassin. Barry Weiss takes over CBS. Those are the topics. Maybe we'll find 1 or 2 more to discuss. And we'll begin with all that when we come back from these important messages. We're back with the Victor Davis Hanson Show. This episode, again, is up on Tuesday, October 14th. By the way, Victor, you know what Monday, October 13th was?
Monday, October 13th.
Yeah, it was Columbus Day.
Yes,
great
I knew
day.
that,
A
but
great
I
day.
was wondering why you were asking me because I didn't factor in the fact that when people see this, it was, and now it's going to be.
Right.
You
Well, I
mean
just wanted
you mean settler colonialist day?
I do. I just wanted to inject a little Italian Americanism into this podcast. I know you would have preferred it be Leif Erikson Day, but we'll have
Yes, Leif Erikson beat you guys a long time earlier.
Yeah.
But being Swedes, Danes with our brains blown out, we didn't colonize. Or maybe it was because we saw this beautiful Vinland, and we said, we're Swedes and we don't believe in oppression, so we're not going to stake out this Native American territory, and we're going to let indigenous people live without being polluted by Western civilization. And we're not that Western yet anyway. We're Christian, but we've got some rough edges, so we'll see you in Swedish migration. I interviewed a Swedish professor that's coming to the Hoover Institute. It was one of the most delightful interviews I had.
Really?
Yeah, I don't want to say his name because we don't know whether he's going to come or not, but I reconnected with my evaporating Swedish roots.
Did Swedes take pride or claim or cousinhood at all with the Vikings? Is there any
Swedes? Yes.
Okay.
We were a variant. We were more the Rus. The Norwegians and the Danes supposedly went a little bit more west, and we went into the Mediterranean. There were Vikings up on the Deitner River, I think, and they went in the North Sea. And
yeah,
yes. Nál saga, all of those Icelandic sagas. So
okay.
Greenland, as Donald Trump has reminded us, was actually green for a while during, and I know this is going to get a lot of people very angry, but there was a global warming period from the 9th to the 12th century, and it was natural unless you are a leftist and believe that these Europeans had secret coal burning plants that caused the first global warming, which was more severe than what we have now.
It was interesting watching you. You interviewed Senator John Kennedy the other day, and something popped up. I've seen it once before, an interview. He had some Biden Energy Department person in front of him, and he was interrogating him about, in his way, in his terrific way, you want us to spend $50 trillion between now and 2050 to reduce global temperature. If we spend all that, how much is temperature going to be reduced? And of course, the guy couldn't answer it, wouldn't answer it, couldn't answer it. It's probably more appropriate. So all this expenditure, Victor, that these folks
and the guys in Fresno and Bakersfield and Dayton, they're not going to get any benefits, and they're going to be the people who pay the price. Why John Kerry flies on it. He and Leonard DiCaprio and a whole bunch of them will fly on their private jets and use more in one flight of carbon than the average family will for a year.
Yeah.
It's an elite boutique issue. It really is. And Donald Trump I don't think there is any Green New Deal anymore. I think he's squashed that. And I think he's put to bed DEI for a while. And I think he's put to bed critical race theory and critical legal theory. I mean, not suggesting that vampire, like, somebody will take the stake out and they'll come back. But for now, these Draculas are in their coffin sleeping.
Not to
use such metaphors.
Well, we'll veer off into Catholicism here for a second, but our Pope put out some new document. You saw a picture of him blessing an ice cube a week ago, and then a new document where he's bought into the Green New Deal, but where there is no energy, which is what the Green New Deal is about, suppressing energy. Where there is no energy, that is where you have poverty, and it's
they don't care about people. They care about humanity in the abstract. But people are just noisy, dirty, bothersome creatures for them. They don't care about what people have to farm. People have to cut timber. They don't care about any of those people. I just got back from Palo Alto, and I think I saw 3 stations, and gas was over $6 a gallon. So they got rid of all of the oil refineries. They have all their special blends. They have the highest gas taxes in the nation. But they don't care about somebody in Sanger or Reedley or Dinuba that's trying to afford gas. They could care less. Gavin Newsom doesn't care. He's got is it Plump Jack or whatever it is, his little inherited business, or the capital from the Gettys, and he's got his, his wine this and his boutique that.
Yeah.
And they don't care about people. They really don't.
Well, another noisy, what did you say? Noisy, bothersome person, I would say, is Donald Trump in the eyes of some people. And this noisy, bothersome person did not receive the Nobel Peace Prize. It's portrayed as it's a couple of ways, portrayed as a snub, portrayed in some circles as who cares. And then the person who did receive it, Venezuelan freedom fighter Maria Corina Machado, she dedicated the Peace Prize to Donald Trump. So, Victor, would you want to talk about?
Yeah, this was a win-win for everybody in a weird way, because Donald Trump had been nominated by Buddhist monks, by everybody, but it wasn't for this particular achievement, which is in progress. So there was a little bit of disconnect there. I think maybe he will get it next year, because if it works out, I think it has a 50-50 or more chance. But it worked out for the best, because she's on the front lines against this horrific Maduro continuation of Chavism in Venezuela, where they've wrecked the country with the largest oil reserve in the Western Hemisphere. And she no sooner gets it, and everybody thinks Trump's going to be mad at her or he's upset, and then she announces that she dedicates it to Donald Trump for his rare, courageous efforts to isolate this horrific regime, which Biden and Obama on the days of Chavez had appeased. And then Trump calls her, and he praises her. So he looks magnanimous. He gets attention. The other problem is, our colleague Jack wrote a very good book, Jay Norlinger, Peace, You Say, wasn't it called? And it was a history of the Nobel Peace Prize. I reviewed it. I don't know if it was for National Review or commentary, but I reviewed the book. It was very good. And if you look at the people who he did a lot of research, and they're obscure names, but not all of them are very nice people, is what I'm trying to say. And when you think that Yasser Arafat won it, and he had blood on his hands, and then you look at Al Gore, I don't know why, for climate change, almost everything he said in Earth in the Balance proved to be untrue, caused a lot of mayhem.
We should be drowning right now.
Yeah, he's almost a billionaire. He talked all about carbon this, carbon that. Then he sold that bankrupt cable company to, was it the Qataris or the Emirates, who paid him a fantastic amount of money that was derived from carbon sales. If he really had integrity, he said, I am not going to get enriched by people who traffic in oil. I'm sorry. But he didn't. And now he's, everybody's talked about his mansion, his planes. And then you have Barack Obama. He got it just a few months after he was inaugurated. And they couldn't figure out what to say, because he'd done nothing. He'd done nothing as a state legislator. He'd done nothing as a community activist, nothing as a senator, and nothing as a candidate. But it was basically that he is a black, charismatic left-winger, and we like him, so we're going to give him the Nobel Prize. And it was after that, I just tuned it out. So Trump shouldn't feel bad that he didn't get it. It doesn't really mean, I'm happy they gave it to a dissident that risked her life to oppose Maduro. But it doesn't mean anything. There's so many awards. What does a Pulitzer Prize mean anymore? What does a National Book Award mean anymore? They're all predicated either on DEI or ideological grounds. These are awards that people like Hemingway or Thomas Wolfe or those types of writers got. Or Peace Prize, they were, there were some.
There's a literature award. I forget the college private college in Virginia that honors John Dos Passos, the great novelist of the 1920s.
USA. It was a trilogy. It was a great book. Yeah.
I read it. And he became a conservative later. He wrote for National Review in its early years up through the late 60s.
Then they hated him, right? They turned on him and tried to demonize him and ruin
Absolutely.
The left did.
But that prize, the early winners were Tom Wolfe and a few others, but now you have to be some, lesbian, transsexual, America hater to be considered and to win the prize. So Dos Passos' name goes to those who are totally Dos Passonian. It's
the on Midas touch. The on Midas touch. Everything the radical left touches turns to dross. Everything. They have a unique ability to destroy institutions. Yeah. Especially with DEI.
Well, let's. We got so much to talk about. I think we should venture next, Victor, to Letitia James, who has been charged for her monkey business with mortgage applications, and she's hired. I don't know if it's Abe Lowell or Abby Lowell, but he was.
He's everywhere. He was Hunter's lawyer, right?
Correct. Yeah. So, hey, what comes around goes around. Maybe your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean. I got kind of irritated reading the Wall Street Journal op-ed. It was very unfair for Donald Trump to be targeted by Letitia James, and it's just as unfair, and we got to stop. No, I read the Wall Street Journal during that whole era when she went after Donald Trump, and I can tell you whether in the news division or some of the op-eds, it wasn't that this is a witch hunt against Donald Trump. It was just as many articles suggesting he was sloppy or disingenuous, or he was on the edge of legality, and that's what the tone of the Wall Street Journal was. And so the question is, there's two questions. Question A, did she or did she not violate real estate laws? Did she say that her principal residence was outside the state of New York when she is by statute required as a statewide official as Attorney General to live in New York? And the answer is she did. Did she also suggest, impugn, or state that this home was not a rental? And that seems to be under investigation. We'll see. And did she say that her husband was her father? And we'll find out about that too, whether that's going to be an official part of the indictment. And so then the second question is, did the Trump DOJ target her in a way they would not have targeted, according to the Wall Street Journal, thousands of other people who fudge on their principal residence and, like Adam Schiff, allegedly claimed to? And we'll see about that. But Wall Street Journal, there's a little thing you forgot to tell us. She is the chief law enforcement officer of New York. She is. She's the attorney general of the entire state. Every investigative journalist out there should be checking every attorney general to make sure they're above the suspicion of committing a crime. So yes, she had undue attention. I don't know if it was because she went after Trump or because she was a radical progressive who said crazy things and brought attention onto herself, and people then started to investigate her. But either way, it doesn't matter, because she's supposed to be the person above legal reproach, and she's not. And if you look at what do we call it, the metaphorical corpses of this lawfare. So we look at E. Jean Carroll. She has completely disgraced herself. The judge in that case Kaplan, he has disgraced himself. We had Judge Mershon, he has disgraced himself. Alvin Bragg, everybody knows that was a bogus, complete bootstrapping of a federal non-violation. Everybody knows he's let criminals out. He doesn't care about the safety on the streets. You look at Jack Smith, a day doesn't go by then we don't find a Jack Smith horror story, whether it's getting free legal service and not reporting that as income, or more recently we learned that he ordered they're very careful. He did not tap their phone. No, he didn't tap the actual content, but he did the data search on, was it 8 or 9 U.S. senators? And he was trying to find out after January 6th, what time did they call? To whom was the call addressed? How long was it, etc. And he had no business doing that. So he's under suspicion. Then we get to Fannie Willis. She's already been cited by the court and forced to pay a fine. She's now in legal problems. Is there a pattern there, Wall Street Journal? I think there is. And so what are we supposed to say? Don't dare investigate Jack Smith. Would you ever investigate a other special prosecutor? Yeah, you would, because they're special prosecutors. Don't dare investigate Fannie Willis. What are you supposed to do? Let this buffoon just, with impunity, spout off all this hatred and do all of these things, from hiring her boyfriend to paying things supposedly in cash to hide the fact that she was on a junket, or that she sent Nathan Wade to the White House counsel to coordinate these lawfare efforts? What are you supposed to do with Letitia James? So yeah, I think that it's going to have the opposite effect of the Wall Street Journal. They say we're in a spiral now to the bottom. Lawfare, lawfare, lawfare. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe we're trying to set this record and say, do not use lawfare, because if you do, everybody, don't cast the first stone, because if you cast the first stone, somebody's going to find out something, and don't do it if it's improper. And it's just amazing to watch these.
But there's a difference in the lawfare fight, Victor, between here with this alleged documentation of wrongdoing, which would be the same if you or I lied on a tax deduction on our form. If we did the same, you've owned a second house, I've owned a second house in my lifetime. I did it right, I know I put quote marks on there. I did it correctly because A, you're supposed to, and B, if I said it was my primary residence, I know I might go to jail, right? But they seem to have broken the law. I don't know what Donald Trump did to break the law to initiate the lawfare against him. So there's
he committed a sin. He decided they knew he was going to run for president. Had he said one of the three things, I am not running for president, they wouldn't have had any of those indictments. If he said number 2, I'm not Donald Trump, you got mistaken identity, I'm not Donald Trump, they wouldn't have indicted him. And if he'd said, I'm Donald Trump, but I apologize, and now I'm a hardcore leftist, and I'm joining the Never Trump people, they wouldn't have indicted him.
Yeah.
It was because he was Donald Trump, and he was proud of it, and he was going to run for president again, and he was going to double down what he did on the first term. And that's, in their way, that were 3 mortal sins.
Yeah. By the way, on the grand jury front, John Bolton, there's a grand jury in Maryland who's considering a case against him for classified documents.
I think that's very different than these other cases. That's just going to be a clear-cut case of, did he transmit classified documents to friends or family before he knew he was going to have to leave office, so that he would have access to information to write his memoirs. A federal judge who oversaw the case during the 2020 campaign, when he was trying to kind of maybe voice things that he was writing a memoir, he had remonstrated with Bolton and said, what you're doing is not in the interest of the United States, and if you continue it, you're going to expose yourself to civil and criminal liability. That was a federal judge who warned him, and he said, I would like to stop. I can't stop it because it's too late. It's already in publication. So it's just a question, and I have no animus toward John Bolton, but it's just a question, did you or did you not send information that you knew was classified over email to someone? And if you did, that's a felony. And the reason I mention that is because this all came to attention reportedly, allegedly, supposedly, because a foreign intelligence agency had access to it. And we'll see if that turns out to be true.
Yeah.
If it turns out to be true, he's going to be in big trouble. You can't have the National Security Advisor of the United States sending classified information to people so he can write a memoir and time the memoir with the re-election of his former boss for their sole purpose of embarrassing him and ensuring his defeat. You can do all that, but you just can't do it with classified information that you've sent.
Yeah. Well, if Sandy Berger's history is any indication, and he stole documents in his socks. I think he took them out of the National Archives.
I thought it was in his pants. No, he put it in
socks.
Stick it.
It could have been pants too.
And then he put it in a dumpster for a while, I think.
Yeah, he didn't go to jail for it. So
no, he was Sandy Berger, so he was protected.
Yeah. Well, Victor, a lot's happening politically. There's a federal shutdown, which is initiated the beginning of federal layoffs, and then we have on the brink of a trade war with Red China, and we're going to get your thoughts on these and other topics when we come back from these important messages. We're back with the Victor Davis Hanson Show, recording on Saturday, October 11th. This episode is up on Tuesday, the 14th, and we are now at a new happy home of the Daily Signal, which is run by the great Rob Bluey, a good friend of mine. He's a good man. So hopefully this podcast will have an even broader footprint. Victor's wisdom will go out to many more places. Speaking of Victor's wisdom, the Blade of Perseus, victorhanson.com is Victor's official website. Do go there. There's so much free stuff. Links to Victor's weekly column for the Daily Signal's weekly syndicated column, his many appearances, and the archives of these podcasts. And then twice a week, an exclusive article that he writes for the Blade of Perseus. And once a week, he does
Someone wrote me and said, are these protests anything like you remember in college? So I wrote a 5-part. This is what I remember about UC Santa Cruz, whether it was letting some people trying to let cows out to liberate them as they marched against the war, or very wealthy person who was screaming and yelling as if she was in the Students for Democratic Society, to my poor dad coming in the dorm once to find me. He was in the area, he wanted to go to lunch, and he walked by a door and it said hash $5 a cube, marijuana lids, LSD, psilocybin. And he said, why isn't that man in jail?
Did he use the loo? Did he go in the bathroom and there was some?
Yes, he went. That was the day he dropped me off. He said, there's a woman having sex with a man in the shower and there's no shower curtain. I said, well, why didn't you leave, Dad? Well, I was shocked. It was the male restroom. She had no business. This was a half century before the transgender. Yeah. So I just was recounting how absurd. And then I ended, I think it's going to come out Tuesday. I was in a class during the Cambodia bombing protests in '73. And we were told it was a moratorium. And anybody who went to class was on his own and was subject to danger. When you saw the UC Santa Cruz people, you didn't get the impression they were dangerous. So there was a guy that I liked. He was on a special program. He had been in prison in South Carolina, Southerner. And so he and I went, and there was a few other people. And then these guys broke in, spaghetti arms and all. Dad, this is closed. And then they started turning over chairs. And the professor was really nice. I don't want to mention his name. I liked him. It's a classics course. It was not my hero, John Lynch, but it was a very good guy. And he tried to reason with them. Hello, I have a duty. I'm getting. He was very, and they just, and he left. And so everybody said, I think, we can't argue with these people. And we just stayed. We were at the back. And then they kept turning over things. They got to the back. And this guy, he kind of slugged him in the stomach a little bit. He just went like this. And the guy went all crumpled up. Oh, you hit me. This guy was doing all this damage. And then call security. So they called security. And then they took off. And the security guys in those days didn't, as I remember, they didn't wear uniforms. It was a soft approach, airbrush, you're going to wear a sport coat or something.
Yeah.
So this guy came in and he was trying to go through everything, but he really would sympathize with us.
Yeah.
He was from, I think, Bakersfield. And we were talking, and then he said, I'm going to check on you. He said it really loud because one of them was still there, and I'll check on and follow up. And then, he let us go. And he said, basically, he said, thank you. And he was a Santa Cruz guy. And then he came to my dorm room about a week later. He said, just checking up on you. I said, I do anything wrong? No, but these people are capable of anything. I want to make sure they haven't been harassing you. And then I would talk to him every once in a while. But then you read your Banana Slug alumnus newsletter in the class of 75, 73, 76, and you see what they've been doing. And 1 out of 10 times I can match that face with a name. Mm-hmm. So I see this guy, walking barefooted, spouting the F word, selling dope, you name it, committing violence on campus. And then I see the name. Mr. X has been promoted to West Coast manager of Goldman Sachs.
Yeah.
Miss Y is now doing, she's the head screenwriter for Netflix. Mr. Z is now a content producer at CBS West. You know, they all just click back in. They plug back in. This was a little routine of passage. They were all wealthy. Most people from LA at that, about 30% of the student body. Mm-hmm. And they were very bright, and they went through the rite of passage, and they looked really raunchy and didn't bathe and all that stuff. And then their dad and mom said, look, you got your 5 years. You went through it. We're left wing, like, we're really proud. We tell everybody you're at the new UC Santa Cruz and you're causing mayhem against the Nixon war machine. But it's time for you to start making money. And that's what they did. Few of them didn't. A few of them got so zonked out, they didn't. But most of them plugged back in.
What was the school's mascot? Is a banana slug?
Yes, a big banana slug.
Okay.
It was
whatever. All right, it is what it is.
The first week I got there, they had a little. Now they have, you know, it's 50 years later, so they have very nice facilities. Last time I've been up there, but they had one little pool at Cal College. It was like your house pool, mm-hmm. And I love to swim, so I thought I'm going to go about 7 at night. I go out there my first week at UC Santa Cruz, and there's a guy, and he was the filthiest person I've ever seen. He had an army jacket on. He was smoking marijuana. He had hair all over him. He was boots. He'd walked up. I don't know if he was homeless or what. And he had a girl who was more filthy. And so I had my little baggy swimming suit, and they took off all their clothes and they jumped in. I swear to the Almighty that there was it was like a little plume, you know,
an oil slick.
Yeah. So, you know, and here was I had my baggy little. You know, not little, big old bathing shorts, and I was getting a shower, cold shower to make sure I was clean. And I go in there, and these two people are utterly filthy, and they have no clothes. I guess it was all quiet because they were.
Yeah. The Exxon Valdez of human beings, maybe.
Yeah, and I thought it was against the law to take your clothes off at a campus and jump in a swimming pool.
Well, let's truncate. We'll get to the two subjects I mentioned earlier, but since we're talking about campuses, maybe a good time to get your take, Victor, on what happened to the campus protesters that so wanted a peace deal or ceasefire in Gaza, Israel. Where aren't they out on the campuses celebrating?
Their problem is that their heroes, Hamas, want a deal, and so now they're thinking, let me see, Hamas are killers and murderers, and it was really neat the last 2 years to get on campus and then Free Palestine, River to the Sea, Hamas, and wear a Hamas headband. And but wait a minute, how am I going to get to, they want their hostages back, and they're willing to settle and let Israel still guard 50% of Gaza for a while. So they're dumbfounded because they know that took the wind out of their protest sails. They want to protest, but then they'd have to be to the left. They can't criticize Hamas. So they want it. They don't want it. I think Rashida Tlaib and the squad are just, biting their lip. And we know what's going on, that the Hamas people have been decimated. They're subterranean terrorists now. Everybody's starting to get a little angry at them. And they don't have the wherewithal from Iran, the money. And Hezbollah is not going to help them. And the Houthis so they're orphaned. The West Bank Palestinian Authority don't like them. So they're thinking, how do we get back and kill Jews? We'll cut a deal. We'll give up the hostages. And most of them, by the way, we've already killed or starved to death, as they're going to find out. And then we'll get our 1,700 terrorists back who have killed, maimed, destroyed people, and that will be the nucleus for the new Hamas. It may take a year or two that we'll fake it like we're, peaceful people, and maybe we'll even let the Gulf Arabs come in and lavish money on build it all up, and they'll have to pay us a big bribe or we'll cause trouble. That's what they're thinking. But what they're not thinking is, I don't think Donald Trump would care one bit if they break the deal and they start killing Jews again to let Netanyahu do what he wants. I don't think, they don't understand that. There is no mothership Iran right now. There is no mothership Hezbollah. There is no mothership Houthis. There's nobody that likes these people. And what was brilliant about this peace deal, he had all these pieces that all of the so-called sober and judicious diplomats, Jack, they never did. The Clinton people, the Bush people,
John Kerry,
Kerry, the Russian plan, the Camp David plan, the UN plan, and all Trump did was he just went around the Middle East, and he didn't do what Biden said and said, "Oh, you've assassinated in the Washington Post guest column, and we're never going to talk to you, Saudis." You did that. He made personal friendships. He used his tariffs and trade. I may need you in the future, and I'll let you come in here without a tariff, maybe. Or I may have a high tariff, depending on, and he got Turkey in. He got about 10 players in the deal. And then he did a smart thing. He took the one-eye jack of the Middle East, Qatar, where we have a base, and it's always a double dealer. And he kind of took it out of the equation and said, you're going to have a protectorate now. We're going to train your pilots in the U.S., and we're going to guarantee your safety. And Qatar said, wow, everybody hates us. That's good. And then they start thinking, now we deal with the U.S., and they're going to guarantee our safety. And if we screw up and do what we usually do and have Hamas there, well, maybe they're going to modulate our safety, or maybe they're not going to be there in our safety, or maybe. So it's not such what everybody thinks. It also helped Netanyahu, because Netanyahu he says to the right, hey, Trump called me up. It's in the papers. He said, Bibi, that's it. No more. So what am I going to do? This guy did the best thing anybody's ever done in history. He took out the nuclear facilities in Iran. I owe him. So I didn't want to make this deal, but I had to. And then the left says, wow, Bibi got the hostages back. How can we attack him? And there's no more fighting, and the Arabs are all going to be. So if you look at it piece by piece, you can see how it happened. And he got no UN, no UN, no Europeans. The Europeans are just looking at this. They usually, ankle bite, and they're thinking, well, let me think about this. We only have two interests in the Middle East if you're a European. One, is Iran ever going to get a bomb and threaten us? No. And who was responsible for that? Trump. And every time there's a Palestinian killed or there's violence in the Middle East, someone of our unassimilated, huge, growing Muslim population blows up a synagogue, kills somebody, chops somebody's head off, attacks a cartoonist. And if that is quiet over there for a while, then there's less terrorism among our populations that are prone to terrorism. So I think it has a greater chance to last because it's got so many different people that Trump got invested in it. And then you think, well, where was the permanent State Department class? It was Witkoff, and Jared Kushner came out of the shadows again, and maybe Marco Rubio a little bit, but it wasn't the institutional, State Department, National Security Council, expert this, expert that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the professionals. Leave it to the professionals. Well, Victor, let's keep on foreign policy then. Red China, trade war. China's going to withhold precious metals from the U.S., whatever withhold means. Trump is responding by threatening to impose and promising to impose a 100 extra 100% tariff on Chinese products.
This is a self-correcting. If you go back in the 1980s, we were, I think, and people listening can correct me because I haven't researched this, but I think we were the leading producer of rare earth minerals and the processor. And then the left said that things like gaudium and lithium, germanium were too toxic, and the EPA and so in the 90s it was over with. But we had this big mine in Mojave. I think it's one of the biggest mines in the world. And then we have one in Georgia. And now we have a new one. They're just opening in Wyoming. But we produce now only 20% of our rare earth minerals. And we have to not only import raw product, but if we do have raw product, even our own raw product, we have to export to have it processed. We were the ones that invented the idea of how to use rare earth minerals and how to process them. And then we shut down the entire thing for environmental reasons, and we could get it, as the Chinese wanted us to, cheaper. So anybody who warned in the 1990s and said, listen, do not trust this new Chinese government. All they're doing is cutting prices and dumping product, and then at the millennium and they want to lure you into a dependency and destroy your domestic production. And then when they will use it around your neck, and don't fall for it. And we fell for it. So then the question is, we have enough rare earth minerals. We have a huge amount. Australia has a huge amount. I think Latin America has a huge amount. How quickly can we develop them? And new technology said they can be used. You can go into waste. We can go through all of our old mines, copper mines, zinc, and find the tailings and we can do this. But we can't do it if you have a Harris or a Biden or an EPA that says, we're going to stop this, or we're more interested in windmills offshore. This is very important that we not have this strategic materials without which we can't make cars, military aircraft, etc. So how quickly I think it's 29 years to get a permit for a new rare earth mine. But I think Doug Burgum has already said that he's going to fast track that to a year or two. And then do we have the technology can we go back into our research and find out who these guys are that are 90 or 85 now and call them up and say, well, 1986, did you create this brilliant extraction process? Can you come out of retirement and teach people, or are you still active? I'm kind of being in jest, but it shows you the decline of this consumption society that allowed something that we were very good at to be outsourced to the Chinese, and that we could replicate this in a lot of different areas. But if we want to, and we go by merit and we get the government off the backs of capitalists and give them incentives, we can do a lot. And I'm just reminding everybody, when Singapore fell in 1942 in February, people said we would not have enough natural rubber. And there already had been people who said that we could make synthetic Goodrich and all that. We knew how to do it. We were already doing it. But the idea that you could make thousands of tires for Jeeps and rubber treads on nobody thought you could. And we did it. Right. And the same thing with aircraft. When we started the war, they said, oh my gosh, we don't know what a turbocharger is. We don't know how we can recycle air. We know how to do it, but the British Spitfire does it pretty well, and the German. And then, this P-39, P-40, and then all of a sudden P-47 and the P-51 are the fastest aircraft in the world at that time. Yeah. 450 miles an hour, turbocharged, supercharged. And we did it. We did it in about 3 years with the help of the British in the case of the P-51. But we can do it if we just get our minds to it, and there's incentives to it, and people who do it are praised in the manner that Henry Ford or Henry Kaiser were, and not demonized.
Like a Musk type, who would be the kind of person.
He just launched another rocket. Was it 26 or 24 satellites that he's shot into the world? Yeah. There's thousands of them all over the world. He's brought cheap internet, including this broadcast, which would have been impossible. I tried Use Internet. I tried another local company. I tried every one out here in the farm, and it was only when Elon offered Starlink, and I have the original Starlink, not the updated ones. And all of a sudden, the download and upload just, and what was the installation? Victor got in a ladder and climbed on top of this old cow manger and put his little antenna and got his phone out and, did the little guidance and then turned it around. And it took maybe, 30 minutes, and then bam, Elon checked in. So all right, we owe him a lot. If you look at, I'm now looking out the window at a Tesla being charged, and which my wife uses religiously. It's just, he's changed a lot of our lives. And I go on X. I never did that before until he took it over. And I know he's eccentric. I know people don't like him, but I'm very happy that he has made his peace with Donald Trump. Mm-hmm. And I think he's going to gear up for the midterm elections and become involved.
Well, your lips to God's ears. I hope so. Let's end this segment, Victor. Then we'll get into some political things at the end of the show. The government shutdown, as we're talking, I think it's day 9 or 10. Who knows? By the time this is broadcast, it may be settled. But layoffs of federal workers have begun. I think about 5,000 have been not laid off. I think maybe even fired. Any thoughts on this shutdown? Any aspect of it, the politics?
I don't understand the shutdown, because just months earlier they signed on to the big beautiful bill, and they knew about the Obamacare. They knew that the inflation. It was never the Affordable Care Act. It was the Unaffordable Care Act. It drove prices sky high for a variety of reasons, and so they knew all of this. And yet they didn't shut the government down, and now they are. And they said they wouldn't shut the government down. And of course, there's kind of a little mind game. You go online and you see all of these people swearing about the worst thing in the world would be to shut the government down. It's during the Clinton, Biden, Obama tenures. So I don't know what the strategy is. They've tried filibuster interviews. They've tried little skits they do. They're using, Kamala Harris came out and said the mother F blank. And then we had Chuck Schumer go F your, that whole crudity. And then he said that, and then he's either senile or stupid. I always thought he was fairly smart, Schumer, although misguided, if that's charitable. But when he said, and people, people know what we're doing and people approve it, we're not the ones. And then you think, wow, you just admitted to everybody that you didn't give a cause. You just said that you're still popular, you think, so you're going to do this. And when you're not popular, you're not popular right now. The polls all show that people are in general against the party that shuts down the government, and particularly this party. So Donald Trump now has said that he's going to not lay off everybody, but he's going to lay off people in things like HUD and any
Democrat
of these
agencies.
Yes, Democratic things that he wanted to cut anyway and are not essential. and then we'll see who they blame when they lose their job. What is the subtext of this whole mess? The subtext of this whole mess is we're 1 year from the midterms, and GDP came in higher, above 3%. The inflation rate's 2.4. There is a promised 10 or 15 trillion for investment. It's probably more like 8 or 9. Even the Wall Street Journal or Financial Times did it. They said, well, Trump is lying. He's bragging. It's not going to be 8 or 9 trillion, but it might be 4. That looks pretty, and 4 would be a new record.
Right.
And if that happens, this economy could really take off. And so the indicators are very good, and they know eventually, for all the success on the border and for all the success overseas, George Bush won the first Gulf War in 1991 with tremendous victory. 92% were for him. As 1992 dawned, he was way ahead in the polls, and then the Clinton people, George Stephanopoulos in the Clinton War Room said,
as soon as Victor's finished talking, I'm going to go ahead and sign off, but I'll be back on it. It's on the screen, of course, but I'll be back on it
and so
11
foreign
a.m.
policy, as great as this Gaza thing is, will not determine the midterms. It'll be the economy, and they know that, and they want to tank it, and they want to shut this government down for months, get us into a recession, and then blame it on Trump. And we'll see if it works.
Well, some of the early indicators of how that party is doing will be in a month with these gubernatorial
elections. Like and subscribe if you would.
And they're both in sort of, I wouldn't call them purple. They're blue
I'd be
states.
greatly appreciative.
In New Jersey.
Yeah, well,
Youngkin was sort of a fluke. And that was Terry McAuliffe, was one of the worst candidates in Virginia history. But
a lot of self-inflicting.
By the way, I don't know if you're going to talk about. Did you watch clips from that debate?
Well, we're going to talk about that.
Oh,
debate.
Good. I'm glad you are. I know you sent me a warning that you might, but I wasn't sure.
Well, we'll do that when we come back from these final important messages. So we're back with the Victor Davis Hanson Show, recording on Saturday, October 11th. This episode's up on the 14th of October. Victor's website, again, The Blade of Perseus, VictorHanson.com, $65 a year to subscribe or stick your toe in the water, test it out, $6.50 a month, and get access to the exclusive things Victor does for the Blade of Perseus. As for me, Jack Fowler, I write civil thoughts for the Center for Civil Society. Go to the centerforcivilsociety.org, check that out. And hey, we have a conference coming up in early November in Philadelphia to mark America 250. You might want to to attend. You might be interested in that. And then I write civil thoughts for the center. Go to Civil Thoughts. Yeah, the debate in Virginia, the gubernatorial race, where I think voting's busted. She would have while she was being pressed on. The debate in Virginia, the gubernatorial race, where I think voting's already beginning, but the backdrop is Jay Jones, the Democrat Attorney General candidate, who was pro-murder. And pro-infanticide of children anyway. We saw some of his heinous political texts. He's still the candidate. He's not back down.
If you would, please,
but at
guys.
the debate this past week on a local Virginia TV station, Abigail Spanberger, the former congresswoman who's a Democrat candidate, 3 times in debating Winsome Earl Sears, she's the lieutenant governor, but she's a Republican candidate for governor. 3 times she refused to disassociate herself from Jay Jones, and it was a very weird. Looked like if she could have self-combusted, she would have while she was being pressed on the point. Your thoughts about that, Victor?
Yeah, I mean the moderator, who was a very well-spoken, sophisticated black woman who was very fair, just probably as most moderators, they're left of center. She just politely said, this is what he said. He wanted to kill the then Speaker of the Virginia legislature. He wanted to kill his little fascists, as he called them, children. He wanted his wife to see this or have one of them. And then he doubled down on it. And doubled down on it when she said, you don't really mean that. He did. And all she had to say is, I'm not going to endorse him. And she couldn't do that. She said, well, these were older texts, or I didn't know, they didn't come to light now. She gave all of the, and then Winsome Sears tried to politely intervene, not in Trumpian fashion, and just say, would you please answer the question? She would not do it. She wouldn't do it because this creepy John what is this? Jay? Is that his? Yeah. Jones. Jay
Jones. Yeah.
This creepy Jay Jones is ahead in the polls. At least he was until the latest escapade. I don't know what the polls are after that debate with the governor, but that probably hurt her cause and by extension his. She's not going to disown him because it's a ticket, and she feels that if he gets off and the incumbent attorney general wins, that will hurt the ticket, and she might be in a closer race than she thinks. And more importantly, the early balloting has already begun. The mail balloting has already begun. So in her way of thinking and her party's way of thinking, yeah, it's embarrassing. So we'll say, there's no way. I do not condone this. It's not in my name. This is just horrific. But it's not in my purview to tell people to deny the people their right to vote. So I don't believe that we should take a person off the ballot. Of course, this is the party that 25 states tried to take Trump off the ballot, but they don't want to take a guy who wants to kill somebody and his kids off the ballot. So she looked really bad, and then it was kind of funny. Winsome Sears is a very well-spoken, well-dressed, really professional retail politician. I don't know why she's behind the polls. It's a purple to blue state. She doesn't have a lot of money behind her, but she won that debate hands down. And what was funny about it, there was in the local paper, did you see that cartoon? It was just on spec. It was exactly what we were always talking about, that the left is actually got a strong vestigial democratic racist thing about it. Every time they see a conservative black gifted person, whether it's a Tom Sowell or whether it's a Judge Thomas or Tim Scott, they always play the race card in cartoons or on social media. And they have this attack on her where she's screaming and yelling. I mean, they have little voice boxes coming out of her, how about abortion? How about this? How about transgender? And then Schellenberger she's much taller, she's blonde, and she's trying to be professional. And then it shows Winsome Sears kicking her legs like she's in some kind of minstrel dance, and with big, thick red lips, so exaggerated Negroid lips. And it's one of the most racist things that I've seen. And then they have a little thing, well, he's been a cartoonist for 45 years, and some people took offense. Some people, anybody who saw that would see, if Donald Trump or any person did that about Hakeem Jeffrey, I mean, sombrero they argued that was racist, but they put it on everybody. So my point is, she got a big hit, and I think he'll probably win because he's ahead in the polls, but the worst thing he did, I shouldn't say the worst, this was the worst thing, but just almost as bad as he was speeding. He didn't speed at 75. He didn't speed at 80 miles an hour. He didn't speed at 85. He did not speed at 90 miles an hour. In my entire life, I have never driven a car over 80 miles an hour.
Wow.
He wants to be the chief law enforcement officer of Virginia. He did not go 100. He did not go 105. Everybody listen, he did not go 110. He did not go 115. He went 16 miles an hour.
Wow.
And they caught him.
Yeah.
And they sentenced him to 500 hours of community service. They should have put him in jail
for that. Yeah.
Yes.
That's beyond reckless.
What did he do to serve his community service? He said that he worked for his own PAC. And that's how he got out of it. He is a scoundrel, and he's a Letitia James, and he thinks he's going to be the chief law enforcement officer of Virginia.
Wow.
So, but the left, their idea, the whole strategy of the left is, it's embarrassing, so the talking points went out. Just say that you outdo the Republicans, that you're shocked. You just, not in our name. This is just horrific. And then the qualifier, well, I don't think it's in I know him, it's out of character. I've known him for years. I've never seen anything like this. He's shown so much remorse, unlike other people have, i.e. Trump. And then, then the third talking point, which is not expressed, it's a subtext, is, we're going to run this thing out. We've only got a couple more weeks. The ballots are in. A lot of people voted before this even came out. And it's too late to get another candidate. And if he gets out, and then all the people who said he shouldn't get out and didn't condemn him, and then he gets out, what does that make our candidates look like? Oh, will Winsome Sears say to her opponent, oh, you didn't want to condemn him? You didn't think he should leave? He thinks he should leave. He got out. And now what do you say? You're going to try to tell him, don't get back out, come back in like you just did in the debate? You didn't. So they're in a lose-lose situation. So the thing is, run out the clock. And they may be right. They might win.
Well, they had Ralph Northam, or whatever the heck his name was, the former governor, blackface. I mean, he toughed it out.
They fired Megyn Kelly, didn't they, at NBC for saying whiteface?
Yeah, something
like that. It was just that was another. I mean, the subtext was that they hired this very articulate, beautiful, conservative, brighter than they were, and they wanted her. They thought she was leaving Fox, so she was going to become a liberal, and she didn't want to become a liberal. She wanted to, and
she's fierce, and she's having. If there's a laugh to be had,
she's got her own company now.
Yeah,
she's very successful, but part of her success is, I'm not saying it's payback, but it's, I did a good job for NBC and you fired me over a DEI technicality and you thought you got rid of people like me, and now I have she probably has a bigger audience than a lot of shows on NBC.
Oh, absolutely.
Or maybe all of NBC.
Yeah, combined. Yeah. Well, Victor, let's end on New Jersey. And I apologize to our listeners and viewers because I have to read a little something here. But here's a headline about a Communist Party member is one of the largest donors to Mickey, whatever, Sherrills. She's the Democrat candidate for governor of New Jersey. And it's neck and neck, that race. So here's the first few sentences from the story. Chinese auto executive and an active member of the Chinese Communist Party donated over $65,000 to New Jersey Democratic gubernatorial candidate Representative Mikey Sherrill's campaign, according to state campaign finance disclosures. Those donations may very well be illegal. The law bans foreign nationals from donating to U.S. political campaigns. The executive, Pin Ni, leads the U.S. subsidiary of Hangzhou, China-based automotive and industrial powerhouse Wangjing Group. I'm sorry, my mispronunciations. He wrote 2 checks in the amount of $30,000 in February and July, respectively, to the super PAC supporting Sherrill's campaign. In June, Ni made a maximum contribution of $5,800 directly to Sherrill's campaign. Victor, she's kind of a sucky candidate. The couple of clips I've seen about her.
She's not a very good candidate. She doesn't come across as a forceful personality. She looks whiny. She doesn't look trusting. You know, I was the Shiffrin visiting professor of military history at the U.S. Naval Academy for a year, 2002 to 2003, right after 9/11. And I can tell you that when you go there as a civilian visiting professor, you have to go early. I had to go there July 1st. And they give you a little tutorial and they acculturate you into naval protocol. And you are told that if you go into a class and you see someone cheating, you have a responsibility to report that, even if you think it was of no value or nobody saw it or you felt bad for the person. And the same thing about people chronically missing class or coming late. You have a honor code, both the students do, but the faculty did too, that you have to report every absent person who came, every tardy person who came, anybody you felt that was cheating. There was a student that was involved in a disciplinary, and he happened to be in my class, and they called me in and they asked me if I found a pattern of that type of behavior that others had spotted. I hadn't. But my point is, when she was a midshipman, when they had that notorious 90s cheating scandal where they had the answers, she was aware of that. And she didn't report it. So they tried to calibrate the degree of penalty for her rather than after she'd worked so hard. They didn't want to expel her. So they said, okay, you will graduate, but you will not be able to walk with the class and you will not get your diploma in person in this very prestigious ceremony. And so that came out. Oh, no, excuse me. That was the New Jersey, right? That's what I'm talking about. The New Jersey governor. And her argument in New Jersey was, well, I didn't want to be a snitch. But that's the whole point of the honor code, that it's very hard to be a snitch, if that's the proper term, and it's not. But you have to report people. So what I'm trying to get at is, in these races in New Jersey and Virginia, these are purple states. The two candidates in New Jersey for governor shouldn't win, and Winsome Sears shouldn't win because the demography is against them and the money is against them. And they are, these are women, affluent professional women, white women who are very liberal, and they've got the entire DNC behind them. But every time they bring up these ethical issues, the left, who put such a premium on ethics, it's always, well, she's not a snitch. She violated the honor code. She was barred from her graduation ceremony, but that's okay. Or, well, yeah, the Attorney General of my state in Virginia wanted somebody to die and his children to die, and he endangered probably lots of people when he drove 116 miles an hour, and then he violated the terms of his community service by working for a PAC in his own interest. But you know what? That's no big deal.
Yeah.
That's what's...
By the way, applicable to maybe to these two women, I'm behind the curve on cool things, Victor, but I just heard this acronym of AWFUL that's being used. And AWFUL stands for Angry, White, Female, Urban, Liberal.
Well, I said that and I got in trouble.
No.
I was at a retreat, and they say a woman who was very affluent, very well dressed, but kind of conservative, came up to me at a retreat yesterday, 2 days ago, and said, "You have said on your podcast that when you see Karens and you stereotype them, but I am a conservative Karen." But I said, then you're not a Karen, because I'm talking about liberal, left-wing, and I don't mind that they're left-wing. I do not make fun of their skin color, their age, their affluence, their civic mindedness. I just make fun of their intrusiveness and their judgmentalism, and their feeling is that I am so morally superior, intellectually superior, so affluent, my life is so perfect, that I scan the horizon to see who would endanger that. And some people have bad views that bother me. Some people don't wear masks. Some people, they have those ugly SUVs or big pickups, and they hurt me. And so I'm going to go over there and tell them not to hurt people like me, because we're better than you. And that's their attitude. And I was
Soviet.
I was at ground zero of the awful people. The last 5 weeks I've had to go up. I shouldn't say I've had to. I work there, so I'm obligated. I want to go there. But the point is, I spent more time than I usually do, because I was going to these various scans and blood tests and everything. So I went all around Atherton, Menlo Park, Palo Alto, Stanford campus, and I saw a lot of Karens. They have that scowl on their face. It's really weird. Yeah. They walk by you at night if you're taking a walk, if you see them on campus, if you're walking downtown Menlo Park or Los Altos. It's such a strange phenomenon. They're so angry, and I guess Donald Trump put them over the edge, but I'm always trying to find the reason for it. I think they're products of the 1970s. They were campus radicals. then they plug back into the system. They're from affluence, or they're professional, highly educated. Their husbands highly educated. They're affluent. They have impeccable taste. They're shielded from the consequences of their own ideology. They are for charters. They hate charter schools. They're for school unions, but their kids are at prep school. They want the new Green Deal, but they have a natural gas heated pool. They run their air conditioned if they're in a hot climate. They want a higher gas tax, but they have a $75,000 Tesla. So that's what they are, and it's. I saw them, a lot of them.
They probably have a heavy dose of being victims too. You know,
the left are all. That's their whole binary. The Marxist comes out of Frederick Engels. There's a binary in society, and there's no. They hate the construct of the middle class.
Yeah.
It is either. It's 20% are victimizers and 80% are victimized. And if you understand that binary, then the law and the government, taxation, entitlements, everything is predicated on what side of the ledger you're on.
Yeah.
And they are, unfortunately, because they're white and they're privileged and they're wealthy, they should be on the victimizer according to their own brethren in the left movement, but they have gone over, as you say, to the victimized class.
Oh.
That they are being put upon by some guy that has missing teeth and he's sunburned and he's overweight and he's down there in Bakersfield, selling insurance or something, or at a bar. That's who they think that has ruined their lives. In The Dying Citizen, I quoted a Silicon Valley mogul. She wasn't really a mogul, she was small fry, but she was infamous because right after Trump was elected, she went crazy on social media, and she said, "This is terrible. We turn the country over to these ugly people who have no education, no culture." And she just laid out the whole Karen philosophy. And I quoted her at length, and then she wrote a posting about me, how cruel I was for that. I didn't impugn anything. I didn't say one thing she didn't. I just quoted her.
You're a mean man, Victor Davis.
Well, I'm writing an angry letter reader today, and this is another thing about the left. So a guy who's a professor writes me, and he says, "You're a third-rate academic." You're a third-rate academic from you've never been anywhere but a fifth-rate university. And
oh my gosh.
Yeah, and you've never published with a quality university press.
Oh.
And I'm glad that you're at the end of the road. You're at the end of your road. So I was thinking that rather than, when I'm writing this, I'm not going to say anything. I'm just going to say, these are the schools I taught at. These are the presses that Princeton Press, University of California Press, Alfred Knopf, Random House, all of them. And then I'm going to find out who he is and just put his degree where it was. Not that I'm snobbish, but I want to just show what these people are like. Because it's all projection and, you know what I mean? It's
I can't wait to see this. Mano a mano. Mano a spaghetti armo. So
yes, I'm going to do it. I have another one, and I saw that your acquaintance, I know you know him, he worked for National Review. Benny Johnson was threatened, physically threatened with violence. He had a press conference with Pam Bondi, and have they arrested the person? I think they have, haven't they?
They have, and she's going to prosecute him. He's threatened murder. I used to be Benny's boss for a little while back. He worked for National Review, and I like him. He's his own. There's only one Benny, but he's a tremendous success
I don't
on
know
social
him.
media.
I don't know him, but he's very successful in getting the word out. But my point is, it's a new. I have this angry reader column once every 6 weeks, and some of them in the past, I had one guy who said, I know who you are. When you come to I'm going to get you. And we had people that wrote in after I published that and said, don't worry, I'm a federal attorney. He just committed a felony. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And he was very specific of what he was going to do. And I said that earlier. My wife and I were in Menlo Park about a month ago, and I had to go to this appointment, medical, and we came into the coffee shop, and a guy came up, and he just "Are you Victor Hanson?" I said, "Yes." And he said, "Well, I read what you do." And we thought he was just, and then he said, "But I don't like you. You're a Zionist and the Jews." And then his face got contorted and he started screaming and yelling. And I said, "Don't get near me or you're going to regret it." And he just everybody stopped everything in the coffee shop and in that area looked at him. And I had the same thing at the Reagan Airport where a guy knocked the hat off my head, and he was an Antifa. Victor, he was all black with a hoodie, a black hoodie. That was when I think I told you this large African American man was following him, and I thought at first they were together, but he was actually he was a MAGA person, and he saw that guy chasing me, and he went by. As he ran by, he said, "Stay here, I'll get him." And then the guy actually almost ran down the escalator. The guy came back. He was very big, and he said, "I couldn't catch him." But he said, "You need to have eyes behind your head."
Yeah. That's a literal guardian angel there. So.
Yeah, he was. He was. So it's getting kind of strange that, if I've had my bank account gone through, hacked, and we've been swatted. So, and this is minor compared to what's going on. We're getting to a level of acceptable violence that's really scary, and it's coming almost all from the left. I'm not saying there's not people on the right that use coarse language and stuff, but this idea of what happened to Charlie Kirk, or Donald Trump's assassination, or Steve Scalise, or killing the two Jewish wonderful couple at the Jewish Museum in Washington, D.C., or the pro-Palestinian guy that torched Shapiro's house, or just the daily violence with Tesla dealerships or Tesla drivers or anti-ICE demonstrations, or Luigi Mangione, or it's just getting to the point where, and you see this neo-Confederate secessionist movement. Basically, we're saying in Portland or Chicago that we are autonomous. We're not part of the United States de jure. We're not going to follow federal law. We're going to break federal law and not turn over people who have committed a crime. And we're not going to protect ICE facilities that are federal property. In fact, we're going to coach the people who are attacking them on what the strategy should be to avoid arrest. And when ICE gets in trouble and they're blockaded by these people, we're not going to come to the call. And Mayor Johnson is saying that we're going to have places that I'm going to declare where ICE can't go. And then he is really an ignoramus. He said that we don't want to, we're coming out, we're going to replay the Civil War. Mayor Johnson, do you understand what role you would be playing? You're not playing the role of Northern Federalist. Yes, you may be black, but you're playing the role of neo-Confederate nullificationist who say you have a unique culture in Chicago and you don't want it tampered with. Your unique culture means you have illegal immigrants and illegal immigration and violence in your streets and 300 to 400 people killed a year, and that's your culture, and you don't want it to be touched. No, those people are U.S. citizens, and there's federal property inside Chicago, and you are U.S. citizens first and Chicago in second, and the federal government. And if you don't believe me, ask Barack Obama. He sued Mayor Brewer of Arizona because she said, "I want to help the federal government, and I want to help secure the border, and as a state, I want to contribute to border enforcement." And he said, "That's a federal matter. We have the prerogative of not honoring federal law. We don't like federal law. We may be federal custodians, but we're not going to honor." And they won in court. So if you win in court, when you say, "I'm a federal official and nobody can tamper with me when I break federal law and won't enforce it," then you surely can win when you say, "I'm a federal official and I'm a good steward of federal law and I'm going to protect federal law and enforce it for the benefit of U.S. citizens." So that's what's really scary that's going on right now in Portland and Chicago.
We should send the mayors and governors of those states pictures of John Calhoun or Jefferson Davis. They can hang him.
Yeah, Hal Cobb, mayor of Virginia, Wade Hampton, all of those, they all either quoted or wrote specifically what their idea was. And, it was, the post office is ours. The federal armory is ours. The Fort Sumner is ours. And that's what started the Civil War. It wasn't just slavery. I mean, slavery was a reason that it occurred, but the trigger or the blasting cap that set it off was Lincoln said, these states have succeeded, and we don't know whether it's illegal or legal because it's not in the Constitution. However, we do know that they have appropriated Union property, federal property, and they are using it. And we're going to, for 90 days, we're going to send troops down there to protect our property. And that set it off. So we're starting to see that in Oregon. It's so weird because the intellectual forebearers of this secessionist neo-Confederate nullification movement on the left is really, Lester Maddox, George Wallace in the recent period.
Yeah.
That said the federal government can't come into my state and we have a right to have our own culture and customs and protocols. Get out. And then, if it was Eisenhower or JFK or whoever it was, they said, no, you don't. They're citizens first in all matters of federal property and federal civil rights legislation. We have the right to enforce it. Eric Holder said that. He said, I don't think the people of Ferguson are going to be fair to Michael Brown. I don't trust them. So I'm saying that I'm going to do a federal civil rights investigation that supersedes it. And then he found no actionable cause. But he interfered, he thought, because his argument was he's a U.S. citizen and he has civil rights and maybe they won't be attuned to that. So the left is completely opportunistic in the way that they handle that. When it's in their interest, federal law is supreme. There is a Sixth Amendment supremacy clause that in matters of federal law, it supersedes all enforcement jurisdiction of states and local entities. But when it's not in their interest, then the Sixth Amendment doesn't. I mean, Article 6 doesn't exist.
Right, just like the 10th Amendment. Hey, Victor, we've come to the end here. I just need to read one comment. Thousands and thousands of comments. Thanks, folks. Many people have written their concern for you. But you see him here now, especially if you're watching on YouTube or Rumble. Look at him. He's getting all pink in the cheeks there, Victor. But
that's not from lack of oxygen. It's from embarrassment.
Oh, is that why? Okay. Well, we have a comment here from BJ Never Settle, who watched the episode where you interviewed, Senator John Kennedy. What an honor to listen to BDH and Senator Kennedy opine on national topics. The knowledge they impart is not to be taken lightly. How can we not appreciate and cherish these moments? They are few and far between. Thank you both. I'll read one more from Ryan Hall, 8326. What separates these men from their counterparts in politics and media is not their intelligence, it's their integrity. So thanks to all the folks that write. We try to read them. I do. The great Sammy Wink does. Victor just has enough to read the angry emails he gets from.
Yes, I'm going to do that as soon as we hang up. I'm going to pick two of the angry readers. Just a final thought. I really enjoyed that interview with Senator Kennedy. I didn't know when I was a young classicist, I was always told Magdalen College is pronounced Magdalen College, but I'm not. And I didn't know which is I've spoken in Oxford, but not at that college, and in Cambridge too. But anyway, he got a 2-year law degree from there, and he talked about how rigorous that was. He also had he had a BA and a second Oxford BA, and he had a law degree from the University of Virginia, and he was state treasury for 17 years in Louisiana.
Yeah,
and.
He's a unique cat.
He is. He's right out of the legendary senatorial figures of,
Yeah.
I mean, somebody told Magdalen College is pronounced Magdalen College, but I'm not. And I didn't know which is I've spoken in Oxford, but not at.
Sorry
that
about
college.
that. I was just trying to see. It's almost over, and I was.
Anyway, he got a 2-year law degree from there, and he talked about how rigorous that was. He also had he had a BA.
Be back on at 11,
a second
guys.
Oxford BA,
once
and he
this is
had
over.
a law degree from the University of Virginia, and he was state treasury.
You can
for
reach
17
me at
years
Discord, like and subscribe.
And
he's a unique cat.
He is. He's right out of the legendary senatorial figures of I mean, somebody like Everett Dirksen or somebody, but he's really a unique person.
Yeah, character.
And I'm glad.
He's got character. He's a character, and he has character. So, all right, Victor, you've been terrific. Thanks so much. Thanks, folks, for watching. Thanks for listening. Welcome back, and thanks for the Daily Signal for being our new home. And we will be back soon with another episode of the Victor Davis Hanson Show. Bye bye.
Thank you for so loyally watching and viewing, and we're back. Thank you. Thank you for tuning in to the Daily Signal. Please like, share, and subscribe.
All right, guys. I'll see you at 11.
Content like this.
Y'all have a great day.
Check out my own website at victorhanson.com and subscribe